Edmund Emil Kemper III was an American serial killer who murdered 10 people between 1964 and 1973, including his paternal grandparents when he was 15 years old, 6 young female college students between 1972 and 1973, his mother, and his mother's best friend, earning him the nickname the Co-Ed Killer. Because most of his victims were female college students who he picked up while hitchhiking in Santa Cruz County, California, and his crimes included necrophilia, decapitation, dismemberment, and cannibalism. The story of Edmund Kemper begins on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California, where he was born into what would become a deeply troubled family. He was the middle child of 3, with an older sister Susan and a younger sister Ellen. His parents were Edmund Emil Kemper Jr., a World War II veteran who had tested nuclear weapons at the Pacific Proving Grounds after the war before working as an electrician, and Clarnell Elizabeth Stage, a domineering woman from Montana who would become the central figure in Edmund's psychological development. From the very beginning, Edmund was different. He weighed 13 pounds at birth, making him unusually large even as a newborn. By the age of 4, he was already a head taller than his peers, and this physical difference would continue throughout his childhood, making him stand out in ways that contributed to his social isolation and feelings of being different from other children. The Kemper household was not a happy one. Clarnell was an alcoholic with severe emotional problems who constantly criticized and belittled her children, particularly Edmund. She had married Edmund's father after he returned from the war, but their relationship was troubled from the start. Edmund Sr. had survived intense combat in World War II and had participated in nuclear testing, experiences that had left their own psychological scars. However, he later said that living with Clarnell was worse than anything he had experienced during the war, comparing it to suicide missions and saying she affected him more than over 390 days of fighting on the front lines. The toxic dynamic between Edmund's parents created an atmosphere of constant tension and conflict in the home. Clarnell was never satisfied with her husband's job as an electrician, which she considered beneath her social aspirations. She constantly complained about his menial work and made it clear that she felt he was not providing the kind of life she deserved. This created additional stress in the household and contributed to the eventual breakdown of the marriage. As Edmund grew older, the problems in his behavior became more apparent and more disturbing. Unlike normal children who might play with toys or games, Edmund engaged in activities that showed clear signs of psychological disturbance. He had a fascination with death and violence that manifested in deeply troubling ways. One of his favorite games was something he called gas chamber, where he would ask his younger sister to tie him up and pretend to flip a switch. He would then fall over and writhe on the ground, pretending to be executed by gas. He also played a similar game called electric chair, where he would simulate being executed by electric shock. These games were not normal childhood play, but rather early signs of his preoccupation with death and violence. They showed that even as a young child, Edmund was thinking about killing and death in ways that were far from normal. These disturbing games were a preview of the violence that would later define his adult life. Edmund's treatment of animals was another major warning sign that something was seriously wrong. He showed extreme cruelty toward pets and animals, behavior that is now recognized as one of the key early indicators of potential violence in adulthood. When he was a child, the family had a pet cat. Rather than caring for the animal as most children would, Edmund buried the cat alive. After it died, he dug up the corpse, cut off its head, and mounted it on a spike. This level of cruelty toward an animal, particularly a family pet, showed a complete lack of empathy and a disturbing fascination with death and dismemberment. The cat incident was not isolated. Edmund killed a second family cat by cutting it into pieces. These acts of animal cruelty were not impulsive moments of childhood anger, but rather calculated acts of violence that he carried out deliberately. The fact that he killed multiple animals and took trophies from them showed that he was developing patterns of behavior that would later escalate to human victims. Edmund also engaged in disturbing behavior with his sister's dolls. He would perform what he called rituals with them, which involved removing their heads and hands in a systematic way. This behavior was deeply troubling because it showed that he was practicing dismemberment and decapitation, skills he would later use on human victims. The ritualistic nature of these activities suggested that he was already developing the psychological patterns that would drive his later crimes. His relationship with his sisters was complicated and showed early signs of his problematic attitudes toward females. While he was sometimes close to his older sister Susan, he also showed signs of jealousy and resentment toward her. When Susan once teased him about why he did not try to kiss his teacher, Edmund's response was chilling. "If I kiss her, I would have to kill her first." This statement showed that even as a young child, Edmund was already connecting romantic or sexual feelings with violence and death. Edmund also displayed stalking behavior as a child. He would sneak out of the house at night, taking his father's bayonet with him, and go to his second-grade teacher's house to watch her through the windows. This behavior showed that he was already developing the predatory instincts that would later make him such a dangerous killer. The fact that he armed himself with a weapon while engaging in this stalking behavior made it even more disturbing. The problems in Edmund's childhood were made worse by the fact that he was also a victim of sexual abuse. He later revealed that he had been molested by his cousin, an experience that likely contributed to his later sexual dysfunction and his disturbing attitudes toward women and sexuality. This abuse, combined with the emotional abuse he suffered from his mother, created a perfect storm of psychological damage that would shape his development into a killer. Clarnell's treatment of Edmund was particularly damaging. She was not just neglectful but actively abusive, both emotionally and physically. She constantly criticized him, calling him stupid, ugly, and worthless. She made him feel ashamed of his height and physical appearance, telling him that he looked like a freak and that no woman would ever want him. This constant verbal abuse destroyed his self-esteem and created deep feelings of rage and resentment that would later drive his violent behavior. The physical abuse was just as damaging as the emotional abuse. Clarnell would lock Edmund in the basement at night, telling him that she was afraid he might harm his sisters while they slept. This isolation was both humiliating and terrifying for a young child. The basement was dark and frightening, and being locked down there made Edmund feel like a prisoner in his own home. This treatment reinforced his feelings of being different and dangerous, and it created a deep sense of abandonment and rejection. Clarnell's fear that Edmund might harm his sisters was based on her recognition that something was seriously wrong with him. She had seen his cruelty toward animals and his disturbing games, and she was genuinely afraid of what he might do. However, rather than getting him proper psychological help, she chose to isolate and punish him, which only made his problems worse. The isolation in the basement also contributed to Edmund's developing fantasy life. Alone in the dark, he would spend hours thinking about violence and death. He would imagine scenarios where he had power and control over others, particularly women. These fantasies became more elaborate and more violent over time, creating the mental framework that would eventually drive his crimes. When Edmund was 9 years old, his parents' marriage finally collapsed completely. The constant fighting and tension had made the household unbearable for everyone involved. Clarnell decided to divorce her husband and take the children with her. This was a devastating blow to Edmund, who despite everything had maintained a close relationship with his father. Edmund Sr. was the one stable, positive influence in his life, and losing him was traumatic. After the divorce, Clarnell moved the children to Montana, where she had family connections. This move further destabilized Edmund's life by removing him from any familiar surroundings and support systems he might have had. The move to Montana also meant that Edmund would have even less contact with his father, deepening his sense of abandonment and loss. Life in Montana with his mother was extremely difficult. Clarnell's alcoholism got worse after the divorce, and her treatment of Edmund became even more abusive. She blamed him for many of the family's problems and made it clear that she saw him as a burden and a source of shame. She would often tell him that he was just like his father, which she meant as an insult, and that he would never amount to anything. The combination of the divorce, the move, and his mother's increasing abuse pushed Edmund further into isolation and fantasy. He became even more withdrawn from other people and spent increasing amounts of time alone with his violent thoughts and fantasies. He had few friends and struggled to form normal social relationships. His size and awkward personality made him stand out in negative ways, and other children often avoided him or made fun of him. At school, Edmund's teachers noticed that something was wrong, but they did not understand the full extent of his problems. He was intelligent and could be well-behaved when he wanted to be, but there was something unsettling about him that made adults uncomfortable. His classmates found him strange and threatening, and he had difficulty forming friendships or participating in normal childhood activities. As Edmund entered his teenage years, the problems that had been developing since childhood became more pronounced and more dangerous. His fantasies about violence and control became more elaborate and more focused on sexual themes. He began to develop the psychological patterns that would eventually drive him to murder. The relationship with his mother continued to deteriorate as Edmund got older and bigger. By the time he was a teenager, he was already over 6 feet tall and continued growing. His imposing physical presence made Clarnell even more uncomfortable around him, but instead of trying to address his psychological problems, she increased her verbal and emotional abuse. She would mock his appearance and tell him that he was too big and clumsy, that he scared people, and that no woman would ever want to be with him. This constant criticism about his appearance and social prospects was particularly damaging because it reinforced Edmund's feelings of inadequacy and rejection. He desperately wanted to have relationships with women, but his mother's words convinced him that he was too repulsive and frightening for any woman to love him. This created a cycle of desire and despair that would eventually contribute to his violent behavior toward women. The tension between Edmund and his mother reached a breaking point when he was 14 years old. Unable to stand living with her any longer, he decided to run away and try to reunite with his father. This was a desperate attempt to escape the toxic environment his mother had created and to reconnect with the one person who had shown him love and acceptance. Edmund managed to make his way from Montana to Van Nuys, California, where his father was living. He was hoping that his father would take him in and that they could rebuild their relationship. However, when he arrived at his father's house, he discovered that his father had remarried and now had a stepson. Edmund Sr. had moved on with his life and was not prepared to take responsibility for his troubled teenage son. The reunion with his father was not what Edmund had hoped for. While his father was not cruel to him, it was clear that there was no place for Edmund in his new family. His father had his own life and responsibilities now, and taking in a troubled teenager would have complicated his new marriage and family situation. After allowing Edmund to stay for a short time, his father made arrangements for him to go live with his paternal grandparents in North Fork, California. This rejection by his father was another devastating blow to Edmund's already fragile psychological state. The person he had counted on as his potential savior had essentially abandoned him just as his mother had. This reinforced his feelings that he was unwanted and unloved, and it contributed to his growing rage and resentment toward the world. Edmund's grandparents, Edmund Emil Kemper Sr. and Maud Matilda Huey Kemper, were elderly people who were not prepared to deal with a troubled teenager. They lived on a ranch in the rural community of North Fork, where they had hoped to spend their retirement years in peace. Taking in their troubled grandson was not something they had planned for or wanted to do, but they felt obligated to help when their son asked them to. The living situation with his grandparents was difficult from the beginning. Edmund was a large, troubled teenager with serious psychological problems, and his grandparents were not equipped to deal with him. They had been born in the 1890s and had very different ideas about child rearing and discipline than what might have been appropriate for someone with Edmund's problems. Maud Kemper, in particular, reminded Edmund of his mother in many ways. She was critical and controlling, and she did not hesitate to let Edmund know when she disapproved of his behavior. She would scold him for minor infractions and make it clear that she found him difficult and burdensome. This treatment was painfully similar to what he had experienced with his mother, and it triggered the same feelings of rage and resentment. Edmund's grandfather was less directly abusive, but he was also not particularly warm or supportive. He was an elderly man who was set in his ways and did not understand how to deal with a troubled teenager. He expected Edmund to conform to their quiet, orderly lifestyle, but Edmund's psychological problems made this difficult. Living on the isolated ranch also contributed to Edmund's problems. He had even fewer opportunities for social interaction than he had before, and the isolation allowed his violent fantasies to continue developing without any external intervention. He spent long hours alone with his thoughts, building elaborate mental scenarios in which he had power and control over others. The situation with his grandparents continued to deteriorate over the months Edmund lived with them. He felt trapped and unwanted, just as he had with his mother. He was approaching his 16th birthday and was becoming increasingly aware that he was different from other people in dangerous ways. His violent fantasies were becoming more intense and more focused, and he was beginning to think seriously about acting on them. The final crisis came on August 27, 1964, when Edmund was 15 years old. On that day, he and his grandmother got into an argument while they were sitting at the kitchen table. The argument was about something relatively minor, but it triggered all of the rage and resentment that had been building up inside Edmund for years. Unable to control his anger any longer, he stormed out of the kitchen. Edmund went to get the rifle that his grandfather had given him for hunting. This was a .22 caliber rifle that his grandfather had thought might help Edmund develop some responsibility and outdoor skills. Instead, it became the weapon Edmund would use to commit his first murders. Edmund returned to the kitchen where his grandmother was still sitting at the table. Without warning, he raised the rifle and shot her in the head. His grandmother's last words were reportedly, "Oh, you'd better not be shooting the birds again," showing that she had no idea what was about to happen to her. After shooting her in the head, Edmund fired 2 more shots into her back to make sure she was dead. Some accounts suggest that Edmund also stabbed his grandmother multiple times with a kitchen knife after shooting her, showing the level of rage and violence that had been unleashed. This was not a crime of passion or a moment of temporary insanity, but rather the culmination of years of psychological development toward violence. After killing his grandmother, Edmund had to decide what to do next. He knew that when his grandfather returned from grocery shopping, he would discover the body and call the police. Edmund could not allow this to happen, so he decided that he would have to kill his grandfather as well. When Edmund Sr. returned from his shopping trip, Edmund was waiting for him. As his grandfather got out of his car in the driveway, Edmund shot and killed him. This second murder was more calculated than the first, showing that Edmund was capable of planning and executing violence in a methodical way. After killing both of his grandparents, Edmund was unsure what to do next. He called his mother and told her what had happened. When she asked him why he had done it, his response was chilling in its simplicity. "I just wondered how it would feel to shoot Grandma." He explained that he had killed his grandfather so that the older man would not have to suffer the pain of finding his wife's body. This explanation revealed several important things about Edmund's psychological state. First, it showed that the murders had been driven by curiosity about killing rather than by anger or revenge. This suggested that Edmund was already developing the cold, calculating mindset that would characterize his later crimes. Second, his claimed concern for his grandfather's feelings showed that he was capable of some level of empathy, but only in a twisted, self-serving way. Edmund's mother told him to call the police and turn himself in, which he did. He waited calmly for the authorities to arrive and arrest him. When the police came, he confessed immediately and provided a detailed account of what he had done. This willingness to confess would become a pattern in Edmund's criminal behavior, suggesting that part of him wanted to be caught and stopped. The murders of his grandparents marked a turning point in Edmund's life. At 15 years old, he had crossed the line from troubled teenager to actual killer. The psychological barriers that prevent most people from committing murder had been broken, and Edmund had discovered that he was capable of taking human life without overwhelming remorse or psychological breakdown. The legal system was not sure how to handle such a young killer. Edmund was evaluated by court psychiatrists who diagnosed him with paranoid schizophrenia. This diagnosis was based on his bizarre behavior, his lack of appropriate emotional responses, and his apparent disconnection from reality. The psychiatrists concluded that Edmund was not capable of standing trial as an adult and that he needed intensive psychiatric treatment. Rather than being sent to a juvenile detention facility, Edmund was committed to Atascadero State Hospital, a maximum security psychiatric facility that specialized in treating the criminally insane. This decision would prove to be crucial in Edmund's development, as it gave him access to psychological knowledge and techniques that he would later use to manipulate others. Atascadero State Hospital was considered one of the most advanced facilities of its kind in the country. It had been designed with the philosophy that even the most dangerous criminals could be rehabilitated through proper psychiatric treatment. The facility emphasized therapy over punishment and gave patients significant freedom and privileges compared to traditional prisons. When Edmund arrived at Atascadero in 1964, he was one of the youngest patients the facility had ever housed. At just 15 years old, he was surrounded by adult criminals and psychiatric patients, many of whom had committed far more serious crimes than his own. This environment exposed Edmund to criminal thinking and behavior patterns that would influence his own development. Despite his young age, Edmund quickly adapted to life at Atascadero. He was intelligent and articulate, and he learned how to present himself in ways that impressed the staff. He became a model patient, following rules, participating in therapy sessions, and showing apparent progress in his treatment. The staff began to see him as a success story, a troubled young man who was responding well to their therapeutic approach. One of the most significant aspects of Edmund's time at Atascadero was his involvement in psychological testing. Under the supervision of Dr. Frank Vanasek, the research director at the facility, Edmund learned to administer psychological tests to other patients. This gave him unprecedented access to psychological knowledge and testing procedures that he would later use to manipulate mental health professionals. By learning how psychological tests worked and what responses were considered normal or abnormal, Edmund gained the ability to fake mental health and stability. He could provide the answers that would make him appear rehabilitated and ready for release, even when his underlying psychological problems remained unchanged. This knowledge would prove crucial in his eventual release from the facility. Edmund's intelligence was formally measured during his time at Atascadero, and the results were remarkable. His first IQ test showed a score of 136, which placed him in the highly gifted range. A later test showed an even higher score of 145, putting him near genius level. This high intelligence made Edmund particularly dangerous because it gave him the ability to plan and execute complex crimes while avoiding detection. The combination of high intelligence and psychological knowledge made Edmund extremely skilled at manipulation. He learned to tell mental health professionals exactly what they wanted to hear, and he became expert at presenting himself as reformed and stable. He could discuss his crimes in what appeared to be a rational, remorseful way that convinced the staff that he had gained insight into his behavior and was no longer dangerous. During his 5 years at Atascadero, Edmund's physical development continued at a remarkable pace. He grew to his full adult height of 6 feet 9 inches and weighed close to 300 pounds by the time of his release. This imposing physical presence would later be crucial in his ability to overpower victims and intimidate others. The psychiatric staff at Atascadero eventually concluded that Edmund's original diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia had been incorrect. They reclassified him as having a personality trait disturbance, passive-aggressive type, which was considered a much less serious condition. This reclassification was based on their observation that Edmund did not show signs of psychosis or disorganized thinking, which are key symptoms of schizophrenia. This diagnostic change was crucial in Edmund's eventual release. Schizophrenia was considered a serious, chronic mental illness that would require long-term treatment, while a personality disorder was seen as something that could be managed with proper therapy and support. The staff believed that Edmund had learned to control his aggressive impulses and was ready to re-enter society. The decision to release Edmund was also influenced by his apparent cooperation with treatment and his intellectual abilities. The staff saw him as someone who had gained genuine insight into his problems and was committed to living a law-abiding life. They believed that his intelligence would help him succeed in the outside world and that he would be able to manage his psychological issues. On December 18, 1969, Edmund's 21st birthday, he was released from Atascadero State Hospital. The timing of his release was not coincidental. California law required that juvenile offenders be released when they reached the age of majority, regardless of their crimes. The psychiatric staff had declared him rehabilitated, and legally there was no basis for continuing to hold him. The conditions of Edmund's release required him to live with his mother, who is now living in Santa Cruz, California. This requirement would prove to be disastrous, as it placed Edmund back in a toxic relationship that had contributed to his original psychological problems. The psychiatric staff had actually advised against this arrangement, but there were limited alternatives available. Clarnell had remarried and was now known as Clarnell Strandberg, but her personality and behavior had not changed. She was still the same critical, domineering woman who had made Edmund's childhood miserable. When Edmund arrived to live with her, she immediately began the same pattern of verbal abuse and criticism that had characterized their earlier relationship. Living with his mother again was extremely difficult for Edmund. He was now a large, imposing man, but emotionally, he was still the damaged child who had been rejected and abused for years. The old patterns of conflict and resentment quickly reasserted themselves, creating a volatile situation that would eventually lead to tragedy. Clarnell was unhappy with Edmund's presence in her home and made no effort to hide her feelings. She criticized his appearance, his lack of employment, and his social skills. She told him that he was an embarrassment to her and that she was ashamed to have him as a son. This constant criticism reopened all of the psychological wounds from his childhood and reactivated the rage and resentment that had driven him to kill his grandparents. Edmund attempted to find work and establish some independence, but his criminal record and psychological history made this difficult. He applied for various jobs, including a position as a state trooper, but was rejected due to his size and background. These rejections reinforced his feelings of inadequacy and failure, contributing to his growing frustration and anger. The relationship between Edmund and his mother quickly deteriorated to the point where they were arguing constantly. Neighbors later reported that they could hear them fighting loudly and frequently. Edmund felt trapped in the same toxic dynamic that had plagued his childhood, while Clarnell seemed unable to change her behavior despite knowing about Edmund's history of violence. During this period, Edmund's violent fantasies began to intensify and become more focused. He started thinking seriously about acting on his violent impulses again, but this time his targets would be different. Instead of family members, he began to fantasize about killing young women, particularly college students. The Santa Cruz area provided Edmund with plenty of potential targets. The University of California at Santa Cruz had opened in 1965 and was attracting thousands of students to the area. Many of these students were young women who frequently hitchhiked around the area, making them vulnerable to predators like Edmund. Edmund's choice of victims was not random. Young, attractive college women represented everything that he felt had been denied to him. They had the kind of life and opportunities that he believed he deserved but could never have. They were also symbols of the female rejection and criticism that had defined his relationship with his mother and had caused him so much psychological pain. Edmund began to prepare for his crimes in a systematic way. He started driving around the Santa Cruz area, familiarizing himself with the locations where young women hitchhiked and identifying secluded areas where he could take victims without being observed. He also began to think about the methods he would use to kill and dispose of bodies. The planning phase of Edmund's crime showed the level of intelligence and calculation that he brought to his criminal activities. Unlike many serial killers who act impulsively, Edmund thought through every aspect of his crimes in advance. He considered how to approach victims, how to gain their trust, how to kill them quickly and efficiently, and how to dispose of evidence. Edmund's first opportunity came on May 7, 1972, when he encountered two 18-year-old hitchhiking students from Fresno State University. Mary and Pesci and Anita Mary Luchessa were trying to get to Stanford University to visit friends when Edmund picked them up in Berkeley. They were typical college students, young, attractive, and trusting, exactly the kind of victims Edmund had been fantasizing about. Edmund was skilled at presenting himself as harmless and trustworthy. Despite his imposing size, he could be charming and articulate when he wanted to be. Mary and Anita had no reason to suspect that they were getting into a car with a killer. They chatted amiably with Edmund as he drove, apparently believing that he was just a helpful stranger giving them a ride. Edmund had no intention of taking the young women to their intended destination. Instead, he drove to a secluded wooded area near Alameda that he had identified during his planning phase. This was a remote location where he could carry out his crimes without being interrupted or observed. Once he reached the secluded area, Edmund's demeanor changed completely. The friendly, helpful driver disappeared, and the cold-blooded killer emerged. He handcuffed Mary and Pesci and forced Anita Luchessa into the trunk of his car. This methodical approach showed that Edmund had planned every detail of the attack. Edmund later confessed that while handcuffing Mary he accidentally brushed against one of her breasts, which embarrassed him enough that he apologized to her even as he was preparing to murder her. This strange combination of politeness and violence showed the complex psychological dynamics that drove Edmund's behavior. Edmund stabbed and strangled Mary and Pesci to death in the back seat of his car. He then turned his attention to Anita Luchessa, whom he killed in a similar manner while she was trapped in the trunk. The murders were carried out quickly and efficiently, showing that Edmund was not interested in prolonging his victim's suffering. His primary goal was to obtain corpses that he could use for his sexual fantasies. After killing both young women, Edmund put their bodies in the trunk of his car and drove back toward his apartment. On the way, He was stopped by a police officer for having a broken taillight. This was an incredibly close call that could have ended Edmund's criminal career before it really began, but the officer did not suspect anything and allowed Edmund to continue on his way. The fact that Edmund was able to remain calm and composed during this police stop while he had 2 corpses in his trunk showed his remarkable ability to compartmentalize and control his emotions when necessary. This would prove to be a crucial skill throughout his criminal career. When Edmund reached his apartment, his roommate was not home, giving him privacy to carry out the next phase of his crimes. He brought the bodies inside and engaged in necrophilia with both corpses. This was the primary motivation for his murders, not the killing itself, but the sexual access to bodies that could not reject him or criticize him. Edmund also photographed the bodies, creating a record of his crimes that he could use later for sexual gratification. This behavior showed that the murders were not just about immediate sexual satisfaction, but also about creating lasting memories and trophies that he could revisit. After having sex with the corpses, Edmund dismembered the bodies using knives from his kitchen. He was methodical and thorough in this process, showing no emotional reaction to the gruesome work. He cut the bodies into pieces and packaged them in plastic bags for disposal. Edmund disposed of the body parts at various locations near Loma Prieta Mountain. He was careful to scatter the remains across a wide area to make it difficult for authorities to recover them and piece together what had happened. Before disposing of the heads, however, Edmund engaged in oral sex with them, showing the full extent of his necrophilic behavior. The disposal of the remains showed Edmund's intelligence and planning ability. He chose locations that were remote and difficult to search, and he took care to avoid leaving evidence that could be traced back to him. Most of the remains were never recovered, although Mary and Pesci's skull was found in August 1972. After committing these first murders, Edmund returned to his normal life as if nothing had happened. He continued to live with his mother and look for work, showing no outward signs of what he had done. This ability to compartmentalize his criminal behavior and maintain a normal facade was one of the things that made him so dangerous. Edmund's success with his first murders reinforced his belief that he could kill without being caught. The experience had satisfied his violent and sexual fantasies in ways that masturbation and fantasy alone could not. He began to think about when and how he would kill again. The period between Edmund's first murders and his next crime showed his patience and self-control. He did not kill again for several months, suggesting that he was not driven by an uncontrollable compulsion, but rather by a calculated desire to repeat the experience when the opportunity was right. On September 14, 1972, Edmund encountered his next victim. Aiko Ku was a 15-year-old girl who had missed her bus to a dance class in San Francisco. She was hitchhiking when Edmund picked her up, making her an easy target for his predatory behavior. Aiko was younger than Edmund's previous victims, but she fit his preferred victim type, a young, attractive female who was vulnerable due to her need for transportation. Like his previous victims, she had no reason to suspect that Edmund was dangerous and trusted him to take her where she wanted to go. Edmund drove Aiko to a secluded area and pulled a gun on her, showing that he was becoming more confident and aggressive in his approach to victims. He did not need to use elaborate ruses or deception. He could simply overpower his victims through size and weapons. Edmund strangled Aiko to death and then sexually assaulted her corpse. This pattern of quick murder followed by necrophilia was becoming his established method of operation. He was not interested in torturing or terrorizing his victims while they were alive. He wanted them dead so that he could use their bodies for his sexual gratification. After killing Aiko, Edmund demonstrated his remarkable coldness and composure by driving to a local bar called the Jury Room, where he socialized and drank with off-duty police officers. This showed his incredible ability to compartmentalize his behavior and maintain a normal social facade even immediately after committing murder. The fact that Edmund chose to socialize with police officers after committing murder showed both his arrogance and his psychological need to feel superior to the authorities who were supposedly hunting for the killer. He enjoyed the irony of drinking with the very people who would arrest him if they knew what he had just done. Edmund later took Aiko's corpse back to his apartment, where he had sex with it again and then dismembered the body. He disposed of the remains in the California mountains, and unlike his previous victims, none of Aiko's remains have ever been recovered. The murder of Aiko Koo showed that Edmund was becoming more confident and systematic in his approach to killing. He was refining his methods and becoming more efficient at selecting, killing, and disposing of victims. This suggested that he was likely to continue killing until he was stopped. Edmund's next victim was 19-year-old Cindy Shaw, whom he picked up on January 8, 1973. Cindy was a student at Cabrillo College who was hitchhiking when Edmund offered her a ride. Like his previous victims, she had no reason to suspect danger and accepted the ride trustingly. Edmund drove Cindy to a secluded location and shot her in the head with his .22 caliber pistol. This showed that he was continuing to refine his methods, choosing the most efficient way to kill his victims quickly. He then took her body back to his mother's house, where he had more privacy and space to carry out his post-mortem activities. At his mother's house, Edmund put Cindy's corpse in his closet and later moved it to the bathtub, where he had sex with it and then dismembered the body. The fact that he was carrying out these activities in his mother's house while she was present showed his incredible boldness and confidence that he would not be discovered. Edmund disposed of most of Cindy's remains by throwing them off a cliff, but he kept her head for a special purpose. He buried it in the backyard of his mother's house, positioned so that it was facing up toward his mother's bedroom window. When asked about this later, Edmund explained that he wanted his victims to look up to his mother. This symbolic gesture showed the complex psychological dynamics that were driving Edmund's crimes. His murders were not just about sexual gratification, but also about expressing his rage and resentment toward his mother. By burying a victim's head in the yard where it would symbolically watch his mother, Edmund was making a twisted statement about power and control. The discovery of Cindy's other remains over the following weeks created significant concern among law enforcement and the public. It was becoming clear that a serial killer was operating in the Santa Cruz area, and young women were being warned to be careful about accepting rides from strangers. Edmund's next murders occurred on February 5, 1973, and involved two victims. After having an argument with his mother, Edmund left the house in an angry mood and went looking for victims. His emotional state on this day showed how his relationship with his mother continued to fuel his violent impulses. The University of California at Santa Cruz had begun advising students to only accept rides from vehicles that displayed university parking stickers, believing this would protect them from predators. However, Edmund was able to obtain a university sticker because his mother worked at the university, giving him the perfect cover to approach potential victims. Edmund separately encountered 23-year-old Rosalind Thorpe and 20-year-old Alice Liu on the university campus. Rosalind entered his car first, believing Edmund to be a fellow student because of the university sticker. She began chatting with him in a friendly manner as they drove, having no idea of the danger she was in. When Edmund saw Alice Liu hitchhiking, he stopped and picked her up as well. This gave him two victims in one day, doubling the potential satisfaction from his crimes. With both young women in his car, Edmund drove away from the campus area toward a secluded location where he could kill them. Edmund shot Rosalind Thorpe in the head with his pistol while they were still in the car. When Alice Liu realized what was happening, she tried to escape, but Edmund turned the gun on her as well. His first two shots missed the terrified young woman, but his third shot hit her in the temple. He continued shooting to make sure both victims were dead. Edmund wrapped both bodies in blankets and drove back to his mother's house with the corpses. This time, he beheaded both victims in his car before bringing the headless bodies into the house. This showed that he was becoming even more systematic and efficient in his methods. Edmund had sexual intercourse with both headless corpses and then dismembered the bodies completely. He removed the bullets from the victims' heads to prevent ballistic identification and then disposed of the remains at various locations the next morning. Some of the remains were discovered at Eden Canyon a week later, and more were found near Route 1 in March. When questioned later about why he decapitated his victims, Edmund provided insight into his psychological motivations. He explained that the head was like a trophy because it contained everything that made a person who they were: the brain, eyes, and mouth. He saw decapitation as a way of possessing the most important part of his victims. The double murder of Rosalind Thorpe and Alice Liu marked the peak of Edmund's killing spree. He had now murdered 6 young women in less than a year, and his crimes were becoming increasingly bold and systematic. The frequency of his murders suggested that he was accelerating towards some kind of climax or breakdown. During this period, The Santa Cruz area was being terrorized not just by Edmund, but by two other serial killers as well. John Linley Frazier had killed 5 people in 1970, and Herbert Mullen was in the midst of his own killing spree that would eventually claim 13 victims. This concentration of serial killers in one area led to Santa Cruz being called the murder capital of the world by the press. The presence of multiple killers actually helped Edmund avoid detection because law enforcement was overwhelmed trying to investigate multiple series of murders simultaneously. The different methods and victim types used by each killer made it difficult to determine which murders were connected, giving Edmund additional cover for his crimes. Edmund was becoming increasingly confident in his ability to kill without being caught. He had murdered 6 young women and disposed of their bodies without leaving evidence that could be traced back to him. He was even socializing with police officers who were investigating his crimes, giving him a sense of superiority and invulnerability. However, Edmund's relationship with his mother was continuing to deteriorate, and this would eventually lead to the climax of his criminal career. The constant arguments and verbal abuse were taking their toll on Edmund's psychological stability, and he was beginning to think about more permanent solutions to his problems. The situation came to a head in April 1973, during the Easter weekend. Edmund and his mother had been arguing more frequently and more intensely, and Edmund was reaching the end of his ability to tolerate the situation. He knew that his killing spree would eventually be discovered, and he did not want his mother to suffer the shame and humiliation that would come with having a serial killer for a son. On the evening of April 20th, 1973, Good Friday, Edmund and his mother had another heated argument. Clarnell went to bed angry, having no idea that this would be the last night of her life. Edmund waited until he was sure she was asleep, and then went into her bedroom carrying a claw hammer. Edmund struck his mother in the head with the hammer while she slept, killing her instantly. He then used a penknife to cut her throat, making sure she was dead. This murder was different from his previous crimes because it was driven by personal rage and resentment rather than sexual fantasy. After killing his mother, Edmund decapitated her and removed her hands, following the same pattern he had used with his other victims. However, he also did something unique with his mother's body. He removed her larynx and put it down the garbage disposal. When asked about this later, Edmund said it was symbolic because his mother had used her voice to hurt him throughout his life. Edmund also engaged in sexual activity with his mother's severed head, showing that even this most personal murder had sexual components. He then used the head as a dartboard, throwing darts at it in a final expression of his rage and contempt. After hiding his mother's body parts throughout the house, Edmund called his mother's best friend, Sally Hallett, and invited her over for dinner and a movie. This showed his continued ability to appear normal and friendly even immediately after committing murder. When Sally Hallett arrived at the house, Edmund strangled her to death as well. This murder was necessary to support his plan to make it appear that both women had gone on vacation together. He also decapitated Sally and spent the night with her corpse, showing that his necrophilic behavior extended even to this opportunistic killing. The murders of his mother and her friend marked the end of Edmund's killing spree. These final murders were different from his previous crimes because they were more personal and emotional, driven by specific rage rather than generalized sexual fantasy. They also showed that Edmund was capable of long-term planning and deception, as he had clearly thought about how to cover up the crimes. After committing these final murders, Edmund stole Sally's car and fled the area. He drove eastward across the country, eventually reaching Pueblo, Colorado. During this time, he was waiting to hear news reports about the discovery of the bodies, but when no news came, he realized that the bodies had not yet been found. On April 23, 1973, Edmund made a decision that surprised law enforcement and ended his criminal career. He called the Santa Cruz Police Department from a payphone in Pueblo and confessed to the murders of his mother and Sally Hallett. He also claimed responsibility for the murders of the 6 college students, providing details that only the killer could know. The police initially thought the call was a prank because they knew Edmund as Big Ed, a friendly giant who often socialized with officers at local bars. The idea that this harmless-seeming man could be the co-ed killer seemed impossible to believe. However, Edmund persisted in his confession and provided enough details to convince them that he was telling the truth. Edmund's decision to confess was driven by several factors. First, he knew that the discovery of his mother's body would inevitably lead to his identification as the killer. Second, he may have been psychologically exhausted by the stress of maintaining his double life. Finally, There may have been part of him that wanted to be caught and stopped before he killed again. Edmund waited patiently by the payphone until Colorado authorities came to arrest him. He was calm and cooperative during the arrest, showing no signs of resistance or regret. He was extradited back to California to face charges for his crimes. During his interrogation, Edmund confessed in detail to all of his murders. He provided information about his methods, his motivations, and the locations where he had disposed of evidence. His confessions were remarkable for their matter-of-fact tone and complete lack of remorse or emotion. Edmund's trial began in October 1973, and it attracted significant media attention due to the shocking nature of his crimes. He was charged with 8 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of the 6 college students, his mother, and Sally Hallett. The murders of his grandparents were not included because he had already been convicted and sentenced for those crimes as a juvenile. Edmund's defense attorney attempted to argue that he was not guilty by reason of insanity, but this strategy failed. The psychiatrists who evaluated Edmund concluded that while he had serious personality disorders, he was legally sane and understood the nature and consequences of his actions. His high intelligence and careful planning actually worked against an insanity defense. During the trial, Edmund testified in his own defense and provided chilling insights into his psychological state and motivations. He spoke about his crimes in a calm, analytical way that horrified observers. He showed no remorse for his victims and seemed more interested in explaining his actions than in expressing regret for them. The prosecution had little difficulty proving Edmund's guilt, as he had already confessed to the crimes and provided detailed information about how they were committed. The physical evidence, while limited due to Edmund's careful disposal methods, supported his confessions. The jury deliberated for only a short time before finding him guilty on all counts. When the judge asked Edmund what he thought would be an appropriate punishment for his crimes, Edmund's response was characteristically shocking. He said that he deserved death by torture, showing his understanding of the severity of his actions, but also his desire to maintain control over his own fate. However, California had suspended capital punishment at the time of Edmund's trial, so the death penalty was not available. Instead, he was sentenced to 8 concurrent life sentences without the possibility of parole. He was sent to the California Medical Facility in Vacaville, where he has remained incarcerated ever since. Edmund's case had a significant impact on law enforcement and psychology. His high intelligence, careful planning, and ability to manipulate mental health professionals challenged existing ideas about serial killers and criminal psychology. His detailed confessions provided valuable insights into the mind of a serial killer that helped inform future investigations and profiling techniques. The case also highlighted the dangers of releasing violent criminals, even those who appeared to be rehabilitated. Edmund had convinced the staff at Atascadero that he was cured and ready to re-enter society, but his later crimes showed that his fundamental psychological problems had not been addressed. This led to changes in how mental health professionals evaluate the risk of violence in patients. Edmund's relationship with his mother became a case study in how childhood abuse and trauma can contribute to the development of violent behavior. While his mother's abuse did not excuse his crimes, it provided important insights into the factors that can create a serial killer. This understanding has been used to develop better intervention programs for at-risk children. In prison, Edmund has been considered a model inmate for most of his incarceration. He has participated in various programs and activities and has generally followed prison rules. However, he has also waived his right to parole hearings multiple times, stating that he believes society is not ready for his release and that he is happy in prison. Edmund's high intelligence has made him a valuable subject for researchers studying criminal psychology. He has participated in numerous interviews and studies over the years, providing insights into his crimes and psychological state. His articulate explanations of his behavior have been both fascinating and disturbing to researchers. Despite his cooperation with researchers and his apparently good behavior in prison, Edmund remains extremely dangerous. Recent psychological evaluations have concluded that he still poses a high risk of violence if released. His lack of genuine remorse and his continued focus on his own needs and desires suggest that his fundamental personality has not changed. Edmund's case continues to be studied by criminologists, psychologists, and law enforcement professionals. His crimes represent a perfect storm of factors: high intelligence, childhood trauma, mental illness, and opportunity that combined to create one of the most dangerous serial killers in American history. The victims of Edmund's crimes were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. Mary and Pesci, Anita Luchessa, Aiko Koo, Cindy Shaw, Rosalind Thorpe, and Alice Liu were all students or young people pursuing their education and dreams when they encountered Edmund. Their deaths cut short promising lives and caused immeasurable pain to their families and friends. The impact of Edmund's crimes extended far beyond his immediate victims. The families of the murdered women suffered devastating losses that affected them for the rest of their lives. The Santa Cruz community was terrorized by the knowledge that a killer was targeting young women, changing how people lived their daily lives and trusted strangers. Edmund's crimes also had broader social implications, contributing to changes in how women approached personal safety and how society viewed the dangers facing young people. The hitchhiking culture of the 1970s was significantly affected by cases like Edmund's, as people became more aware of the risks involved in accepting rides from strangers. The investigation of Edmund's crimes also revealed weaknesses in law enforcement coordination and communication. The presence of multiple serial killers in the same area overwhelmed local resources and made it difficult to identify patterns and connections between crimes. This led to improvements in how multiple jurisdictions work together on complex cases. Edmund's case also influenced the development of criminal profiling techniques. His high intelligence and careful planning challenge existing assumptions about serial killers and help law enforcement develop better methods for identifying and catching similar criminals. The FBI's behavioral science unit used Edmund's case as one of their foundational studies. The psychological aspects of Edmund's case have been extensively studied and have contributed to our understanding of how serial killers develop and operate. His childhood trauma, relationship with his mother, and progression from animal cruelty to human murder have become textbook examples of the factors that can create a killer. Edmund's ability to manipulate mental health professionals has also been an important area of study. His success in convincing the staff at Atascadero that he was rehabilitated highlighted the need for better assessment tools and techniques for evaluating violent offenders. This has led to improvements in risk assessment procedures. The necrophilic aspects of Edmund's crimes have also been studied as examples of extreme sexual pathology. His preference for dead bodies over living partners revealed deep-seated psychological issues that went far beyond normal sexual dysfunction. This has contributed to our understanding of sexual homicide and its psychological roots. Edmund's intelligence and articulateness have made him a unique subject for psychological study. Unlike many serial killers who are unable or unwilling to explain their behavior, Edmund has provided detailed, analytical descriptions of his crimes and motivations. While these explanations must be viewed with skepticism due to his manipulative nature, they have provided valuable insights. The media coverage of Edmund's case helped establish many of the stereotypes and expectations that surround serial killers in popular culture. His combination of intelligence, physical imposingness, and articulate explanations of his crimes created a template that has been replicated in countless books, movies, and television shows about serial killers. Edmund's case also highlighted the importance of early intervention in cases of childhood violence and abuse. The warning signs were present throughout his childhood: animal cruelty, violent fantasies, disturbing games, and family dysfunction, but were not addressed effectively. This has led to increased awareness of the need to identify and help at-risk children. The failure of the mental health system to properly treat Edmund has also been an important lesson for professionals in the field. Despite 5 years of treatment at a prestigious facility, Edmund's underlying problems were not resolved. This has led to questions about the effectiveness of traditional therapeutic approaches for certain types of violent offenders. Edmund's relationship with law enforcement during his crimes has also been studied as an example of how killers can hide in plain sight. His socializing with police officers who were investigating his crimes showed how predators can use charm and manipulation to avoid suspicion. This has influenced training for law enforcement on how to identify potential suspects. The geographic aspects of Edmund's crimes have also been analyzed to understand how serial killers choose hunting grounds and disposal sites. His familiarity with the Santa Cruz area from his work with the Highway Department gave him knowledge of remote locations that he used to avoid detection. This has influenced how investigators approach geographic profiling. Edmund's targeting of hitchhiking college students reflected both his victim preferences and his practical considerations. Young women were his preferred targets due to his psychological issues with female rejection, while hitchhikers were easy targets who could be isolated and controlled. This combination of psychological and practical factors is common among serial killers. The timing of Edmund's crimes, occurring during a period of social change and cultural upheaval in the early 1970s, has also been studied as a factor in his ability to operate undetected. The counterculture movement, changing attitudes toward authority, and increased mobility of young people created conditions that serial killers could exploit. Edmund's physical size and strength were crucial factors in his ability to overpower victims and control crime scenes. At 6 feet 9 inches and nearly 300 pounds, he was physically intimidating and capable of subduing victims quickly. This has been studied as an example of how physical attributes can be risk factors for violent behavior. The psychological aftermath of Edmund's crimes for the survivors and families has also been documented and studied. The trauma experienced by those who lost loved ones to his violence has provided insights into the long-term effects of violent crime on communities and families. Edmund's continued incarceration at the California Medical Facility has made him one of the longest-serving inmates in the California prison system. His case has been used to study the effects of long-term incarceration on high-intelligence offenders and the challenges of managing dangerous inmates over decades. The periodic parole hearings for Edmund have become opportunities to reassess his danger level and the effectiveness of his imprisonment. Despite his good behavior in prison, psychological evaluations continue to find him at high risk for violence, supporting the decision to keep him incarcerated. Edmund's case continues to be relevant today as researchers and law enforcement professionals work to understand and prevent similar crimes. His detailed confessions and willingness to discuss his crimes have created a valuable resource for those studying violent behavior and serial killing. The technological advances that have occurred since Edmund's crimes have been applied retroactively to his case, providing new insights into his methods and psychology. Modern forensic techniques and psychological assessment tools have been used to re-examine the evidence and better understand his behavior. Edmund's influence on popular culture has been significant, with his case inspiring numerous books, documentaries, and fictional portrayals. His articulate and intelligent persona has made him a compelling subject for writers and filmmakers interested in exploring the psychology of serial killers. The ethical questions raised by Edmund's case continue to be debated by professionals in law enforcement, psychology, and criminal justice. Issues such as the proper treatment of juvenile offenders, the assessment of rehabilitation, and the balance between punishment and treatment remain relevant today. Edmund's case has also contributed to discussions about the death penalty and life imprisonment. His request for death by torture and his subsequent adaptation to prison life have been used as arguments both for and against capital punishment in cases of serial murder. The international attention that Edmund's case received has made it a reference point for understanding serial killing as a global phenomenon. Researchers in other countries have used his case to compare and contrast with similar crimes in their own jurisdictions. Edmund Kemper's story represents one of the most thoroughly documented and analyzed cases of serial killing in criminal history. From his troubled childhood through his violent crimes to his continued incarceration, every aspect of his life has been examined for insights into the nature of violent behavior and the factors that create killers. The 10 lives that Edmund took cannot be restored, and the pain he caused cannot be undone. However, the knowledge gained from studying his case has contributed to efforts to prevent similar crimes and better understand the complex factors that can turn a human being into a predator. His story serves as both a warning about the dangers that can lurk beneath a seemingly normal exterior and a testament to the importance of early intervention in cases of childhood trauma and violence. Today, Edmund Kemper remains in prison at the age of 75, serving his 8 life sentences at the California Medical Facility in Vacaville. He has been denied parole multiple times and will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. While he has expressed satisfaction with his imprisonment and claims to be happy behind bars, psychological evaluations continue to find him dangerous and unsuitable for release. His case continues to be studied and analyzed by new generations of researchers, law enforcement officers, and mental health professionals. The insights gained from Edmund Kemper's crimes and psychology continue to inform our understanding of serial killing and violent behavior, ensuring that his victims did not die completely in vain if their deaths can help prevent future tragedies. The story of Edmund Kemper is ultimately a story of wasted potential and the devastating consequences of untreated mental illness and childhood trauma. His high intelligence and articulateness could have been used for positive purposes, but instead were turned toward manipulation and violence. His case serves as a reminder of the importance of identifying and helping troubled individuals before they become dangerous to others. Edmund Kemper will be remembered not for any positive contributions to society, but for the 10 lives he took and the fear and suffering he caused. His story stands as one of the darkest chapters in the history of American crime, a cautionary tale about the monster that can be created when intelligence, opportunity, and psychological damage combine in the worst possible way. The final chapter of Edmund Kemper's story has yet to be written, as he remains alive and incarcerated. However, barring any dramatic changes in his psychological state or the legal system, he will likely die in prison, never again to be free to harm another innocent person. His victims, their families, and society as a whole can take some measure of comfort in knowing that justice has been served, even as the scars left by his crime. This is the story of Richard Ramirez, often referred to as the Night Stalker. Was a notorious American serial killer, rapist, and burglar who terrorized Southern California between 1984 and 1985. His crimes were marked by their brutality and randomness, targeting people of all ages and backgrounds. Ramirez's modus operandi included breaking into homes at night, often using a variety of weapons like guns, knives, and even a hammer. His victims were both men and women, with the attacks involving sexual assault, torture, and murder. On February 29, 1960, in the border city of El Paso, Texas, Ricardo Leyva Munoz Ramirez entered a world already shadowed by dysfunction and violence. Born to Mexican immigrants Mercedes Munoz and Julian Tapia Ramirez, he was the youngest of 5 children in a household where poverty, abuse, and instability would form the toxic foundation of his earliest years. His father, a former police officer turned railway laborer, carried within him a violent alcoholism that would manifest in explosive fits of rage directed at his family. The circumstances of Richard's birth seemed to foretell the darkness that would follow. Mercedes Ramirez had worked in a boot factory during her pregnancy, exposing herself to chemical fumes that many would later theorize contributed to the neurological issues that plagued her youngest son. The child who would become the Night Stalker was born with a constellation of birth defects shared by his siblings, ranging from respiratory difficulties to bone deformities. The early years of Richard Ramirez's life were marked by a series of traumatic head injuries that would have profound implications for his psychological development. At the tender age of 2, a heavy dresser fell upon his head, leaving a significant laceration across his forehead that would require medical attention. This was merely the first of several serious head traumas that the young boy would endure. The most significant of these injuries occurred when Richard was 5 years old. While playing on a swing, he was knocked unconscious in an accident that fundamentally altered his neurological functioning. From this point forward, the boy began experiencing epileptic seizures, a condition that Dr. Michael Stone, a forensic psychiatrist who later studied the case, would identify as temporal lobe epilepsy. This particular form of epilepsy, Stone noted, was directly linked to increased aggressivity and hypersexuality, traits that would become horrifically evident in Ramirez's adult crimes. The Ramirez household was a cauldron of dysfunction where violence was not an aberration but a daily reality. Julian Ramirez's alcoholism fueled volcanic eruptions of rage that left lasting scars on all his children. The patriarch of the family would beat his children with whatever implements were at hand, sometimes using a water hose as a weapon of punishment. The violence was so severe that Richard's siblings would often hide when their father's temper exploded, knowing that any one of them could become the target of his wrath. Perhaps most disturbing was Julian's use of religious imagery as a tool of psychological torture. When young Richard misbehaved, his father would tie him to a crucifix in a local cemetery overnight as punishment, a grotesque perversion of religious symbolism that would later manifest in Richard's own twisted relationship with Satanism. These nocturnal vigils among the dead became so frequent that Richard eventually began sleeping in the cemetery voluntarily, finding more peace among tombstones than in his own home. As forensic psychologist Gary Bricado would later observe, the dead are not going to fly off the handle and hurt you. The most catastrophic influence in young Richard's life came not from his immediate family, but from his older cousin, Miguel Mike Valles, a Vietnam War veteran whose own psychological wounds would become the catalyst for Richard's transformation into a killer. Miguel had returned from the war carrying within him the scars of combat and the darkness of unspeakable acts committed in the jungles of Southeast Asia. When Richard was approximately 12 years old, Miguel took him under his wing in what would prove to be the most damaging mentorship in criminal history. Miguel was not content to simply share war stories with his impressionable young cousin. Instead, he provided detailed accounts of the atrocities he had committed against Vietnamese civilians, complete with photographic evidence that would haunt Richard for the rest of his life. The photographs Miguel showed Richard depicted Vietnamese women who had been raped, tortured, murdered, and dismembered. Many of these images showed victims tied to trees or wooden posts both before and after they had been sexually assaulted and killed. Rather than being repulsed by these horrific images, Richard found himself fascinated by them. Years later, while incarcerated, he would tell investigators that he was fascinated, rather than repulsed, by the images and stories that Miguel shared with him. But Miguel's corruption of his young cousin extended beyond mere photography. He taught Richard stealth techniques and killing methods that he had learned in Vietnam, skills that Richard would later employ with devastating effectiveness during his killing spree. Miguel also shared his philosophy of violence, telling Richard that there's no thrill like a good kill, words that would echo in Richard's mind for years to come. The relationship between Miguel and Richard reached its horrific crescendo on a day that would forever alter the trajectory of both their lives. When Richard was 15 years old, he witnessed Miguel shoot and kill his wife, Jessie, during a domestic argument. The murder occurred in front of Richard, providing him with his first direct exposure to the reality of violent death. In what can only be described as a miscarriage of justice, Miguel was found not guilty by reason of insanity and was released after serving only 4 years in a mental institution. This outcome sent a chilling message to young Richard about the consequences, or lack thereof, for violent crime. The system had essentially validated Miguel's actions, and by extension, the violent worldview he had been instilling in his impressionable cousin. As Richard entered his teenage years, the cumulative effects of his traumatic childhood began to manifest in increasingly destructive behaviors. His academic performance deteriorated rapidly, and he dropped out of high school in the 9th grade. The young man who had once served as an altar boy in the Catholic Church was transforming into something darker and more dangerous. Richard's first recorded encounter with the criminal justice system came in 1977, when he was arrested for marijuana possession. This relatively minor offense marked the beginning of a pattern of criminal behavior that would escalate over the years. He also attempted to commit rape when he was 15, but the charges were dropped when the victim refused to return to El Paso to testify against him. By 1982, at the age of 22, Richard Ramirez had made the decision that would prove catastrophic for the people of California. He moved from El Paso to Los Angeles. The transition from the relatively small border town to the sprawling metropolis of Los Angeles provided Richard with the anonymity and opportunities he needed to pursue his darkest impulses. Los Angeles in the early 1980s was a city in transition. The successful hosting of the 1984 Olympics had brought international attention and a sense of civic pride, while crime rates had actually decreased to historically low levels. This apparent safety and security created a false sense of confidence among residents, a complacency that would make them vulnerable to the predator now living among them. Richard quickly established a pattern of life that would support his criminal activities. He lived as a drifter, moving frequently between various locations and supporting himself primarily through burglary. His drug use, which had begun with marijuana in his early teens, escalated dramatically. He developed a severe cocaine addiction that would consume up to $500 worth of the drug per day, a habit that necessitated frequent thefts to maintain. The drug use was not merely recreational but represented a form of self-medication for the psychological trauma and neurological damage he had sustained throughout his childhood. The cocaine, combined with other substances including PCP, angel dust, contributed to increasingly erratic and violent behavior. The side effects of angel dust, hallucinations, and increased aggression may have played a role in the escalation of his criminal activities. Chapter 2. The Making of a Killer, Psychological Development, 1982 to 1984. During his early years in Los Angeles, Richard Ramirez began developing what would become his signature calling card, an obsession with Satanism and the occult. This was not a casual interest in alternative spirituality, but rather a fundamental rejection of the Catholic faith in which he had been raised and a deliberate embrace of its antithesis. The roots of this transformation can be traced back to his childhood trauma and the religious abuse he had suffered at the hands of his father. The crucifix punishments and the perverted use of religious imagery had created a deep-seated resentment toward traditional Christianity. In Satanism, Richard found not just rebellion but a philosophical framework that seemed to justify the violent impulses that had been growing within him since childhood. His adoption of satanic beliefs was not merely symbolic. Richard immersed himself in occult literature and practices, developing a personal mythology that cast him as an agent of evil. This belief system would later manifest in the satanic symbols he left at crime scenes, including pentagram drawings at various locations. The pentagram became his signature, a deliberate message that these crimes were not random acts of violence, but calculated expressions of his dark faith. Before becoming the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez spent considerable time honing his criminal skills through a series of burglaries and minor offenses. These early crimes served as a training ground where he learned to move silently through residential neighborhoods, identify vulnerable targets, and evade detection. His methods during this period were primarily focused on theft rather than violence. Richard would target homes in middle-class neighborhoods, looking for easy entry points and valuable items that could be quickly converted to cash to support his drug habit. However, even during these relatively minor crimes, there were hints of the violence to come. Witnesses and surviving victims would later describe encounters with a man who seemed to take pleasure in terrorizing his victims beyond what was necessary for simple theft. The transition from burglary to violence was gradual, but inexorable. Richard's drug use was escalating his need for money, while simultaneously eroding whatever moral restraints might have prevented him from harming his victims. The combination of financial desperation, substance abuse, and deep-seated psychological damage created the perfect storm that would soon unleash unprecedented terror upon California. On June 28, 1984, Richard Ramirez crossed the line from petty criminal to killer with the murder of 79-year-old Jenny Vincow in her Glassell Park apartment. This crime would later be recognized as the first in what would become known as the Night Stalker series, though it would take over a year before investigators connected it to the subsequent murders. The murder of Jenny Vincow established the pattern that would characterize many of Ramirez's subsequent crimes. He gained entry to her ground-floor apartment by removing a window screen, a method that left his fingerprints on the frame, though this evidence would not be matched to him until after his capture. Once inside, he encountered the elderly woman and subjected her to a brutal attack that went far beyond what was necessary for robbery. Vincow was stabbed multiple times in her upper chest, neck, arm, and leg, with defensive wounds on her hands indicating that she had attempted to fight off her attacker. Her throat was slashed almost from ear to ear, and there were clear signs that she had been sexually assaulted after death. The level of violence was shocking even to experienced homicide detectives, who recognized that they were dealing with a perpetrator capable of extraordinary cruelty. The crime scene revealed both the brutality and the disorganization that would characterize many of Ramirez's early attacks. The apartment had been ransacked, with personal belongings scattered throughout the living room. The missing window screen was found on the floor, and the front door had been left unlocked, details that suggested the killer had been more focused on the violence than on covering his tracks. Following the Vincow murder, Richard Ramirez entered what criminologists would later identify as a cooling-off period common among serial killers. For nearly 9 months, there were no known murders attributable to the Night Stalker, though this does not mean that Richard was inactive during this time. He continued his pattern of burglaries and minor crimes, and may have committed other violent acts that were not immediately connected to the emerging pattern. During this period, Richard's psychological state continued to deteriorate. His drug use reached dangerous levels, with reports suggesting that he was consuming massive quantities of cocaine on a daily basis. The financial pressure to support this habit drove him to commit increasingly bold burglaries, bringing him into contact with more potential victims and increasing his confidence in his ability to evade capture. The combination of drugs, psychological instability, and growing confidence created the conditions for what would become one of the most terrifying crime sprees in American history. When Richard finally emerged from his cooling-off period in early 1985, he had evolved from a disorganized killer into a more methodical and dangerous predator. ## Chapter 3. The Reign of Terror begins, March 1985. On March 17, 1985, Richard Ramirez emerged from his months-long hiatus with a double attack that would mark the beginning of his most intensive period of violence. The events of that night would introduce the public to the reality of the Night Stalker, though he had not yet earned that notorious moniker. The evening began in Rosemead, where 22-year-old law student Maria Hernandez was returning home to the condominium she shared with her roommate, 34-year-old Dale Okazaki. As Hernandez pulled into the garage of their residence, she was confronted by a man who would later be identified as Richard Ramirez. The attacker approached her vehicle and fired a shot that struck her in the hand, causing her to fall to the ground. In a stroke of fortune that likely saved her life, the bullet that struck Hernandez was deflected by the keys she had been holding, reducing the severity of the wound. Ramirez, apparently believing he had killed her, proceeded into the condominium where he encountered Okazaki. The roommate was shot to death in what appeared to be an execution-style killing, with Ramirez showing no hesitation in taking the life of someone who posed no threat to him. Maria Hernandez, despite her injuries, had the presence of mind to remain still and pretend to be dead until she was certain her attacker had left the scene. Her survival would prove crucial to the investigation, as she became the first person to provide police with a detailed description of the man who would become known as the Night Stalker. Her testimony would later prove instrumental in identifying and convicting Richard Ramirez. Less than an hour after the attack on Hernandez and the murder of Okazaki, Richard Ramirez struck again. His second victim of the evening was 30-year-old Celia New, who was returning to her home in Monterey Park when she was approached by the killer. The proximity of this second attack to the first, only 2 miles away, suggested that the perpetrator was familiar with the area and was operating within a specific geographic comfort zone. Yu was dragged from her car near her home and shot multiple times. Unlike the relatively quick killing of Okazaki, the attack on Yu appeared to involve a degree of sadistic pleasure that would become characteristic of Ramirez's crimes. She died the following day from her injuries, but not before providing some information to police about her attacker. The two attacks on March 17, 1985, represented a significant escalation in Richard Ramirez's criminal behavior. The willingness to commit two separate attacks in a single night, combined with the geographical proximity of the crimes, demonstrated a level of confidence and audacity that would characterize his subsequent crime spree. The attacks also established a pattern of targeting women, often in residential settings where they should have felt safe. The double murder on March 17, 1985, attracted significant media attention, though investigators had not yet recognized that they were dealing with a serial killer. The initial coverage focused on the apparent randomness of the attacks and the brutality displayed by the perpetrator. Local news outlets began referring to the unknown suspect as the Valley Intruder, a name that reflected the geographical area where the attacks had occurred. The media coverage had the unintended consequence of increasing public awareness and fear throughout the San Gabriel Valley. Residents who had previously felt secure in their homes began taking additional precautions, though many did not yet understand the full scope of the threat they were facing. Gun stores and home security companies reported increased sales as residents sought to protect themselves from an unknown predator. However, the true magnitude of the terror that was about to unfold remained hidden from the public. The media and law enforcement alike were operating under the assumption that they were dealing with isolated crimes rather than the beginning of an unprecedented killing spree. 10 days after the attacks on Hernandez, Okazaki, and Yu, Richard Ramirez demonstrated that his capacity for violence was continuing to escalate. On March 27, 1985, he broke into the Whittier home of 64-year-old Vincent Zazera and his 44-year-old wife, Maxine. This attack would introduce a level of sadistic brutality that shocked even experienced homicide investigators. The crime began when Ramirez encountered Vincent Zazera, who was sleeping on the couch in the living room. Ramirez shot the older man to death, then proceeded to search the house for other occupants. He found Maxine Zazera, who attempted to defend herself with a shotgun that the couple kept in their home. Unfortunately for Maxine, the weapon failed to fire, leaving her defenseless against her attacker. What followed was an act of violence so extreme that it would become one of the defining characteristics of the Night Stalker case. After shooting Maxine Zazera 3 times, Ramirez subjected her body to a form of mutilation that revealed the depth of his psychological disturbance. He gouged out both of her eyes and took them with him as grotesque souvenirs of the attack. The removal of the victim's eyes served multiple purposes for Ramirez. From a practical standpoint, he may have believed in the folk superstition that the eyes retain the image of the last thing a person sees before death, though this belief has no basis in medical science. More significantly, the mutilation represented a form of post-mortem torture that satisfied his sadistic impulses and demonstrated his complete dehumanization of his victims. The Zazera murders marked a turning point in the Night Stalker case. The level of violence and the bizarre mutilation convinced investigators that they were dealing with a perpetrator who was capable of extreme cruelty and who was likely to continue killing unless stopped. The case also demonstrated that no one was safe from the Night Stalker's attacks. Vincent Zazera had been a successful businessman who lived in a relatively affluent neighborhood, yet this had provided no protection against the predator stalking through suburban California. The Zazera murders, combined with the earlier attacks, finally convinced law enforcement officials that they were dealing with a serial killer rather than isolated incidents. The Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department began coordinating their investigations, sharing information and resources in an attempt to identify the perpetrator. The investigation was led by 2 experienced detectives who would become central figures in the Night Stalker case: Los Angeles County Sheriff's Detective Gil Carrillo and LAPD Detective Frank Salerno. Carrillo, the younger of the two, brought fresh eyes and innovative thinking to the investigation. Salerno, who had previously worked on the Hillside Strangler case, provided the experience and expertise necessary to coordinate a complex multi-jurisdictional investigation. The 2 detectives faced an enormous challenge. The attacks appeared to be random, with no obvious connection between the victims. The perpetrator was moving freely throughout the greater Los Angeles area, striking in different jurisdictions and using various methods of attack. Most troubling of all, the violence was escalating with each attack, suggesting that the killer was becoming more confident and more dangerous. The formation of what would eventually become known as the Night Stalker Task Force represented one of the largest and most intensive criminal investigations in Southern California history. Multiple agencies contributed personnel and resources to the effort, with investigators working around the clock to identify and apprehend the killer. However, despite their best efforts, Richard Ramirez remained one step ahead of law enforcement, and his reign of terror was far from over. Hashtag Chapter 4. The Summer of Fear, April. August 1985. As spring turned to summer in 1985, Richard Ramirez's attacks became both more frequent and more savage. On May 14, 1985, he targeted the home of 66-year-old Bill Doy and his disabled wife, 56-year-old Lillian Doy, in Monterey Park. This attack would demonstrate both the evolving nature of Ramirez's methods and his willingness to target the most vulnerable members of society. Ramirez entered the Doy residence during the early morning hours, encountering Bill Doy in the bedroom. When the older man reached for his own handgun in an attempt to defend himself and his wife, Ramirez shot him in the face with a .22 caliber semi-automatic pistol. The attack was swift and merciless, designed to neutralize any potential resistance before proceeding with his true objectives. After beating Bill Doy unconscious, Ramirez moved to the bedroom where he found Lillian Doy, who was disabled and unable to flee or defend herself. He bound her with thumb cuffs, then subjected her to a sexual assault while her husband lay dying nearby. The choice to assault a disabled woman while her husband was mortally wounded revealed the depth of Ramirez's cruelty and his complete lack of human empathy. Bill Doy died from his injuries while hospitalized, making this another double murder in the Night Stalker series. The attack on the Doy family was particularly shocking to the local community because it demonstrated that even couples who attempted to protect themselves with firearms were not safe from the Night Stalker. The speed and viciousness of the attack had overwhelmed any defensive measures the victims had tried to implement. 2 weeks after the Doy murders, on May 29, 1985, Richard Ramirez committed one of his most disturbing attacks, introducing a new element that would become his signature: satanic symbolism. The victims were 83-year-old Mabel Ma Bell and her disabled sister, 81-year-old Florence Nettie Lang, who lived together in Monrovia. Ramirez entered the sisters' home and found a hammer in the kitchen, which he used to bludgeon both elderly women. The violence was so extreme that he actually broke the handle of the hammer during the attack. Both women were found bound and severely beaten, with injuries so extensive that they lapsed into comas. However, it was not the physical violence alone that made this attack so significant in the Night Stalker case. After raping Florence Lang, Ramirez used Mabel Bell's lipstick to draw pentagram symbols on her thigh and on the walls of both bedrooms. This was the first documented use of satanic symbolism in the Night Stalker crimes, and it added a new dimension of terror to an already horrifying case. The pentagrams were not random graffiti, but deliberate religious symbols that reflected Ramirez's embrace of Satanism. By leaving these marks at the crime scene, he was making a statement about his beliefs and his identity as a servant of evil. The symbolism would become a recurring theme in subsequent attacks, helping investigators to link crimes and providing insight into the killer's psychological motivations. Both sisters were found 2 days later, still alive but comatose and critically injured. Florence Lang survived her injuries, though she would never fully recover from the trauma. Mabel Bell died on July 15th, succumbing to the severe injuries inflicted during the attack. The survival of Florence Lang provided investigators with another witness, though her injuries prevented her from providing detailed information about her attacker. On July 7, 1985, Richard Ramirez demonstrated his unpredictability by changing his method of killing in the murder of 60-year-old Joyce Lucille Nelson in Monterey Park. Instead of using firearms or knives as he had in previous attacks, Ramirez beat Nelson to death by repeatedly stomping on her face. The murder of Joyce Nelson was particularly brutal even by Night Stalker standards. Nelson was found in her living room, where she had apparently been sleeping on the couch when Ramirez entered her home. The killer left a distinctive footprint from an obvious sneaker imprinted on her face, a piece of evidence that would later prove crucial in linking him to the crime. The footprint evidence represented a significant breakthrough for investigators. The obvious sneaker was a relatively new brand in the United States, and only one pair in that size had been sold in the Los Angeles area. This gave investigators their first concrete lead that could potentially be traced back to the killer. However, the breakthrough would not lead to an immediate arrest, as Ramirez had purchased the shoes using cash and had provided no identifying information. The Nelson murder also revealed the psychological satisfaction that Ramirez derived from violence itself. Unlike previous attacks that had included sexual assault or theft as apparent motives, the murder of Joyce Nelson appeared to be motivated primarily by the killer's desire to inflict pain and death. This suggested that the Night Stalker was evolving from a criminal who used violence as a means to an end into someone who found violence to be an end in itself. July 20th, 1985, would prove to be one of the most devastating days in the Night Stalker's reign of terror, with Richard Ramirez committing murders at 2 separate locations and demonstrating a level of violence that shocked even seasoned investigators. The day's events would establish him as one of the most dangerous serial killers in American history. The first attack occurred in Glendale, where Ramirez targeted the home of 66-year-old Lela Needing and her 68-year-old husband, Maxon Needing. Before approaching their home, Ramirez had purchased a machete, indicating premeditation and an intent to inflict maximum violence. The weapon choice suggested that he was escalating not just in frequency, but in the level of brutality he was willing to employ. Ramirez burst into the sleeping couple's bedroom in the early morning hours and immediately began attacking them with a machete. The assault was swift and merciless, with both victims being hacked repeatedly before Ramirez finished them off with shots to the head from a .22 caliber handgun. The combination of blade and gunshot wounds created a crime scene of extraordinary violence that would haunt investigators for years. After killing the Needings, Ramirez spent additional time mutilating their bodies with a machete, an act that served no practical purpose, but satisfied his sadistic impulses. He then robbed the house of valuables before quickly fencing the stolen items to obtain cash. The speed with which he disposed of the stolen goods suggested both criminal experience and a pressing need for money to support his drug habit. But Ramirez's night of violence was far from over. After completing the attack on the Needings, he drove to Sun Valley in Los Angeles, where he broke into the home of the Covenant family. The family included 32-year-old Chanaron Covenant, his wife Somkid, also 32, and their young son. Ramirez shot Chanaron Covenant in the head with a .22 caliber handgun, killing him instantly. He then turned his attention to Somkid Covenant, subjecting her to repeated rape and beatings while her 8-year-old son was bound and forced to witness the attack. The decision to leave the child alive, but traumatized, revealed a calculated cruelty that went beyond simple murder. During the assault on Somkid Covenant, Ramirez introduced another element that would become characteristic of his crimes. He demanded that she swear to Satan that she was not hiding any money from him. This forced invocation of his satanic beliefs demonstrated the importance of his dark faith in the commission of his crimes. It also served to further terrorize his victims by introducing a supernatural element to an already horrifying experience. The two attacks on July 20th resulted in 3 deaths and left multiple survivors traumatized for life. The sheer scope of violence committed in a single night demonstrated that the Night Stalker was operating at a level of intensity that was unprecedented in the annals of serial crime. The attacks also showed that he was becoming more confident and more willing to take risks, factors that would ultimately contribute to his capture. By late July 1985, the Night Stalker case had captured the attention of media outlets throughout California and beyond. The combination of random victims, extreme violence, and satanic symbolism created a perfect storm of public fascination and terror. News coverage of the crimes became increasingly sensationalized, with headlines emphasizing the most shocking details of each attack. The media attention had both positive and negative effects on the investigation. On the positive side, widespread coverage increased public awareness and led to numerous tips from citizens who believed they had encountered the Night Stalker. The publicity also put pressure on law enforcement agencies to coordinate their efforts and devote additional resources to the case. However, the intense media coverage also created significant problems for investigators. Details about the crimes that should have been kept confidential were often revealed in news reports, potentially compromising the investigation. The coverage also created a climate of fear that sometimes led to false reports and hysteria, making it difficult for police to separate legitimate leads from panic-driven speculation. The public response to the Night Stalker case was unprecedented in its intensity. Gun stores throughout Southern California reported massive increases in sales as residents sought to arm themselves against the unknown killer. Home security companies experienced similar surges in business as people installed alarms, additional locks, and other protective measures. Perhaps most telling was the change in daily behavior patterns throughout the affected communities. People who had previously felt safe leaving windows open on hot summer nights began sealing their homes despite the heat. Many residents arranged to sleep in groups rather than alone, and some actually relocated temporarily to stay with friends or family in areas that were perceived to be safer. The Night Stalker had succeeded in terrorizing an entire metropolitan area with a population of millions. The randomness of his attacks meant that no one could feel truly safe, regardless of their age, gender, or economic status. The fear was so pervasive that it began to affect the economic and social life of Southern California, with some businesses reporting decreased activity during evening hours. As the body count continued to rise throughout the summer of 1985, law enforcement agencies found themselves under increasing pressure to solve the Night Stalker case. The multi-jurisdictional nature of the crimes created coordination challenges, while the apparent randomness of the attacks made traditional investigative methods difficult to apply. Detective Gil Carrillo and Detective Frank Salerno had become the public faces of the investigation, regularly briefing the media and reassuring the public that everything possible was being done to capture the killer. However, behind the scenes, both men were feeling the enormous weight of responsibility that came with hunting one of the most dangerous criminals in American history. The investigation was consuming vast resources from multiple agencies. Teams of detectives were working around the clock, following up on hundreds of tips and leads. Crime scene technicians were processing evidence using the most advanced forensic techniques available, including the newly implemented automated fingerprint identification system, AFIS, that would eventually prove crucial to solving the case. Despite these efforts, Richard Ramirez remained one step ahead of law enforcement. His ability to strike randomly throughout the greater Los Angeles area made it nearly impossible to predict where he would attack next. His use of different weapons and methods also made it difficult to anticipate his behavior or develop effective countermeasures. The pressure on investigators was not just professional, but deeply personal. Both Carrillo and Salerno had families of their own, and they understood the fear that was gripping the communities they served. The knowledge that their failure to capture the Night Stalker could result in more innocent deaths added an emotional dimension to an already challenging investigation. Hashtag Chapter 5. The hunt intensifies. August 1985. On August 6, 1985, Richard Ramirez attempted what would have been another double murder when he broke into the Northridge home of 30-year-old Chris Peterson and 27-year-old Virginia Peterson. However, this attack would prove to be different from his previous crimes because both victims survived, providing investigators with crucial eyewitness testimony about the Night Stalker's methods and appearance. Ramirez crept into the Peterson bedroom during the early morning hours and startled Virginia Peterson awake. Without warning, he shot her in the face with a .25 caliber semi-automatic handgun. The bullet caused severe injuries, but did not kill her immediately. When Chris Peterson attempted to come to his wife's aid, Ramirez shot him in the neck. What followed was a life-and-death struggle that demonstrated both the Peterson couple's courage and Ramirez's determination to kill. Despite his gunshot wound, Chris Peterson fought back against his attacker, avoiding 2 additional shots during a struggle that allowed Ramirez to escape but prevented him from finishing off his intended victims. The couple's survival was due to a combination of their own resistance and Ramirez's apparent decision that the fight was not worth the risk of being caught. Both Chris and Virginia Peterson survived their injuries and were able to provide detailed descriptions of their attacker to investigators. Their testimony added crucial information to the growing profile of the Night Stalker, including details about his physical appearance, his weapon preferences, and his behavior during attacks. The Peterson case also demonstrated that the Night Stalker could be fought off if victims were willing and able to resist. 2 nights after the Peterson attack, Richard Ramirez struck again with the murder of 31-year-old Elias Abawath and the sexual assault of his wife, 27-year-old Sakina Abawath, at their home in Diamond Bar. This attack would prove significant not only for its brutality, but also for the evidence it would eventually provide to investigators. Ramirez entered the Abawath home sometime after 2:30 a.m. and went directly to the master bedroom. He encountered Elias Abawath first, killing him instantly with a shot to the head from a .25 caliber handgun. The quick elimination of the male victim had become a standard part of Ramirez's method, allowing him to focus his attention on terrorizing and assaulting the female victims. After killing Elias, Ramirez turned his attention to Sakina Abawath, handcuffing and beating her while demanding information about the location of the family's jewelry and money. He then subjected her to a brutal rape while her 3-year-old son was present in the room. The decision to traumatize a young child in this manner revealed the depth of Ramirez's callousness and his complete disregard for human suffering. Throughout the assault, Ramirez repeatedly demanded that Sakina Abawath swear on Satan that she would not scream during his attacks. This forced invocation of his satanic beliefs had become a regular feature of his crimes, serving both to terrorize his victims and to reinforce his own dark religious identity. When the couple's 3-year-old son entered the bedroom during the assault, Ramirez tied the child up and continued his attack. After completing the assault, Ramirez stole various items from the home and fled. Sakina Abawath managed to untie herself and her son, then sent the child to neighbors for help. Her survival and ability to provide testimony would prove crucial to the investigation, as she could describe both the attacker's physical appearance and his specific behaviors and statements. The Abawath case was significant for several reasons beyond the immediate tragedy. The attack occurred in Orange County, expanding the geographical scope of the Night Stalker investigation and requiring coordination between additional law enforcement agencies. The case also provided evidence that would later be crucial in linking Ramirez to the crimes, including fingerprints and other physical evidence left at the scene. Perhaps most importantly, the Abawath murder marked the point at which Richard Ramirez, who had been closely following news coverage of his crimes, decided that the intensity of the investigation in Los Angeles required him to expand his hunting grounds. His next move would take him north to the San Francisco Bay Area, where he would attempt to continue his killing spree in unfamiliar territory. As media coverage of the Night Stalker case reached a fever pitch in August 1985, Richard Ramirez made the strategic decision to temporarily leave the Los Angeles area and continue his crimes in San Francisco. This move was likely motivated by the increasing law enforcement presence in Southern California and his recognition that his continued presence there was becoming too dangerous. The decision to move to San Francisco demonstrated both Ramirez's criminal intelligence and his compulsive need to continue killing. Rather than lying low or leaving the state entirely, he chose to relocate to another major California metropolitan area where he could continue his predatory activities. This choice would ultimately prove to be a crucial mistake that would provide investigators with the evidence needed to identify him. Ramirez's knowledge of San Francisco was limited compared to his familiarity with Los Angeles, where he had spent several years learning the geography and developing his criminal methods. This unfamiliarity would make him more likely to make mistakes and would reduce his ability to evade capture if law enforcement began closing in. However, his confidence in his abilities and his compulsive need to kill outweighed these practical considerations. On August 17, 1985, Richard Ramirez announced his presence in the San Francisco Bay Area with the brutal murder of 66-year-old Peter Pan and 64-year-old Barbara Pan at their home in the Lake Merced area. The attack would prove to be remarkably similar to his Los Angeles crimes, demonstrating that changing locations had not altered his methods or reduced his capacity for violence. Ramirez entered the Pan residence during the early morning hours, using his standard method of forced entry. He encountered Peter Pan first, shooting him to death before turning his attention to Barbara Pan. The attack followed the same pattern that had characterized his Los Angeles crimes. Quick elimination of the male victim followed by prolonged assault on the female victim. After killing both victims, Ramirez left his signature pentagram symbol at the crime scene, indicating that this was indeed a Night Stalker attack rather than an unrelated crime. The satanic symbolism served both as a personal signature and as a message to law enforcement that the killer had expanded his territory. The discovery of the pentagram immediately alerted San Francisco investigators that the Night Stalker had arrived in their jurisdiction. The Pan murders created an immediate sensation in the San Francisco media and caused panic among Bay Area residents. The realization that the Night Stalker was no longer confined to Southern California meant that no one in the state could consider themselves truly safe from his attacks. The case also required San Francisco law enforcement to coordinate with their counterparts in Los Angeles, sharing information and resources in an unprecedented multi-jurisdictional investigation. Richard Ramirez's decision to expand his crimes to San Francisco would ultimately provide investigators with the break they needed to identify him. On August 28, 1985, a stolen car that had been linked to one of the Night Stalker attacks was recovered in a parking lot near Mission Viejo in Orange County. The vehicle would prove to contain the evidence that would finally put a name to the Night Stalker. The car, a Toyota station wagon, had been abandoned by Ramirez after his final attack. Despite his experience as a criminal, he had made a crucial error. He had left fingerprints on the rearview mirror of the vehicle. When crime scene technicians processed the car using advanced laser technology, they were able to lift a clear fingerprint that was suitable for comparison. The fingerprint was immediately sent to the California Department of Justice Laboratory in Sacramento, where it was processed using the newly implemented Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFIS. This state-of-the-art computer system was capable of searching through millions of fingerprint records in a matter of minutes, a task that would have taken human technicians months or years to complete manually. The AFIS search produced remarkable results. Within 14 minutes, the computer had identified Richard Ramirez as a match for the fingerprint found in the stolen car. His fingerprints were on file because of previous arrests for traffic violations and minor crimes in Los Angeles. For the first time since the Night Stalker case began, investigators had a name and a face to go with their suspect. The identification of Richard Ramirez represented a watershed moment in the Night Stalker investigation. After months of frustration and escalating violence, law enforcement finally knew who they were hunting. However, the identification also created a new set of challenges. Ramirez was still at large, still armed, and still extremely dangerous. The race was now on to capture him before he could kill again. With Richard Ramirez finally identified as the Night Stalker, law enforcement agencies throughout California launched one of the most intensive manhunts in the state's history. The investigation, which had already involved hundreds of officers from multiple agencies, now focused all of its resources on locating and apprehending a specific individual. The first step in the manhunt was the issuance of an all-points bulletin, APB, that included Ramirez's photograph and detailed description. The APB was distributed to every law enforcement agency in California and neighboring states, alerting officers to be on the lookout for one of the most dangerous criminals in American history. The bulletin emphasized that Ramirez should be considered armed and extremely dangerous, and that officers should use extreme caution if they encountered him. Investigators also began the process of tracing Ramirez's known associates and locations where he might seek shelter. His previous arrests in Los Angeles had provided information about his criminal network and the areas where he was known to operate. Teams of detectives began conducting surveillance on these locations and interviewing people who might have information about his whereabouts. However, the manhunt faced significant challenges. Ramirez was an experienced criminal who had evaded capture for over a year while committing multiple murders. He was familiar with law enforcement techniques and had demonstrated an ability to move freely throughout California without being detected. Most concerning of all, he had already shown a willingness to kill law enforcement officers if necessary, making any attempt to apprehend him extremely dangerous. The pressure on investigators to capture Ramirez quickly was enormous. Every day that he remained at large represented a potential threat to public safety. The media was covering the manhunt intensively, and the public was demanding results. For Detectives Carrillo and Salerno, who had been working the case for months, the identification of their suspect represented both a breakthrough and the beginning of the most critical phase of their investigation. On August 24, 1985, Richard Ramirez committed what would prove to be his final attack in the Night Stalker series. The victims were 29-year-old Inez Erickson and her fiancé, 30-year-old Bill Carnes, who were attacked in their home in Mission Viejo. This attack would provide crucial evidence for the investigation, while also demonstrating that Ramirez remained as dangerous as ever. Ramirez entered the Carnes-Erickson home through a back door during the early morning hours. He made his way to the bedroom where the couple was sleeping and awakened Carnes by cocking his .25 caliber handgun. Without hesitation, Ramirez shot Carnes 3 times in the head, causing severe injuries that left him fighting for his life. After shooting Carnes, Ramirez turned his attention to Erickson. In a departure from his usual practice of concealing his identity, he actually identified himself to his victim, telling her, "I am the Night Stalker." This revelation demonstrated his growing ego and his desire for recognition, factors that were beginning to override his sense of self-preservation. Ramirez subjected Erickson to a brutal assault, beating her with his fists and binding her with neckties from the closet. He then forced her to swear her love for Satan as he had done with previous victims. After sexually assaulting her, he ransacked the home for valuables while demanding that she tell him where cash and jewelry were hidden. Before leaving the scene, Ramirez made a statement that would become one of the most chilling quotes associated with the Night Stalker case. He told Erickson, "Tell them the Night Stalker was here." This message was clearly intended for law enforcement and demonstrated his desire to taunt the investigators who had been hunting him. Both victims survived the attack, though Bill Carnes suffered severe brain injuries that required multiple surgeries. Inez Erickson was able to provide detailed testimony about the attack, including Ramirez's self-identification as the Night Stalker. Her account would prove crucial in court proceedings, as it demonstrated Ramirez's awareness of his reputation and his pride in his criminal activities. The Mission Viejo attack also provided the physical evidence that would lead to Ramirez's identification. The stolen car he had used was found nearby and processed for fingerprints, yielding the crucial evidence that would finally put a name to the Night Stalker. However, by the time investigators made this connection, Ramirez had already fled the area and was making his way back to Los Angeles. Hashtag Chapter 6, The End of Terror, Capture and Arrest. August 31st, 1985. On the morning of August 30th, 1985, law enforcement made the critical decision to release Richard Ramirez's photograph to the media. This decision represented a calculated risk. While it might help the public identify and report the Night Stalker, It would also alert Ramirez that he had been identified and could cause him to flee the state or escalate his violence. The photograph, taken from Ramirez's previous arrest records, was distributed to every major news outlet in California. By the evening news broadcasts on August 30th, his face was being shown on television screens throughout the state. The following morning, August 31st, 1985, his photograph appeared on the front pages of newspapers across California, including the Los Angeles Times and other major dailies. The media response to the photograph release was unprecedented. Television stations interrupted regular programming to broadcast the image and warn viewers to be on the lookout for the Night Stalker. Radio stations provided regular updates, and newspapers printed special editions to ensure maximum distribution of the photograph. The goal was to saturate the media market so thoroughly that no one in California could avoid seeing Ramirez's face. This strategy proved to be exactly what was needed to end the Night Stalker's reign of terror. However, Ramirez himself was initially unaware that his photograph had been released. He had been visiting relatives in Arizona and was returning to Los Angeles on the morning of August 31st, unaware that he was now the most wanted man in California. On the morning of August 31st, 1985, Richard Ramirez made a fatal mistake that would lead to his capture. He stopped at a liquor store in East Los Angeles and saw his own face staring back at him from the front page of a Spanish-language newspaper. The headline identified him as El Matador, the killer. The moment of recognition was a turning point in the case. For over a year, Ramirez had operated with impunity, confident in his ability to avoid identification and capture. Now, suddenly, he realized that his anonymity was gone and that his face was known to millions of people throughout California. The psychological impact of this realization would contribute to the panicked behavior that would lead to his capture. A woman in the store recognized Ramirez from the newspaper photograph and shouted, "El Maton, the killer." This cry of recognition sent Ramirez fleeing from the store in a panic. For the first time since he had begun his killing spree, he was running from potential victims rather than stalking them. Ramirez's flight from the liquor store marked the beginning of a day-long chase through the streets of East Los Angeles. However, his panic and desperation would lead him to make increasingly poor decisions that would ultimately result in his capture by civilians rather than law enforcement. After fleeing the liquor store, Richard Ramirez found himself on foot in a neighborhood where his photograph had been widely circulated. His distinctive appearance, which had served him well during his crimes, now made him immediately recognizable to anyone who had seen the morning news or newspapers. In a desperate attempt to escape, Ramirez ran toward Interstate 5, apparently hoping to steal a vehicle and flee the area. However, his erratic behavior and obvious panic attracted attention from residents who had seen his photograph and were on the lookout for the Night Stalker. What followed was one of the most dramatic captures of a serial killer in American history. Ramirez spotted an unlocked red Ford Mustang and attempted to steal it. However, the owner's father, Faustino Pinion, witnessed the attempted theft and confronted the would-be carjacker. Despite knowing that he was facing one of the most dangerous criminals in American history, Pinion fought with Ramirez and prevented him from stealing the vehicle. The confrontation between Pinion and Ramirez attracted the attention of other neighborhood residents. As word spread that the Night Stalker had been spotted, more and more people joined the effort to subdue him. What began as a fight between two men quickly evolved into a mob action involving dozens of angry residents. The scene in East Los Angeles on August 31st, 1985, represented a remarkable moment of community solidarity in the face of terror. Residents who had lived in fear for over a year suddenly found themselves with the opportunity to take action against the man who had terrorized their communities. The response was swift, decisive, and overwhelming. As more neighbors joined the confrontation, Ramirez found himself outnumbered and unable to escape. The crowd that formed around him included men and women of all ages, united in their determination to prevent his escape. Some residents armed themselves with improvised weapons, including steel rods and other objects that could be used to subdue the killer. The beating that followed was severe enough that Ramirez was left bloodied and barely conscious. However, the mob's actions were restrained enough that they did not kill him, instead holding him until law enforcement could arrive. This restraint was remarkable given the level of fear and anger that the Night Stalker had generated throughout the community. During the beating, Ramirez repeatedly shouted, Déjame en paz, déjame en paz, Spanish for leave me in peace. The irony of this plea was not lost on the residents who had subdued him, as he had shown no mercy to his own victims over the previous year. When police finally arrived, Ramirez actually thanked them for rescuing him from the mob. When Los Angeles Police Department officers arrived at the scene, they found Richard Ramirez being held by an angry mob of residents. The man who had eluded the largest manhunt in California history had been captured not by law enforcement, but by ordinary citizens who had taken matters into their own hands. The arrest marked the end of one of the most terrifying crime sprees in American history. The responding officers immediately recognized the significance of the arrest. Captain Andres Ramirez, no relation to the killer, who was one of the sheriff's deputies who arrived at the scene, later recalled, "People were starting to shout, 'You got the guy. You got the Night Stalker.' It was like half the city of LA was looking for him." The formal arrest of Richard Ramirez occurred at approximately 3 p.m. on August 31st, 1985. He was taken into custody on multiple charges related to the Night Stalker case, including murder, rape, burglary, and attempted murder. The arrest brought an immediate sense of relief to communities throughout California that had lived in fear for over a year. News of the arrest spread rapidly throughout California and beyond. Television stations interrupted regular programming to announce that the Night Stalker had been captured. Radio stations provided continuous updates, and newspapers prepared special editions to cover the dramatic conclusion to the case. The sense of relief and celebration was palpable throughout the state. However, the arrest of Richard Ramirez marked not the end of the Night Stalker case, but rather the beginning of a new phase. Investigators now faced the challenge of building an airtight case against him, while the legal system prepared for what would become one of the most expensive and complex trials in California history. With Richard Ramirez finally in custody, investigators began the process of definitively linking him to the various Night Stalker crimes. The evidence that had accumulated over the course of the investigation was substantial, ranging from fingerprint evidence to eyewitness testimony from survivors. The most compelling evidence was the fingerprint match that had led to his identification. The print found on the stolen car used in the Mission Viejo attack was definitively matched to Ramirez, providing irrefutable proof of his involvement in at least one of the crimes. Additionally, investigators were able to match fingerprints found at several other crime scenes to Ramirez, creating a pattern of evidence that would be difficult to challenge in court. Eyewitness identification also played a crucial role in linking Ramirez to the crimes. Survivors of various attacks, including Maria Hernandez, Inez Erickson, and others, were able to identify him in police lineups. The consistency of these identifications, combined with the detailed descriptions that matched Ramirez's appearance, provided powerful corroborating evidence. Physical evidence found in Ramirez's possession or associated with him also connected him to the crimes. Items stolen from various crime scenes were found in the possession of his associates or had been traced through pawn shop records to him. Additionally, investigators found a car in the El Sereno area that was linked to Ramirez and contained a pentagram drawn on the dashboard, further connecting him to the satanic symbolism found at various crime scenes. The ballistics evidence also supported the case against Ramirez. Bullets recovered from various crime scenes were matched to the same weapons, and these weapons could be traced through various means to Ramirez. The consistency of the ballistics evidence helped establish that a single perpetrator was responsible for multiple attacks. One of the most significant developments following Ramirez's arrest was the connection investigators made between him and the murder of Jenny Vincow in June 1984. This case, which had occurred over a year before the recognized beginning of the Night Stalker series, had remained unsolved despite the obvious similarities to later attacks. After Ramirez's arrest and fingerprinting, investigators were able to match two of his prints to evidence found at the Vincow crime scene. The prints had been found on a window screen that had been removed to gain entry to Vincow's ground floor apartment. This evidence definitively linked Ramirez to what was now recognized as the first Night Stalker murder. The connection to the Vincow murder was significant for several reasons. First, it extended the timeline of Ramirez's known criminal activity and demonstrated that he had been active as a killer for longer than previously thought. Second, it provided additional murder charges that prosecutors could use in seeking the death penalty. Finally, it validated the investigative techniques that had been used throughout the case. The Vincow connection also provided insight into the evolution of Ramirez's criminal behavior. The murder showed many of the characteristics that would become his signature: forced entry through a window, extreme violence, and sexual assault. However, it lacked some of the more elaborate satanic symbolism that would characterize his later crimes, suggesting that his methods and psychological state had evolved over time. Hashtag Chapter 7. The Trial of the Century, 1988 to 1989. The legal proceedings against Richard Ramirez began almost immediately after his arrest, but the path to trial would prove to be long and complex. The case involved multiple jurisdictions, dozens of charges, and unprecedented media attention that created numerous challenges for both prosecution and defense. What should have been a straightforward criminal prosecution became one of the most complicated and expensive trials in California history. The first major challenge was determining which jurisdiction would prosecute the case. Ramirez had committed crimes in Los Angeles County, Orange County, and San Francisco, each of which had legitimate claims to prosecute. After extensive negotiations between prosecutors, it was decided that Los Angeles County would handle the majority of the charges, while the other jurisdictions would postpone their cases pending the outcome of the primary trial. The complexity of the charges also created significant pretrial challenges. Prosecutors ultimately decided to charge Ramirez with 43 felony counts, including 13 counts of murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, 11 counts of sexual assault, and 14 counts of burglary. Each charge required extensive preparation and documentation, creating a massive case file that would challenge both prosecution and defense teams. Jury selection proved to be particularly difficult due to the extensive media coverage the case had received. Finding jurors who had not been exposed to prejudicial information about Ramirez and his crimes was nearly impossible in Los Angeles County. The voir dire process took months as attorneys questioned hundreds of potential jurors about their knowledge of the case and their ability to remain impartial. The defense team, led by Daniel Hernandez and Arturo Hernandez, faced the enormous challenge of defending a client whose crimes had been extensively documented and who had been identified by multiple survivors. Their strategy would focus on challenging the eyewitness identifications and raising questions about the reliability of the physical evidence. The prosecution, led by Deputy District Attorney Phil Halpin, built their case methodically, presenting the 43 felony charges as 15 separate incidents in chronological order. This approach allowed jurors to see the pattern and escalation in Ramirez's criminal behavior while also demonstrating the consistency of his methods across multiple attacks. The presentation of evidence was extensive and graphic. Prosecutors used charts, maps, and color photographs to help jurors understand the scope and brutality of Ramirez's crimes. The photographs of crime scenes and victims were particularly disturbing, causing some jurors and courtroom observers to weep during testimony. Eyewitness testimony formed a crucial component of the prosecution's case. Survivors of various attacks took the stand to identify Ramirez and describe their ordeals. Maria Hernandez testified about the attack that killed her roommate Dale Okazaki. Inez Erickson described her assault and Ramirez's self-identification as the Night Stalker. Sakina Abawath recounted the murder of her husband and her own sexual assault. The forensic evidence presented by prosecutors was particularly compelling. Fingerprint experts testified about the matches between prints found at various crime scenes and Ramirez's known prints. Ballistics experts explained how bullets from different crime scenes had been fired from the same weapons. DNA evidence, which was still relatively new in criminal prosecutions, was also used to link Ramirez to several attacks. Perhaps most damaging to the defense was the testimony about Ramirez's behavior and statements during his crimes. Multiple survivors testified that he had forced them to swear allegiance to Satan during their assaults. This testimony not only corroborated the accounts of different victims, but also demonstrated the deliberate and ritualistic nature of many of his crimes. The defense team faced an almost impossible task in defending Richard Ramirez. The evidence against him was overwhelming, including fingerprints, eyewitness testimony, and physical evidence linking him to multiple crime scenes. Rather than claiming innocence, the defense focused on challenging the reliability of the evidence and raising questions about the investigation. Daniel Hernandez, who handled the cross-examination of witnesses, employed a strategy of attacking eyewitness identifications. He argued that the lighting conditions and traumatic circumstances of the attacks made reliable identification impossible. Expert witnesses testified about the unreliability of eyewitness testimony under stress and the potential for suggestion to influence identifications. The defense also challenged the fingerprint evidence, arguing that the processing and handling of evidence had not met proper standards. They raised questions about chain of custody and the potential for contamination or misidentification of prints. However, the sheer volume of fingerprint evidence made this line of defense difficult to sustain. In what would prove to be a controversial decision, the defense chose not to present evidence about Ramirez's troubled childhood or mental state. While such evidence might have provided mitigation during the penalty phase, the defense apparently believed that it would not be effective given the overwhelming evidence of guilt and the horrific nature of the crimes. Throughout the trial, Richard Ramirez's behavior in the courtroom became almost as much of a story as the evidence against him. His demeanor was consistently defiant and unrepentant, often displaying an arrogance that seemed to mock the proceedings and the suffering of his victims. Ramirez's most famous courtroom moment occurred during his arraignment, when he displayed a pentagram drawn on his palm and shouted, "Hail Satan," as he was led from the courtroom. This dramatic gesture made headlines throughout the country and reinforced his image as a devotee of evil. The pentagram had apparently been drawn in his own blood, adding an additional element of shock to the display. During the trial itself, Ramirez often appeared disinterested in the proceedings. He would slouch in his chair, make faces at witnesses, and generally behave as though the trial was an inconvenience rather than a matter of life and death. When survivors testified about their ordeals, he showed no emotion or remorse. Perhaps most disturbing was Ramirez's interaction with the female groupies who attended his trial. A number of women, many dressed in black and displaying their own satanic symbols, came to court regularly to show their support for him. Ramirez would acknowledge their presence, pulling his sunglasses down to make eye contact with them and generally behaving as though he was enjoying celebrity status. The groupie phenomenon added a surreal element to the proceedings. These women, who seemed to be attracted to Ramirez's notoriety and dark charisma, would later send him letters and gifts in prison. Some even claimed to be in love with him, demonstrating the disturbing psychological attraction that some people feel toward notorious criminals. After months of testimony and deliberation, the jury reached their verdict on September 20th, 1989. Richard Ramirez was found guilty on all 43 counts, including 13 counts of murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, 11 counts of sexual assault, and 14 counts of burglary. The unanimous verdict represented a complete victory for the prosecution and validation of the enormous investigative effort that had gone into building the case. The reading of the verdict was a dramatic moment in the courtroom. Spectators gasped as each guilty verdict was announced, and several family members of victims were seen crying with relief. For many, the verdict represented not just justice for the specific crimes, but vindication for the terror that had gripped their communities for over a year. Ramirez himself showed little emotion as the verdicts were read. True to form, he maintained his defiant demeanor and showed no signs of remorse or regret. His lack of reaction contrasted sharply with the emotional responses of victims' families and the obvious relief felt by investigators and prosecutors. The conviction on multiple murder charges with special circumstances made Ramirez eligible for the death penalty. However, the trial was far from over, as the penalty phase would require additional proceedings to determine whether he would be sentenced to death or life in prison without parole. The penalty phase of Richard Ramirez's trial began in October 1989, with both prosecution and defense declining to present witnesses. This unusual decision meant that the jury would base their sentencing recommendation solely on the evidence presented during the guilt phase of the trial. The prosecution argued that Ramirez deserved the death penalty based on the extreme cruelty and callousness of his crimes. They emphasized the multiple murders, the torture of victims, and the terror he had inflicted on entire communities. The prosecutors pointed to the special circumstances that had been proven, including multiple murders, burglary, rape, and the torture of victims. The defense pleaded with jurors to show mercy and spare Ramirez's life. However, their arguments were limited by their decision not to present mitigation evidence about his troubled childhood or mental state. Without such evidence, they could only ask the jury to reject the death penalty as a matter of principle. After 4 days of deliberation, the jury returned with their sentencing recommendation on October 4th, 1989. They recommended the death penalty on 19 separate counts, one of the largest death sentences ever handed down in California. The recommendation reflected the jury's belief that the crimes were so heinous that only the ultimate punishment was appropriate. The formal sentencing hearing took place on November 7th, 1989, with Superior Court Judge Michael Tynan presiding. Before imposing sentence, the judge allowed Ramirez to make a statement to the court. What followed was one of the most chilling speeches ever delivered by a convicted killer. Ramirez's statement was filled with defiance and references to his satanic beliefs. He told the court, "You don't understand me. You are not expected to. You are not capable of it. I am beyond your experience. I am beyond good and evil. I will be avenged. Lucifer dwells in us all." The statement reinforced his image as an unrepentant servant of evil and showed no acknowledgement of the pain he had caused. Judge Tynan responded by noting that there were no mitigating factors in any of Ramirez's crimes and that they displayed cruelty, callousness, and viciousness beyond any human understanding. He specifically cited Ramirez's gouging out of a victim's eyes and his use of satanic symbols at crime scenes as examples of the defendant's obscene behavior. The judge then formally imposed the death sentence, stating, "It is the judgment and sentence of this court that Richard Ramirez shall suffer the death penalty. This penalty is to be inflicted within the walls of the state prison at San Quentin, California." The sentence meant that Ramirez would be transported to San Quentin's death row to await execution. As he was led from the courtroom for the final time, Ramirez made one last defiant gesture. He flashed a two-finger devil's horn sign and shouted, "Big deal. Death always went with the territory. I'll see you in Disneyland." Even facing the death penalty, he remained unrepentant and continued to mock the justice system and his victims. Hashtag Chapter 8. Death Row and the Final Years, 1989 to 2013. Following his sentencing, Richard Ramirez was transported to San Quentin State Prison, where he would spend the remainder of his life on death row. San Quentin, located north of San Francisco Bay, housed California's condemned inmates in conditions that were both secure and austere. For Ramirez, this represented the end of his freedom and the beginning of a long wait for an execution that would never come. Death row at San Quentin was a world unto itself, separated from the general prison population and operating under strict security protocols. Inmates were confined to their cells for most of each day, with limited opportunities for exercise, recreation, or social interaction. The environment was designed to be secure rather than comfortable, reflecting society's judgment that these prisoners had forfeited their right to normal human interaction. Ramirez's cell was approximately 48 square feet, containing a narrow bed, a toilet, a sink, and a small shelf for personal items. The walls were concrete, and the only natural light came from a small window that provided a limited view of the world outside. This would be his home for the next 24 years, a stark contrast to the freedom he had enjoyed while terrorizing California. Despite the restrictive environment, Ramirez adapted to life on death row with the same resilience he had shown throughout his criminal career. He established routines and found ways to occupy his time, including extensive correspondence with supporters and admirers. The fan mail he received was voluminous, demonstrating the disturbing fascination that some people felt for notorious criminals. One of the most bizarre aspects of Richard Ramirez's time on death row was his relationship with and eventual marriage to Doreen Leoie, a magazine editor who became obsessed with him after seeing his photograph on television. Their relationship began through correspondence and evolved into what Leoie claimed was genuine love. Doreen Leoie was a 41-year-old journalist and editor who had no previous connection to Ramirez or his crimes. She first saw his mugshot when police interrupted a television program she was watching to announce his identification as the Night Stalker. Rather than being repulsed by his crimes, she claimed to see vulnerability in his image. The correspondence between Leoie and Ramirez began in 1985 and continued for over a decade. She visited him regularly at San Quentin, often being among the first in line when visiting hours began. Their relationship developed over years of conversations through prison plexiglass, with Leoie gradually becoming more devoted to the convicted killer. On October 3, 1996, Leoie and Ramirez were married in a ceremony at San Quentin State Prison. The wedding was a surreal event that attracted significant media attention. Ramirez reportedly refused to wear a gold wedding band, saying Satanists don't wear gold, and opted for a platinum band instead. No one from Leoie's family attended the ceremony, though some of Ramirez's relatives were present. The marriage raised disturbing questions about the psychology of individuals who become romantically involved with notorious criminals. Leoie's devotion to Ramirez appeared to be genuine, but it also represented a profound disconnect from the reality of his crimes and the suffering he had caused. Her willingness to marry a man responsible for multiple murders and sexual assaults demonstrated the power of denial and the dangerous attraction some people feel toward evil. Following his conviction and death sentence, Richard Ramirez began the lengthy appeals process that is standard in California capital cases. His attorneys filed numerous motions challenging various aspects of his trial and conviction, arguing that errors had occurred that warranted either a new trial or a reduction in his sentence. The appeals process in capital cases is notoriously slow and complex, designed to ensure that no innocent person is executed. However, this system also means that condemned inmates can spend decades on death row while their cases work their way through the courts. For Ramirez, this meant that he would likely die of natural causes before any execution could be carried out. The California Supreme Court reviewed Ramirez's case as part of the automatic appeal process for death penalty cases. On August 7, 2006, the court denied his first round of appeals, affirming both his conviction and his death sentence. The court found that the trial had been conducted fairly and that the evidence against Ramirez was overwhelming. In September 2006, Ramirez's attorneys requested a new hearing from the California Supreme Court, arguing that additional evidence had emerged that warranted reconsideration of his case. However, this request was also denied, leaving Ramirez with limited options for further appeals. His case would continue to work its way through the federal courts, but the prospects for success were minimal. As the years passed on death row, Richard Ramirez's health began to deteriorate significantly. The combination of aging, poor prison conditions, and the long-term effects of his previous drug abuse began to take a toll on his physical condition. By the 2000s, it was becoming clear that he was seriously ill. Ramirez was diagnosed with B-cell lymphoma, a form of blood cancer that affects the lymphatic system. This diagnosis was particularly significant because B-cell lymphoma can be associated with chronic hepatitis C infection, which Ramirez had contracted through his years of intravenous drug use. The cancer represented a serious threat to his life and required ongoing medical treatment. In addition to the lymphoma, Ramirez suffered from chronic substance abuse-related health problems and hepatitis C. The hepatitis C infection, which he had likely carried for decades, was gradually destroying his liver and contributing to his overall decline. Prison medical officials noted that his drug abuse had predated his incarceration and was the likely cause of his various health problems. The progression of Ramirez's illness meant that he spent increasing amounts of time in the prison medical facility rather than in his regular death row cell. San Quentin's medical facility was equipped to handle serious illnesses, but the level of care available in prison was necessarily limited compared to what he might have received in a civilian hospital. In 2009, more than 2 decades after Ramirez's conviction, investigators made a significant discovery that expanded the known scope of his crimes. DNA evidence collected from the 1984 murder of 9-year-old Mei Liang in San Francisco was matched to Ramirez, linking him to a crime that had remained unsolved for 25 years. The murder of Mei Liang had occurred on April 10, 1984, in the basement of a San Francisco apartment building. The 9-year-old girl had been sexually assaulted and murdered in a crime that bore similarities to Ramirez's known attacks, but had never been connected to the Night Stalker series. The discovery of his DNA at the scene proved that his criminal activities had begun earlier and included younger victims than previously known. The Liang case was significant for several reasons. It demonstrated that Ramirez had been active as a killer in San Francisco before the recognized beginning of his Southern California crime spree. It also showed that he was willing to target children, expanding the known scope of his predatory behavior. The case provided closure for the Liang family, who had waited over 25 years for justice. However, the DNA match came too late to affect Ramirez's legal situation. He had already been convicted and sentenced to death for his other crimes, and his health was declining rapidly. The new evidence served primarily to confirm what investigators had long suspected, that Richard Ramirez was responsible for more crimes than those for which he had been formally charged. The revelation about the Liang murder also had a profound impact on Doreen Leoie's relationship with her husband. According to reports, Leoie was deeply disturbed by the evidence that Ramirez had murdered a child, and this may have contributed to the apparent end of their marriage. While they never formally divorced, Leoie stopped visiting Ramirez and withdrew from public view after the DNA evidence was revealed. By 2013, Richard Ramirez's health had deteriorated to the point where death appeared imminent. The combination of B-cell lymphoma, hepatitis C, and other health problems had weakened him significantly. In early June 2013, his condition worsened to the point where he required hospitalization outside of the prison. Ramirez was transported from San Quentin's death row to Marin General Hospital, where he could receive more intensive medical care. However, his condition was too advanced for effective treatment, and it became clear that he was dying. The man who had terrorized California for over a year was finally succumbing to the long-term consequences of his lifestyle and the natural aging process. On the morning of June 7, 2013, Richard Ramirez died at Marin General Hospital. According to the coroner's office, the immediate cause of death was complications from B-cell lymphoma. The cancer had been exacerbated by his chronic hepatitis C infection and the long-term effects of his drug abuse. He was 53 years old at the time of his death. The announcement of Ramirez's death brought mixed reactions from victims' families and the general public. Some expressed relief that he was finally gone and could never hurt anyone again. Others felt that his natural death had cheated justice, as he had avoided the execution that had been ordered by the court. Reina Pinion, whose husband had fought with Ramirez during his capture, summed up this sentiment. "To me, he had a better death than all those people whose lives he took." The death of Richard Ramirez marked the end of one of the most notorious criminal careers in American history. His reign of terror had lasted only 16 months, but its impact on California and the nation extended far beyond that brief period. The Night Stalker case had changed the way people thought about personal safety and had influenced criminal investigation techniques for decades to come. The case demonstrated the vulnerability of suburban communities to random predatory violence. Before Ramirez, many middle-class families in California had felt relatively safe in their homes. The Night Stalker attack shattered that sense of security and forced people to acknowledge that no one was truly safe from a determined predator. The behavioral changes that resulted from the case — locked doors and windows, security systems, increased police patrols — became permanent features of life in many communities. From a law enforcement perspective, the Night Stalker case represented both a triumph and a learning experience. The investigation had required unprecedented cooperation between multiple agencies and had pushed the limits of available technology. The successful use of the EFIS fingerprint system in identifying Ramirez had validated the investment in new forensic technologies and encouraged further development of computerized investigation tools. The case also highlighted the importance of public cooperation in criminal investigations. The capture of Ramirez by civilians demonstrated that community involvement could be decisive in stopping dangerous criminals. This lesson influenced the development of more effective public awareness campaigns and community policing strategies. However, the Night Stalker case also revealed troubling aspects of American society, including the public fascination with serial killers and the tendency to glamorize or romanticize violent criminals. The phenomenon of groupies attracted to notorious killers, exemplified by Doreen Leo's relationship with Ramirez, raised disturbing questions about the psychology of evil and the media's role in creating celebrity criminals. Hashtag Chapter 9. The investigation that changed everything. The Night Stalker investigation represented a watershed moment in the evolution of criminal forensic science. The case showcased the potential of emerging technologies while also highlighting the continued importance of traditional investigative methods. The successful resolution of the case validated significant investments in new forensic technologies and encouraged further innovation in criminal investigation. The most significant technological breakthrough in the Ramirez case was the use of the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFIS. This computer-based system represented a revolutionary advancement over the manual fingerprint comparison methods that had been used for nearly a century. Before AFIS, comparing a crime scene fingerprint to existing records could take weeks, months, or even years. The new system could search through millions of records in minutes. The California AFIS system had been installed just months before the Night Stalker case reached its climax. When the fingerprint from Ramirez's abandoned car was submitted to the system, It produced a match in just 14 minutes. This rapid identification was crucial in preventing additional murders and demonstrated the transformative potential of computerized forensic databases. The success of AFIS in the Ramirez case led to rapid expansion of the technology throughout the United States and internationally. Law enforcement agencies that had been hesitant to invest in expensive computer systems were suddenly eager to acquire the technology that had proven so effective. The Night Stalker case became a selling point for AFIS vendors and a rallying cry for advocates of forensic technology advancement. Beyond fingerprint technology, the case also featured early use of DNA analysis in criminal investigation. While DNA fingerprinting was still in its infancy in the mid-1980s, investigators were able to use genetic evidence to link Ramirez to some of his crimes. This application of DNA technology helped establish its credibility and contributed to its eventual acceptance as a standard forensic tool. The Night Stalker case required an unprecedented level of cooperation between law enforcement agencies throughout California. Ramirez's crimes had occurred in multiple counties and cities, each with its own police force and investigative procedures. The successful resolution of the case demonstrated both the necessity and the difficulty of coordinating complex multi-jurisdictional investigations. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department took the lead role in the investigation, with Detective Gil Carrillo serving as one of the primary investigators. However, the case also involved the Los Angeles Police Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, the San Francisco Police Department, and numerous smaller municipal agencies. Each agency brought its own resources and expertise to the investigation, but coordination was often challenging. Detective Frank Salerno, who had previously worked on the Hillside Strangler case, provided crucial leadership in managing the multi-agency effort. His experience with complex serial killer investigations and his reputation within the law enforcement community helped ensure cooperation between agencies that sometimes had competing interests. The partnership between Salerno and the younger Carrillo became the operational heart of the investigation. The Night Stalker task force that emerged from this cooperation became a model for future multi-jurisdictional investigations. The task force included investigators, forensic specialists, and support personnel from multiple agencies, all working toward the common goal of identifying and apprehending the killer. Regular briefings and information-sharing sessions ensured that all participating agencies remained informed about developments in the case. The success of the multi-agency approach in the Night Stalker case influenced the development of formal protocols for handling serial crime investigations. Many states subsequently established procedures for automatically coordinating investigations when similar crimes occurred in multiple jurisdictions. The case demonstrated that serial killers who cross jurisdictional boundaries require a coordinated response that transcends traditional law enforcement boundaries. The relationship between law enforcement and the media in the Night Stalker case was complex and sometimes problematic, but ultimately proved crucial to the successful resolution of the investigation. The decision to release Ramirez's photograph to the public represented a calculated risk that paid off dramatically. Media coverage of the Night Stalker case was intense and often sensationalized. Television stations provided extensive coverage of each attack, newspapers published detailed accounts of the crimes, and radio stations offered regular updates on the investigation. While this coverage sometimes included information that investigators would have preferred to keep confidential, it also served important public safety functions. The public's response to the media coverage was remarkable in its scope and intensity. Citizens throughout California became active participants in the investigation, calling in tips and reporting suspicious activities. Gun stores and security companies experienced unprecedented demand as residents sought to protect themselves. The level of public engagement demonstrated how media coverage could mobilize entire communities in response to a criminal threat. The decision to release Ramirez's photograph represented a turning point in the relationship between law enforcement and the public in the case. Rather than relying solely on traditional investigative methods, authorities chose to enlist the entire population of California as potential witnesses. This strategy proved to be exactly what was needed to end Ramirez's reign of terror. The success of the public appeal in the Night Stalker case influenced law enforcement practices for decades to come. Police agencies became more willing to seek public assistance in high-profile cases, and systems were developed to manage the flood of tips that such appeals typically generate. The case demonstrated that an informed and engaged public could be law enforcement's most valuable asset in stopping dangerous criminals. The Night Stalker case had a profound impact on the development of victim services and support systems throughout California. The large number of survivors and their families created an unprecedented need for counseling, advocacy, and long-term support services. The response to this need influenced the evolution of victims' rights and support programs. Many of the Night Stalker survivors suffered from what would later be recognized as post-traumatic stress disorder. The random nature of the attacks and the extreme violence involved created psychological trauma that extended far beyond the immediate physical injuries. The need to address this trauma led to the development of specialized counseling programs for violent crime victims. The trial proceedings also highlighted the need for better support systems for victims and their families. Testifying about traumatic experiences in open court, often while facing the perpetrator, was itself a traumatic experience for many survivors. The Night Stalker trial led to reforms in courtroom procedures designed to reduce the secondary trauma experienced by victims during legal proceedings. The families of murder victims faced their own unique challenges in dealing with the aftermath of the Night Stalker crimes. Many struggled with grief, anger, and a sense of helplessness that was compounded by the extensive media coverage of the case. Support groups and advocacy organizations that emerged during this period continued to serve victims' families for decades afterward. The impact of the Night Stalker case on victim services extended beyond California. The high-profile nature of the case and the extensive documentation of victims' experiences provided valuable insights into the long-term effects of violent crime. These insights influenced the development of victim services programs throughout the United States and contributed to the broader victims' rights movement. The Night Stalker case represented an important milestone in the development of criminal psychological profiling as an investigative tool. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit provided assistance to the investigation, offering insights into the likely characteristics and behavior patterns of the unknown killer. This early application of profiling techniques helped validate the approach and contributed to its wider acceptance within law enforcement. The profile developed for the Night Stalker proved to be remarkably accurate in many respects. Profilers correctly predicted that the killer would be a young Hispanic male with a history of burglary and drug use. They also accurately anticipated that he would escalate his violence over time, and that he would likely have a fascination with Satanism or the occult. The success of profiling in the Night Stalker case led to increased interest in the technique among law enforcement agencies. Police departments that had been skeptical of psychological approaches to criminal investigation began to see the value of behavioral analysis. The case helped establish profiling as a legitimate and useful tool in serial crime investigations. However, the Night Stalker case also highlighted the limitations of psychological profiling. While the general profile was accurate, it did not provide specific information that led directly to Ramirez's identification. The case demonstrated that profiling was most valuable when used in conjunction with traditional investigative methods and physical evidence. The extensive study of Richard Ramirez's background and psychological development also contributed to the broader understanding of serial killer psychology. His combination of childhood trauma, head injuries, substance abuse, and exposure to violence provided insights into the factors that might contribute to the development of serial killing behavior. This research influenced both criminal investigation techniques and prevention efforts. Hashtag Chapter 10. The victims and their stories. The human cost of Richard Ramirez's reign of terror extended far beyond statistics and legal proceedings. Each of his victims was a unique individual with their own dreams, relationships, and contributions to their communities. Understanding their stories provides essential context for comprehending the true impact of the Night Stalker's crimes. Jenny Vincao, the 79-year-old woman who became Ramirez's first known victim, had lived a full life before her brutal murder in June 1984. A resident of Glassell Park, she represented the vulnerability of elderly citizens to predatory violence. Her death marked the beginning of a crime spree that would terrorize California for over a year. Dale Okazaki, 34, was a law student with a bright future ahead of her when she was murdered in March 1985. Her death, along with the attempted murder of her roommate Maria Hernandez, marked the beginning of the intense phase of the Night Stalker's activities. Okazaki's murder demonstrated that young, educated professionals were not immune to Ramirez's violence. Silian Yu, 30, was killed on the same night as Okazaki, becoming the second victim of what would prove to be a double murder. Her death near her home in Monterey Park showed that the Night Stalker was willing to strike multiple times in a single evening. Yu's murder helped establish the pattern of violence that would characterize the case. Vincent and Maxine Zazzera were 64 and 44 years old respectively when they were murdered in their Whittier home. Vincent was a successful businessman, and Maxine was his devoted wife. Their murder was particularly shocking because of the extreme mutilation that Maxine suffered, including the removal of her eyes. The Zazzera murders demonstrated that financial success and suburban location provided no protection from the Night Stalker. Bill and Lillian Doy, aged 66 and 56, were attacked in their Monterey Park home in May 1985. Bill died from his injuries while Lillian, who was disabled, survived the sexual assault. Their case highlighted the Night Stalker's willingness to target the most vulnerable members of society. Mabel Bell, 83, and her sister Florence Lang, 81, were brutally attacked in their Monrovia home. Bell died from her injuries while Lang survived, but remained traumatized. Their case was significant for the introduction of satanic symbolism, with pentagrams drawn on Bell's body and the bedroom walls. Joyce Nelson, 60, was beaten to death in her Monterey Park home in July 1985. A grandmother who had been warned to lock her doors, she had refused to be a prisoner in her own home. Her murder demonstrated the difficulty that law enforcement faced in protecting potential victims when the attacks appeared to be random. Maxine and Lela Needing, 68 and 66 years old respectively, were murdered in their Glendale home in July 1985. The couple had been beloved by their family and community, representing the glue that held their extended family together. Their deaths with a machete marked a new level of brutality in the Night Stalker case. Chainarong Covenanth, 32, was shot to death in his Sun Valley home while his wife and child were forced to witness the attack. His murder was part of the same night of violence that claimed the Needings, demonstrating the escalating frequency and intensity of Ramirez's crimes. Elias Abawath, 31, was murdered in his Diamond Bar home while his wife was sexually assaulted. His death occurred during one of the attacks that provided crucial evidence for the investigation. The trauma inflicted on his wife and young son demonstrated the lasting impact of the Night Stalker's crimes on surviving family members. The survivors of Richard Ramirez's attacks displayed remarkable courage both during their ordeals and in the aftermath. Their willingness to testify against their attacker and to provide crucial evidence to investigators was instrumental in ensuring his conviction. Maria Hernandez survived the attack that killed her roommate Dale Okazaki, becoming one of the first people to provide a detailed description of the Night Stalker. Her survival was due to a fortunate deflection of the bullet by her car keys, but her presence of mind in pretending to be dead likely saved her life. Her testimony proved crucial in identifying and convicting Ramirez. Whitney Bennett was only 16 years old when Ramirez attacked her with a tire iron while she slept. Her survival was attributed to what Ramirez apparently interpreted as divine intervention when sparks flew from a telephone cord he was using to strangle her. Bennett required nearly 500 stitches to her head, but made a full recovery and later testified against her attacker. Chris and Virginia Peterson both survived being shot during Ramirez's attack on their Northridge home. Chris Peterson's willingness to fight back despite his gunshot wound likely saved both their lives. Their survival provided investigators with detailed eyewitness testimony about the Night Stalker's methods and appearance. Sakina Abawath survived the attack that killed her husband Elias, despite being sexually assaulted while her young son was present. Her ability to untie herself and her child after the attack and to provide detailed testimony about the assault was crucial to the investigation. Her courage in testifying about her traumatic experience helped ensure Ramirez's conviction. Inez Erickson survived the attack that severely wounded her fiancé, Bill Carnes. Her testimony was particularly significant because Ramirez had identified himself to her as the Night Stalker. This self-identification provided crucial evidence of his awareness of his notoriety and his pride in his criminal activities. The courage displayed by these survivors extended beyond the immediate aftermath of their attacks. Many continued to suffer from post-traumatic stress and other psychological effects for years afterward. Their willingness to participate in the legal proceedings, despite the additional trauma this involved, demonstrated remarkable strength and commitment to justice. The Night Stalker's crimes created ripple effects that extended far beyond the immediate victims to encompass families, friends, and entire communities. The random nature of the attacks meant that no one could feel entirely safe, creating a climate of fear that affected millions of people. Peter Zazera, who lost his father Vincent and stepmother Maxine in one of the most brutal attacks, described how the murders ruined our entire family. The close-knit family dissolved within months of the attack, unable to cope with the trauma and grief. His experience was representative of many families who found that the violent loss of loved ones created wounds that never fully healed. Robin Sandoval, granddaughter of Maxine and Lela Needing, recalled how our grandparents had been the glue for our family. Their murder left the extended family struggling to maintain connections and traditions that had centered around the elderly couple. The loss of family anchors like the Needings had effects that extended across generations. Colleen Nelson, granddaughter of Joyce Nelson, was only 18 years old when she had to confront the reality of her grandmother's brutal murder. The experience of testifying at Ramirez's trial, where she had to look at the man who had killed her grandmother, was particularly traumatic. Her account of sitting in the courtroom while Ramirez would pull his glasses down and "I kind of check you out" illustrated the additional trauma that court proceedings could inflict on victims' families. The impact on communities extended beyond individual families to affect entire neighborhoods and regions. Residents of the San Gabriel Valley, which bore the brunt of many attacks, fundamentally changed their daily routines and security practices. Homes that had never been locked began to resemble fortresses, and neighborly trust gave way to suspicious vigilance. The economic impact of the Night Stalker case was also significant. Sales of firearms, security systems, and other protective devices skyrocketed throughout Southern California. Some businesses reported decreased activity during evening hours as residents avoided going out after dark. The psychological trauma of the case translated into real economic consequences for entire communities. The healing process for Night Stalker victims and their families proved to be long and difficult. Many survivors continued to struggle with psychological trauma for years or even decades after the attacks. The random nature of the crimes and the extreme violence involved created particular challenges for recovery. Post-traumatic stress disorder became a common diagnosis among survivors. Symptoms included nightmares, anxiety, depression, and hypervigilance, all normal responses to abnormal and traumatic experiences. The development of specialized treatment programs for violent crime victims was partly inspired by the needs of Night Stalker survivors. The families of murder victims faced their own unique challenges in the healing process. Grief over the loss of loved ones was complicated by anger over the senseless nature of the crimes and frustration with the lengthy legal proceedings. Many family members found that the trial and appeals process prolonged their trauma by forcing them to relive the crimes repeatedly. Some survivors and family members found strength in advocacy work and victim support activities. Their experiences provided valuable insights that helped other crime victims and influenced improvements in victim services. The courage they displayed in sharing their stories helped reduce the stigma often associated with being a crime victim. The communities affected by the Night Stalker also engaged in collective healing processes. Memorial services, community meetings, and mutual support activities helped residents process their shared trauma. The experience of coming together to capture Ramirez provided a positive counterpoint to the fear and helplessness that had characterized much of the investigation. However, some effects of the Night Stalker case proved to be permanent. Many residents never returned to their pre-1985 security practices, maintaining higher levels of vigilance and protection. The case fundamentally altered perceptions of personal safety in suburban California and influenced behavior patterns for generations. #epilogue. Legacy of the Night Stalker. The Night Stalker case left an indelible mark on the American criminal justice system that extends far beyond the conviction of Richard Ramirez. The investigation techniques, technological innovations, and interagency cooperation models developed during the case influenced law enforcement practices for decades to come. The case demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of various investigative approaches. The successful use of the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFS, in identifying Ramirez validated the investment in computerized forensic technologies and accelerated their adoption nationwide. Police departments throughout the United States began investing heavily in similar systems, recognizing their potential to solve both new crimes and cold cases. The Night Stalker case became a powerful selling point for forensic technology vendors and helped establish the credibility of computerized investigation tools. The multi-jurisdictional cooperation required by the case also established new standards for handling serial crime investigations. The attention paid to Ramirez by admirers like Doreen Leoie highlighted the disturbing attraction that some people feel toward notorious criminals. This phenomenon raised important questions about the responsibility of media outlets in how they portray violent criminals. The Night Stalker case also influenced the development of criminal profiling as both an investigative tool and a form of entertainment. The public's fascination with understanding the psychology of serial killers led to increased interest in profiling techniques and the experts who employed them. This interest contributed to the popularity of crime dramas and documentaries that featured psychological analysis of criminal behavior. The case continues to influence popular culture today, with new documentaries, podcasts, and other media productions regularly revisiting the crimes and their impact. This ongoing attention demonstrates the enduring public fascination with the case and its broader significance in American criminal history. The Night Stalker case provides important insights into the nature of criminal behavior and the factors that can contribute to the development of extreme violence. Richard Ramirez's background included many of the risk factors that researchers have identified as potentially contributing to violent behavior: childhood abuse, head injuries, substance abuse, and exposure to violence. However, the case also demonstrates the limitations of simple explanations for criminal behavior. While Ramirez's troubled childhood may have contributed to his development as a killer, millions of people experience similar trauma without becoming violent criminals. The case illustrates the complex interaction of biological, psychological, and social factors that can lead to extreme antisocial behavior. The role of choice and personal responsibility in Ramirez's crimes also remains an important consideration. Despite his troubled background, he made conscious decisions to commit violent acts against innocent people. His lack of remorse and his pride in his criminal activities demonstrated a fundamental rejection of moral and social norms that went beyond simple psychological damage. The Night Stalker case also highlights the importance of early intervention in preventing the development of violent criminals. Many of the warning signs present in Ramirez's childhood and adolescence might have been addressed through appropriate mental health and social services. The case provides a cautionary tale about the potential consequences of failing to address childhood trauma and antisocial behavior. However, the case also demonstrates the resilience of communities and individuals in the face of extreme evil. The courage displayed by survivors, the dedication of investigators, and the solidarity of communities all provide positive examples of human response to criminal violence. These responses offer hope that evil can be confronted and overcome through collective action and individual courage. As the years have passed since Richard Ramirez's death, the full scope and impact of his crimes have become clearer. While he was convicted of 13 murders, investigators believe he may have been responsible for additional killings that were never definitively linked to him. The discovery of his DNA connection to the murder of 9-year-old Mei Liang demonstrated that his criminal activities extended beyond the known Night Stalker series. The financial cost of the Night Stalker case was enormous, including the investigation expenses, trial costs, and the ongoing expense of housing Ramirez on death row for 24 years. However, these costs pale in comparison to the human toll of his crimes. The psychological trauma inflicted on survivors and victims' families created wounds that in many cases never fully healed. The case also revealed important truths about the nature of justice and the limitations of the legal system. While Ramirez was convicted and sentenced to death, his natural death prevented the execution of the sentence. Some victims' families felt that justice had been incomplete, while others found closure in knowing that he could never hurt anyone again. The Night Stalker case serves as a stark reminder of the capacity for evil that exists within human nature. Richard Ramirez's crimes represented a level of cruelty and callousness that challenged basic assumptions about human decency. His embrace of Satanism and his pride in his violent acts demonstrated a complete rejection of moral and social norms. However, the case Richard went to the hall closet in his building and grabbed a 2-foot-long wooden pole. He then waited in the shadows of the alley next to his building, planning to confront his tormentor. When Charlie Lane appeared, Richard attacked him with a wooden pole, beating him over and over again until Lane was dead. But Richard did not stop there. He was determined to make sure the body could never be identified. Using a hatchet, he cut off all of Charlie's fingers. Then he used pliers to pull out all of Lane's teeth. These were the same techniques he had read about in his crime magazines for preventing identification of murder victims. After disposing of Charlie Lane's body, Richard was not finished. He was filled with a new sense of power and confidence that he had never felt before. He went after the rest of Charlie's gang members and beat them all nearly to death with an iron rod. During a later interview, Richard said that this was when he learned that it was better to give than to receive. The murder of Charlie Lane was a transformative moment for Richard. He had discovered that killing made him feel powerful and in control. The murder went unsolved, and Richard got away with his crime. This gave him confidence that he could kill again without getting caught. From that point on, violence became Richard's solution to any problem or conflict in his life. After dropping out of school and committing his first murder, Richard Kuklinski began his life as a career criminal. During his teenage years, he was involved in various illegal activities. He became skilled at stealing cars when he was just 13 years old, and he used these skills to make money. He also began committing burglaries and other thefts to support himself. Richard grew into a physically imposing young man. By the time he reached adulthood, he stood 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed nearly 300 pounds. His enormous size, combined with his violent temper, made him a feared figure in his neighborhood. People who knew him described him as having hands and shoulders that were unusually large, even for someone of his size. During his late teenage years and early 20s, Richard began working as a pool shark in Manhattan. He would frustrate pool games, cheating other players out of their money. But Richard's short fuse and violent nature often got him into trouble. If someone accused him of cheating or tried to cheat him, Richard would quickly resort to violence. In his spare time, Richard would roam the streets of Manhattan looking for people to rob and kill. He later claimed that this period of his life was like a training ground where he experimented with different methods of killing to see what felt right. He would shoot, stab, and bludgeon random victims to death. Sometimes he would dump the bodies in the Hudson River, and other times he would just leave them where they died. Richard had one rule that he followed throughout his entire criminal career. He would never kill women or children, only men. Richard Kuklinski's entry into organized crime began in the 1950s when he became involved in illegal activities that caught the attention of local mobsters. His first major connection to organized crime came through his involvement in distributing pirated pornographic films. This was a lucrative business that was controlled by various crime families in New York and New Jersey. Through his work with pornographic films, Richard came to the attention of Roy DeMeo, a member of the Gambino crime family. DeMeo was impressed by Richard's size, his lack of fear, and his willingness to use violence to solve problems. Initially, Richard owed money to DeMeo, but when DeMeo sent men to collect the debt by beating Richard, they discovered that Richard could take a tremendous amount of punishment without breaking. This impressed DeMeo, who decided that Richard could be useful to his organization. DeMeo brought Richard into his crew as an associate, initially having him work on robberies and hijackings. Richard proved to be reliable and effective at these jobs. He was particularly good at intimidating people who owed money to the organization. His massive size and violent reputation made most people pay their debts quickly rather than risk confronting him. As Richard proved himself to be trustworthy and effective, DeMeo began giving him more important assignments. Eventually, DeMeo started using Richard as an enforcer and, ultimately, as a contract killer. This marked the beginning of Richard's career as a professional hitman for organized crime families. In 1961, despite his growing involvement in criminal activities, Richard Kuklinski met and became obsessed with a young woman named Barbara Petrosai. Barbara was just 18 years old and fresh out of high school when she met Richard, who was 7 years older and already married. She was working as a secretary at a trucking company in New Jersey, and Richard had a job at the loading dock. Richard pursued Barbara with an intensity that bordered on obsession. After their first date, he showered her with flowers and gifts. He would wait for her after work every evening with more flowers. Barbara later said that he was obsessed with me and that he would tell her over and over again that he loved her. However, Barbara was not sure she wanted to commit to a relationship with Richard. One day, when Barbara told Richard that she wanted to see other people, Richard exploded with rage. As they sat in his car, he jabbed her in the back with a hunting knife, cutting her deeply enough to draw blood. This violent outburst should have been a warning sign of what was to come, but Barbara stayed with Richard despite his violent nature. On September 8, 1961, Richard and Barbara were married. By this time, Richard had divorced his first wife. The couple settled in Dumont, New Jersey, a middle-class suburb where Richard could maintain the appearance of being a legitimate businessman. To his neighbors and family, Richard appeared to be a devoted husband and father who worked hard to provide for his family. Richard and Barbara had 3 children together. Their first daughter was born on March 27, 1964. Their second daughter was born on April 21, 1965. Their son was born on January 13, 1969. Richard was extremely protective of his children and made sure they attended prestigious private Catholic schools. He wanted them to have all the opportunities that he had never had as a child. To the outside world, the Kuklinski family appeared to be living the American dream. They lived in a nice house in a good neighborhood. Richard always had plenty of money to spend on his family. Each Christmas, the Kuklinski home was decorated with colorful lights, and each summer they hosted neighborhood block parties. Richard was remembered by hospital staff as an affectionate father who was extremely kind to children during his daughter's medical stays at children's hospitals. However, behind closed doors, Richard was a violent and controlling husband. He frequently beat Barbara, breaking her nose on multiple occasions. He controlled every aspect of his family's life, and his wife and children lived in fear of his explosive temper. Barbara later said that she always knew something was wrong with Richard, but she had no idea about the extent of his criminal activities. She said that after his arrest, when detectives told her what he was accused of, everything suddenly made sense. All of a sudden it was like, "I knew that," Barbara remarked. "I knew he was a murderer." Richard was able to maintain this double life because he was extremely compartmentalized in his thinking. He could come home from torturing and killing someone and immediately switch into the role of a loving father, helping his children with their homework or fixing their toys. His family never suspected that the man who tucked them into bed at night was the same person who had spent the day committing brutal murders. Richard Kuklinski became known for the variety and brutality of his murder methods. Over the course of his career, he used an extensive arsenal of weapons and techniques to kill his victims. His arsenal included firearms of various types, some equipped with silencers to muffle the sound of gunshots. He used ice picks, which became one of his signature weapons because they left small wounds that were easy to miss during a quick examination of a body. He also used knives of different sizes, hand grenades, crossbows, chainsaws, and even a bomb attached to a remote-controlled toy car. However, Richard's favorite method of killing was poisoning, particularly with cyanide. He learned about cyanide poisoning from Robert Pronge, a fellow contract killer who used the alias Mr. Softy because he operated an ice cream truck as cover for his criminal activities. Pronge had been a Special Forces veteran who had training in the use of explosives and poisons. He taught Richard how to use cyanide effectively to kill victims. Richard preferred to use cyanide in a spray bottle that he would spray directly into his victim's face. Cyanide poisoning is an extremely painful way to die. The poison interferes with the body's ability to use oxygen at the cellular level, causing the victim to suffocate as their cells starve for oxygen. When ingested or absorbed through the skin, cyanide causes a burning sensation in the mouth and throat, and the victim quickly becomes dizzy and disoriented before dying in agony. Richard liked using cyanide because it was difficult for medical examiners to detect during autopsies, especially if significant time had passed since the death. In the 1970s and 1980s, cyanide testing was not routinely performed during autopsies unless there was a specific reason to suspect poisoning. This allowed Richard to kill people with cyanide and have their deaths attributed to natural causes or unknown factors. When Richard wanted to make his victims suffer, he would use more elaborate torture methods. He sometimes beat people to death with his bare hands or with blunt instruments like hammers or clubs. He was known to tie victims up in remote locations and let them die slowly from exposure or dehydration. In one particularly horrific case, he claimed to have tied a victim up in a cave and allowed rats to eat the person alive. However, many of Richard's more extreme claims have never been verified and may have been exaggerations designed to enhance his reputation as a killer. One of the methods that gave Richard his nickname, the Iceman, was his practice of freezing victims' bodies to confuse investigators about the time of death. He would store bodies in large freezers for weeks, months, or even years before disposing of them. The freezing process would preserve the bodies and make it impossible for medical examiners to determine when the person had actually died. This technique helped Richard create alibis for himself and throw off police investigations. Richard learned this freezing technique from Robert Pronge, who had access to industrial freezers. Richard later claimed that he once stored a body in the freezer of a Mr. Softy ice cream truck for over 2 years. When the body was finally discovered, the ice crystals in the tissues were detected during the autopsy, leading investigators to realize that the victim had been frozen. Richard Kuklinski's most significant relationship in organized crime was with Roy DeMeo, a member of the Gambino crime family who ran a crew of killers in Brooklyn. DeMeo was born on September 7, 1940, and had grown up in a working-class Italian immigrant family. He had started as a loan shark and gradually worked his way up in the mob hierarchy. By the time Richard began working with him, DeMeo was running a sophisticated criminal organization that was involved in car theft, murder, and various other illegal activities. DeMeo's crew became notorious for the large number of murders they committed and for the brutal way they disposed of bodies using a technique that became known as the Gemini method. This method involved luring victims to an apartment next to DeMeo's Gemini Lounge bar, shooting them in the head, draining their blood in a bathtub, and then dismembering the bodies for easy disposal. The crew is believed to be responsible for up to 200 murders during their years of operation. Richard fit perfectly into DeMeo's organization because of his size, his skills, and his complete lack of empathy for his victims. DeMeo began using Richard for enforcement work, having him collect debts and intimidate people who were causing problems for the organization. Richard's reputation for violence made most people cooperate quickly rather than risk confronting him. As Richard proved himself to be reliable and effective, DeMeo began giving him murder contracts. Richard would be paid anywhere from a few $1,000s to $50,000 per hit, depending on the importance of the target and the specific requirements of the job. Some contracts were simple assassinations where Richard just had to kill someone quickly and quietly. Other contracts required that the victim suffer before dying, and for these jobs, Richard charged extra money. Richard worked for DeMeo's crew throughout the 1970s and early 1980s. During this period, he committed numerous murders for the organization. He traveled all over the United States and even to other countries to carry out contracts. Some of his victims were members of rival crime families. Others were people who had stolen money from DeMeo's organization or who had become informants for law enforcement. The relationship between Richard and DeMeo was purely business. Neither man trusted the other completely, but they worked well together because they were both completely ruthless and efficient killers. DeMeo appreciated Richard's professionalism and his ability to carry out contracts without leaving evidence that could be traced back to the organization. Richard appreciated the steady income and the protection that came with being part of DeMeo's crew. However, the partnership came to an end in the early 1980s when DeMeo himself became a target. Paul Castellano, the boss of the Gambino crime family, had become concerned about the attention that DeMeo's crew was attracting from law enforcement. The FBI had begun investigating the crew's activities, and Castellano worried that DeMeo had become too much of a liability. In January 1983, DeMeo was found shot to death in the trunk of his car. While the exact details of his murder remain unknown, Richard later claimed that he had been the one who killed DeMeo, though this claim has never been verified. While Richard Kuklinski claimed to have killed hundreds of people, he was only convicted of 5 murders for which there was sufficient evidence to prove his guilt in court. These 5 murders provide the clearest picture of Richard's methods and motivations as a killer. The first confirmed murder was that of George Maliband, a 300-pound wheeler dealer who was involved in various illegal activities. On January 30th, 1980, Maliband arranged to meet with Richard to purchase videotapes. This was part of Richard's side business of selling pirated pornographic films. Maliband came to the meeting carrying cash to pay for the tapes, but instead of completing the transaction, Richard shot him 5 times and stole his money. After killing Maliband, Richard stuffed his body into a 55-gallon drum and dumped it where it would eventually be found by police. This murder was typical of many of Richard's crimes. He would lure victims to meetings with the promise of legitimate business deals, then kill them and take their money. The Maliband murder showed Richard's method of using his legitimate businesses as cover for his criminal activities. Louis Mosquet was a 50-year-old businessman from Pennsylvania who also came to Richard looking to purchase videotapes. Like Maliband, Mosquet was carrying a significant amount of cash when he met with Richard. Also, like Maliband, Mosquet ended up dead instead of completing his purchase. However, the Mosquet murder was different because Richard decided to use it as an experiment in body preservation. After killing Mosquet, Richard stored his body in an industrial freezer for over 2 years. He wanted to see if freezing the body would successfully disguise the time of death and confuse investigators. In September 1983, Richard finally disposed of Mosquet's body, wrapping it in plastic bags and dumping it in a wooded area of Rockland County, New York. When the body was discovered by a cyclist, it appeared to be relatively fresh despite having been missing for over 2 years. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found ice crystals in Mosquet's heart and other tissues, proving that the body had been frozen. This discovery led investigators to realize that they were dealing with a killer who was using sophisticated methods to cover his tracks. The freezing of Mosquet's body is what earned Richard his nickname, the Iceman. Paul Hoffman was murdered by Richard in 1981, but the specific details of this case are less well documented than the others. Like the other victims, Hoffman was involved in some kind of business deal with Richard that went wrong. Richard later confessed to killing Hoffman, but charges in this case were eventually dropped. The Hoffman murder shows that Richard was actively killing people during this period and that he was comfortable using lethal violence to solve business disputes. The murders of Gary Smith and Daniel Deppner were connected because both men were members of Richard's car theft ring. Smith and Deppner were involved in stealing cars that were then sold for profit. However, both men had become unreliable and were attracting attention from law enforcement. Smith had a warrant out for his arrest on charges of stealing and cashing checks, and Deppner also had legal problems. Richard decided that both men had become liabilities who might cooperate with police to reduce their own sentences. In December 1982, he decided to eliminate them. Richard was hiding both men in a motel in North Bergen, New Jersey, moving them around to keep them away from police. Richard's plan was to kill Smith first, then use Deppner to help dispose of Smith's body before killing Deppner as well. On the day of Smith's murder, Richard went to a restaurant and bought 3 hamburgers, making sure that one of them did not have pickles. He brought the hamburgers back to the motel and made sure that Smith received the burger without pickles. Unknown to Smith, Richard had laced this burger with cyanide. Smith began eating the burger and quickly started showing signs of cyanide poisoning. He became dizzy and disoriented as the poison began to affect his nervous system. However, the cyanide was not killing Smith quickly enough for Richard's liking. Richard ordered Deppner to strangle Smith with a lamp cord to finish him off. After Smith was dead, they placed his body under the mattress of the motel room bed. The cleaning staff discovered Smith's body the next day and called police. Richard had planned to have Deppner's wife come to the motel with her car so they could move Smith's body, but she never showed up, forcing them to leave the body behind. About 2 months later, in February 1983, Richard decided it was time to eliminate Deppner as well. Richard invited Deppner to have a meal with him, offering him a free sandwich. Like Smith's hamburger, this sandwich was laced with cyanide. Deppner ate the sandwich and began suffering from cyanide poisoning. To finish him off quickly, Richard shot him in the head with a .22 caliber pistol equipped with a silencer. Deppner's body was discovered in May 1983 in a wooded area. By this time, the body was too decomposed for medical examiners to detect the cyanide, but they could determine that he had been shot. The murders of Smith and Deppner showed Richard's willingness to kill people who had worked with him if he felt they posed a threat to his freedom. One of the most important relationships in Richard's criminal career was with Robert Pronge, a fellow contract killer who used the alias Mr. Softy. Pronge was a former Special Forces veteran who had received training in explosives and poisons during his military service. After leaving the army, he had become a contract killer who used a Mr. Softy ice cream truck as his cover. Richard first met Pronge by chance when they were both stalking the same target. They quickly realized that they were both professional killers and decided to share information and techniques. Pronge taught Richard many of the methods that would become his trademarks, including the use of cyanide poison and the technique of freezing bodies to disguise the time of death. Pronge's ice cream truck was a brilliant cover for surveillance work. He could drive through neighborhoods and park anywhere without attracting suspicion. Children and parents would approach his truck to buy ice cream, never suspecting that they were talking to a professional killer. Pronge used this cover to study his targets and plan his attacks. According to Richard, Prangay was extremely intelligent but also completely insane. Richard claimed that Prangay would sell ice cream to children in a neighborhood, and then later that day kill one of their fathers. Prangay allegedly kept weapons and explosives hidden in his ice cream truck, and he had access to industrial freezers where he could store bodies. The partnership between Richard and Prangay came to an end when Prangay asked Richard to kill his own wife and young son. This request violated Richard's moral code, which prohibited the killing of women and children. When Richard refused, Prangay began talking about poisoning an entire neighborhood just to kill his target family. At this point, Richard decided that Prangay had become too dangerous and unstable to work with. Richard claimed that he shot Prangay dead to prevent him from carrying out mass murder. On August 9, 1984, Prangay's body was found in his ice cream truck with 2 bullet wounds to the chest. This is the only evidence that confirms Prangay's existence and his possible connection to Richard. At the time of his death, Prangay was actually on trial in New Jersey for blowing up his ex-wife's house and making terrorist threats against his ex-wife and son, which supports Richard's claims about Prangay's instability. One of Richard's most controversial alleged victims was Detective Peter Calabro of the New York Police Department. On March 14, 1980, Calabro was driving home from work through Saddle River, New Jersey, when he was ambushed and killed. The 36-year-old detective was shot twice in the head with a shotgun as he sat in his Honda Civic. For over 20 years, Calabro's murder remained unsolved. Then, in 2003, Richard confessed to the killing during one of his prison interviews. Richard claimed that he had been hired to kill Calabro by Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, a high-ranking member of the Gambino crime family. According to Richard, Gravano had provided him with a shotgun and had helped him track Calabro using walkie-talkies. Richard said that he and Gravano had waited for hours in the cold, snowy weather for Calabro's car to pass by. When the detective finally appeared, Richard shot him through the driver's side window of his car. Richard claimed that he did not know Calabro was a police officer at the time, but said he would have killed him anyway. Gravano was eventually charged in connection with Calabro's murder, but his lawyer denied that his client had any involvement in the crime. The case highlighted the difficulty of prosecuting crimes based solely on Richard's confessions, since he had a tendency to exaggerate his role in various crimes and sometimes made claims that could not be verified. One of Richard's most famous claims was that he had participated in the murder of Jimmy Hoffa, the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, who disappeared on July 30, 1975. Hoffa's disappearance remains one of America's most famous unsolved mysteries, and over the years, numerous people have claimed to know what happened to him. Richard claimed that he had been hired to kill Hoffa and that he knew where the body was disposed of. According to Richard, Hoffa was killed and his body was transported from Michigan to New Jersey, where it was placed in a 50-gallon drum and set on fire. However, law enforcement officials and organized crime experts have expressed skepticism about Richard's claims regarding Hoffa. The problem with Richard's Hoffa claims is that they cannot be verified and they contradict other evidence about the case. Richard had a tendency to insert himself into famous crimes, possibly to enhance his reputation or to gain attention from the media. Many law enforcement officials believe that Richard's claims about killing Hoffa were fabrications designed to make himself seem more important than he actually was. The Hoffa case remains officially unsolved, and while it is possible that Richard was involved in some way, there is no credible evidence to support his specific claims about the murder and disposal of Hoffa's body. One of the most significant crimes that Richard claimed to have participated in was the murder of Paul Castellano, the boss of the Gambino crime family. On December 16, 1985, Castellano and his underboss Thomas Bellotti were gunned down outside Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan in one of the most brazen mob hits in history. The murder was orchestrated by John Gotti, who wanted to take control of the Gambino family. Gotti had become frustrated with Castellano's leadership and had decided to eliminate him. The hit was carried out by several gunmen who shot both Castellano and Bellotti as they got out of their car in front of the restaurant. Richard claimed that he had been one of the shooters in the Castellano murder and that he had worked with Sammy Gravano to carry out the hit. According to Richard, he and Gravano had dressed as police officers and had approached Castellano's car before opening fire. However, This claim has never been verified, and many law enforcement officials doubt its accuracy. The official investigation into the Castellano murder identified other suspects as the actual shooters, and Gotti was eventually convicted for his role in organizing the hit based on Gravano's testimony. Gravano, who later became a government informant, never mentioned Richard as being involved in the Castellano murder during his extensive cooperation with law enforcement. Like many of Richard's claims about high-profile crimes, his alleged involvement in the Castellano murder appears to be an exaggeration or fabrication designed to enhance his reputation as a killer. By the mid-1980s, law enforcement agencies had begun to focus on Richard as a suspect in several unsolved murders. The New Jersey Attorney General's Office and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms launched a joint investigation into Richard's activities. The investigation was led by Deputy Attorney General Robert Carroll and involved multiple agencies working together to build a case against Richard. The breakthrough in the case came when investigators decided to launch an undercover operation to gather evidence against Richard. The operation was designed and carried out by ATF Special Agent Dominic Polifrone, who went undercover using the identity Dominic Provenzano. Polifrone posed as a drug dealer and career criminal who was looking to do business with Richard. The undercover operation began in March 1985 when Polifrone started hanging around a location known as The Store, where Richard was known to visit from time to time. The Store was a front business that sold coffee and stolen goods, and it was where Richard had first met many of his victims. For over a year and a half, Polifrone kept returning to the store, hoping to make contact with Richard. The operation was extremely dangerous for Polifrone because Richard was known to kill people he did business with. Richard's method was to establish business relationships with people, gain their trust, and then kill them and steal their money. Polifrone knew that by making contact with Richard, he was putting himself at risk of becoming another victim. In September 1986, Polifrone finally got his chance when Richard approached him about obtaining pure cyanide. Richard needed cyanide for a contract he was planning to carry out, and he had heard that Polifrone might be able to supply it. This was exactly the opportunity that law enforcement had been waiting for. Over the following months, Polifrone met with Richard multiple times, always wearing a hidden recording device to capture their conversations. During these meetings, Richard freely discussed his methods of killing, his past crimes, and his plans for future murders. He boasted about using cyanide to poison victims and described how he had frozen bodies to confuse investigators about the time of death. Richard trusted Polifrone enough to reveal detailed information about several of his murders. He described how he had killed George Maliband, Louis Mosque, and others. He explained his techniques for disposing of bodies and avoiding detection by law enforcement. These recorded conversations provided the evidence that prosecutors needed to build a strong case against Richard. The final phase of the undercover operation involved setting up a scenario where Richard would attempt to commit murder while under surveillance. Polifrone told Richard about a wealthy drug dealer who could be robbed and killed, and Richard eagerly agreed to participate in the scheme. The plan was for Richard to use cyanide to poison the supposed drug dealer, then steal his money and cocaine. On December 17, 1986, Richard met with Polifrone at a highway rest stop to receive sandwiches and a vial of cyanide that they would use to kill their target. Richard was carrying the cyanide and was planning to poison the drug dealer when law enforcement moved in to arrest him. He was taken into custody without incident, ending an 18-month undercover investigation that had provided investigators with extensive evidence of his crimes. Richard Kuklinski was arrested on December 17, 1986, at the age of 51. The arrest took place at a roadblock just 1 block from his home in Dumont, New Jersey, after he had obtained cyanide from the undercover agent. When police searched Richard at the time of his arrest, they found the vial of cyanide that he had planned to use to kill his next victim. The arrest was the culmination of years of investigation and months of undercover work. Richard was initially held on a bail of $2 million. The charges against him included 5 counts of murder, conspiracy, and weapons violations. The prosecution was led by Deputy Attorney General Robert Carroll, who had been working on the case for years. Richard's arrest came as a complete shock to his family and neighbors in Dumont. To them, he had appeared to be a successful businessman who worked hard to provide for his family. His wife Barbara and their 3 children had no idea about his criminal activities. When detectives told Barbara what Richard was accused of, she initially had difficulty believing it, but she later said that everything suddenly made sense. The prosecution faced significant challenges in building their case against Richard. Much of the evidence was circumstantial, and there was very little physical evidence linking Richard to the murders. The prosecution relied heavily on the recorded conversations from the undercover operation, testimony from other criminals who had worked with Richard, and evidence about Richard's methods and practices. Richard's first trial began in 1988 and focused on the murders of Gary Smith and Daniel Deppner. The prosecution argued that Richard had poisoned both men with cyanide to prevent them from cooperating with law enforcement. They presented testimony from other members of the car theft ring who described Richard's role in the murders. The prosecution had to overcome the fact that no cyanide was found in either victim's body during autopsy. Deputy Attorney General Carroll argued that cyanide breaks down quickly in the body and that the inability to detect it long after the killings was not surprising. He pointed to the fact that both victims had undigested food in their stomachs, supporting the theory that they had died soon after eating. The defense argued that there was no physical evidence linking Richard to the murders and that his confessions to the undercover agent were just boasting meant to make him appear tough. They suggested that other members of the theft ring were actually responsible for the killings. After deliberating for several hours, the jury found Richard guilty of murder. In March 1988, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. This sentence meant that Richard would be eligible for parole only when he reached the age of 111. Richard was subsequently tried and convicted for the murders of George Maliband and Louis Mosquet. He ultimately received multiple life sentences for these crimes. In 2003, he received an additional 30-year sentence after pleading guilty to the murder of Detective Peter Calabro. After his conviction, Richard was incarcerated at Trenton State Prison in New Jersey. Despite being behind bars for the rest of his life, Richard remained in the public spotlight due to his willingness to give extensive interviews about his crimes. He spoke with writers, prosecutors, criminologists, and psychiatrists, providing detailed accounts of his methods and motivations. Richard's most famous interviews were conducted for HBO documentaries. The first documentary, The Iceman Tapes, Conversations with a Killer, was released in 1992. A second documentary, The Iceman Confesses, Secrets of a Mafia Hitman, was released in 2001. These documentaries featured extensive interviews with Richard in which he discussed his crimes in chilling detail. During these interviews, Richard claimed to have killed anywhere from 100 to 200 people during his criminal career. He described using a wide variety of methods to kill his victims, including guns, knives, poison, explosives, and even more exotic techniques like crossbows and remote-controlled bombs. He spoke about his crimes with no apparent remorse or emotion, earning him a reputation as a cold-blooded psychopath. However, many law enforcement officials and organized crime experts expressed skepticism about Richard's claims. ATF Special Agent Dominic Polifrone, who had worked undercover to capture Richard, said in 2020, "I don't believe he killed 200 people. I don't believe he killed 100 people. I'll go as high as 15, maybe." The problem was that Richard had a tendency to exaggerate his crimes and to claim responsibility for murders that he had not actually committed. Despite the doubts about the extent of his crimes, Richard's interviews provided valuable insights into the mind of a professional killer. Psychologists and criminologists studied his case to better understand the psychology of serial killers and contract killers. Richard was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and was considered to be a psychopath based on his lack of empathy, his manipulative behavior, and his complete absence of remorse for his crimes. Richard spent his prison years writing letters, giving interviews, and occasionally providing information to law enforcement about unsolved cases. He maintained his claim that he had killed far more people than he had been convicted for, but he was never able to provide sufficient evidence to support these claims. Richard Kuklinski died on March 5, 2006, at the age of 70, while serving his life sentence at Trenton State Prison. He died in the prison wing of St. Francis Hospital in Trenton, where he had been taken for medical treatment. The cause of death was reported as natural causes, though the specific medical condition was not disclosed. At the time of his death, Richard was scheduled to testify against Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano in connection with the murder of Detective Peter Calabro. Some people speculated that Richard's death was suspicious, but there was no evidence to suggest that he had been murdered. An autopsy was performed, and forensic pathologist Michael Baden examined the results to determine if there was any evidence of poisoning, but no signs of foul play were found. Richard's death marked the end of one of the most notorious criminal careers in American history. While he was only convicted of 5 murders, his claims to have killed hundreds of people, combined with his willingness to discuss his crimes in detail, made him a subject of fascination for the public and for researchers studying criminal behavior. The case of Richard Kuklinski had a significant impact on law enforcement techniques and criminal investigations. The successful undercover operation that led to his arrest demonstrated the effectiveness of long-term infiltration of criminal organizations. The techniques used to catch Richard were later applied to other cases involving organized crime and contract killers. Richard's story also highlighted the importance of forensic science in criminal investigations. The discovery of ice crystals in Louis Masquet's body tissues was crucial evidence that led investigators to understand Richard's method of freezing bodies. This case contributed to advances in forensic pathology and helped investigators better understand how to detect evidence of body preservation techniques. The psychological aspects of Richard's case continue to be studied by researchers interested in understanding the minds of serial killers and psychopaths. His ability to maintain a seemingly normal family life while committing brutal murders raised questions about the nature of psychopathy and how such individuals are able to compartmentalize their behavior. Richard's story has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and films. The 2012 movie The Iceman, starring Michael Shannon as Richard and Winona Ryder as Barbara, brought his story to a wider audience. However, the film took significant liberties with the facts of the case and portrayed a more sympathetic version of Richard's family life than what actually occurred. Richard Kuklinski's case provides a compelling study in criminal psychology and the development of psychopathic behavior. Mental health professionals who examined Richard identified several key factors that contributed to his development as a killer. The severe abuse Richard suffered as a child was clearly a major factor in shaping his personality and behavior. The constant violence from his father, the emotional neglect from his mother, and the traumatic experience of witnessing his brother's murder created a foundation for antisocial behavior. Research consistently shows that adverse childhood experiences are strong predictors of later violent and criminal behavior. Richard exhibited classic traits of antisocial personality disorder and psychopathy. These traits included a complete lack of empathy for others, an inability to form genuine emotional connections, superficial charm that he used to manipulate people, and a total absence of remorse for his crimes. He was able to inflict extreme suffering on his victims without experiencing any emotional distress himself. One of the most striking aspects of Richard's psychology was his ability to compartmentalize his life. He could spend a day torturing and killing someone, then return home and interact normally with his family. This compartmentalization allowed him to maintain his double life for decades without arousing suspicion from those closest to him. Richard's early animal torture was another significant indicator of his developing psychopathy. The torture and killing of animals is recognized as one of the warning signs of potential serial killer behavior. Richard's progression from killing cats and dogs as a child to killing humans as a teenager follows a pattern that has been observed in many serial killers. The professional nature of Richard's killing also set him apart from many other types of murderers. While many serial killers are driven by psychological compulsions or sexual fantasies, Richard was primarily motivated by money and the practical benefits of eliminating people who posed threats to him. This made him what psychologists classify as an organized killer who was able to plan his crimes carefully and avoid detection for long periods. Richard's complete lack of remorse was perhaps his most chilling characteristic. Even when discussing the most brutal aspects of his crimes, he showed no emotional response. He spoke about killing people in the same matter-of-fact tone that someone might use to describe their job or hobby. This emotional flatness is a hallmark of psychopathy and suggests severe deficits in Richard's ability to experience normal human emotions. The Kuklinski case had several important impacts on the development of forensic science techniques. The discovery that Richard had been freezing bodies to disguise the time of death led to advances in understanding how environmental factors affect decomposition and the estimation of post-mortem interval. The case of Louis Masquet, whose body had been frozen for over 2 years, was particularly significant. When medical examiners found ice crystals in the victim's tissues, It opened up new areas of research into how freezing affects human remains. Forensic scientists began studying the microscopic changes that occur in frozen tissue and developing techniques to detect evidence of freezing even after bodies have been thawed. The case also highlighted the importance of toxicology testing in criminal investigations. Richard's use of cyanide to poison victims demonstrated the need for more comprehensive testing during autopsies. While cyanide can break down in the body over time, the knowledge that criminals were using poison led to improvements in toxicological analysis techniques. The investigation into Richard's crimes also contributed to the development of better surveillance and undercover techniques. The 18-month undercover operation that led to his arrest required careful planning and coordination between multiple law enforcement agencies. The success of this operation provided a model for future investigations into organized crime and professional killers. One of the most controversial aspects of the Richard Kuklinski case is the question of how many people he actually killed. While Richard claimed to have murdered between 100 and 200 people, law enforcement officials and organized crime experts have expressed significant skepticism about these numbers. Richard was only convicted of 5 murders for which there was sufficient evidence to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. These were the cases where investigators could establish clear connections between Richard and the victims, and where there was evidence of his involvement that could withstand scrutiny in court. The problem with Richard's higher claims is that there is no corroborating evidence for most of the additional murders he described. Despite his detailed descriptions of various killings, investigators were unable to match his stories to unsolved cases or missing persons reports. This has led many experts to conclude that Richard was exaggerating his kill count to enhance his reputation and gain attention from the media. ATF Special Agent Dominic Polifrone, who spent months working undercover with Richard, became convinced that Richard's claims were greatly exaggerated. Polifrone observed Richard's tendency to boast and his desire to appear more important and dangerous than he actually was. Based on his extensive interactions with Richard, Polifrone estimated that Richard had probably killed no more than 15 people. However, it is also possible that Richard was responsible for more murders than he was convicted for, even if the number was nowhere near his claimed 100 to 200. Richard operated as a contract killer for over 30 years, and it is likely that some of his victims were never found or were never connected to him. The nature of his work with organized crime families would have provided him with numerous opportunities to commit murder. The truth about Richard's actual victim count will probably never be known with certainty. What is clear is that he was a prolific and extremely dangerous killer who caused tremendous suffering during his criminal career, regardless of whether he killed 5 people or 50 people. While Richard claimed to have been a major figure in organized crime who worked for multiple crime families, the reality of his connections to the mob is more complicated. Richard certainly did work with organized crime figures, particularly Roy DeMeo and his crew, but many mobsters have denied knowing him or working with him. The problem with verifying Richard's mob connections is that organized crime members rarely admit to relationships with contract killers, even after those killers have been convicted. Admitting to hiring someone like Richard could expose them to murder charges, so they have strong incentives to deny any association with him. What is clear is that Richard did work with Roy DeMeo's crew in the Gambino crime family during the 1970s and early 1980s. DeMeo's crew was known for its involvement in car theft, murder, and various other criminal activities. Richard's involvement with his crew is well documented and provided him with opportunities to commit murder on behalf of organized crime. However, Richard's claims about working for other crime families and participating in high-profile mob hits are much more questionable. His alleged involvement in the murders of Paul Castellano and Jimmy Hoffa, for example, cannot be verified and appear to be fabrications designed to enhance his reputation. The reality is that Richard was probably a mid-level associate of organized crime rather than the major figure he claimed to be. He was useful to certain crews because of his skills and his willingness to kill, but he was not a made member of any crime family and was not privy to high-level decisions or major operations. This does not diminish the seriousness of his crimes or the danger he posed to society. Whether he was killing people for the mob or for his own purposes, Richard was an extremely dangerous individual who caused tremendous harm during his criminal career. The Richard Kuklinski case has captured public attention for decades, resulting in numerous books, documentaries, and films about his life and crimes. The HBO documentaries in particular made Richard a household name and helped establish his reputation as one of America's most notorious killers. The media attention surrounding Richard's case has been both beneficial and problematic. On one hand, the documentaries and books about his crimes have provided valuable educational material for law enforcement professionals and researchers studying criminal behavior. Richard's willingness to discuss his crimes in detail has given experts insights into the mind of a professional killer that would otherwise be unavailable. On the other hand, the media coverage has also contributed to the mythology surrounding Richard and has helped spread his exaggerated claims about his criminal activities. The dramatic nature of his stories and his chilling demeanor during interviews made for compelling television, but they also gave Richard a platform to promote his inflated reputation as a killer. The 2012 film The Iceman brought Richard's story to a wider audience, but took significant liberties with the facts of the case. The movie portrayed Richard's family life in a much more sympathetic light than the reality, downplaying the domestic violence and abuse that characterized his home life. This romanticized portrayal has contributed to misconceptions about Richard's character and behavior. The popularity of Richard's story in popular culture reflects society's fascination with serial killers and organized crime. However, it is important to remember that Richard was not a fictional character or an anti-hero, but a real person who caused tremendous suffering to his victims and their families. The media attention should not overshadow the very real human cost of his crimes. The Richard Kuklinski case provides several important lessons for law enforcement agencies investigating organized crime and contract killers. The successful undercover operation that led to Richard's arrest demonstrated the effectiveness of long-term infiltration techniques, but it also highlighted the dangers and challenges involved in such operations. One of the key lessons from the case is the importance of patience and persistence in investigating professional killers. Richard had been operating for decades before law enforcement was able to build a case against him. The investigation required years of work by multiple agencies and the willingness to commit significant resources to a long-term undercover operation. The case also demonstrated the value of using criminals' own words against them. The recorded conversations between Richard and the undercover agent provided crucial evidence that would have been difficult to obtain through other means. Richard's willingness to boast about his crimes during these conversations gave prosecutors the evidence they needed to secure convictions. Another important lesson is the need for comprehensive forensic analysis in murder investigations. The discovery of ice crystals in Louis Masquet's body tissues was crucial evidence that helped investigators understand Richard's methods and connect him to the crime. This case showed the importance of thorough autopsy procedures and toxicological testing. The case also highlighted the challenges of prosecuting crimes based on circumstantial evidence. While Richard was eventually convicted, the prosecution had to work hard to build their cases without extensive physical evidence linking him to the crimes. This required careful presentation of testimony from criminal associates and detailed analysis of Richard's methods and practices. While much attention has been focused on Richard Kuklinski as a criminal and the techniques used to catch him, it is important to remember the victims of his crimes and the impact his actions had on their families. Each of the people Richard killed had families and friends who were devastated by their loss. George Maliband, Louis Masquet, Paul Hoffman, Gary Smith, and Daniel Deppner were all real people with their own lives, hopes, and dreams. They became victims of Richard's violence simply because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or because they posed some perceived threat to his criminal activities. Their deaths represent not just statistics in a criminal case, but real human tragedies that affected numerous other people. Detective Peter Calabro, if Richard's confession is to be believed, was killed simply because someone wanted to send a message. Calabro was a 36-year-old police officer who was driving home from work when he was ambushed and murdered. His death left behind a family and colleagues who mourned his loss and sought justice for his killing. The families of Richard's victims had to endure not only the loss of their loved ones, but also years of uncertainty about what had happened to them. Some of the victims' bodies were not found for years after their deaths, leaving their families wondering about their fate. Even after Richard was convicted, many families never received complete answers about what had happened to their relatives. The The pain caused by Richard's crimes extended far beyond his immediate victims. His wife Barbara and their 3 children also suffered tremendously as a result of his actions. They had to deal with the shock of discovering that the man they thought they knew was actually a brutal killer. They also had to cope with the public attention and scrutiny that came with being related to such a notorious criminal. The case serves as a reminder that criminal violence has ripple effects that extend far beyond the immediate victims. Every murder represents not just one life lost, but multiple lives damaged by the aftermath of violence. This human cost should not be forgotten in discussions of Richard's crimes and their impact on society. The story of Richard Kuklinski represents one of the most chilling cases in American criminal history. From his brutal childhood in the Jersey City projects to his career as a professional killer, Richard's life was marked by violence, deception, and a complete absence of human empathy. While he was only convicted of 5 murders, his impact on law enforcement techniques, forensic science, and our understanding of criminal psychology extends far beyond those specific crimes. Richard's ability to maintain a double life for decades, appearing to be a devoted family man while secretly working as a contract killer, demonstrates the dangerous reality that the most dangerous criminals often hide in plain sight. His case serves as a reminder that evil can wear a normal face and that the people who cause the most harm in society are not always those who appear obviously dangerous. The investigation and prosecution of Richard Kuklinski required unprecedented cooperation between law enforcement agencies and innovative techniques that have since become standard practice in organized crime investigations. The successful undercover operation that led to his arrest provided a model for future cases and demonstrated the importance of patience and persistence in pursuing dangerous criminals. From a scientific perspective, Richard's case contributed significantly to advances in forensic pathology and toxicology. His technique of freezing bodies to disguise the time of death led to new research and better understanding of how environmental factors affect human remains. His use of cyanide and other poisons highlighted the need for more comprehensive testing during autopsies. The psychological aspects of Richard's case continue to provide valuable insights into the nature of psychopathy and antisocial personality disorder. His complete lack of empathy, his ability to compartmentalize his behavior, and his skillful manipulation of others represent textbook examples of psychopathic traits that are studied by researchers around the world. However, it is crucial to remember that behind all the academic interest and media attention, Richard Kuklinski was responsible for tremendous human suffering. His victims were real people whose lives were cut short by his violence, and their families continued to bear the emotional scars of his crimes. The glamorization of his story in popular culture should not overshadow the very real human cost of his actions. The case also raises important questions about the nature of evil and whether individuals like Richard are born with the capacity for such violence or whether they are created by their circumstances. The severe abuse he suffered as a child clearly contributed to his development as a killer, but many people experience similar trauma without becoming murderers. The combination of genetic predisposition, environmental factors, and personal choices that led to Richard's criminal career remains a subject of debate among experts. Richard Kuklinski died in prison in 2006, taking with him the secrets of his many crimes and the exact truth about his victim count. While his death marked the end of his criminal career, his impact on law enforcement, forensic science, and criminal psychology continues to be felt today. His case serves as both a cautionary tale about the potential for human evil and a testament to the dedication of law enforcement professionals who work to bring dangerous criminals to justice. The story of the Iceman reminds us that monsters are real, that they walk among us wearing normal faces, and that the price of a safe society is constant vigilance against those who would do harm to others. It also demonstrates that even the most cunning and dangerous criminals can eventually be caught through patient investigation, innovative techniques, and the courage of law enforcement officers willing to put themselves at risk to protect society. In the end, Richard Kuklinski's legacy is not one of criminal admiration or fascination, but rather a stark reminder of the capacity for human cruelty and the importance of justice in civilized society. His victims deserve to be remembered not as statistics in a criminal case, but as human beings whose lives had value and whose deaths represent irreplaceable losses to their families and communities. Their memory serves as a call to continue working to prevent such tragedies. Henry Lee Lucas was an American man who claimed to have murdered over 600 people across the United States during the 1970s and 1980s, making him appear to be one of the most prolific serial killers in history. But later investigations revealed that most of these confessions were lies, and he was only confirmed to have killed 3 people: his mother in 1960, his teenage girlfriend Becky Powell in 1982, and an elderly woman named Kate Rich in 1983. Henry Lee Lucas was born on August 23, 1936, in a small cabin in Blacksburg, Virginia. From the moment he entered this world, his life was filled with pain and suffering. His mother, Viola Lucas, was a cruel and violent woman who worked as a prostitute. She was 41 years old when Henry was born, and she made it clear from the start that she did not want him. The Lucas family lived in terrible conditions. Their home was a 3-room log cabin with dirt floors and no running water or electricity. The cabin had no heat, and during winter months, the family would huddle together for warmth. Viola would bring men home for her prostitution business, and she would force Henry and his siblings to watch while she had sex with these strangers. Henry's father was Anderson Lucas, a man who had lost both of his legs in a railroad accident years before Henry was born. Because of his disability, Anderson could not work regular jobs. He made money by brewing illegal moonshine whiskey and selling pencils on street corners in Blacksburg. The local people called him No Legs because he had to drag himself around on his hands. Anderson was also an alcoholic who drank heavily every day. The loss of his legs and his wife's cruel treatment had broken his spirit. He was constantly depressed and angry. Viola would beat Anderson regularly, just like she beat the children. She would scream at him and call him worthless because he could not walk. Henry was the youngest of 9 children, but most of his older brothers and sisters had been sent away to live with other families or put in foster care. Only Henry and one of his brothers stayed at home with their parents. This meant that Henry received the worst of Viola's abuse because there were fewer children to share her anger. From the time Henry was a very young child, Viola would dress him up like a girl. She would put him in dresses and curl his hair into ringlets like a little girl's hairstyle. Then she would send him to school dressed this way. The other children at school would laugh at Henry and make fun of him. They would call him names and sometimes hit him. When Henry came home crying, Viola would beat him for being weak. One day, a teacher at Henry's school felt sorry for him and bought him a pair of shoes because he always came to school barefoot. When Viola found out that Henry had accepted charity, she became furious. She beat him severely with a wooden board for accepting help from someone else. Viola seemed to enjoy hurting Henry and making his life miserable. Whenever Henry tried to have a pet, like a dog or cat, Viola would kill the animal in front of him. She would laugh while she did it, watching Henry cry as she hurt the animals he cared about. The violence in the Lucas household was constant and extreme. Viola would beat Henry with whatever she could find: sticks, boards, her fists, or kitchen utensils. One time, she hit Henry so hard with a piece of lumber that he fell unconscious and stayed in a coma on and off for 3 whole days. It was Viola's boyfriend, who Henry called Uncle Bernie, who finally took Henry to the hospital. Uncle Bernie was another source of horror in Henry's young life. This man introduced Henry to sexual abuse and taught him to hurt animals in terrible ways. Bernie would show Henry how to catch small animals like squirrels, rabbits, and cats, and then he would teach Henry to torture and sexually abuse these creatures before killing them. Bernie told Henry that this was normal behavior and that all men did these things. Anderson Lucas, Henry's father, could not protect his son from the abuse. Anderson was too weak and broken by his own suffering to help Henry. In fact, Anderson was so miserable that he eventually killed himself. One winter night, when Viola was entertaining another man in their cabin, Anderson crawled outside into the freezing cold snow. He stayed out there all night without any warm clothes or blanket. By morning, Anderson had caught pneumonia from being in the cold for so long. He died a few days later. After Anderson's death, Henry became the only target for all of Viola's rage and violence. With no husband to abuse, she focused all her anger on her young son. The beatings became worse and more frequent. Viola would hit Henry for any reason, or sometimes for no reason at all. When Henry was about 10 years old, he got into a fight with his older brother. During this fight, his brother stabbed Henry in the left eye with a knife. The injury was very serious, and Henry's eye became infected. However, Viola refused to take Henry to a doctor because she did not want to spend money on medical care. She let the infection get worse and worse until Henry was in terrible pain. Finally, after several days, the pain became so bad that someone else convinced Viola to take Henry to the hospital. By the time they got medical help, it was too late to save Henry's eye. The doctors had to remove the eye completely and replace it with a glass eye. This left Henry with a very distinctive appearance for the rest of his life. His left eyelid drooped, and he could not see properly out of that side of his face. The loss of his eye made Henry even more of an outcast at school and in the community. Other children would stare at him and make cruel comments about his appearance. This made Henry feel even more angry and isolated from other people. By the time Henry was a teenager, he had learned to hate everyone around him, especially women. His mother's abuse had taught him that women were cruel and violent. He began to think that all women deserved to be hurt the way his mother had hurt him. Henry also began drinking alcohol heavily when he was still very young. By age 10, he was already an alcoholic, just like his parents. He would steal liquor from his father's moonshine supplies or find other ways to get drunk. The alcohol helped him forget about the pain and abuse, but it also made him more violent and unpredictable. During his teenage years, Henry developed strange and dangerous sexual desires. The abuse he had suffered, combined with Uncle Bernie's teachings about hurting animals, had warped Henry's understanding of normal relationships. He began to fantasize about having sex with dead people and animals. These fantasies became stronger as he got older. When Henry was 15 years old in March 1951, he committed what he later claimed was his first murder. According to Henry's story, he was near Lynchburg, Virginia, when he saw a 17-year-old girl named Laura Evelyn Burnsley waiting at a bus stop. Henry approached the girl and tried to force her to have sex with him. When she fought back and tried to get away, Henry became enraged. He strangled her to death with his hands. After killing the girl, Henry said he buried her body in a wooded area near Harrisburg, Virginia. However, Laura's body was never found, so police could never prove that Henry actually committed this murder. This was the beginning of a pattern with Henry. He would confess to murders, but often there was no proof that he really did them. In 1954, when Henry was 18 years old, he was arrested and convicted of burglary. He was sent to prison for 6 years. While in prison, Henry tried to escape twice in 1957, but both times he was caught and brought back. Prison life was hard for Henry, but in some ways it was better than living at home with his mother. At least in prison, he was fed regularly and had a place to sleep. He did not have to worry about being beaten every day by Viola. Henry was released from prison on September 2nd, 1959. He went to live with his sister in Tecumseh, Michigan. For a short time, it seemed like Henry might be able to live a normal life. His sister was kind to him, and he was away from his mother's abuse. However, Viola was not willing to let Henry stay away from her. She demanded that he come back to Blacksburg to take care of her. Viola was now in her 60s and getting older, but she was still just as mean and violent as ever. She told Henry that it was his duty as her son to come home and help her. Henry did not want to go back to his mother's house. He knew that returning to Viola would mean returning to the abuse and violence. But Viola kept demanding that he come home, and eventually Henry gave in to the pressure. On January 11th, 1960, Henry Lee Lucas returned to his mother's cabin in Blacksburg, Virginia. He had been drinking heavily that day, and Viola had also been drinking. Both mother and son were drunk when they got into their final argument. The fight started the way their arguments always did. Viola began screaming at Henry and calling him worthless. She told him he was stupid and lazy. She said he would never amount to anything and that she was ashamed to have him as a son. These were the same cruel words she had been saying to Henry his entire life. But this time, something was different. Henry was now 23 years old and much larger and stronger than his mother. He had spent years in prison, which had made him even tougher and more violent. The alcohol in his system made him less able to control his anger. As Viola continued to scream at Henry, she picked up a broom and began hitting him with it. She struck him across the face and shoulders, just like she had done thousands of times before when he was a child. But Henry was no longer a helpless little boy. In a moment of rage, Henry grabbed a knife from the kitchen counter. Later, he could not even remember if the blade was open or closed when he picked it up. All he knew was that he was filled with 23 years of hatred and anger toward his mother. Henry stabbed Viola in the neck with the knife. She fell to the floor, bleeding heavily. As she lay dying, Henry looked down at the woman who had made his entire life a nightmare of pain and abuse. For the first time in his life, he felt powerful instead of helpless. But Henry's violence did not stop there. After Viola was dead, Henry did something that shocked even the police when they found out about it later. He admitted that he had sex with his mother's dead body. This act of necrophilia showed just how damaged Henry's mind had become from years of abuse. After killing his mother, Henry tried to clean up the blood and hide what he had done. He wanted to make it look like Viola had died from an accident or natural causes. But there was too much blood, and the knife wound was too obvious. Henry realized that he could not cover up the murder. Henry left his mother's cabin and went to stay with relatives nearby. But 5 days later, the police found Viola's body. The blood-covered knife was still at the crime scene, and neighbors had seen Henry arguing with his mother before her death. It did not take long for police to arrest Henry for murder. When the police questioned Henry about his mother's death, he confessed to killing her. At first, he also admitted to having sex with her dead body, but later he took back that part of his confession. Henry's lawyers were not sure whether to argue that this was murder or manslaughter. Murder meant that Henry had planned to kill his mother ahead of time, while manslaughter meant that he had killed her in the heat of the moment without planning it. During his trial, Henry's lawyers tried to get the jury to feel sorry for him. They put Henry on the witness stand so he could tell the court about the horrible abuse he had suffered as a child. Henry talked about how Viola had dressed him like a girl, beaten him regularly, and forced him to watch her have sex with strangers. He described how she had killed his pets and refused to get medical help when he was injured. 2 of Henry's neighbors also testified at the trial. They confirmed that they had seen Viola abusing Henry throughout his childhood. They told the court that everyone in the community knew that Viola was cruel to her children. Despite the evidence of abuse, the jury found Henry guilty of murder in the 2nd degree. On March 12, 1960, he was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. Henry was sent to Jackson State Penitentiary in southern Michigan to begin serving his sentence. Prison was difficult for Henry, but the psychological damage from his childhood made it even harder. He began having mental problems and hearing voices in his head. Henry said that he could hear his dead mother talking to him, telling him to hurt people. Sometimes the voices told him to kill himself, and other times they told him to hurt other prisoners. Because of these mental problems, Henry tried to commit suicide twice while he was in Jackson State Penitentiary. The prison officials realized that Henry needed psychiatric help, so they transferred him to Ionia State Mental Hospital, where he could receive treatment for his mental illness. Henry spent almost 6 years at Ionia State Mental Hospital. During this time, doctors tried to help him deal with the trauma from his childhood and the guilt from killing his mother. However, Henry later said that his time in the mental hospital changed him in a different way. He claimed that when he was released, he was determined to kill more people. According to Henry, while he was in the mental hospital, he made a decision that he would never let anyone control him or hurt him the way his mother had done. He said he decided that he would be the one doing the hurting from then on. Whether this was true or just another of Henry's lies, his behavior after leaving the hospital showed that he had become much more dangerous. On June 3, 1970, after serving 10 years in prison and the mental hospital, Henry Lee Lucas was paroled. He went to live with relatives in Tecumseh, Michigan, and for a short time, he tried to live a normal life. He got a job and seemed to be adjusting to life outside of prison. However, Henry's violent tendencies soon surfaced again. In December 1971, just 18 months after his release, Henry was arrested and charged with molesting 2 teenage girls. The charges were later reduced to simple kidnapping, but it was clear that Henry was still dangerous. Henry was sent back to prison, this time to serve a sentence for the kidnapping charge. He was paroled again in August 1975, but this time he argued against his own release. Henry told prison officials that he was not ready to be released and that he might hurt someone if they let him out. Despite his warnings, the parole board decided to release him anyway. This decision by the parole board would prove to be a terrible mistake. Henry's warnings about his own dangerousness were accurate. Once he was released in 1975, Henry began the period of his life that would make him famous as one of America's most notorious criminals. After his release from prison in August 1975, Henry Lee Lucas tried to settle down and live a normal life. He got a job working at a mushroom farm in Pennsylvania. The work was hard and dirty, but it was honest employment. Henry also married his cousin's widow in December of that same year. For a brief moment, It seemed like Henry might be able to put his violent past behind him and become a regular citizen. However, Henry's new marriage quickly fell apart. His wife claimed that Henry had sexually molested her young daughters from her previous marriage. These accusations led to their divorce in the summer of 1977. Once again, Henry found himself alone and angry at the world. With his marriage over and his attempt at normal life failed, Henry became a drifter. He had no permanent home and no steady job. Instead, he traveled from state to state, usually hitchhiking or driving old, broken-down cars. Henry moved through the southern United States, going from Texas to Florida to Louisiana and back again. During this time, Henry claimed that he began killing people regularly. According to his later confessions, he would pick up female hitchhikers and then rape and murder them. He said he particularly targeted women who were traveling alone on Interstate 35 in Texas. However, as investigators would later discover, many of these confession stories were lies. In late 1976, Henry's life changed dramatically when he met a man named Otis Toole at a soup kitchen in Jacksonville, Florida. Toole was 29 years old, while Henry was 40. Despite the age difference, the two men became close friends very quickly. Otis Toole was also a dangerous criminal with a history of violence. Like Henry, Otis had suffered severe abuse as a child. He had grown up in a family where violence and sexual abuse were common. Otis was homosexual and had been kicked out of his home as a teenager because of his sexual orientation. Toole had his own collection of mental problems and criminal behaviors. He was an arsonist who enjoyed setting fires and watching buildings burn. He was also a cannibal who sometimes ate parts of his victims after killing them. Toole claimed that he enjoyed the taste of human flesh and that eating his victims made him feel powerful. When Henry and Otis met, they quickly discovered that they shared similar interests in violence and crime. They began a sexual relationship, but more importantly, they became partners in robbery, rape, and murder. Both men were bisexual and had no moral boundaries when it came to hurting other people. The partnership between Henry Lucas and Otis Toole would become one of the most notorious criminal collaborations in American history. Together, they traveled across the country, committing crimes wherever they went. They robbed stores, stole cars, and, according to their confessions, murdered dozens of people. In 1978, Henry moved in with Otis and his family in Jacksonville, Florida. Otis lived with his mother and sister in a rundown house in a poor neighborhood. The family was deeply dysfunctional, with mental illness and criminal behavior affecting all the members. Living in this household, Henry met two people who would become very important in his story. The first was Otis's 10-year-old niece, Frida Powell, who went by the nickname Becky. The second was Becky's younger brother, Frank Powell. Becky Powell was a small, thin girl with developmental disabilities. She had been born with mild mental retardation, which made her think and act younger than her actual age. Despite being 10 years old, Becky had the mental capacity of a much younger child. Henry became obsessed with Becky almost immediately. He saw her as someone he could control completely, unlike the adult women who had rejected or hurt him in the past. Becky was vulnerable and dependent, which appealed to Henry's need for power and control. Henry and Otis got jobs working for a local roofing company in Jacksonville. However, they frequently missed work because they were traveling around the country committing crimes. Their employers did not know about their criminal activities and thought they were just unreliable workers. During this period, Henry and Otis claimed to have committed many murders together. They said they would drive to different states, pick up hitchhikers, and then kill them for money or just for the pleasure of killing. Otis would sometimes eat parts of the victims, while Henry would have sex with the dead bodies. The two men also claimed to be members of a satanic cult called the Hand of Death. According to their stories, this cult had hundreds of members across the United States who killed people as human sacrifices to Satan. They said the cult would give them contracts to murder specific people, and they would travel around the country carrying out these assassinations. Henry and Otis told elaborate stories about the Hand of Death cult. They claimed that new members had to kill someone as an initiation ritual. They said the cult performed crucifixions of both animals and humans as part of their satanic worship. They even claimed that the cult was connected to Jim Jones and the People's Temple Massacre in Guyana. However, investigators were never able to find any evidence that the Hand of Death cult actually existed. Police believed that Henry and Otis had made up these stories to make themselves themselves seem more important and dangerous than they really were. The cult stories were likely just fantasies created by two mentally disturbed criminals. In 1981, Otis's mother and sister both died within a few months of each other. This meant that Becky and Frank Powell were left without adult guardians. The state of Florida placed both children in juvenile homes, separating them from Henry and Otis. Henry could not accept being separated from Becky. He had become emotionally dependent on having her under his control. Working with Otis, Henry helped get Becky and Frank released from the juvenile homes. This was illegal, since Henry and Otis did not have legal custody of the children. Once they had the children back, Henry and Otis decided to leave Florida. They were worried that child welfare authorities would continue trying to take Becky and Frank away from them. The four of them began traveling around the country together, two adult criminals and two vulnerable children. During their travels, Becky and Frank were exposed to terrible violence and criminal behavior. They witnessed Henry and Otis committing robberies and assaults. The children were forced to live in the same motel rooms where Henry and Otis brought victims to rape and murder. As they traveled, Henry's relationship with Becky became increasingly inappropriate. Even though Becky was still just a child, Henry began treating her as if she were his girlfriend and wife. By the time Becky was 12 years old, Henry was having sex with her regularly. This sexual relationship was clearly child abuse, but Becky's mental disabilities made it difficult for her to understand what was happening to her. She had been taught to obey adults without question, and Henry presented himself as her protector and caretaker. Frank Powell, Becky's younger brother, was also traumatized by witnessing the violence and abuse during their travels. The constant exposure to Henry and Otis's criminal behavior and the sexual abuse of his sister left Frank with severe psychological problems. He would later end up in a psychiatric facility. When child welfare authorities in Florida began searching for Becky and Frank in January 1982, Henry decided to take Becky even further away. He left Otis behind and traveled with Becky to California. For several months, Henry and Becky lived on the West Coast, moving from place to place and staying in cheap motels. From California, Henry and Becky eventually made their way to Texas. In 1982, they ended up at a place called the House of Prayer, which was a religious commune near Stoneburg, Texas. The House of Prayer was run by people who believed in helping troubled individuals find spiritual salvation. The leaders of the House of Prayer did not know about Henry's criminal past or his inappropriate relationship with Becky. They saw Henry as a man who was trying to reform his life and Becky as his young wife. They offered Henry and Becky a place to stay and work to do around the commune. For a few months, Henry and Becky lived quietly at the House of Prayer. Henry worked on maintenance projects around the property, and Becky helped with cooking and cleaning. To the other residents of the commune, they seemed like a couple who were trying to build a better life. However, Becky began to feel homesick for Florida and her family. Even though Otis and his relatives had not always treated her well, Florida was still the only real home she had ever known. Becky started asking Henry to take her back to Jacksonville so she could see her remaining family members. Henry did not want to return to Florida. He knew that there was still a warrant for his arrest in Maryland on an old charge, and he was worried about being caught by police. He also did not want to share Becky with other people who might take her away from him. As Becky continued to ask about going home, Henry became more and more frustrated. He had gotten used to controlling Becky completely, and he did not like it when she expressed her own wants and needs. The idea that Becky might want something different from what he wanted made Henry angry. In August 1982, Becky's request to go home finally wore down Henry's resistance. He agreed to take her back to Florida, but he was not happy about it. The two of them left the House of Prayer and began hitchhiking east toward Florida. What happened next would become one of the few crimes that Henry actually committed, rather than just confessing to falsely. The journey back to Florida would end in tragedy and murder, and it would eventually lead to Henry's arrest and his transformation into America's most notorious false confessor. On August 23, 1982, Henry Lee Lucas and Becky Powell were hitchhiking through Denton County, Texas, on their way back to Florida. They had been traveling for several hours, and both of them were tired and frustrated. The summer heat was intense, and they had not been able to get rides very easily. As they walked along the road, Henry and Becky began arguing about their situation. Becky was complaining about being tired and hot. She wanted to stop and rest, but Henry insisted they needed to keep moving. Becky also continued to talk about how much she missed Florida and how excited she was to see her family again. Henry was becoming increasingly irritated with Becky's complaints and her enthusiasm about returning to Florida. He had never wanted to make this trip in the first place, and Becky's constant chatter about going home reminded him that she cared more about other people than she did about him. The argument escalated as they continued walking. Becky, who was now 15 years old but still had the mental capacity of a much younger child, did not understand why Henry was getting so angry with her. She had been taught to obey Henry in everything, but now he seemed furious no matter what she said or did. According to Henry's later confession, Becky finally became frustrated enough to slap him across the face. This physical contact triggered all of Henry's rage and violent tendencies. Just as he had reacted violently when his mother hit him with a broom 22 years earlier, Henry responded to Becky's slap with extreme violence. Henry was carrying a meat-carving knife in his belongings. He pulled out the knife and stabbed Becky in the chest. The blade went deep into her body, piercing her heart. Becky died almost immediately from the wound. She collapsed on the side of the road, her blood soaking into the Texas dirt. After killing Becky, Henry did something that showed just how disturbed his mind had become. He had sex with Becky's dead body right there on the roadside. Later, Henry would tell investigators that this was the best sex he had ever had with Becky. This statement revealed the complete absence of normal human emotions or morality in Henry's character. But Henry's violence toward Becky did not end there. Using the same knife he had killed her with, Henry began cutting up Becky's body. He dismembered her corpse into 9 separate pieces, cutting off her arms, legs, and head. Then he scattered the body parts around a nearby field, trying to make sure that no one would find them all in the same place. After disposing of Becky's remains, Henry took her purse and suitcase and threw them away in a different location. He cleaned himself up as well as he could, and then hitchhiked back to the House of Prayer in Stoneburg, Texas. Henry arrived back at the commune alone, telling the other residents that Becky had decided to go with a truck driver who had given them a ride. The people at the House of Prayer believed Henry's story about Becky leaving with a trucker. It was not unusual for young people to change their minds about relationships and run off with someone new. No one suspected that Henry had actually murdered the girl they thought was his wife. For 2 weeks, Henry remained at the House of Prayer, acting as if nothing had happened. He continued to do his work around the commune and participated in religious services. To everyone around him, Henry seemed like the same person he had always been. No one suspected that he had committed murder. However, Henry could not stop thinking about what he had done to Becky. According to his later statements, he felt guilty about killing the one person he claimed to love. This guilt drove him to return to the field where he had scattered her body parts. Henry went back to the murder scene and collected as many of Becky's remains as he could find. He gathered up the bones and pieces of flesh and brought them back to the House of Prayer. There, he put Becky's remains into the commune's wood-burning stove and cremated them. Henry later said that burning Becky's body was like burning a piece of wood. 3 weeks after Becky's murder, another tragedy occurred at the House of Prayer. An elderly woman named Kate Rich, who lived nearby and sometimes helped at the commune, disappeared without explanation. Kate Rich was 82 years old and known to everyone in the area as Granny Rich. She was a kind woman who often brought food and supplies to the House of Prayer residents. Granny Rich had been particularly friendly to Henry and Becky during their time at the commune. On the day Granny Rich disappeared, Henry also vanished from the House of Prayer. His car was found abandoned in Needles, California, several days later. The timing of these 2 disappearances was suspicious, but at first, no one connected Henry to Granny Rich's disappearance. According to Henry's later confession, he had asked Granny Rich to help him look for Becky. He told the elderly woman that Becky had run away and that he was worried about her safety. Granny Rich, being a kind-hearted person, agreed to help Henry search for the missing girl. Henry picked up Granny Rich in his car, telling her they would drive around the area looking for Becky. But Henry had no intention of actually searching for Becky, since he knew exactly what had happened to her. Instead, he drove Granny Rich to a remote dirt road where no one would see them. As they drove down the isolated road, Henry grabbed a butcher's knife that he had placed on the car seat between them. He stabbed Granny Rich in the side, piercing her heart just as he had done to Becky. The elderly woman died quickly from the wound. After killing Granny Rich, Henry sexually assaulted her dead body. Then he dragged her corpse to a large drainage pipe near the road and hid it there. Henry left Granny Rich's body in the pipe and drove away, beginning another long road trip to California. About a month later, Henry returned to Texas. He went back to the drainage pipe, where he had hidden Granny Rich's remains and retrieved them. Henry brought the bones and decomposed flesh back to the house of prayer and burned them in the same stove where he had cremated Becky's remains. For several months after the murders of Becky Powell and Kate Rich, Henry continued to live at the house of prayer. The other residents of the commune still believed that Becky had left with a truck driver, and they assumed that Granny Rich had simply moved away or died of natural causes. No one suspected that Henry had murdered both women. However, local law enforcement officials were beginning to investigate the disappearances. Granny Rich's family had reported her missing, and the police were asking questions about when she was last seen. Several people remembered seeing her with Henry on the day she disappeared. In addition to the investigation into Granny Rich's disappearance, there was still an outstanding warrant for Henry's arrest in Maryland on an old weapons charge. The police were also becoming suspicious of Henry because he was an ex-convict living at the commune under a false identity. On June 11, 1983, Henry Lee Lucas was arrested at the House of Prayer. The initial charge was illegal possession of a handgun by a convicted felon. This was a violation of his parole, and it was enough to put Henry back in jail while the police investigated the disappearances of Becky Powell and Kate Rich. Henry was taken to the Williamson County Jail in Georgetown, Texas. At first, he was held only on the weapons charge, and the police did not have enough evidence to charge him with murder. However, they continued to investigate the disappearances and to question Henry about what he knew. For 4 days, Henry sat in his jail cell, thinking about his situation. He knew that the police suspected him of murder, but he also knew they did not have enough proof to convict him. Henry could have remained silent and possibly avoided serious charges, but instead, he made a decision that would change his life and American criminal justice history. On the night of June 15, 1983, Henry summoned the jailer and asked to speak with Sheriff Jim Boutwell. When Sheriff Boutwell arrived, Henry made a statement that shocked everyone who heard it. "I've done some bad things," Henry said. He then confessed to murdering Kate Rich and claimed that he had killed at least 100 more people. This confession was the beginning of what would become the most extensive series of false murder confessions in American history. Over the next year and a half, Henry would confess to hundreds of murders, most of which he had never actually committed. These confessions would close many unsolved cases, but would also create one of the biggest scandals in law enforcement history. When Henry Lee Lucas confessed to Sheriff Jim Boutwell that he had killed Kate Rich and at least 100 more people, he set in motion a chain of events that would captivate the nation and ultimately expose serious flaws in the American criminal justice system. Sheriff Boutwell was amazed by Henry's confession. He had been investigating Kate Rich's disappearance for months without making much progress. Now, suddenly, he had a suspect who was not only admitting to that murder, but claiming to be responsible for dozens of other unsolved killings. Boutwell immediately contacted other law enforcement agencies to tell them about Henry's confessions. Word spread quickly through police departments across Texas and then throughout the United States. Detectives who had been struggling with unsolved murder cases for years suddenly saw an opportunity to clear their books. Within days of Henry's initial confession, investigators from multiple states began traveling to Georgetown, Texas, to interview him about unsolved murders in their jurisdictions. Henry seemed eager to talk to all of them, and he appeared to have an amazing memory for details about crimes that had been committed years earlier. To coordinate all of these interviews, Sheriff Boutwell and Texas Ranger Bob Prince created what they called the Lucas Task Force. This was a special unit designed to systematically go through Henry's confessions and match them to unsolved cases across the country. The task force set up operations in Georgetown, and investigators began arriving from all over the United States. They brought case files, photographs, and evidence from murders that had stumped them for years. Henry would sit in interview rooms and listen to the details of each case, then provide his own version of how the murder had been committed. What amazed the investigators was how much Henry seemed to know about these cases. He could describe crime scenes accurately, tell them where bodies had been found, and provide details that only the killer would know. When Henry's descriptions matched the evidence, the investigators would close their cases and mark them as solved. However, what the investigators did not realize was that they were giving Henry most of the information he needed to make convincing confessions. They would show him crime scene photographs, read him details from police reports, and even take him to visit the locations where murders had occurred. Henry had an excellent memory, and he was very good at absorbing all of this information and then repeating it back as if he had been there when the crimes happened. The investigators also made Henry's life in jail much more comfortable in exchange for his confessions. Instead of being treated like a regular prisoner, Henry was allowed to walk around the jail without handcuffs. He was given special privileges like television access, cigarettes, and his favorite foods including steak dinners and strawberry milkshakes. Henry quickly realized that the more murders he confessed to, the better he was treated. The investigators were so grateful to be closing their unsolved cases that they were willing to give Henry almost anything he wanted. This created a powerful incentive for Henry to keep confessing, whether the confessions were true or not. As news of Henry's confessions spread, he became a media sensation. Newspapers and television stations across the country began reporting on the most prolific serial killer in American history. Henry enjoyed the attention and the feeling of being important and feared. Henry's confessions also began to attract the attention of Otis Toole, his former partner, who is now serving time in a Florida prison on an arson charge. When Otis heard about Henry's confessions on television, he decided that he wanted to be part of the story too. Otis contacted authorities and began making his own confessions to murders. He claimed that he and Henry had committed many killings together during their travels in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Otis also supported many of Henry's confession stories, providing what seemed like corroborating evidence. The partnership between Henry and Otis in their confessions made the stories seem more credible to law enforcement. When two people independently told similar stories about the same murders, it seemed impossible that they could both be lying. The investigators did not realize that Henry and Otis were coordinating their stories through letters and phone calls. By October 1983, just 4 months after Henry's first confession, law enforcement officials were claiming that Henry and Otis had committed at least 69 murders. At a press conference, they announced that the two men were responsible for a killing spree that stretched across multiple states and had lasted for several years. The number of murders attributed to Henry continued to grow rapidly. By January 1984, the count had reached 81 confirmed killings. By March 1985, investigators were claiming that Henry had committed 90 murders in 20 different states. The final count would eventually reach over 200 murders that were officially closed based on Henry's confessions. Henry seemed to enjoy the process of confessing to murders. He would sit with investigators for hours, spinning elaborate tales of violence and describing in gruesome detail how he had supposedly killed victim after victim. The more horrific and shocking his stories were, the more attention he received. Some of Henry's most outrageous claims involved the supposed satanic cult called the Hand of Death. He told investigators that he and Otis had been members of this nationwide organization that killed people as human sacrifices to Satan. He claimed that the cult had given them contracts to murder specific individuals and that they had killed dozens of people on the cult's orders. Henry also claimed that the Hand of Death cult had connections to other notorious criminals and events. He said that he had provided Jim Jones with the cyanide used in the Jonestown massacre in Guyana. He claimed that cult members had killed people by crucifixion and had eaten the flesh of their victims. These satanic cult stories were so bizarre and elaborate that some investigators were skeptical from the beginning. However, other law enforcement officials were willing to believe almost anything Henry said because his confessions were helping them solve so many cases. Throughout 1983 and 1984, Henry continued to confess to more and more murders. He would meet with investigators from different states almost every day, adding new victims to his supposed total. The Lucas Task Force was working overtime to process all of his confessions and match them to unsolved cases. Henry's treatment at the Georgetown jail became even more privileged as his confessions continued. He was essentially treated like a celebrity rather than a prisoner. Investigators would take him out to restaurants for meals, let him smoke cigarettes whenever he wanted, and even allowed him to have conjugal visits with women who were fascinated by his notoriety. The media attention surrounding Henry's case continued to grow throughout this period. He was featured on television programs, in newspaper articles, and in magazine stories. Henry gave interviews to reporters, always maintaining his claims that he had killed hundreds of people across the United States. However, even as Henry's confessions were being accepted by law enforcement and reported by the media, some people were beginning to have doubts about their accuracy. Journalists who investigated Henry's claims more carefully were finding inconsistencies and impossibilities in his stories. The first serious challenge to Henry's credibility would come from investigative reporters who took the time to fact-check his confessions against available evidence. These journalists would discover that Henry's stories contained numerous problems that suggested he was not telling the truth about most of the murders he claimed to have committed. While law enforcement officials across the United States were celebrating their success in closing hundreds of murder cases based on Henry Lee Lucas's confessions, a few investigative journalists were beginning to ask hard questions about whether Henry's stories were actually true. The most prominent of these skeptical journalists was Hugh Ainsworth, a reporter for the Dallas Times-Herald newspaper. Ainsworth was an experienced investigative journalist who had covered many high-profile criminal cases, including the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Ainsworth became interested in the Henry Lucas case when he noticed that the sheer number of confessions seemed almost impossible. According to the claims being made by the Lucas Task Force, Henry had committed murders at an incredible pace, sometimes killing multiple people in different states on the same day. To verify Henry's confessions, Ainsworth began the painstaking process of checking Henry's stories against documented facts. He looked at employment records, prison records, hospital records, and any other documentation that could prove where Henry had been on specific dates. What Ainsworth discovered was shocking. In case after case, he found that Henry could not possibly have committed the murders he was confessing to because he was somewhere else at the time. For example, police had accepted Henry's confession to a murder that occurred on September 12, 1981, in Houston, Texas, even though records showed that Henry was in jail in Maryland on that date. In another case, Henry had confessed to a murder that took place on September 9, 1975, in Tyler, Texas. However, Ainsworth found employment records showing that Henry was working at a mushroom farm in Pennsylvania on that day. It would have been physically impossible for Henry to be in both places at the same time. As Ainsworth continued his investigation, he found more and more examples of impossible confessions. According to his calculations, for Henry to have committed all the murders he claimed, he would have had to drive his old, unreliable car over 11,000 miles in a single month. This would have required him to drive approximately 370 miles every single day, which was clearly impossible given the condition of his vehicles. Ainsworth also discovered that many of Henry's confessions contained details that were wrong or inconsistent with the actual evidence from crime scenes. In some cases, Henry described victims as being killed in ways that did not match the autopsy reports. In other cases, he claimed to have used weapons that were different from what the evidence showed. Working with fellow journalist Jim Henderson, Ainsworth published a major investigative story in the Dallas Times-Herald in April 1985. The story was titled Mass Murder or Mass Deception, and it presented detailed evidence that most of Henry's confessions were false. The newspaper investigation showed that Henry had been coached by law enforcement officials who provided him with information about the crimes before he confessed. The reporters found that investigators had shown Henry crime scene photographs, given him access to case files, and even taken him to visit murder locations. This allowed Henry to learn enough details about each case to make a convincing confession. The investigation also revealed that Henry was being rewarded with special privileges each time he confessed to a murder. The better treatment he received in jail, combined with the attention and notoriety he gained from his confessions, gave Henry strong incentives to keep lying about murders he had not committed. Despite the overwhelming evidence presented by Ainsworth and Henderson, many law enforcement officials refused to believe that Henry's confessions were false. The Texas Rangers, in particular, defended their work and insisted that Henry was telling the truth about most of his claimed murders. Texas Ranger Bob Prince, who was one of the leaders of the Lucas Task Force, publicly defended Henry's confessions even after the newspaper investigation. Prince argued that Henry had provided too many accurate details for all of his confessions to be false. He claimed that the journalists were wrong and that Henry really was one of the most prolific serial killers in history. However, other officials began to have doubts about Henry's credibility after the newspaper investigation was published. Vic Feasel, the district attorney of McLennan County in Waco, Texas, had been skeptical of Henry's confessions from the beginning. When he saw the evidence presented by Ainsworth and Henderson, he decided to launch his own investigation. Feasel's investigation focused on 3 murders in his county that Henry had confessed to committing. When Feasel's team examined the evidence carefully, They found that Henry could not have been responsible for any of these killings. In each case, there was documented proof that Henry had been somewhere else when the murders occurred. Based on his findings, Feasel publicly declared that Henry Lucas was a fraud who had been making false confessions. He called for a complete review of all the cases that had been closed based on Henry's claims. Feasel's statements created a major controversy within Texas law enforcement. The Texas Rangers accused Feasel of grandstanding and trying to get publicity for himself. They insisted that their investigation had been thorough and professional. The conflict between Feasel and the Texas Rangers escalated when Feasel appeared on television to discuss his findings. He stated publicly that Henry's confessions were the biggest hoax in law enforcement history, and that hundreds of murder cases had been improperly closed. In response to these criticisms, Texas Attorney General Jim Maddox decided to conduct his own independent investigation of Henry's confessions. Maddox assigned a team of investigators to review the evidence and determine whether Henry's claims were credible. The Attorney General's investigation, which was completed in 1986, reached the same conclusions as the newspaper investigation and Feasel's inquiry. The official report stated that Henry Lucas was a fabulist who had made false confessions to hundreds of murders. The Attorney General's report found that Henry had obtained most of his information about the crimes from law enforcement officials during the interview process. The investigators had inadvertently provided Henry with enough details to make convincing confessions by showing him photographs, case files, and crime scene locations. The report also found that there was no physical evidence linking Henry to most of the murders he had confessed to. In the vast majority of cases, the only evidence against Henry was his own confession, which the investigation had now shown to be unreliable. Perhaps most damaging to Henry's credibility was the discovery that he had solid alibis for many of the murders he claimed to have committed. Employment records, medical records, and other documentation showed that Henry had been in different states or even in jail when many of the murders occurred. The Attorney General's investigation concluded that Henry Lucas had been truthful about only 3 murders: the killing of his mother in 1960, the murder of Becky Powell in 1982, and the killing of Kate Rich in 1983. All of his other confessions were determined to be false. Despite these official findings, Henry continued to maintain his claims that he had killed hundreds of people. He seemed to enjoy the attention and notoriety that came with being considered one of America's most prolific serial killers. However, his credibility with law enforcement and the media had been severely damaged. By 1984, before the investigation into his false confessions was complete, Henry Lee Lucas had been convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to death for one of them. The case that put him on death row involved the murder of an unidentified woman who became known as Orange Socks because that was the only clothing she was wearing when her body was found. The Orange Socks murder had occurred on October 31st, 1979, Halloween night. The victim's body was discovered in a ditch alongside Interstate 35 near Georgetown, Texas. She had been raped and strangled to death, then left naked except for a pair of bright orange socks. For years, police had no leads in the Orange Socks case. They could not identify the victim, and they had no suspects. The case remained unsolved until Henry confessed to the murder in 1983 as part of his confession spree. Henry's confession to the Orange Socks murder was not particularly detailed or convincing. He provided no information about the crime that was not already known to police. However, given Henry's supposed track record as a serial killer, investigators accepted his confession and charged him with capital murder. The prosecution's case against Henry was based almost entirely on his confession. There was no physical evidence linking him to the crime scene, no witnesses who had seen him with the victim, and no forensic evidence connecting him to the murder. The only reason Henry was convicted was because he had confessed. At his trial in 1984, Henry was found guilty of capital murder and sentenced to death. The jury believed that his confession was truthful and that he deserved the ultimate punishment for his crime. Henry was sent to death row at the Huntsville prison unit in Texas. However, as the investigation into Henry's false confessions progressed, serious questions arose about his guilt in the Orange Socks case. The Attorney General's investigation found that Henry had solid alibi evidence showing that he was in Florida at the time the Orange Socks murder was committed. Work records and a cashed paycheck proved that Henry had been employed at a roofing job in Jacksonville, Florida, on October 31st, 1979. He had worked a full day and cashed his paycheck just hours before the Orange Sox murder occurred in Texas. It would have been physically impossible for Henry to travel from Florida to Texas in time to commit the murder. Despite this alibi evidence, Henry remained on death row while his appeals worked their way through the court system. He came close to execution several times, but each time his lawyers managed to get stays of execution based on questions about his guilt. The Orange Sox case became a symbol of everything that was wrong with the Henry Lucas investigation. Here was a man sitting on death row for a murder that he almost certainly did not commit, convicted solely based on a confession that investigators should have known was false. As the years passed and the evidence of Henry's innocence in most of his confessed murders became overwhelming, pressure began to build for his death sentence to be commuted. Legal experts, journalists, and even some law enforcement officials argued that executing Henry for the Orange Sox murder would be a miscarriage of justice. In 1998, the case reached the desk of Texas Governor George W. Bush, who was considering a run for president. Bush had a reputation as a strong supporter of the death penalty who rarely granted clemency to death row inmates. However, the evidence of Henry's innocence in the Orange Sox case was so compelling that even Bush could not ignore it. The Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, which had to make a recommendation before the governor could act, voted to recommend commutation by a margin of 17-1. On June 26, 1998, Governor Bush commuted Henry's death sentence to life in prison. In making this decision, Bush stated, "I take this action so that all Texans can continue to trust the integrity and fairness of our criminal justice system." This was the first and only time that George W. Bush commuted a death sentence during his tenure as Texas governor. The decision was particularly significant because it acknowledged that the criminal justice system had failed in Henry's case and that an innocent man had come close to being executed. Henry's death sentence commutation did not mean that he would ever be released from prison. He was still serving multiple life sentences for the murders of Becky Powell and Kate Rich, as well as sentences for other crimes. The commutation simply meant that he would not be executed for a murder he did not commit. While Henry avoided execution, many of the murder cases that had been closed based on his false confessions remained officially solved. Even though investigators knew that Henry had lied about most of his confessions, very few of the cases were reopened or reinvestigated. This meant that the real killers in hundreds of murder cases remained free, while the families of victims continued to believe that justice had been served. The failure to reopen these cases was one of the most damaging long-term consequences of the Henry Lucas scandal. The Henry Lucas case also had serious consequences for the reputation of the Texas Rangers law enforcement agency. The Rangers had been the primary investigators pushing Henry's confessions, and their credibility was severely damaged when the confessions were exposed as false. Several Texas Rangers involved in the Lucas investigation faced criticism and disciplinary action. The scandal led to changes in how the Rangers conducted investigations and handled confessions from suspects. The case also led to broader reforms in police interrogation techniques and confession procedures. Law enforcement agencies across the country began implementing new policies to prevent the kind of problems that had occurred in the Lucas case. These reforms included requirements that interrogations be recorded, that suspects not be shown case files or evidence before confessing, and that confessions be corroborated with independent evidence before cases could be closed. Despite these reforms, the damage from the Henry Lucas case continued to affect the criminal justice system for years. The scandal had shown how easy it was for false confessions to be accepted and how many cases could be improperly closed as a result. After his death sentence was commuted to life in prison in 1998, Henry Lee Lucas settled into a routine of prison life that would continue until his death. He was housed at various Texas Department of Criminal Justice facilities, spending most of his time at the Ellis I Unit near Huntsville. In prison, Henry was assigned to work in the garment factory, where he operated sewing machines to make uniforms for correctional officers. This job gave him a sense of purpose and helped pass the time during his long incarceration. Fellow inmates and prison staff noted that Henry was generally well-behaved and caused few problems. Henry's personality in prison was quite different from the attention-seeking confessor he had been during the 1980s. He became more withdrawn and reflective, spending much of his time reading religious materials and claiming to have found faith in Christianity. According to prison officials, Henry became what they called a model prisoner. He followed prison rules, avoided fights with other inmates, and participated in rehabilitation programs. This behavior was in stark contrast to his earlier years of violence and criminal activity. During his time in prison, Henry continued to receive attention from journalists, researchers, and true crime enthusiasts who were fascinated by his case. He gave occasional interviews, though he was less willing to discuss his confessions than he had been in the 1980s. In these later interviews, Henry's stance on his confessions became somewhat inconsistent. Sometimes he would maintain that he had killed hundreds of people, while at other times he would admit that most of his confessions had been false. He seemed to enjoy the continued attention, but was also aware that his credibility had been destroyed. Henry developed various health problems as he aged in prison. He suffered from heart disease and other conditions related to his years of poor living, heavy drinking, and the stress of incarceration. Prison medical staff treated these conditions as they arose. Despite his health problems, Henry remained mentally alert throughout most of his imprisonment. He was able to read, write letters, and carry on conversations with visitors and fellow inmates. His memory, which had been so important to his false confessions, remained sharp. Henry's case continued to attract academic and professional interest from criminologists, psychologists, and legal experts. Researchers studied his confessions as an example of how false confessions could be generated and accepted by the criminal justice system. These studies helped advance understanding of the psychological factors that could lead to false confessions and the investigative techniques that could either prevent or encourage them. Henry's case became a textbook example of what could go wrong when proper safeguards were not in place. During the 1990s, Henry occasionally expressed regret for his false confessions and the damage they had caused to the criminal justice system. He admitted that he had lied about most of the murders and acknowledged that his lies had prevented real killers from being caught. However, Henry never fully explained why he had made so many false confessions. He offered various explanations at different times, including his desire for better treatment in jail, his enjoyment of the attention, and his anger at law enforcement. The true motivations for his extensive lies remained somewhat unclear. One consistent aspect of Henry's later statements was his insistence that he had only killed 3 people: his mother, Becky Powell, and Kate Rich. He maintained that these were the only murders he had actually committed, and investigators generally accepted this assessment. Henry also continued to express remorse for killing Becky Powell, whom he claimed to have genuinely loved. He said that her murder was the crime he regretted most, and that he wished he could undo what he had done to her. In his conversations with prison counselors and chaplains, Henry often discussed his troubled childhood and the abuse he had suffered at the hands of his mother. He seemed to understand that his early experiences had contributed to his later criminal behavior, though he never used this as an excuse for his actions. Henry's religious conversion in prison appeared to be genuine, though some observers remained skeptical given his history of manipulation and lies. He participated in chapel services, read the Bible regularly, and claimed to have asked God for forgiveness for his crimes. Prison officials noted that Henry's religious faith seemed to give him some peace during his final years. He appeared less angry and bitter than he had been during his earlier incarceration, and he expressed hope that he might find redemption despite his past. Henry also maintained correspondence with some family members and developed friendships with a few fellow inmates and prison staff members. These relationships provided him with some social connection during his long years of imprisonment. As Henry aged, his health problems became more serious. He developed congestive heart failure, which is a condition where the heart cannot pump blood effectively. This condition required ongoing medical treatment and monitoring by prison medical staff. Despite his declining health, Henry remained interested in current events and followed news stories about other criminal cases. He was particularly interested in cases involving serial killers and false confessions, perhaps seeing connections to his own experiences. In his final years, Henry reflected on his legacy and the impact his case had on American law enforcement. He seemed to understand that while his false confessions had caused great harm, they had also led to important reforms in police procedures and confession handling. Henry expressed some satisfaction that his case had resulted in changes that might prevent other false confessions in the future. He saw this as perhaps the only positive outcome from his years of lying to police investigators. As the year 2001 began, Henry's health continued to deteriorate. The congestive heart failure was putting increasing strain on his body, and prison medical staff monitored his condition closely. Despite his illness, Henry continued his daily routines and remained mentally alert. On the evening of March 12th, 2001. Henry Lee Lucas was found dead in his bed at the Ellis I Prison Unit in Huntsville, Texas. He was 64 years old and had been serving multiple life sentences for the murders of Becky Powell and Kate Rich. Prison officials determined that he had died of natural causes, specifically congestive heart failure. Henry's death came peacefully in his sleep, a stark contrast to the violent lives of the victims he had actually killed and the hundreds of victims he had falsely claimed to murder. Prison spokesman Larry Fitzgerald announced the death and confirmed that it appeared to be from natural causes, ending the life of one of America's most notorious false confessors. The news of Henry's death was reported in newspapers across the United States, with most articles focusing on his role as the confession killer who had claimed responsibility for hundreds of murders. However, the stories also noted that most of his confessions had been proven false and that he had likely killed only 3 people. Henry's body was taken to the Huntsville Funeral Home, where prison officials waited to see if any family members would claim his remains. Given Henry's estrangement from most of his family and his notorious reputation, it was unclear whether anyone would take responsibility for his burial. The reaction to Henry's death was mixed among law enforcement officials, journalists, and the families of crime victims. Some people felt relief that a chapter in American criminal justice history had finally closed, while others remained angry about the damage his false confessions had caused. Hugh Ainsworth, the journalist who had exposed Henry's false confessions in the 1980s, commented on Henry's death by noting that while Henry was certainly a killer, he was not the prolific serial murderer he had claimed to be. Ainsworth emphasized that hundreds of real murders remained unsolved because of Henry's lies. For the families of genuine murder victims whose cases had been falsely closed based on Henry's confessions, his death brought no real closure. Their loved ones' real killers were still free, and justice had not been served in their cases. The Texas Rangers, who had been heavily criticized for their role in accepting Henry's false confessions, made no official statement about his death. The scandal from the Lucas case had already led to significant changes in the agency's procedures and had damaged the reputation of several veteran Rangers. District attorneys and police chiefs in jurisdictions where Henry had confessed to murders faced a difficult decision about whether to reopen those cases. While most officials acknowledged that Henry's confessions were likely false, few were willing to admit publicly that they had closed cases improperly. The academic and research communities that had studied Henry's case noted that his death ended the possibility of further interviews and psychological studies. However, his case would continue to be analyzed for years to come as an example of how false confessions could be generated and accepted. Criminologists and legal experts emphasized that Henry's legacy should be the reforms his case had inspired in police interrogation techniques and confession procedures. New requirements for recording interrogations and corroborating confessions had been implemented largely because of problems exposed in Henry's case. Mental health professionals who had studied Henry noted that his death closed the book on one of the most complex psychological profiles in criminal history. His combination of genuine murders, false confessions, and attention-seeking behavior had provided unique insights into criminal psychology. The true crime community, including authors, documentary filmmakers, and podcast creators, would continue to be fascinated by Henry's story long after his death. His case combined elements of real violence, psychological manipulation, and systemic failure that made it compelling to audiences. Law enforcement training programs continued to use Henry's case as an example of what could go wrong when proper procedures were not followed. Police academies and detective schools taught new officers about the dangers of accepting confessions without independent corroboration. The victims' rights community pointed to Henry's case as an example of how the criminal justice system could fail both victims and their families. The false closure provided by Henry's confessions had prevented real investigations and left many families without true justice. Some observers noted the irony that Henry, who had spent his life seeking attention and notoriety, had achieved a kind of twisted immortality through his false confessions. His name would be remembered not for the 3 murders he actually committed, but for the hundreds he had lied about. The Netflix documentary series The Confession Killer, which premiered in 2019, brought renewed attention to Henry's case and introduced his story to a new generation of viewers. The series emphasized the law enforcement failures and the ongoing impact on unsolved cases. Legal scholars continued to debate whether Henry's death sentence commutation by Governor George W. Bush had set an important precedent for preventing wrongful executions. The case remained a significant example of how doubts about guilt could influence even the strongest supporters of capital punishment. Prison officials who had worked with Henry during his final years remembered him as a generally cooperative inmate who had seemed to find some measure of peace through his claimed religious conversion. However, they also noted that his manipulative nature made it difficult to know what he truly believed. The location where Henry died, the LSI unit in Huntsville, was the same prison system that housed Texas's death row. The irony was not lost on observers that Henry had died naturally in prison rather than being executed for a crime he probably did not commit. Mental health advocates used Henry's case to argue for better treatment of childhood abuse victims and improved mental health services. They pointed out that Henry's horrific childhood experiences had contributed to his later criminal behavior and psychological problems. The debate over how many people Henry had actually killed continued even after his death. While most experts agreed that he had killed only 3 people, some investigators continued to believe that he might have been responsible for a few additional murders that were never properly investigated. The death of Henry Lee Lucas in 2001 marked the end of his personal story, but the impact of his case on American criminal justice continued to reverberate for years afterward. His legacy became one of the most significant examples of how false confessions could corrupt the investigation of serious crimes. In the years following Henry's death, researchers and legal experts conducted extensive studies of his case to understand how such widespread acceptance of false confessions could have occurred. These studies identified several key factors that had contributed to the problem. The first major factor was the lack of proper recording procedures during Henry's interrogations. Police investigators in the 1980s rarely tape-recorded their interviews with suspects, which meant there was no objective record of how information had been shared during the confession process. Without recordings, it was impossible to determine how much information investigators had inadvertently provided to Henry before he made his confessions. This allowed Henry to appear to have inside knowledge of crimes when he was actually just repeating details that police had already told him. The second major factor was the failure to seek independent corroboration for Henry's confessions. In case after case, investigators accepted Henry's word alone as sufficient evidence to close murder files, without conducting additional investigation to verify his claims. This lack of corroboration meant that obvious problems with Henry's confessions were not discovered until much later. If investigators had checked Henry's whereabouts more carefully, they would have found that he had alibis for many of the murders he claimed to have committed. The third factor was the incentive structure that encouraged Henry to make false confessions. The special treatment he received in jail, combined with the attention and notoriety his confessions brought him, created powerful motivations to continue lying about murders. Law enforcement agencies across the United States began implementing reforms designed to prevent similar problems in the future. Many departments adopted requirements that all interrogations of serious suspects be recorded, either on audio or videotape. Additional reforms included policies requiring that confessions be corroborated with independent evidence before cases could be closed, and procedures to prevent suspects from being shown case files or crime scene materials before making their statements. These reforms were not implemented uniformly across all jurisdictions, and some law enforcement agencies resisted changes to their traditional interrogation methods. However, the Henry Lucas case provided a compelling example of why such reforms were necessary. The case also led to increased awareness among defense attorneys about the possibility of false confessions. Lawyers began to challenge confessions more aggressively and to demand better documentation of how confessions were obtained. Legal scholars used Henry's case to argue for stricter standards of evidence in cases where confessions were the primary proof of guilt. They pointed out that confessions, even detailed ones, could be unreliable without independent corroboration. The psychological community also gained valuable insights from Henry's case about the factors that could lead to false confessions. Researchers identified personality traits and circumstances that made some individuals more likely to confess to crimes they had not committed. These psychological studies helped improve understanding of how interrogation techniques could inadvertently encourage false confessions, and they led to the development of better training for police investigators. The victims' families who had been affected by Henry's false confessions continued to struggle with the aftermath of his lies long after his death. Many had believed for years that their loved ones' killers had been caught and punished, only to learn that the real perpetrators remained free. Some of these families organized advocacy groups to push for reopening the cases that had been falsely closed based on Henry's confessions. However, they faced resistance from law enforcement agencies that were reluctant to admit their mistakes. The media coverage of Henry's case also evolved over time. While early reports had accepted his claims at face value, later journalism took a more critical approach to examining confession evidence and police procedures. Investigative journalists like Hugh Ainsworth became models for how reporters should fact-check claims made by law enforcement agencies. Their work showed the importance of independent verification rather than simply reporting official statements. The academic study of Henry's case contributed to a broader understanding of wrongful convictions and the role that false confessions played in miscarriages of justice. Researchers found that false confessions were more common than previously believed. Law schools began using Henry's case as a teaching example in courses on criminal procedure and evidence. Students learned about the dangers of relying too heavily on confession evidence and the importance of proper investigative procedures. The case also influenced the development of innocence projects and other organizations dedicated to preventing and correcting wrongful convictions. These groups used Henry's story to illustrate how systemic problems could lead to multiple miscarriages of justice. Police training programs incorporated lessons from Henry's case into their curricula for new officers. Recruits learned about the importance of objective investigation and the dangers of confirmation bias in criminal cases. The broader criminal justice community came to recognize that Henry's case represented not just the actions of one disturbed individual, but systemic failures that needed to be addressed through comprehensive reforms. International law enforcement agencies also studied Henry's case as an example of problems that could occur in any criminal justice system. The lessons learned from his false confessions influenced police procedures in other countries as well. The entertainment industry's portrayal of Henry's case evolved over time as well. Early movies and television shows had often sensationalized his claims of being a prolific serial killer, but later productions took a more critical approach. The 2019 Netflix documentary series, The Confession Killer, represented a more sophisticated understanding of Henry's case, focusing on the law enforcement failures rather than just the shocking nature of his claims. True crime enthusiasts and amateur investigators continued to be fascinated by Henry's case, often attempting to determine which of his confessions might have been true. However, most experts warned against giving credibility to any of his uncorroborated claims. The case also raised important questions about the role of mental illness in the criminal justice system. Henry's childhood abuse and psychological problems had clearly contributed to his criminal behavior, but they had also made him vulnerable to manipulation by investigators. Mental health advocates used Henry's story to argue for better screening and treatment of suspects with psychological disorders. They pointed out that such individuals might be more likely to make false confessions under pressure. The technological advances that occurred after Henry's death, particularly in DNA testing and forensic science, provided new opportunities to investigate some of the cases where he had confessed. However, in many instances, physical evidence had been lost or destroyed over the years. Some cold case investigators attempted to use modern techniques to determine whether Henry might have been involved in murders where physical evidence still existed. These efforts generally confirmed that Henry had not been responsible for most of the crimes he had claimed. The Henry Lucas case became a landmark in the study of serial crime investigation. It showed how the desire to solve multiple cases quickly could lead investigators to accept easy solutions that were not actually correct. This lesson influenced how law enforcement agencies approached cases involving suspected serial killers. New procedures emphasized the importance of maintaining objectivity and not allowing the excitement of potentially solving multiple cases to override proper investigative protocols. Even decades after Henry Lee Lucas's death in 2001, questions remained about the true extent of his criminal activities and the full impact of his false confessions on American law enforcement. While most experts agreed that he had only killed 3 people, some aspects of his case continued to puzzle investigators and researchers. One of the most persistent mysteries concerned whether Henry might have committed a few additional murders beyond the 3 that were conclusively proven. Some law enforcement officials who had worked closely with him maintained that certain confessions contained details that seemed impossible to fake. For example, one Texas police officer claimed that Henry had led investigators directly to a deer stand where a murder had taken place, providing information that seemed too specific to have been guessed or learned from case files. However, Critics argued that such instances could be explained by Henry's extensive access to crime scene information. Another ongoing question involved the relationship between Henry and Otis Toole, and whether they might have committed crimes together that were never properly investigated. While both men were known to be liars and fantasists, some investigators believed their partnership had involved at least some genuine criminal activity beyond what was proven in court. The hand of death cult claims made by Henry and Otis remained particularly controversial. While no evidence was ever found for the existence of such a satanic organization, some investigators wondered whether the two men might have been involved with smaller criminal networks that they had exaggerated into elaborate cult stories. Researchers who studied Henry's case also grappled with questions about his psychological makeup and what had motivated his extensive false confessions. While the material rewards and attention he received clearly played a role, some experts believed there were deeper psychological factors involved. Dr. Joel Norris, who wrote extensively about serial killers, suggested that Henry's false confessions might have been a way for him to achieve a sense of power and control that he had lacked throughout his abused childhood. By claiming responsibility for hundreds of murders, Henry could present himself as one of the most feared men in America. Other psychologists theorized that Henry's confessions represented a form of psychological compensation for his feelings of inadequacy and powerlessness. In his fantasies, he was not a pathetic drifter, but a master criminal who had outsmarted law enforcement across multiple states. The question of whether Henry genuinely remembered committing murders he had not actually done remained particularly intriguing to mental health professionals. Some researchers wondered whether Henry's traumatic childhood and substance abuse history might have created false memories that felt real to him. This possibility was supported by Henry's apparent sincerity during many of his confessions. Investigators who interviewed him often noted that he seemed to genuinely believe his own stories, at least while he was telling them. The role of suggestion and coaching in creating Henry's false confessions continued to be studied by experts in police interrogation techniques. His case became a textbook example of how well-meaning investigators could inadvertently contaminate a suspect's statements. Researchers found that Henry had been particularly susceptible to suggestion because of his desire to please authority figures and his need for attention and approval. These personality traits, likely developed during his abusive childhood, made him an ideal candidate for producing false confessions. The long-term impact on the families of genuine murder victims whose cases had been falsely closed remained one of the most tragic aspects of Henry's legacy. Many of these families continued to seek justice decades after Henry's confessions had derailed the investigations into their loved ones' deaths. Some families hired private investigators or worked with cold case units to try to reopen investigations that had been prematurely closed. However, they often found that evidence had been lost or destroyed, and that witnesses had died or could no longer be located. The legal system's reluctance to acknowledge mistakes also created obstacles for families seeking to have cases reopened. District attorneys and police chiefs were often unwilling to admit publicly that they had been fooled by Henry's confessions, making it difficult to get official support for new investigations. A few cases were eventually reopened and resulted in arrests of the actual perpetrators. These successes provided some vindication for the critics who had argued that Henry's confessions were false, but they represented only a small fraction of the hundreds of cases that had been affected. The technological advances in forensic science that occurred in the decades after Henry's confession spree offered new possibilities for solving some of the cold cases. DNA testing, in particular, provided opportunities to identify perpetrators even when traditional investigative methods had failed. However, the passage of time had made such investigations more difficult. Physical evidence from crimes committed in the 1970s and 1980s was often no longer available, and many potential witnesses had died or could not be located. Some modern investigators attempted to use geographic profiling and other analytical techniques to determine whether any patterns in unsolved murders might indicate the work of a genuine serial killer who had remained free while Henry received credit for their crimes. These efforts occasionally identified potential suspects in individual cases, but they did not reveal evidence of any single killer who might have been responsible for large numbers of the murders Henry had claimed. The impact of Henry's case on the Texas Rangers continued to be felt long after his death. The agency had implemented significant reforms in response to the scandal, but the damage to its reputation took years to repair. Some veteran rangers who had been involved in the Lucas investigation retired early or left the agency rather than face continued scrutiny of their work. The scandal became a defining moment in the Rangers' history, comparable to other controversial episodes from earlier decades. The broader law enforcement community used Henry's case as a cautionary tale about the dangers of cutting corners in major investigations. Police academies and training programs regularly featured case studies based on the Lucas investigation to illustrate proper and improper investigative techniques. International law enforcement agencies also studied Henry's case as an example of how false confessions could contaminate multiple investigations simultaneously. Police forces in other countries implemented safeguards inspired by the lessons learned from Henry's confession spree. The media's role in promoting Henry's false claims also came under scrutiny in later analyses of the case. Journalists and news organizations had often reported Henry's confessions without sufficient skepticism, contributing to public acceptance of his claims. This aspect of the case influenced journalism education and media ethics discussions. Reporters were taught to be more critical of official sources and to seek independent verification of dramatic claims, even when those claims came from law enforcement agencies. The entertainment industry's treatment of Henry's case evolved significantly over time. Early movies and television shows had often portrayed him as a genuine monster who had killed hundreds of people, but later productions took a more critical approach. The 2019 Netflix documentary, The Confession Killer, represented a more sophisticated understanding of the case, focusing on the institutional failures that had allowed Henry's lies to be accepted rather than simply sensationalizing his claims. Academic researchers continued to mine Henry's case for insights into criminal psychology, police procedures, and the nature of false confessions. New studies appeared regularly in criminology and psychology journals, each attempting to extract additional lessons from this unique case. The case also influenced the development of protocols for handling suspected serial killer investigations. Law enforcement agencies adopted procedures designed to prevent the kind of tunnel vision and confirmation bias that had characterized the Lucas investigation. These reforms included requirements for independent review of evidence, mandatory consultation with behavioral experts, and procedures for testing the credibility of confession evidence before accepting it as reliable. The Henry Lee Lucas case became a watershed moment in American criminal justice history, fundamentally changing how law enforcement agencies approached confession evidence and serial crime investigations. The lessons learned from his extensive false confessions continued to influence police procedures, legal standards, and academic research well into the 21st century. One of the most significant changes prompted by Henry's case was the widespread adoption of recorded interrogations. Prior to the Lucas scandal, most police departments did not routinely tape or video record their interviews with suspects, making it impossible to review how confessions were obtained. The lack of recordings in Henry's case had made it difficult to determine exactly how much information investigators had provided to him before he made his confessions. This problem led to requirements in many jurisdictions that all interrogations in serious cases be electronically recorded. By the early 2000s, hundreds of police departments across the United States had implemented mandatory recording policies. These recordings not only protected suspects from coercive tactics, but also protected investigators from false accusations of misconduct. The recordings proved particularly valuable in cases where suspects later claimed their confessions had been coerced or fabricated. Judges and juries could review the actual interrogation process rather than relying on conflicting testimony about what had occurred. Another major reform inspired by Henry's case involved the corroboration of confession evidence. The Lucas investigation had shown how dangerous it could be to close cases based solely on a suspect's admissions, without independent verification of their claims. Many law enforcement agencies adopted policies requiring that confessions be supported by additional evidence before cases could be considered solved. This might include physical evidence, witness testimony, or other documentation that confirmed the confessor's involvement. These corroboration requirements helped prevent the acceptance of false confessions, but they also meant that some legitimate confessions could not be used to close cases where supporting evidence was lacking. This trade-off was generally considered acceptable given the problems created by uncorroborated confessions. The psychological research conducted on Henry's case also led to better understanding of the factors that could contribute to false confessions. Mental health professionals identified several risk factors that made individuals more likely to confess to crimes they had not committed. These risk factors included mental illness, developmental disabilities, substance abuse problems, and histories of childhood abuse. Investigators were trained to be particularly careful when interrogating suspects who exhibited these characteristics. The research also identified interrogation techniques that could inadvertently encourage false confessions. These included lengthy interrogations, sleep deprivation, false promises of leniency, and the presentation of fabricated evidence. Law enforcement training programs began emphasizing the importance of avoiding these problematic techniques and using interrogation methods that were less likely to produce false admissions. The Henry Lucas case also influenced the development of specialized units for investigating serial crimes. Rather than allowing individual detectives to work in isolation, many agencies created task forces with multiple investigators and supervisory oversight. These task forces were designed to prevent the kind of tunnel vision that had characterized the Lucas investigation, where investigators became so invested in their theory that they ignored contradictory evidence. The use of behavioral analysts and criminal profilers also became more common in serial crime investigations. These experts could provide objective assessments of confession evidence and help identify inconsistencies that might indicate false admissions. Legal scholars used Henry's case to argue for stricter evidentiary standards in cases involving confession evidence. They pointed out that confessions, even detailed ones, should not be considered reliable without independent corroboration. Some jurisdictions adopted rules requiring that judges instruct juries about the possibility of false confessions and the need to carefully evaluate confession evidence. These instructions helped ensure that juries understood that confessions were not automatically reliable. Defense attorneys also became more aggressive in challenging confession evidence, particularly in cases where physical evidence was lacking. Henry's case provided numerous examples of how false confessions could be generated and accepted. The case influenced the development of expert testimony about false confessions. Psychologists and criminologists who had studied the phenomenon began testifying in court about the factors that could lead to unreliable admissions. This expert testimony helped judges and juries better understand how false confessions could occur, even when the confessor provided detailed and seemingly accurate information about the crime. The impact of Henry's case extended beyond the criminal justice system to influence academic research in criminology and psychology. His extensive false confessions provided researchers with a unique case study for understanding this phenomenon. Studies of Henry's case contributed to the broader understanding of wrongful convictions and the role that false confessions played in miscarriages of justice. Research showed that false confessions were involved in a significant percentage of cases where innocent people were convicted. This research helped support the work of innocence projects and other organizations dedicated to preventing and correcting wrongful convictions. Henry's case became a frequently cited example of how systemic problems could lead to multiple miscarriages of justice. The international law enforcement community also learned from Henry's case. Police agencies in other countries studied the Lucas investigation as an example of problems that could occur in any criminal justice system. Some countries implemented reforms similar to those adopted in the United States, including requirements for recorded interrogations and corroboration of confession evidence. The case also influenced international academic conferences and professional exchanges focused on criminal investigation techniques and false confession prevention. Modern technology provided new tools for investigating the types of crimes that Henry had falsely confessed to. DNA testing improved forensic techniques, and computerized databases made it possible to solve some cold cases that had been improperly closed. However, the passage of time had made many investigations more difficult. Physical evidence from crimes committed decades earlier was often no longer available, and key witnesses had died or could not be located. Some cases that had been closed based on Henry's confessions were eventually solved using modern techniques, leading to the arrest and conviction of the actual perpetrators. These successes provided vindication for the critics who had argued that Henry's confessions were unreliable. The victims' rights movement used Henry's case to argue for better protections for crime victims and their families. They pointed out that false closures of cases denied families the justice they deserved and prevented the capture of dangerous criminals. Some victims' organizations pushed for legislation requiring that families be notified when cases were reopened or when there were significant developments in investigations that had been closed based on questionable evidence. The Henry Lucas case also influenced discussions about the death penalty and the risk of executing innocent people. His near execution for a crime he probably did not commit became a powerful example of how the ultimate punishment could be applied to the wrong person. This aspect of the case was particularly significant because it involved a defendant who was clearly guilty of other serious crimes, but possibly innocent of the specific murder for which he was sentenced to die. The commutation of Henry's death sentence by Governor George W. Bush became a landmark decision that influenced later discussions about clemency and the death penalty. Legal experts noted that Bush's willingness to commute Henry's sentence, despite his general support for capital punishment, demonstrated the importance of maintaining safeguards against wrongful executions. The case also influenced the development of conviction integrity units within prosecutors' offices. These specialized units were tasked with reviewing questionable convictions and ensuring that innocent people were not punished for crimes they did not commit. Many of these units used Henry's case as an example of how systemic problems could lead to multiple wrongful convictions simultaneously. The entertainment industry's treatment of true crime stories also evolved partly in response to lessons learned from the Henry Lucas case. Producers and writers became more cautious about presenting unverified claims as fact. The success of more analytical approaches, such as the Netflix documentary The Confession Killer, showed that audiences were interested in understanding the institutional failures that allowed false confessions to be accepted. This shift in approach influenced other true crime productions and encouraged more critical examination of official narratives in criminal cases. Henry Lee Lucas died on March 12, 2001, but his impact on American criminal justice continues to this day. His case serves as a permanent reminder of how the desire to solve crimes quickly can lead investigators astray and how the acceptance of false confessions can cause immeasurable harm to the pursuit of justice. In 2019, nearly 2 decades after Henry's death, the Netflix documentary series The Confession Killer introduced his story to a new generation of viewers. The 5-part series examined not only Henry's false confessions, but also the institutional failures that allowed them to be accepted by law enforcement agencies across the country. The documentary sparked renewed interest in Henry's case and led to discussions about whether additional reforms were needed to prevent similar problems in the future. Criminal justice experts noted that while significant improvements had been made since the 1980s, the risk of false confessions remained a concern. One of the most troubling aspects of Henry's legacy was the number of murder cases that remained officially closed based on his false confessions. Despite overwhelming evidence that most of his admissions were lies, very few jurisdictions had reopened their cases for further investigation. This meant that the real killers in hundreds of murder cases had never been caught and might have gone on to commit additional crimes. The families of victims continued to be denied true justice, living with the false belief that their loved ones' murders had been solved. Some victim advocacy groups continued to pressure law enforcement agencies to reopen cases that had been closed based on Henry's confessions. However, they faced resistance from officials who were reluctant to acknowledge their mistakes or to commit resources to investigating decades-old crimes. The few cases that were successfully reopened and solved using modern investigative techniques provided some hope that justice could still be achieved, even years after Henry's false confessions had derailed the original investigations. In 2019, one particularly significant development occurred when DNA testing and genealogical research finally identified the Orange Socks victim for whom Henry had been sentenced to death. The victim was determined to be Deborah Jackson, a 23-year-old woman from Abilene, Texas, who had gone missing in 1977. The identification of Deborah Jackson provided some closure for her family members, who had never known what had happened to her. However, it also served as a reminder that Henry had nearly been executed for a crime he almost certainly did not commit. The Jackson identification was made possible by advances in forensic technology that had not existed during Henry's original prosecution. This highlighted how new scientific techniques could provide answers that had been impossible to obtain using 1980s investigative methods. Criminal justice education programs continued to use Henry's case as a teaching tool for new lawyers, police officers, and forensic scientists. His story provided a comprehensive example of how multiple systemic failures could combine to produce a major scandal. Law schools incorporated discussions of the Lucas case into courses on criminal procedure, evidence, and wrongful convictions. Students learned about the importance of maintaining objectivity in investigations and the dangers of accepting confession evidence without proper corroboration. Police academies used Henry's case to train new officers about proper interrogation techniques and the factors that could lead to false confessions. Recruits learned to recognize the warning signs that might indicate an unreliable admission. The psychological and criminological research inspired by Henry's case continued to evolve as new theories were developed about the causes and prevention of false confessions. Academic journals regularly published new studies that built on the foundation established by research into Henry's behavior. Mental health professionals used insights from Henry's case to develop better screening procedures for identifying suspects who might be particularly vulnerable to making false confessions. The case also influenced the development of specialized training for investigators working with suspects who had mental illness, developmental disabilities, or histories of trauma. International law enforcement agencies continued to study Henry's case as an example of problems that could occur in any criminal justice system. The lessons learned from his false confessions influenced police procedures in countries around the world. Some nations implemented reforms similar to those adopted in the United States, including requirements for recorded interrogations and independent corroboration of confession evidence. The case also became a frequent topic at international conferences focused on criminal investigation techniques and wrongful conviction prevention. The entertainment industry's portrayal of Henry's story continued to evolve as new productions took increasingly sophisticated approaches to examining his case. Rather than simply sensationalizing his claims, modern treatments focused on the systemic issues that had allowed his lies to be accepted. This shift reflected broader changes in how true crime stories were told, with greater emphasis on institutional accountability and less focus on glorifying criminal behavior. The success of analytical approaches like The Confession Killer demonstrated that audiences were interested in understanding the complex factors that contributed to criminal justice failures. Technological advances continued to provide new opportunities for investigating cold cases that had been improperly closed based on Henry's confessions. DNA testing, genetic genealogy, and other forensic techniques offered hope that some of these cases might still be solved. However, the passage of time remained a significant obstacle to reopening old investigations. Evidence had been lost or destroyed, witnesses had died, and institutional memory of the original cases had faded. Cold case investigators who attempted to work on Lucas-related cases often found themselves starting from scratch, with little reliable information about what had actually occurred. The victims' rights community continued to use Henry's case as an example of how false closures could deny justice to crime victims and their families. They argued for stronger protections and better notification procedures when cases were reopened or significantly changed. Some organizations pushed for legislation that would automatically trigger reviews of cases closed based solely on confession evidence, particularly when the confessor had a history of making false admissions. The debate over capital punishment continued to reference Henry's case as an example of how innocent people could be sentenced to death. His near execution for the Orange Socks murder remained a powerful argument for maintaining strong safeguards in death penalty cases. Legal scholars noted that Henry's case demonstrated the importance of maintaining clemency procedures as a final check against wrongful executions. The case also influenced discussions about the standards of evidence that should be required in capital cases, with some experts arguing that confession evidence alone should never be sufficient for a death sentence. As the 21st century progressed, Henry Lee Lucas's name became permanently associated with the phenomenon of false confessions and the dangers they pose to the criminal justice system. His case served as a constant reminder that the desire to solve crimes must be balanced with the need to ensure that investigations were thorough and accurate. The reforms inspired by Henry's case, including recorded interrogations, corroboration requirements, and better training for investigators, became standard practices in modern law enforcement. While these changes could not undo the damage caused by his false confessions, they helped prevent similar problems from occurring in future cases. The families of genuine murder victims whose cases had been falsely closed continued to seek justice decades after Henry's lies had derailed their investigations. Their ongoing struggle served as a reminder that the consequences of false confessions extended far beyond the confessor himself. For the criminal justice system as a whole, Henry Lee Lucas represented both a cautionary tale about what could go wrong and a catalyst for positive change. His legacy was one of institutional failure followed by reform, of tragedy followed by lessons learned. The story of Henry Lee Lucas, the abused child who became a killer, the manipulative liar who fooled law enforcement across the nation, and the false confessor whose lies changed American criminal justice, remained one of the most complex and instructive cases in the history of American crime. His tale served as a permanent reminder that in the pursuit of justice, Otis Elwood Toole was an American serial killer who claimed to have murdered hundreds of people alongside his partner Henry Lee Lucas, though he was officially convicted of 6 murders between 1961 and 1983, including the brutal killing of 6-year-old Adam Walsh, which launched the television show America's Most Wanted and changed how police search for missing children forever. The story of Otis Toole begins on March 5, 1947, in the sprawling city of Jacksonville, Florida. From the very moment he took his first breath, Otis was doomed to a life of misery, abuse, and horror that would shape him into one of America's most disturbing killers. Born into poverty in a rundown neighborhood, Otis entered a world where violence and cruelty were as common as the humid Florida air. His father was a violent alcoholic who would soon abandon the family, leaving behind a trail of broken bottles and broken dreams. The man who should have protected and guided young Otis instead became just another ghost in a house full of nightmares. When his father finally disappeared for good, it might have seemed like a blessing, but what remained behind was even worse. Otis's mother was a deeply disturbed woman who took her anger and mental illness out on her helpless son. She was described as a religious fanatic, but her version of religion was twisted and dark. She would dress little Otis in girls' clothing and call him Susan, laughing as she paraded him around like some kind of cruel joke. The humiliation burned deep into the boy's developing mind, creating wounds that would never heal. The abuse didn't stop with his mother. His older sister Drusilla was just as cruel, forcing him into girls' clothes and subjecting him to sexual abuse that no child should ever endure. The very people who should have loved and protected him instead turned him into their victim. By the age of 5, Otis was already being sexually molested by family members and neighbors. The innocence that every child deserves was stolen from him before he even understood what was happening. But perhaps the most disturbing influence in young Otis's life was his grandmother. According to Toole's later confessions to police, his maternal grandmother was a practicing Satanist who exposed him to dark rituals and practices that would haunt him for the rest of his life. She would take him to graveyards in the dead of night, forcing him to help her dig up corpses to steal body parts for her satanic ceremonies. The old woman told him he was the devil's child and that he was meant for darkness. These experiences with death and decay at such a young age twisted something fundamental in Otis's developing brain. While other children were learning to ride bikes and play with toys, Otis was learning about death, violence, and the darkest corners of human nature. His grandmother would stretch the skin of the dead over her own body, believing it would keep her young. She taught him that death was not something to fear, but something to embrace. School was no escape from the horrors at home. Otis struggled with learning from the very beginning. He was classified as having developmental disabilities with an IQ of just 75, barely above what was considered mentally disabled. The other children mocked him for his slow speech and strange behavior. Teachers found him difficult to manage and often sent him home early. By the time Otis was 10 years old, he had already realized he was different in another way. He told his family that he was homosexual, a confession that brought even more abuse down upon his young shoulders. In the 1950s American South, being gay was seen as shameful and evil. His family used his sexuality as another excuse to beat and humiliate him. Around age 12, Otis began a sexual relationship with a neighborhood boy. But even this relationship was tainted by the violence and dysfunction that surrounded his life. He was learning that sex and violence often went together, a lesson that would have deadly consequences later in his life. The abuse at home became so unbearable that Otis began running away regularly. He would sleep in abandoned houses throughout Jacksonville, anywhere to escape the hell of his family home. These abandoned buildings became his sanctuary, but they also became the sites of his first crimes. Otis discovered that he could start fires in these empty houses, and something about watching the flames dance and consume everything gave him a sexual thrill that he couldn't understand but couldn't resist. Fire became his first love and his first addiction. The orange glow of flames reflected in his eyes as he watched building after building burn to the ground. He would later tell police that he was sexually aroused by fire and that he had been setting fires since he was a small child. The power to create such destruction made him feel important and strong for the first time in his life. By the time Otis reached his early teens, he had dropped out of school entirely. Education held no interest for him, and his family saw no point in forcing him to attend. He was barely literate and could hardly write his own name. Instead of going to school, he began hanging around the gay bars in downtown Jacksonville, often dressed in women's clothing. Despite being underage, the desperate men who frequented these establishments paid him for sexual services. This was how Otis learned to survive on the streets. His body became a commodity to be sold to anyone with money and dark desires. He learned to read the faces of men, to know which ones wanted tenderness and which ones wanted violence. Too often, it was the latter. The neighborhood where Otis grew up was called Springfield, and by the 1960s it had fallen into serious decline. What had once been a beautiful Victorian neighborhood full of grand homes was now a collection of boarding houses, flop houses, and places where society's unwanted gathered to hide from the world. The magnificent old houses were carved up into tiny rooms where desperate people paid weekly rent just to have a place to sleep. Otis knew every street, every alley, and every abandoned building in Springfield. He moved through this urban decay like a ghost, sometimes staying in one rooming house for a few days before moving to another. Betty Goodyear, who owned several of these rooming houses, knew Otis from the time he was a small child. She described him as lost and let him work as a janitor in exchange for a place to stay. She would later tell reporters that he would sometimes say things like if he didn't like someone, he would kill them and throw them in an old house and set it on fire. But she thought he was just talking nonsense. But Otis wasn't just talking. The violence and abuse he had suffered was building pressure inside him like steam in a boiler. Every beating, every sexual assault, every humiliation added to that pressure. And like all pressure that builds without release, it was only a matter of time before it exploded. The year was 1961, and 14-year-old Otis Toole was already living the life of someone much older and more desperate. He had been selling his body to men for over a year, learning the hard lessons of the street that no child should ever have to learn. He was tall for his age, gangly and awkward, with gaps between his teeth and dead eyes that held no innocence. It was on a warm Florida evening that Otis encountered a traveling salesman who would become his first victim. The man was middle-aged, well-dressed, and driving a nice car through the rough neighborhoods where Otis spent his nights. Like so many before him, the salesman was looking for something he couldn't find in his regular life, something young and forbidden. The details of how they met vary in Otis's many retellings of the story, but the basic facts remain consistent. The salesman approached Otis with a proposition, offering him money in exchange for sexual services. This was nothing new for Otis. It was how he survived. They agreed to drive to a secluded spot in the woods outside Jacksonville, where they wouldn't be disturbed. What happened next in those dark woods would mark the beginning of Otis Toole's career as a killer. According to Otis's confession years later, something went wrong during their encounter. Maybe the man tried to hurt him more than usual. Maybe Otis felt overwhelmed by shame and rage. Maybe the pressure that had been building inside him since childhood finally found its outlet. In a moment of panic or fury, Otis jumped into the salesman's car and ran the man down. The car struck the man with tremendous force, crushing bones and ending a life in an instant. For a few moments, Otis sat in the driver's seat, looking at what he had done. The man's body lay twisted and broken in the dirt, and Otis felt something he had never experienced before, a sense of power and control. He had taken a life. He had ended someone else's story, while his own continued. For a boy who had spent his entire life being victimized by others, the feeling of being the one in control was intoxicating. The sexual thrill he got from watching buildings burn was nothing compared to this ultimate act of destruction. Otis drove the dead man's car away from the scene, abandoning it miles from where the body lay. He was careful not to leave any evidence that could connect him to the crime. Despite his low intelligence and lack of education, Otis possessed a cunning that would serve him well in the years to come. The body was eventually discovered, but the police investigation went nowhere. There were no witnesses, no physical evidence connecting Otis to the scene, and no one who would report a gay teenager missing from the streets of Jacksonville. The case went cold almost immediately, filed away with hundreds of other unsolved murders. For Otis, the murder was a revelation. He had discovered that he could kill and get away with it. More importantly, he had discovered that killing gave him a satisfaction that nothing else in his miserable life could provide. The sexual abuse, the beatings, the humiliation, all of it could be washed away in the rush of taking another person's life. But this first murder was just the beginning. Like an addict who has tasted his drug of choice for the first time, Otis now knew what he needed to feel alive. The problem was that the high didn't last. Soon enough, the reality of his terrible life would close in around him again, and he would need another fix. After committing his first murder at age 14, Otis Toole discovered that killing was not as difficult as he had imagined. The police didn't seem to care much about one dead man found in the woods, especially when that man was clearly engaged in illegal activities when he died. This gave Otis a dangerous confidence that would fuel years of violence to come. In the months following his first kill, Otis continued to live on the streets of Jacksonville, moving from one boarding house to another, surviving through prostitution and petty crime. But now there was something different about him. Those who knew him noticed a change in his demeanor. He seemed more confident, more dangerous. The scared little boy was slowly transforming into something much more sinister. Otis's relationship with fire continued to grow stronger during this period. He would later claim to police that he burned down dozens of houses throughout Jacksonville during the 1960s. The fires served multiple purposes for him. They destroyed evidence of his other crimes, they gave him sexual pleasure, and they were a way to strike back at a world that had shown him nothing but cruelty. The abandoned houses of Springfield became his hunting ground. He knew which buildings were truly empty and which ones might have squatters or vagrants hiding inside. Sometimes he would set fires in empty buildings just for the thrill. Other times, there were people inside, and Otis didn't care if they lived or died. Fire officials in Jacksonville began to notice a pattern of suspicious fires, particularly in the Springfield area where Otis spent most of his time. But connecting the fires to one perpetrator was difficult, and the police resources devoted to investigating arson in poor neighborhoods were limited. Otis was able to burn building after building with little fear of being caught. When Otis turned 17 in 1964, he was arrested for the first time. Ironically, not for murder or arson, but for simple vagrancy. He spent a few months in jail, his first taste of life behind bars. Rather than serving as a deterrent, the experience taught him valuable lessons about how the criminal justice system worked and how to avoid getting caught in the future. In jail, Otis met other criminals who shared their knowledge about how to commit crimes without leaving evidence. He learned about different methods of killing, different ways to dispose of bodies, and different techniques for avoiding police attention. What should have been punishment became education in the art of murder. When Otis was released from jail, he continued his pattern of drifting around Florida and the southeastern United States. He would later tell police that he supported himself through prostitution and begging, always staying in the shadows of society, where his crimes would be less likely to draw attention. During the late 1960s and early 1970s, Otis was suspected in several murders across different states, but he was never charged with any of them. In 1974, he became a suspect in the murders of 24-year-old Patricia Webb and 31-year-old Ellen Holman in Colorado. Both women had been killed a month apart, and both showed signs of extreme violence. Despite strong suspicions, police were unable to gather enough evidence to charge Otis with either murder. This pattern would repeat itself many times over the years. Police would suspect Otis of various crimes, but his careful methods and the lack of sophisticated forensic techniques in that era meant that he usually escaped prosecution. Each successful evasion of justice made him bolder and more confident in his abilities. Otis's methods during this period were still relatively unsophisticated, but they were effective. He typically targeted people who were unlikely to be missed immediately: prostitutes, hitchhikers, vagrants, and other members of society's underclass. He knew that the police devoted less resources to investigating crimes against these victims, and their families were less likely to have the connections necessary to keep pressure on law enforcement to solve the cases. The violence was not random, though. Otis was developing preferences and patterns that would become more pronounced as he gained experience. He particularly enjoyed the power he felt when he could control another person completely, deciding whether they lived or died. The sexual component of his crimes was also becoming more pronounced, though he would not discuss the details of these acts until much later in his life. By the mid-1970s, Otis had been connected to violent crimes in Nebraska, Colorado, and Florida, but he had never been successfully prosecuted for murder. He was becoming a ghost in the American criminal justice system, visible enough to be suspected, but elusive enough to avoid capture. This would all change in 1976 when he met a man who would alter the course of his life forever. January 1976 was bitterly cold, even by Florida standards. In downtown Jacksonville, the homeless and desperate gathered wherever they could find warmth and a free meal. One of these places was a soup kitchen run by local churches, where society's outcasts could get hot food and temporary shelter from the harsh realities of street life. It was here, in this place meant for charity and redemption, that two of America's most dangerous men first laid eyes on each other. Otis Toole, now 29 years old and hardened by 15 years of violence and crime, was ladling soup when he noticed a new face in the line of hungry men. Henry Lee Lucas was 39 years old and looked every bit as rough as Otis. He had recently been released from prison after serving time for killing his own mother in 1960. Like Otis, Henry had grown up in a world of abuse and violence. Like Otis, he had discovered that taking human life could provide a satisfaction that nothing else could match. The two men began talking, and they quickly discovered they had much in common. Both had been abused as children. Both had spent time in prison. Both had killed before, and were willing to kill again. Most importantly, both felt like outcasts from normal society who could only find acceptance with others like themselves. What started as a conversation over soup soon became something much more intimate and dangerous. Within days, Otis had invited Henry to stay with him in one of the rooming houses where he lived. What developed between them was part love affair, part criminal partnership, and part mutual corruption society. Henry was more experienced in some types of crime, while Otis brought his own expertise in arson and his intimate knowledge of Jacksonville's criminal underworld. Together, they began to plan and execute crimes that were more ambitious and more violent than anything either had attempted alone. The relationship between Otis and Henry was complex and often contradictory. They were lovers, but their relationship was built on violence and mutual exploitation rather than affection. They were partners in crime, but they often competed with each other to see who could be more brutal and depraved. They were the closest thing to family that either man had ever known, but their influence on each other was entirely destructive. In the months following their first meeting, Otis and Henry began traveling together throughout Florida and the southeastern United States. They would later claim that they committed over 100 murders during this period, though investigators would never be able to verify most of these claims. What is certain is that wherever they went, violence and death followed. Their typical method was to pick up hitchhikers or approach people at truck stops, bars, and other places where transients gathered. They would offer rides to people who needed transportation, often targeting those who seemed most vulnerable, young people running away from home, elderly people traveling alone, or anyone who appeared to be carrying money or valuables. Once they had their victims isolated in their vehicle, usually Henry's old Ford station wagon, they would drive to remote areas where they could commit their crimes without fear of interruption. What happened next varied depending on the victim and the mood of the killers, but it almost always ended in death. Otis later told police that he and Henry would sometimes keep victims alive for days, torturing them for their own amusement. He claimed they engaged in necrophilia, cannibalism, and other acts so depraved that even hardened police investigators had difficulty believing the stories. Yet the physical evidence they left behind suggested that at least some of these claims were true. The partnership between Otis and Henry brought out the worst in both men. Individually, they had been dangerous. Together, they became something much more terrifying. A mobile killing machine that left a trail of bodies across multiple states. They fed off each other's violence, each trying to outdo the other in terms of brutality and cruelty. But the relationship was also unstable and volatile. Both men had explosive tempers and little self-control. They would have violent arguments that sometimes escalated into physical fights. More than once, one or the other would storm off, only to return days or weeks later to resume their partnership. Despite their differences and conflicts, Otis and Henry continued to work together through the late 1970s and into the early 1980s. They became experts at avoiding detection, often burning the vehicles they used to transport victims and disposing of bodies in remote areas where they might never be found. They developed a network of contacts in the criminal underworld who could provide them with weapons, transportation, and places to hide when law enforcement got too close. By 1982, Otis and Henry had been partners for 6 years and had possibly killed dozens of people together. But their luck was about to run out, and a single act of violence in Jacksonville would finally bring Otis's reign of terror to an end. During their years together, Otis Toole and Henry Lee Lucas would tell police about a mysterious organization called the Hand of Death Cult. According to their confessions, this was a satanic organization that recruited killers and sent them across the country to commit murders for ritual purposes. The story they told was so detailed and disturbing that it captured the attention of law enforcement agencies nationwide. According to Otis, the cult was based in Florida, with training camps hidden deep in the Everglades where new members learned the art of killing. He claimed that his grandmother, who had exposed him to satanic rituals as a child, had connections to the organization and that she had essentially groomed him from birth to become a member. The cult's supposed mission was to create chaos and spread death across America through random murders that would terrorize the population and undermine social order. Members were allegedly given specific targets and ordered to kill in particular ways that would maximize fear and confusion. They were taught that they were servants of Satan and that their murders were acts of worship. Otis told investigators that he and Henry had been recruited by the cult after proving themselves as independent killers. They were taken to a remote camp in the Florida wilderness where they met other murderers and learned advanced techniques for killing, body disposal, and avoiding capture. The training was supposedly overseen by cult leaders who had been killing for decades and had never been caught. The initiation process, according to Otis, involved killing a designated victim in front of cult leaders to prove loyalty and commitment. He claimed that Henry had slit a young man's throat at the water's edge while cult members watched, drinking whiskey mixed with the victim's blood as part of the ritual. From that point on, they were supposedly full members of the organization with access to resources and protection. Otis described the cult as having cells operating in multiple states, with members who included people from all walks of life, truckers, drifters, but also supposedly respectable citizens who used their legitimate jobs as cover for their killing activities. He claimed the organization was so well organized that it could provide false identification, safe houses, and even alibis for its members when they ran into legal trouble. The cult allegedly assigned murders to its members based on symbolic dates, astrological events, and ritual requirements. Otis claimed that many of the murders he and Henry committed were not random acts of violence, but carefully planned assignments given to them by cult leaders. The victims were supposedly chosen for specific characteristics that would make their deaths meaningful in satanic terms. Law enforcement agencies took these claims seriously enough to investigate them extensively. The stories were so detailed and consistent between Otis and Henry that investigators wondered if there might be truth behind them. Task forces were formed to look into the possibility of a nationwide network of organized killers operating under cult direction. However, as investigators dug deeper into the claims, they found serious problems with the story. The logistics of the supposed nationwide organization didn't make sense when examined closely. The claimed training camps couldn't be located despite extensive searches of the Florida Everglades. Most importantly, there was no evidence of the kind of coordination and communication that would be necessary to run such an operation. Police began to suspect that the Hand of Death cult was a fantasy created by Otis and Henry to make themselves seem more important and dangerous than they actually were. Both men craved attention and seemed to enjoy the fear and fascination their stories generated among law enforcement and the media. Creating an elaborate mythology around their crimes gave them a sense of power and significance they had never experienced before. The cult stories also served a practical purpose for the two killers. By claiming they were following orders from a larger organization, they could deflect some responsibility for their crimes. They weren't just random murderers acting out of personal sadism. They were soldiers in a war between good and evil, following commands from supernatural forces. Many experts who studied the case believe that elements of the cult story were based on real experiences from Otis's childhood. His grandmother's supposed involvement in satanic practices may have been real, and this early exposure to dark rituals could have provided the foundation for the more elaborate fantasies he would create later. The cult story became a way for Otis to make sense of his own violence and give it a larger meaning. Whether the Hand of Death cult ever existed remains a matter of debate among criminologists and law enforcement officials. What is certain is that Otis and Henry used the story to confess to hundreds of murders, most of which they had never committed. The cult mythology became part of one of the most extensive cases of false confessions in American criminal history. By early 1982, Otis Toole had been killing for over 20 years and had never been successfully prosecuted for murder. He had become overconfident in his ability to evade justice, believing that he was too smart and too careful to be caught by the police. This arrogance would prove to be his downfall. George Sonnenberg was 65 years old and had been dealt a bad hand by life. Once, he might have had prospects and dreams like anyone else, but age and circumstances had reduced him to living in a rundown boarding house in Jacksonville's Springfield neighborhood. The boarding house at 117 East 2nd Street was one of many such establishments in the area. Old Victorian mansions that had been carved up into small rooms where society's forgotten people could rent a bed by the week. Otis knew the boarding house well. He had lived in similar places throughout his life and had done janitorial work for Betty Goodyear, who owned several such properties in the neighborhood. He had a master key that gave him access to many of the rooms, and he knew the routines of the residents. Most importantly, he knew which residents had money and which ones had secrets they wanted to keep hidden. According to Otis's confession, he and George Sonnenberg had developed a sexual relationship. This was not uncommon in the boarding houses of Springfield, where lonely men often found companionship with each other. But whatever relationship existed between Otis and George was about to turn deadly. On January 4th, 1982, Otis and George had some kind of argument. The exact nature of their disagreement was never fully established, but it may have involved money, jealousy, or simply the kind of petty dispute that could escalate quickly in an environment where people lived in close proximity under stressful conditions. What happened next would be the crime that finally brought Otis Toole to justice. According to his confession, Otis barricaded George Sonnenberg inside his room by blocking the door from the outside. With the old man trapped inside, Otis then poured gasoline around the building and set it on fire. The fire spread quickly through the old wooden structure. Other residents of the boarding house were awakened by the smoke and began trying to escape from the building. Regina Hersey, who lived on the second floor, found herself trapped by the flames and was forced to jump from her window to escape. The fall broke her back, leaving her permanently disabled. George Sonnenberg was not so fortunate. Trapped in his room with no way to escape, he suffered burns over 90% of his body. He lingered in agony for a week before finally succumbing to his injuries. The old man's death was slow and painful, exactly the kind of suffering that Otis had learned to inflict and enjoy. While the boarding house burned, Otis stood across the street and masturbated while watching the flames consume the building. This detail from his confession revealed the sexual component of his fascination with fire and violence. For him, causing death and destruction was literally a form of sexual gratification. The fire department and police responded to the scene, but initially the fire appeared to be accidental. Old buildings in poor neighborhoods caught fire regularly, often due to faulty wiring or residents trying to keep warm with dangerous heating methods. It was only after an investigation by the fire marshal that evidence of arson was discovered. Tests revealed the presence of volatile hydrocarbons, evidence that an accelerant had been used to start the fire. This discovery transformed the investigation from a routine fire response to a murder inquiry. Police began looking for suspects who had access to the building and might have had motives to hurt George Sonnenberg. Initially, Otis was not considered a prime suspect. He had been careful to establish an alibi, claiming that he had spent January 4th at home with his wife, working on kitchen repairs. He had married a woman 25 years older than himself in January 1976, though the marriage had lasted only 3 days after she discovered his homosexuality. By 1982, they were separated but still legally married, and she was willing to provide him with an alibi. However, investigators eventually focused on Otis because of his connection to the boarding house and his known history of arson. When they brought him in for questioning in April 1983, he initially denied any involvement in the fire. But under pressure from investigators, Otis eventually confessed to setting the fire. In his confession, Otis admitted to barricading George Sonnenberg in his room and then setting the building on fire. He claimed that he and Sonnenberg had been having a sexual relationship and that they had argued before the fire. He also admitted to standing across the street and masturbating while watching the building burn. The confession provided investigators with the details they needed to build a murder case against Otis. But even as he confessed, Otis seemed to realize that he had made a mistake. During his trial, he would recant his confession and claim that he had only signed it so that he could be extradited back to Jacksonville, where he preferred to serve his time. But the damage was done. Otis Toole had finally been caught, and the evidence against him was strong enough to secure a conviction. The George Sonnenberg murder would be the crime that ended his decades-long killing spree and put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Otis Toole's arrest in April 1983 for arson should have been just another minor setback for a man who had spent his adult life moving in and out of the criminal justice system. He had been arrested before for various crimes and had always managed to either beat the charges or serve short sentences that barely interrupted his criminal career. But this time would be different. The fire that killed George Sonnenberg had been too visible and too violent to ignore. The media attention surrounding the case meant that prosecutors were under pressure to secure a conviction, and the physical evidence linking Otis to the arson was strong enough to support serious charges. For the first time in his life, Otis was facing the possibility of spending many years in prison. While he was being held in the Duval County Jail awaiting trial, Otis began to exhibit behavior that would define the rest of his life. He started talking to anyone who would listen about the murders he had committed. At first, jail guards and other inmates dismissed his claims as the ramblings of a crazy man trying to get attention. But as Otis provided more and more details about unsolved crimes, law enforcement officials began to take notice. The timing of Otis's confessions was significant. His partner Henry Lee Lucas had been arrested in Texas in June 1983 for unlawful possession of a firearm. While in custody, Henry had also begun bragging about the murderous rampage that he and Otis had allegedly orchestrated. The two men, now separated by hundreds of miles and held in different states, began telling remarkably similar stories about their years of killing together. Police agencies across the country suddenly found themselves dealing with two men who claimed to have committed hundreds of murders in dozens of states. The confessions kept coming, day after day, as Otis and Henry competed with each other to see who could claim responsibility for more crimes. What started as a few admissions quickly mushroomed into one of the largest confession cases in American criminal history. Detective Buddy Terry of the Hollywood, Florida Police Department was one of the first investigators to take Otis's confessions seriously. Terry had been working on several unsolved murder cases and was intrigued by Otis's claims that he could provide information about them. What began as routine interviews soon turned into marathon confession sessions that would last for months. Otis seemed to enjoy the attention that his confessions brought him. For a man who had spent his entire life being ignored or dismissed by society, suddenly finding himself the center of law enforcement attention was intoxicating. Investigators hung on his every word, taking detailed notes and following up on leads based on his statements. For the first time in his life, Otis felt important and powerful. The confessions followed a pattern that would become familiar to investigators. Otis would begin by providing basic details about a crime, the location, the method of killing, and some information about the victim. When investigators showed interest, he would elaborate, adding more details and claiming to remember additional facts about the incident. But there were problems with the confessions from the very beginning. Otis's stories were often inconsistent, changing from one telling to the next. He would confess to crimes and then recant those confessions, only to confess again later with different details. His descriptions of crime scenes often contained factual errors that suggested he had never actually been there. More troubling was the way investigators conducted the interviews. In their eagerness to solve cold cases, some police officers provided Otis with details about crimes that only the killer should have known. They showed him photographs of victims, gave him information about crime scenes, and coached him on details that would make his confessions more believable. What should have been interrogations became collaborative efforts to construct narratives that would satisfy prosecutors and juries. The confession phenomenon spread quickly beyond Jacksonville. As word spread that Otis was willing to confess to murders, police departments from across the country sent investigators to interview him. Each agency hoped that Otis could provide information that would help them solve their own cold cases and improve their clearance rates. Otis was more than willing to accommodate these requests. He confessed to murders in Florida, Texas, Georgia, Louisiana, Colorado, Nebraska, and numerous other states. The body count kept rising as he claimed responsibility for crime after crime. Some of his confessions were detailed and convincing, while others were clearly fabricated, but investigators often accepted them all without sufficient verification. The media attention surrounding the confessions was intense. Otis and Henry Lee Lucas became household names as newspapers and television programs covered their claims of being America's most prolific serial killers. The story had all the elements that captivated public attention: sex, violence, multiple victims, and two killers who seemed proud of their crimes. But even as the confessions multiplied, there were skeptics who questioned whether Otis and Henry had really committed all the murders they claimed. The logistics of their supposed crime sprees seemed impossible when examined closely. The distances they would have had to travel, the timing of various murders, and the lack of physical evidence linking them to most of the crimes all raised serious doubts about the truth of their stories. However, these doubts were often overshadowed by the enthusiasm of law enforcement agencies who saw the confessions as an opportunity to clear their books of unsolved cases. Prosecutors were under pressure to solve murders, and Otis's confessions provided an easy way to bring closure to cases that had been frustrating investigators for years. As 1983 turned into 1984, Otis continued to provide confessions while awaiting trial for the murder of George Sonnenberg. He had become a celebrity in the criminal justice system, with his statements being analyzed by investigators, prosecutors, and defense attorneys across multiple states. But his most shocking confession was yet to come, a claim that would make him forever connected to one of the most famous missing child cases in American history. On October 21st, 1983, while imprisoned and awaiting trial for the murder of George Sonnenberg, Otis Toole made a confession that would forever link his name to one of the most heartbreaking and consequential crimes in American history. He told investigators that he had kidnapped and murdered 6-year-old Adam Walsh 2 years earlier, a crime that had already transformed American society's approach to missing children and would eventually launch the television program America's Most Wanted. Adam Walsh had disappeared on July 27, 1981, from a Sears department store in a Hollywood, Florida shopping mall. His mother, Reve Walsh, had left him playing video games in the store's toy section while she went to look at lamps in another part of the store. When she returned just minutes later, Adam was gone. Despite an immediate and extensive search involving hundreds of police officers, volunteers, and the media, there was no trace of the little boy. 2 weeks after Adam's disappearance, his severed head was found floating in a canal about 125 miles away from the mall where he had vanished. The rest of his body was never recovered. The discovery of Adam's had confirmed every parent's worst nightmare and galvanized public attention like few crimes had before. John Walsh, Adam's father, became a tireless advocate for missing children and victims' rights, eventually hosting America's Most Wanted, which would help capture hundreds of fugitives over the next several decades. When Otis confessed to killing Adam Walsh, he provided investigators with a detailed account of how the crime had occurred. According to his story, he had been at the Hollywood Mall on the day Adam disappeared and had spotted the boy playing alone in the Sears store. Otis claimed that he approached Adam and lured him away by promising him candy and toys. Otis said that Adam had come with him willingly, believing that he was going to get treats and presents. They walked out of the mall together and got into Otis's white 1971 Cadillac Sedan DeVille, which had a distinctive damaged right bumper that several witnesses had reported seeing in the mall parking lot around the time of Adam's disappearance. According to Otis's confession, he drove north on Interstate 95 toward his home in Jacksonville with Adam in the car. At first, the little boy was docile and cooperative, but as they continued driving and he realized he wasn't going home to his parents, Adam began to panic and cry. The boy's distress annoyed Otis, who punched him in the face to try to quiet him. When hitting Adam only made him cry harder, Otis claimed that he walloped the boy until he was unconscious. While Adam was unconscious, Otis continued driving north on the Florida Turnpike to a deserted service road near the Rainbow Road overpass in northwest St. Lucie County. When Otis realized that Adam was still breathing, he strangled him to death with a seat belt from the car. The most horrific part of Otis's confession concerned what happened next. He claimed that he dragged Adam's body out of the car and decapitated him with a machete. Otis said he then drove around with Adam's severed head for several days, keeping it in his car like some kind of grotesque trophy. Eventually, he claimed, he threw the head into a canal, where it was later discovered by fishermen. Otis also claimed that he incinerated Adam's body in an old refrigerator when he returned to Jacksonville. This would explain why the rest of Adam's remains were never found despite extensive searches of the area where his head was discovered. The confession was shocking in its brutality and seemed to provide answers to questions that had haunted investigators and Adam's family for over 2 years. But there were problems with Otis's story from the very beginning. When investigators pressed him for details about Adam's appearance and clothing, Otis initially provided incorrect information. It was only after Detective Buddy Terry fed him details during their interviews that Otis was able to describe Adam accurately. More troubling was the fact that Otis's story kept changing each time he told it. Sometimes he claimed that he had planned to keep Adam as his own son. Other times he said the killing was spontaneous. The method of death varied from strangulation to blows to the head to other forms of violence. His description of where he had disposed of Adam's body also changed from one confession to another. Despite these inconsistencies, many investigators found Otis's confession compelling. There were elements of his story that seemed to match the known facts of the case. His description of his car matched witness descriptions of a vehicle seen at the mall. He knew details about the location where Adam's head was found that had not been released to the public. Most importantly, he was able to lead investigators to areas where he claimed other murders had taken place. John Walsh, Adam's father, became convinced that Otis was his son's killer. Walsh had studied the case obsessively for years and believed that Otis's confession contained enough accurate details to be credible. He pressured police to treat Otis as the prime suspect and to build a case against him. However, the physical evidence linking Otis to Adam's murder was virtually non-existent. Police had impounded Otis's car and sent carpet samples to the FBI lab for analysis, but the results were inconclusive. More seriously, the police somehow lost Otis's car, the carpet samples, and the machete that he claimed to have used to decapitate Adam. Without physical evidence, prosecutors would have to rely entirely on Otis's confession to secure a conviction. Henry Lee Lucas, Otis's partner in crime, initially supported Otis's confession to the Adam Walsh murder. Lucas claimed that he had been present during the killing and had even possessed Adam's severed head at one point. But Lucas had a well-established history of false confessions, and his support for Otis's story may have been just another lie designed to gain attention and manipulate investigators. Over the next several months, Otis would confess and recant his involvement in Adam Walsh's murder multiple times. Sometimes he claimed that he had acted alone. Other times he said that Henry Lucas had been with him. Sometimes he provided detailed descriptions of the crime, while other times he claimed to have no memory of the incident at all. Despite the problems with Otis's confession, the Adam Walsh case would remain officially open for the next 25 years. Investigators continued to pursue other leads and suspects, but they never found evidence strong enough to charge anyone else with the crime. The case became a source of frustration for law enforcement and continued anguish for the Walsh family, who desperately wanted justice for their son. It would not be until 2008, 12 years after Otis Toole's death, that the Hollywood Police Department would officially close the Adam Walsh case and name Otis as the killer. By then, a new generation of investigators had reviewed all the evidence and concluded that despite the problems with his confession, Otis remained the most likely suspect. The decision brought some closure to John Walsh, though questions about what really happened to Adam would continue to linger. By the spring of 1984, Otis Toole had confessed to scores of murders across multiple states, but it was his prosecution for the death of George Sonnenberg that would determine his fate. The case had attracted significant media attention, partly because of Otis's other confessions and partly because of the brutal nature of Sonnenberg's death. Prosecutors were determined to secure a conviction that would ensure Otis never walked free again. The trial began in a Jacksonville courtroom with Circuit Judge James L. Harrison presiding. The prosecutor painted a picture of Otis as a dangerous predator who had deliberately trapped an elderly man in a burning building and then watched him die in agony. The defense, led by attorney Alfred Washington, faced an almost impossible task: trying to save a man who had confessed to dozens of murders from the electric chair. The prosecution's case rested heavily on Otis's own confession to setting the fire that killed George Sonnenberg. In his statement to police, Otis had admitted to barricading Sonnenberg in his room, pouring gasoline around the boarding house, and setting it ablaze. He had also confessed to masturbating while watching the building burn, a detail that demonstrated the sexual nature of his motivation for the crime. Physical evidence supported the confession. Fire investigators had determined that the blaze was definitely arson, with volatile hydrocarbons detected at multiple points around the building. The pattern of the fire indicated that it had been set deliberately with the intent to trap anyone inside. George Sonnenberg's death from burns covering 90% of his body was consistent with Otis's description of how the crime had been committed. But the defense argued that Otis's confession was unreliable and had been coerced by police investigators eager to solve a high-profile case. Alfred Washington pointed out that his client had an IQ of only 75, making him highly susceptible to suggestion and manipulation during interrogation. He argued that Otis had told police what they wanted to hear in order to be transferred back to Jacksonville, where he felt more comfortable serving his time. The defense also presented evidence about Otis's mental state and psychological condition. Psychiatrists Dr. Urbina and Dr. Sanchez testified that Otis suffered from severe mental illness, including antisocial personality disorder and pyromania. They described him as extremely impulsive and unable to control his violent urges. The doctors argued that while Otis was mentally competent to stand trial, his psychological problems made him less culpable for his actions. During the trial, Otis took the witness stand in his own defense and recanted his confession. He claimed that he had not actually set the fire and had only signed the confession because he wanted to be extradited back to Jacksonville. He and his estranged wife testified that he had spent January 4, 1982, at home working on kitchen repairs, providing him with an alibi for the time when the fire had been set. But Otis's testimony was not convincing. On cross-examination, he admitted that he had known George Sonnenberg and had been in the area where the fire occurred. His alibi seemed rehearsed and convenient, and his recantation of the confession appeared to be motivated by his desire to avoid punishment rather than a genuine claim of innocence. The prosecution also introduced evidence about Otis's history of arson and violence. They showed that he had a pattern of setting fires and had bragged about burning down dozens of buildings throughout Jacksonville. They argued that the Sonnenberg murder was not an isolated incident, but part of a long career of increasingly serious crimes. The jury deliberated for several hours before reaching their verdict. On April 28, 1984, they found Otis guilty of first-degree murder in the death of George Sonnenberg. However, they rejected the prosecution's argument for premeditated murder and instead convicted him of felony murder, finding that Sonnenberg's death had occurred during the commission of arson. Despite this somewhat lesser conviction, the jury recommended that Otis be sentenced to death. Under Florida law at the time, the judge was required to consider the jury's recommendation but could impose a different sentence if he found mitigating factors that outweighed the aggravating circumstances of the crime. Judge Harrison found two statutory aggravating factors in the case: that the murder had been committed during the course of another felony, arson, and that it had been especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. He balanced these against one mitigating factor: Otis's mental illness and low intelligence. After weighing all the evidence, Harrison sentenced Otis to death in Florida's electric chair. The sentence was exactly what prosecutors had hoped for and what Otis's defense team had feared. Alfred Washington immediately announced his intention to appeal the conviction and sentence to the Florida Supreme Court, arguing that his client's mental illness and the questionable nature of his confession should have resulted in a lesser punishment. But before the appeals process could be completed, Otis would face additional murder charges that would further cement his fate. Later, in 1984, he was tried and convicted for the murder of 19-year-old Ada Johnson in Tallahassee. This second conviction resulted in another death sentence, making it even less likely that Otis would ever escape execution. However, the death sentences would eventually be commuted to life imprisonment on appeal. The Florida Supreme Court found problems with some aspects of both trials and reduced Otis's punishment, though he would still spend the rest of his life behind bars. For a man who had spent decades evading justice, the courtroom had finally proven to be the end of the road. Otis's reaction to his sentencing revealed something about his character that many observers found disturbing. According to court records, he congratulated the prosecutor for a job well done after being sentenced to death. This response suggested either a complete disconnect from reality or a perverse satisfaction in finally being recognized for his crimes, even if that recognition came in the form of a death sentence. After his conviction and sentencing, Otis Toole was transferred to Florida State Prison in Rayford, one of the most notorious correctional facilities in the United States. The prison, known locally as The Rock, housed the state's most dangerous criminals on death row and in the general population. For a man who had spent his entire adult life avoiding the consequences of his actions, the harsh reality of life behind bars represented a dramatic change. Rayford was a place where violence was commonplace and where inmates lived under constant threat from both guards and other prisoners. The prison had a reputation for brutality that dated back decades, and conditions that were often described as inhumane by civil rights organizations. For someone with Otis's history of mental illness and sexual crimes against children, survival would require constant vigilance. Ironically, Otis's notoriety as a serial killer provided him with a certain degree of protection within the prison system. Other inmates, even hardened criminals, often gave a wide berth to killers who had achieved national recognition for the scope and brutality of their crimes. Otis's confessions to hundreds of murders had made him a celebrity in the twisted world of maximum security prisons. During his early years at Rayford, Otis was housed on death row while his appeals were pending. Death row at the prison was a particularly isolated and harsh environment, where inmates spent 23 hours a day in solitary confinement. The psychological effects of this isolation were severe, often driving already unstable prisoners to complete mental breakdown. For a brief period, Otis found himself in the cell adjacent to Ted Bundy, perhaps the most famous serial killer in American history. The proximity of these two notorious murderers created a media sensation, with reporters speculating about what conversations might take place between them. However, there is no record of any significant interaction between Otis and Bundy during their time as neighbors on death row. Despite the harsh conditions of his imprisonment, or perhaps because of them, Otis continued to provide confessions to investigators who visited him in prison. Law enforcement agencies from across the country sent detectives to interview him about cold cases, hoping that his statements might provide the key to solving murders that had baffled them for years. These prison interviews became a regular feature of Otis's life behind bars. He seemed to enjoy the attention and the temporary break from the monotony of prison routine that the interviews provided. More importantly, the confessions gave him a sense of power and importance that he had never experienced in his free life. Police officers, prosecutors, and reporters hung on his every word, treating him as an expert on murder and violence. But the confessions that Otis provided from prison were even more unreliable than those he had given immediately after his arrest. Years of incarceration, combined with his pre-existing mental illness and the psychological effects of solitary confinement, had taken a severe toll on his mental state. His stories became increasingly fantastical and contradictory, often bearing little resemblance to the actual facts of the cases he claimed to have solved. Investigators who interviewed Otis during this period noted that he seemed to have developed an extensive mental database of unsolved murders gleaned from newspapers, television programs, and conversations with other inmates. He would take details from these sources and weave them into elaborate confessions that sounded plausible, but were actually works of fiction designed to maintain his status as a valuable source of information. The problem was compounded by the fact that many police agencies were still eager to clear cold cases from their books, even when the evidence supporting Otis's confessions was weak or non-existent. The pressure to solve murders, combined with limited resources for thorough investigation, meant that some agencies were willing to accept Otis's statements at face value without proper verification. In 1991, while serving his life sentences, Otis pleaded guilty to 4 additional murders that had occurred in Jacksonville. These new charges resulted in 4 more life sentences, ensuring that even if his previous convictions were somehow overturned, he would never be released from prison. The murders of John McDaniel, Geraldine Peoples, Brenda Burton, and Ruby McCary were added to his official victim count, bringing the total number of his confirmed kills to 6. The decision to plead guilty to these additional murders was likely motivated by Otis's desire to avoid lengthy and expensive trials. By this point in his incarceration, he seemed to have accepted that he would never leave prison alive. Pleading guilty allowed him to avoid the stress and uncertainty of additional court proceedings while also providing him with more opportunities to be the center of attention. Throughout his years in prison, Otis maintained correspondence with journalists, researchers, and true crime enthusiasts who were fascinated by his story. He seemed to enjoy his status as a celebrity killer and was always willing to provide interviews or statements to anyone who showed interest in his crimes. These communications provided him with human contact and a sense of relevance that helped him cope with the isolation of prison life. The media attention surrounding Otis's case continued throughout the 1980s and 1990s, with books, television programs, and documentaries examining his crimes and confessions. He was often portrayed as one half of the most prolific serial killing team in American history, though experts increasingly questioned whether many of his claimed victims had ever existed. As the years passed, Otis's physical and mental health began to deteriorate. The harsh conditions of prison life, combined with his history of substance abuse and poor self-care, took a mounting toll on his body. He developed liver problems that would eventually prove fatal, a consequence of decades of alcohol abuse that had begun in his troubled childhood. Despite his declining health, Otis continued to provide interviews and confessions until near the end of his life. The attention these statements brought him seemed to be one of the few things that gave his existence meaning. For a man who had spent his entire life feeling powerless and insignificant, the ability to command the attention of law enforcement and the media provided a form of satisfaction that he had never found elsewhere. By the mid-1990s, it was becoming clear that Otis would not live to see freedom again, regardless of the outcome of any legal proceedings. His health was failing, and his age made it unlikely that he would survive long enough to serve out even a portion of his multiple life sentences. The question was no longer whether he would die in prison, but when and how his death would occur. As the 1990s progressed, Otis Toole's health continued to decline rapidly. Years of alcohol abuse, poor nutrition, and the stress of prison life had taken a severe toll on his liver and other organs. The man who had once been tall and imposing was now gaunt and sickly, a shadow of his former self. Prison officials and medical staff knew that his time was running short. By 1995, Otis was suffering from advanced cirrhosis of the liver, a disease that was slowly destroying his ability to process toxins and maintain basic bodily functions. The condition was irreversible and terminal, meaning that even the best medical care could only delay the inevitable. In a prison system not known for its quality health care, Otis's prospects were particularly grim. Despite his deteriorating condition, Otis continued to receive visitors and give interviews about his crimes. Law enforcement officials, journalists, and researchers still sought him out, hoping to extract more information about unsolved cases or to better understand the mind of a serial killer. For Otis, these visits remained one of the few highlights of his increasingly limited existence. John Walsh, the father of Adam Walsh, made several attempts during this period to visit Otis in prison. Walsh was desperate to get a final, definitive confession from the man he believed had killed his son. He wanted to look Otis in the eye and hear him admit once and for all what he had done to Adam. However, prison regulations and legal complications made these visits difficult to arrange. The Hollywood Police Department, which had been investigating Adam Walsh's murder for over 15 years, was also eager to interview Otis one final time. They hoped that facing his own mortality might prompt him to provide a truthful and complete account of what had happened to the 6-year-old boy. But their efforts to arrange an interview were complicated by bureaucratic obstacles and Otis's declining mental state. As 1996 began, it became clear that Otis had only months or weeks to live. His liver was failing completely, and he was experiencing the painful and debilitating symptoms of end-stage cirrhosis. He was jaundiced, weak, and often confused. The prison medical staff did what they could to keep him comfortable, but there was little they could do to extend his life significantly. During his final months, Otis reportedly made statements to other inmates and prison staff about his crimes. According to some accounts, he continued to maintain his innocence in the Adam Walsh case, while others suggested that he made admissions of guilt. The truth of these reported statements is difficult to verify, as they came from sources with limited credibility and were never officially documented. One of the most significant developments during this period was a reported conversation between Otis and his niece. According to later statements, the niece claimed that Otis confessed to her on his deathbed that he had indeed killed Adam Walsh. This alleged deathbed confession would later play a crucial role in the official resolution of the Adam Walsh case, though skeptics questioned its authenticity and reliability. On September 15, 1996, Otis Elwood Toole died in his prison cell at Florida State Prison. He was 49 years old and had spent the last 13 years of his life behind bars. The official cause of death was liver failure due to cirrhosis, the inevitable result of decades of alcohol abuse that had begun in his troubled childhood. Otis died alone in his cell, with no family members present and no friends to mourn his passing. His body was unclaimed by relatives, a final indication of how completely he had alienated everyone who had once been close to him. He was buried in the prison cemetery at Rayford, joining hundreds of other forgotten inmates who had died behind bars with no one to remember them. The news of Otis's death was reported in newspapers across the country, but the coverage was relatively brief. By 1996, public interest in his case had waned, and there were new serial killers and crimes capturing the media's attention. For most people, Otis Toole had become a footnote in the history of American crime, remembered primarily as the possible killer of Adam Walsh. John Walsh learned of Otis's death through media reports and expressed frustration that the man he believed had killed his son had taken his secrets to the grave. Walsh had hoped that facing death might prompt Otis to provide a final, truthful account of what had happened to Adam, but that opportunity was now lost forever. The case that had defined Walsh's life would remain officially unsolved for another 12 years. Law enforcement agencies across the country faced a difficult situation with Otis's death. Many had relied on his confessions to close cold cases, and his death meant that there would be no further opportunities to question him about unsolved murders. Some agencies began reviewing cases that had been cleared based solely on Otis's statements, recognizing that many of these confessions had been unreliable. The death of Otis Toole marked the end of one of the most controversial confession cases in American criminal history. Over the course of more than a decade, he had claimed responsibility for hundreds of murders, most of which he had never committed. His false confessions had allowed police agencies to clear their books of unsolved cases, but they had also led to a massive miscarriage of justice that undermined public confidence in the criminal justice system. With Otis gone, attention turned to his surviving partner Henry Lee Lucas, who was still alive and serving multiple life sentences in Texas. Lucas continued to provide confessions and recantations about various crimes, but without Otis to corroborate his stories, many of his claims became even less credible. The two men had fed off each other's lies for so many years that separating truth from fiction in their cases seemed almost impossible. The legacy of Otis Toole's life and death would continue to influence American criminal justice for years to come. His case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of relying too heavily on confessions without adequate corroboration. It highlighted the need for more rigorous standards in evaluating claims from suspects who might be motivated to lie for attention, special treatment, or other reasons. Even as Otis Toole and Henry Lee Lucas continued to confess to hundreds of murders throughout the mid-1980s, a veteran journalist named Hugh Ainsworth was beginning to ask serious questions about the truth behind their claims. Ainsworth, who worked for the Dallas Times-Herald, had covered some of the biggest crime stories of the 20th century, including the assassination of President Kennedy. His experience had taught him to be skeptical of sensational claims, even when they came from seemingly credible sources. Ainsworth's investigation into the Lucas and Toole confessions began almost by accident. He had been assigned to write a story about Henry Lee Lucas, who was being held in Texas and claiming responsibility for murders across the country. But as Ainsworth dug deeper into the case, he began to notice serious problems with the timeline and logistics of the supposed killing spree. The first red flag was the sheer number of murders that Lucas and Toole claimed to have committed. They were confessing to crimes at such a rapid pace that it seemed impossible for two men to have physically carried out all of them. Ainsworth calculated that to commit all the murders they claimed, Lucas would have had to use his 13-year-old Ford station wagon to cover over 11,000 miles in a single month, approximately 370 miles per day, every day. This calculation assumed that Lucas and Toole had done nothing but drive from one murder scene to another, with no time for rest, eating, finding victims, or disposing of bodies. The mathematics of their supposed crime spree simply didn't add up, yet law enforcement agencies across the country were accepting their confessions and closing cases based on their statements. Ainsworth also discovered that many of the confessions contained factual errors that should have raised immediate suspicions. Lucas and Toole would confess to murders in locations they had never visited, describe victims inaccurately, and provide details about crime scenes that contradicted the physical evidence. Yet these obvious problems were often overlooked by investigators who were eager to solve cold cases. More troubling was Ainsworth's discovery that police officers were often feeding information to Lucas and Toole during their interviews. Instead of allowing the suspects to provide details that only the killer would know, investigators were coaching them with facts about the crimes, showing them photographs of victims, and leading them to the correct answers. This process virtually guaranteed that the confessions would contain accurate information, but it also made them worthless as evidence of guilt. Ainsworth's investigation revealed that the confession phenomenon had become a massive collaboration between desperate police agencies and attention-seeking criminals. Departments with low clearance rates saw an opportunity to improve their statistics by attributing unsolved murders to Lucas and Toole. The two killers, meanwhile, enjoyed the attention and special treatment they received in exchange for their confessions. The journalist documented case after case where Lucas and Toole had confessed to murders that they could not possibly have committed. They confessed to crimes that occurred when they were verifiably in jail, in hospitals, or in other locations hundreds of miles away. They described victims who were still alive and crime scenes that had never existed. Yet their confessions were being accepted and used to justify closing investigations. Ainsworth's findings were published in a series of articles in the Dallas Times-Herald that sent shockwaves through the law enforcement community. The investigation revealed that the Lucas and Toole case was not just a matter of two prolific serial killers confessing to their crimes. It was one of the largest cases of false confession in American criminal history. The impact of Ainsworth's reporting was immediate and far-reaching. Police agencies across the country were forced to reopen cases that had been closed based solely on Lucas and Toole confessions. Prosecutors had to reconsider convictions that were based on unreliable evidence. The entire criminal justice system had to grapple with the realization that it had been systematically deceived for years. The investigation also raised serious questions about the competence and integrity of the law enforcement officials who had participated in the confession process. How could experienced detectives and prosecutors have been fooled by such obviously false statements? Why had proper investigative protocols been abandoned in favor of convenient solutions to difficult cases? Some officials defended their actions by arguing that Lucas and Toole had provided accurate information about some crimes, suggesting that at least some of their confessions were genuine. They pointed to cases where the suspects had led investigators to burial sites or provided details that seemed to corroborate their guilt. But Ainsworth's investigation showed that even these apparently convincing confessions often contained serious flaws when examined closely. The unraveling of the Lucas and Toole confessions had particular implications for the Adam Walsh case. Otis's confession to killing the 6-year-old boy had been one of the most high-profile and emotionally charged aspects of the entire affair. If his other confessions were false, what did that mean for his claims about Adam Walsh? Ainsworth's investigation found the same problems with Otis's Adam Walsh confession that plagued his other statements. The story had changed multiple times, contained factual errors, and appeared to have been influenced by information provided by investigators. The physical evidence linking Otis to the crime was virtually non-existent, with key pieces of evidence having been lost or destroyed by police. Yet despite these problems, the Adam Walsh case remained different from many of the other confession cases. Unlike murders that Lucas and Toole claimed to have committed in distant states, the Walsh killing had occurred in Florida, where Otis was known to have been present. Unlike some of their other claimed victims, Adam Walsh had definitely been murdered. The question was whether Otis had actually been responsible or whether he had simply seized on a high-profile case to enhance his reputation. The controversy generated by Ainsworth's investigation led to the formation of a special task force in Texas to review all the cases involving Lucas confessions. The task force, led by Texas Attorney General Jim Maddox, concluded that Lucas was a prolific liar who had probably committed very few of the murders he claimed. They estimated that the actual number of Lucas victims was likely in the single digits rather than the hundreds he had confessed to killing. The findings about Lucas had obvious implications for his partner Otis Toole. If Lucas was a false confessor who had lied about most of his crimes, it was reasonable to assume that Otis had done the same. The two men had fed off each other's lies for years, competing to see who could claim responsibility for more murders. Their partnership in crime had evolved into a partnership in deception that had fooled law enforcement agencies across the country. By the late 1980s, the consensus among criminal justice experts was that the Lucas and Toole confession cases represented a massive failure of the American legal system. Hundreds of murder investigations had been improperly closed, resources had been wasted pursuing false leads, and the families of real victims had been denied justice. The cases became a cautionary tale about the dangers of accepting confessions without proper corroboration. Despite the overwhelming evidence that most of their confessions were false, some law enforcement officials continued to defend the Lucas and Toole investigations. They argued that even if the suspects had lied about many crimes, they had still provided valuable information about others. This position became increasingly difficult to maintain as more and more of their confessions were proven to be fabricated. The Hugh Ainsworth investigation represented a triumph of journalism over official incompetence and deception. A single reporter had accomplished what hundreds of law enforcement officers had failed to do: separate truth from fiction in one of the most complex criminal cases of the 20th century. His work demonstrated the vital role that independent journalism plays in holding government institutions accountable for their actions. For 27 years after Adam Walsh's murder, the case remained officially unsolved, despite Otis Toole's multiple confessions and recantations. The investigation had been plagued by mistakes, lost evidence, and conflicting statements from the supposed perpetrator. John Walsh had spent nearly 3 decades pushing law enforcement to definitively solve his son's murder, using his platform as host of America's Most Wanted to keep public attention focused on the case. By the mid-2000s, the Hollywood Police Department was under new leadership that was determined to finally bring closure to the Adam Walsh case. Police Chief Chadwick Wagner ordered a comprehensive review of all the evidence, hoping that advances in forensic science or fresh perspectives might reveal new information about what had happened to the 6-year-old boy. The review team examined every piece of evidence that had been collected during the original investigation, including witness statements, physical evidence, and the various confessions that Otis had provided over the years. They also looked at alternative theories about who might have killed Adam, including the possibility that other serial killers who had been active in Florida during 1981 could have been responsible. One of the most significant pieces of evidence that the review team considered was the alleged deathbed confession that Otis had supposedly made to his niece. According to the niece's account, Otis had admitted to her shortly before his death that he had indeed killed Adam Walsh. This statement seemed to carry more weight than his previous confessions because it had supposedly been made when he had nothing to gain from lying. The review team also considered the physical evidence that had been available during the original investigation, even though much of it had been lost over the years. They noted that witnesses had reported seeing a white Cadillac with a damaged bumper near the mall where Adam had disappeared, and this description matched the vehicle that Otis had been driving at the time. They also found that some of Otis's confessions contained details about the crime scene and the disposal of Adam's body that had not been released to the public. On December 16, 2008, exactly 27 years after Adam Walsh had been murdered, Police Chief Wagner held a press conference to announce the department's findings. Standing before a room full of reporters and with John and Reve Walsh present, Wagner declared that the Hollywood Police Department was officially closing the Adam Walsh case and naming Otis Toole as the killer. "The case of Adam Walsh is now closed," Wagner announced. "Based on our comprehensive review of all available evidence, we have concluded that Otis Elwood Toole was responsible for the abduction and murder of Adam Walsh." The announcement brought a mixture of relief and continued pain to the Walsh family, who had waited nearly 3 decades for this official declaration. John Walsh expressed his satisfaction with the decision, telling reporters that he had never doubted that Otis was his son's killer. "I have no doubt," he said. "I've never had any doubt." Walsh praised the police department for finally taking definitive action on the case, even though he continued to criticize the mistakes that had been made during the original investigation. However, Chief Wagner acknowledged that the department's conclusion was not based on any new physical evidence. "If you're looking for that magic wand, that one piece of evidence, it's not there," he admitted. The decision to name Otis as the killer was based on the totality of the available evidence rather than any single conclusive proof of his guilt. The announcement was met with skepticism from some quarters, including criminal justice experts who questioned whether it was appropriate to close a case based largely on the confessions of a man who is known to have provided false statements about numerous other crimes. They argued that without DNA evidence or other definitive proof, the case should have remained open. Wagner acknowledged these concerns, but defended the department's decision. He noted that Otis had been the prime suspect in the case from the beginning, and that despite extensive investigations into other possible perpetrators, no evidence had ever been found linking anyone else to the crime. He argued that the combination of Otis's confessions, his presence in the area at the time of the murder, and the lack of evidence pointing to other suspects made him the most likely killer. The decision to officially close the Adam Walsh case had significant symbolic importance beyond the specific facts of the investigation. For John Walsh, it represented the culmination of a lifetime crusade for justice for his son. For the Hollywood Police Department, it was an attempt to bring closure to one of the most high-profile, unsolved cases in their history. The case closure also had broader implications for how law enforcement agencies handle similar investigations. The Adam Walsh case had become a textbook example of how not to conduct a murder investigation with evidence being lost, witnesses not being properly interviewed, and leads not being adequately pursued. The final resolution, while providing some closure, also served as a reminder of how much damage can be done when investigations are not handled properly from the beginning. Some observers noted the irony that the case was finally closed based largely on the word of a man whose credibility had been thoroughly discredited by the Hugh Ainsworth investigation and subsequent research. Otis Toole's false confessions had misled law enforcement agencies across the country, yet his statements about Adam Walsh were now being accepted as truthful enough to justify closing the case. The Walsh family used the case closure as an opportunity to reflect on the broader impact that Adam's murder had had on American society. John Walsh noted that his son's death had led to significant improvements in how missing children cases were handled, including the development of the Amber Alert system and changes in how quickly police respond to reports of missing children. Despite the official closure of the case, questions about what really happened to Adam Walsh continue to linger. The lack of physical evidence linking Otis to the crime means that some doubt will always remain about whether he was truly responsible. However, for law enforcement and the Walsh family, the 2008 announcement provided the closure they had sought for nearly 3 decades. The resolution of the Adam Walsh case marked the end of one chapter in the complex story of Otis Toole's life and crimes. While he would be remembered primarily as Adam's killer, the broader questions about his other alleged victims and the reliability of his confessions remained largely unresolved. His death in 1996 had ensured that the full truth about his crimes would never be known, leaving law enforcement and researchers to piece together the reality from the fragments of truth buried within his web of lies. The case of Otis Toole represents far more than the story of a single serial killer. It became a watershed moment that fundamentally changed how the American criminal justice system approaches confessions, investigations, and the pursuit of justice. The repercussions of his case continue to influence law enforcement practices, legal proceedings, and public policy more than 2 decades after his death. Perhaps the most significant impact of the Toole case was the light it shed on the problem of false confessions in criminal investigations. Before the Hugh Ainsworth investigation revealed the extent of Otis and Henry Lee Lucas's lies, most law enforcement agencies operated under the assumption that people would not confess to serious crimes they had not committed. The idea that someone would falsely admit to murder seemed counterintuitive to investigators who were trained to view confessions as the gold standard of criminal evidence. The revelation that Otis and Henry had fabricated hundreds of murder confessions forced the criminal justice system to confront an uncomfortable truth: that confessions, even detailed ones, could be completely unreliable. This realization led to significant changes in how investigators conduct interrogations and how prosecutors evaluate confession evidence in criminal cases. Police departments across the country were forced to implement new protocols for verifying confessions and conducting interviews with suspects. These changes included requirements for better documentation of interrogations, more rigorous fact-checking of suspect statements, and increased scrutiny of cases where confessions were the primary evidence of guilt. Many agencies also began recording interrogations to provide a complete record of how confessions were obtained. The legal system also adapted to address the problems highlighted by the Toole case. Courts became more skeptical of confession evidence and began requiring stronger corroboration before accepting guilty pleas or convictions based primarily on suspect statements. Defense attorneys became more aggressive in challenging the reliability of confessions, and prosecutors became more careful about building cases that relied too heavily on uncorroborated admissions of guilt. The case had a particularly significant impact on how law enforcement agencies handle cold cases and clearance rates. Before the Toole revelations, many departments had used his and Lucas's confessions to artificially inflate their solve rates, clearing dozens of unsolved murders from their books based on unreliable statements. The exposure of this practice led to new standards for when cases could be considered cleared and what type of evidence was required to justify closing investigations. Training programs for law enforcement officers were also modified to address the lessons learned from the Toole case. Police academies began teaching recruits about the psychological factors that could motivate false confessions, the techniques that could be used to detect deception in suspect interviews, and the importance of corroborating confession evidence with physical proof. These educational changes were designed to prevent future generations of investigators from making the same mistakes that had allowed Otis and Henry to mislead the system for so many years. The Adam Walsh aspect of Otis's case had its own lasting impact on American society and law enforcement. Adam's murder and the subsequent investigation failures led to significant improvements in how police handle missing children cases. The case highlighted the need for immediate and aggressive responses to child abduction reports, better coordination between law enforcement agencies, and improved systems for sharing information about missing children. John Walsh's advocacy following his son's death led to the passage of the Missing Children Act of 1982 and the establishment of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The Code Adam system, implemented in retail stores to help locate missing children, was named in honor of Adam Walsh and has helped reunite thousands of families over the years. The Amber Alert system, which broadcasts information about child abductions to the public, was another innovation that grew out of the lessons learned from Adam's case. The creation and success of America's Most Wanted television program was perhaps the most visible legacy of the Adam Walsh murder. John Walsh's decision to host the show was directly motivated by his frustration with law enforcement's handling of his son's case and his desire to help other families avoid similar tragedies. Over its decades on the air, the program has been credited with helping to capture more than 1,000 fugitives and solving countless crimes. The broader impact of Otis Toole's case on public perception of serial killers and criminal investigations cannot be underestimated. The extensive media coverage of his confessions and their subsequent debunking helped educate the American public about the complexities of criminal investigations and the potential for error in the justice system. The case demonstrated that even seemingly straightforward criminal cases could be far more complicated than they appeared on the surface. The case also contributed to growing awareness about the relationship between childhood abuse and adult criminal behavior. Otis's horrific upbringing, marked by sexual abuse, neglect, and exposure to violence and satanic practices, provided researchers and mental health professionals with a case study in how extreme childhood trauma could contribute to the development of violent criminal behavior. This understanding has influenced approaches to both crime prevention and the treatment of juvenile offenders. The psychological profile that emerged from Otis's case has been used to better understand the minds of serial killers and the factors that contribute to extreme violent behavior. His low intelligence, history of abuse, sexual dysfunction, and fascination with fire and death became part of the template that investigators used to identify and understand similar offenders. The case contributed to the development of criminal profiling as a law enforcement tool. The impact of the Toole case extended beyond American borders, influencing criminal justice practices in other countries that were dealing with similar issues. The lessons learned about false confessions, media manipulation, and investigative failures became part of international discussions about best practices in criminal investigations. Law enforcement agencies around the world began implementing changes based on the mistakes that had been made in the Toole case. Research institutions and universities began using the Toole case as a teaching tool for students studying criminal justice, psychology, and criminal criminology. The case provided a perfect example of how multiple system failures could compound each other, creating a situation where innocent people could be wrongly convicted while real perpetrators escaped justice. Academic programs began incorporating the case into their curricula as a way to teach students about the importance of rigorous investigative methods and critical thinking in criminal investigations. The case also had a lasting impact on the families of real victims whose murders had been falsely attributed to Otis and Henry. Many of these families had believed for years that their loved ones' killers had been identified and brought to justice, only to learn that the confessions were lies. The revelation that they had been deceived forced them to relive their grief and frustration while also destroying their faith in the criminal justice system's ability to solve their cases. Media organizations also learned important lessons from their coverage of the Toole case. The extensive and often sensationalistic reporting of his confessions had contributed to public acceptance of his claims without adequate scrutiny. News outlets began developing more rigorous standards for reporting on criminal cases, particularly those involving sensational claims or confessions. The case became a cautionary tale about the importance of independent verification and critical analysis in crime reporting. The financial cost of the Toole case was enormous, though it has never been fully calculated. Law enforcement agencies across multiple states spent millions of dollars investigating his false confessions, pursuing non-existent leads, and conducting interviews that yielded no useful information. Court systems spent additional resources prosecuting cases based on unreliable evidence and then reviewing those convictions when the confessions were discredited. The economic impact extended to victim families, defense attorneys, and taxpayers who ultimately bore the cost of these investigative and legal failures. Perhaps most importantly, the Toole case served as a stark reminder of the human cost of systemic failures in the criminal justice system. Real murderers remained free while investigators chased phantom killers. Victims' families were denied justice, while resources were wasted on false leads. The integrity of the entire system was undermined by the willingness of officials to accept convenient solutions rather than pursuing difficult truths. Today, more than 2 decades after Otis Toole's death, his case continues to influence how criminal justice professionals approach their work. Every time investigators interview a suspect who claims to have committed multiple murders, they must consider the lessons learned from the Toole case. Every time prosecutors evaluate confession evidence, they must weigh the possibility that even detailed admissions of guilt could be fabricated. Every time defense attorneys challenge the reliability of their client statements, they can point to the Toole case as an example of how wrong the system can be when proper safeguards are not in place. The legacy of Otis Elwood Toole is ultimately a complex and troubling one. While he was certainly a dangerous criminal who committed real murders and caused immeasurable harm to his victims and their families, his case also revealed fundamental weaknesses in the American criminal justice system that needed to be addressed. His death marked the end of his personal reign of terror, but the beginning of important reforms that have made the system more reliable and just for everyone involved. The story of Otis Toole serves as a permanent reminder that the pursuit of justice requires constant vigilance, rigorous methodology, and an unwavering commitment to truth over convenience. His case demonstrated that even well-intentioned law enforcement officers and prosecutors could be led astray when proper procedures were not followed, and when the desire to solve cases overcame the need to ensure that those cases were solved correctly. In the end, the most fitting tribute to the victims of Otis Toole's real crimes, and to the families who were deceived by his false confessions, is the commitment to learning from the mistakes of the past and ensuring that similar failures never occur again. The criminal justice system is stronger today because of the painful lessons learned from his case, and that may be the only positive legacy that can be drawn from such a dark and disturbing chapter in American criminal history. The case of Otis Toole will likely continue to be studied and referenced for generations to come as new challenges emerge in criminal investigations and as technology creates new opportunities and pitfalls for law enforcement. His story serves as both a cautionary tale and a guide for how to approach complex criminal cases with the proper balance of skepticism and open-mindedness that true justice requires. The story of Otis Elwood Toole is ultimately the story of a deeply damaged human being whose childhood trauma and mental illness combined to create a monster who would terrorize society for decades. Born into circumstances that would challenge any child's ability to develop normally, Otis was subjected to sexual abuse, physical violence, psychological torment, and exposure to death and satanic rituals before he had reached his 10th birthday. The transformation of a vulnerable child into a serial killer was not inevitable, but it was tragically predictable given the circumstances of his upbringing. Every adult who should have protected him instead became another source of trauma. His father abandoned him. His mother dressed him as a girl and subjected him to emotional abuse. His sister molested him. His grandmother exposed him to grave robbing and satanic practices. Neighbors and family friends continued the cycle of sexual exploitation that began when he was barely old enough to understand what was happening to him. By the time Otis committed his first murder at age 14, he had already been failed by every system that was supposed to help children in crisis. The schools couldn't educate him effectively due to his learning disabilities and behavioral problems. Social services, such as they existed in 1960s Florida, never intervened to remove him from his abusive home environment. Mental health resources were virtually non-existent for a poor child with his particular constellation of problems. The murder of the traveling salesman in 1961 marked the beginning of a killing career that would span more than 20 years. But even as Otis's crimes became more frequent and more brutal, he remained largely invisible to law enforcement. He targeted society's most vulnerable members: prostitutes, hitchhikers, runaways, and other people whose disappearances were unlikely to trigger intensive investigations. Otis's partnership with Henry Lee Lucas represented the merger of two profoundly damaged individuals whose relationship brought out the worst in both men. Together, they may have committed dozens of murders as they traveled across the American South and Southwest during the 1970s and early 1980s. Their crimes were marked by extreme violence, sexual sadism, and a complete disregard for human life that shocked even experienced law enforcement officers. The arson murder of George Sonnenberg in 1982 finally brought Otis's killing spree to an end. But his capture marked the beginning of an even more destructive phase of his criminal career: his years as a false confessor who would mislead law enforcement agencies across the country. The hundreds of murders he claimed to have committed created one of the most extensive cases of false confession in American criminal history. The confession phenomenon revealed as much about the failures of the American criminal justice system as it did about Otis himself. Law enforcement agencies were so eager to clear unsolved cases that they accepted his obviously fabricated stories without adequate verification. Prosecutors built cases on evidence they should have known was unreliable. Defense attorneys failed to adequately challenge confessions that contradicted basic facts about time, distance, and physical possibility. The most tragic aspect of Otis's false confessions was their impact on the families of real murder victims. People who had spent years wondering about the fate of their loved ones were told that the killer had been identified and had confessed. They were able to find some measure of closure and peace, only to learn years later that they had been deceived and that their loved one's real killer was still unknown. The Adam Walsh case became the most famous of Otis's alleged crimes, partly because of the high profile of the victim and partly because of John Walsh's subsequent career as a victims' rights advocate. Whether Otis actually killed 6-year-old Adam remains a matter of debate among experts, though the Hollywood Police Department's decision to officially close the case in 2008 suggests that at least some investigators found his confession credible. The question of Otis's actual victim count may never be definitively answered. He was convicted of 6 murders, but investigators believe he may have killed several dozen people during his decades of violence. The exact number is less important than the recognition that each of his real victims was a human being whose life had value and whose death caused immeasurable pain to those who loved them. Otis's death from liver disease in 1996 brought an end to his physical presence in the world, but his impact on the criminal justice system and American society continued long after his burial in the prison cemetery at Rayford. The lessons learned from his case led to significant improvements in how law enforcement handles confessions, investigates serial crimes, and approaches cold cases. The psychological profile that emerged from decades of study of Otis's case has contributed to a better understanding of how childhood trauma can contribute to the development of violent criminal behavior. His story has been used to illustrate the importance of early intervention in cases of child abuse and the need for better mental health resources for troubled children and adolescents. Perhaps most importantly, Otis's case has served as a permanent reminder of the human capacity for both evil and redemption. While his crimes were inexcusable and his lies caused immeasurable harm, his story also demonstrates how societal failures can create the conditions that allow monsters to develop. Every child who is protected from abuse, every young person who receives appropriate mental health treatment, and every troubled individual who is helped before they turn to violence represents a potential Otis tool who is saved from following that dark path. The criminal justice reforms that grew out of the exposure of his false confessions have made the system more reliable and just for everyone involved. Police officers are better trained to detect deception and verify suspect statements. Prosecutors are more careful about building cases on confession evidence alone. Defense attorneys are more aggressive in challenging unreliable admissions of guilt. Courts are more skeptical of cases that lack adequate corroboration. The media coverage of Otis's case also led to improvements in crime reporting, with news organizations developing better standards for verifying sensational claims and avoiding the kind of uncritical acceptance of official statements that had characterized much of the early coverage of his confessions. The case became a cautionary tale about the importance of independent journalism in holding government institutions accountable. For the families of Otis's real victims, his death brought an end to their direct contact with the man who had destroyed their lives, but it could never truly provide closure. The knowledge that their loved one's killer was gone might have provided some comfort, but it could never bring back what had been lost or erase the pain that his crimes had caused. The broader impact of Otis Toole's life and crimes extends far beyond the specific individuals he hurt. His case became part of a larger conversation about violence in American society, the treatment of mentally ill individuals, the protection of children from abuse, and the pursuit of justice in a complex world. Every reform that was implemented because of the lessons learned from his case represents a small victory of light over darkness. In the end, the story of Otis Elwood Toole is a reminder that human beings are capable of both great evil and great good, sometimes in response to the same circumstances. The child who was tortured and abused could have become a force for healing and redemption if he had received the help and support he needed. Instead, he became a source of terror and pain that would haunt American society for decades. The tragedy of Otis Toole's life is not just that he became a killer, but that his transformation into a monster was preventable. With proper intervention, treatment, and support, the scared little boy who was dressed as a girl and forced to rob graves might have grown up to become a productive member of society. Instead, he became a cautionary tale about the consequences of societal indifference to child abuse and mental illness. Today, as society continues to grapple with issues of violence, mental health, and criminal justice, the case of Otis Toole remains relevant and instructive. His story reminds us that the seeds of violence are often planted in childhood, that the criminal justice system is fallible and must be constantly improved, and that the pursuit of truth and justice requires unwavering commitment to rigorous standards and procedures. The man behind the myth of Otis Toole was ultimately a profoundly broken human being whose crimes cannot be excused, but whose story can still teach us important lessons about prevention, intervention, and the pursuit of justice. His legacy is a complex one, part cautionary tale, part call to action, and part reminder of the ongoing need for vigilance in protecting the vulnerable and pursuing the truth. The final word on Otis Elwood Toole may never be written, as researchers continue to study his case and its implications for criminal justice and society. But the essential lessons of his story are clear: that childhood trauma can have devastating long-term consequences, that the criminal justice system must be constantly vigilant against error and deception, and that the pursuit of justice requires both compassion for victims and commitment to truth above all else. In death, as in life, Otis Toole remains a figure of controversy and tragedy. His grave in the prison cemetery at Rayford is unmarked and unvisited, a fitting end for a man who lived and died as an outcast from society. But the impact of his life and crimes continues to ripple through American culture and criminal justice, ensuring that his story will be remembered and studied for generations to come, not as a celebration of his notoriety, but as a somber reminder of the consequences of societal failure and the ongoing need for truth, justice, and protection of the innocent. Patrick Kearney, known as the Trash Bag Killer, was an American serial killer who murdered at least 21 young men and boys between 1962 and 1977 in Southern California, targeting vulnerable victims like hitchhikers and men from gay bars whom he would shoot in the head before engaging in necrophilia and dismembering their bodies, which he then disposed of in trash bags along highways, earning him his notorious nickname. Patrick Wayne Kearney was born on September 24, 1939, in East Los Angeles, California. From the very beginning, life seemed stacked against this small, sickly child who would grow up to become one of California's most prolific serial killers. He was the youngest of 3 boys in what appeared to be a stable middle-class family, with parents George and Eunice Kearney, who tried their best to provide a normal upbringing. But beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary household, the seeds of something terrible were already taking root. As a child, Patrick was thin and frail, which made him an easy target for the cruel playground politics that governed childhood. The bullies at school saw his weakness like sharks smelling blood in the water. They would torment him relentlessly, calling him names and beating him up whenever they got the chance. The other children would use homophobic slurs against him, even though he was just a child trying to find his place in the world. These daily humiliations cut deep into Patrick's developing psyche, creating wounds that would never properly heal. The bullying was not just physical, but emotional and psychological too. Patrick felt completely powerless against his tormentors, unable to fight back or defend himself because of his small size and weak constitution. This feeling of helplessness would stay with him for the rest of his life, festering like an infected wound that refused to close. As he grew older, Patrick began to retreat into himself, becoming more and more isolated from his peers. He spent long hours alone in his room, fantasizing about getting revenge on those who had hurt him. When Patrick was 13 years old, something happened that would change the course of his life forever. His father decided it was time to teach his son how to slaughter pigs, a skill that was still common in rural areas during that time. George Kearney took Patrick out to the family property and showed him how to kill a pig by shooting it from behind the ear. The bullet would penetrate the brain instantly, causing immediate death without suffering. Patrick watched with fascination as the life drained out of the animal's eyes. This moment was like a switch being flipped in Patrick's mind. The power he felt in that instant, the control over life and death, was intoxicating. It was the first time in his young life that he had felt truly powerful, truly in control of something. The memory of that pig's death would stay with him forever, becoming the template for the murders he would commit years later. He began to fantasize about killing people, imagining himself as the one with the gun, the one with the power to decide who lived and who died. As Patrick entered his teenage years, he became increasingly withdrawn and antisocial. While other boys his age were playing sports or chasing girls, Patrick was lost in dark fantasies of murder and revenge. He would imagine killing the bullies who had tormented him, picturing their faces as the life left their eyes. These fantasies became more detailed and elaborate over time, playing out in his mind like movies that he could watch over and over again. Patrick's academic performance was actually quite good despite his psychological problems. He was intelligent and showed particular aptitude for mathematics and engineering. His teachers saw him as a quiet, well-behaved student who kept to himself, but did his work diligently. They had no idea about the violent fantasies that consumed his thoughts or the darkness that was growing inside him like a cancer. During his teenage years, Patrick also began to realize that he was different from other boys in another way. He found himself attracted to males rather than females, which, in the 1950s, was something that had to be kept secret at all costs. Homosexuality was not just socially unacceptable, but was actually illegal in most places. This realization added another layer of shame and isolation to Patrick's already troubled psyche. He felt like he was fundamentally broken, different from everyone else in ways that could never be fixed. After graduating from high school, Patrick decided to join the United States Air Force. This was partly an attempt to escape his troubled past, and partly a desire to prove his masculinity to himself and others. Military service was seen as the ultimate test of manhood, and Patrick hoped that it would somehow cure him of his dark thoughts and forbidden desires. The structure and discipline of military life appealed to him, offering a chance to start over with a clean slate. Patrick's time in the Air Force was relatively uneventful on the surface. He served competently and without major incident, learning skills that would later serve him well in civilian life. However, the military did not cure him of his psychological problems as he had hoped. If anything, the strict hierarchy and authoritarian structure of military life may have reinforced his feelings of powerlessness and resentment. The violent fantasies continued to play out in his mind, growing more detailed and specific over time. It was during his military service that Patrick first began to act on his homosexual desires, though he was extremely careful to keep this hidden from his superiors and fellow servicemen. The military's strict policies against homosexuality meant that discovery would result in immediate discharge and public humiliation. Patrick learned to compartmentalize his life, presenting one face to the world while hiding his true nature beneath a carefully constructed facade. After completing his military service, Patrick returned to California and enrolled in college to study electrical engineering. He was a dedicated student who threw himself into his studies with the same intensity that he brought to everything else. Engineering appealed to his methodical, analytical mind, and he excelled in his coursework. His professors saw him as a serious, hardworking student with real potential for success in the field. During his college years, Patrick began to develop the skills and knowledge that would later make him such an effective killer. His engineering studies taught him about electronics, mechanics, and problem-solving techniques that could be applied to any situation. He learned how to think systematically and methodically, breaking down complex problems into manageable components. These skills would serve him well when he began planning and executing his murders years later. Patrick also began to explore his sexuality more openly during college, though he remained extremely discreet about it. He would venture into the underground gay scene in Los Angeles, frequenting bars and clubs where he could be himself without fear of discovery. However, even in these supposedly safe spaces, Patrick remained guarded and suspicious. His experiences with bullying and rejection had left him unable to trust anyone completely, even those who might have understood and accepted him. After graduating from college, Patrick found work as an electrical engineer at Hughes Aircraft Company, a major aerospace contractor based in Southern California. Hughes Aircraft was a prestigious company that worked on cutting-edge military and civilian projects, and landing a job there was a significant achievement for a young engineer. Patrick's colleagues saw him as a competent, reliable worker who kept to himself, but did quality work. His supervisors described him as a model employee who never caused trouble or drew attention to himself. The work at Hughes Aircraft was challenging and engaging, providing Patrick with an outlet for his intellectual abilities and a sense of purpose that had been missing from his life. He worked on various electronics projects, applying his engineering skills to solve complex technical problems. The job paid well and provided financial security, allowing Patrick to live comfortably and independently for the first time in his life. However, success at work could not fill the emptiness that had been growing inside Patrick for years. Despite his professional achievements, he remained deeply lonely and isolated. He had few friends and no close relationships, spending most of his free time alone in his apartment. The violent fantasies that had started in childhood continued to plague his thoughts, becoming more frequent and intense as the years passed. Patrick's first serious romantic relationship began in the mid-1960s when he met David Hill, a younger man who would become his long-term partner. David was different from Patrick in many ways, more outgoing, more emotional, and more willing to take risks. Their relationship was passionate but turbulent, marked by frequent arguments and dramatic reconciliations. Patrick found himself both drawn to and frustrated by David's mercurial personality. The relationship with David provided Patrick with companionship and physical intimacy, but it also brought new stresses and complications into his life. Patrick was not good at emotional intimacy, and often felt overwhelmed by David's needs and demands. When they fought, which was often, Patrick would retreat into himself, shutting down emotionally and becoming cold and distant. These periods of conflict were particularly difficult for Patrick, triggering his old feelings of powerlessness and rage. It was during one of these relationship conflicts in 1962 that Patrick committed his first murder. The details of this killing would set the pattern for all the murders that followed. Patrick had been arguing with David and feeling particularly frustrated and angry when he decided to go for a ride on his motorcycle to clear his head. He rode out to a secluded area outside of Indio, California, where he encountered a 19-year-old hitchhiker who was looking for a ride. Patrick offered the young man a ride, and they rode together to an isolated spot in the desert. Once they were alone and far from any witnesses, Patrick pulled out a gun and shot the hitchhiker in the head, just as his father had taught him to kill pigs years before. The young man died instantly, and Patrick immediately felt a rush of power and control that was more intense than anything he had ever experienced. For the first time since childhood, he felt truly in control of his own destiny. After killing the hitchhiker, Patrick sexually assaulted the corpse, fulfilling the dark fantasies that had been building in his mind for years. The combination of murder and necrophilia provided him with a level of satisfaction and release that normal sexual activity could never match. This first killing was like a drug to Patrick, creating an addiction that would drive him to kill again and again over the next 15 years. The body of Patrick's first victim was never found, buried somewhere in the vast California desert where it was consumed by carrion-eating animals and the elements. Patrick returned home feeling calmer and more in control than he had in months. David noticed the change in his mood, but had no idea what had caused it. Patrick had discovered the perfect outlet for his rage and frustration, and he would return to it whenever the pressures of life became too much to bear. Later that same year, Patrick killed again, this time targeting the younger cousin of his first victim. The cousin had witnessed Patrick driving away with the first victim and had begun asking questions about his relative's disappearance. Patrick saw this as a threat to his security and decided that the boy had to be eliminated. He lured the 16-year-old to the same isolated location where he had killed before and shot him in the head in the same manner as his first victim. Patrick's third murder of 1962 involved another young man named Mike, who was 18 years old. Like the others, Mike was shot in the head and then sexually assaulted after death. Patrick was developing a clear pattern in his killings, a methodology that satisfied his psychological needs while minimizing the risk of discovery. He was learning to be an efficient killer, applying the same systematic approach that he used in his engineering work to the business of murder. For the next few years, Patrick managed to control his homicidal urges, focusing on his work at Hughes Aircraft and his relationship with David. However, the violent fantasies never stopped, and the memory of those first 3 killings continued to provide him with a source of secret satisfaction. He would replay the murders in his mind during quiet moments, remembering the feeling of absolute power that came with taking a life. In 1965, Patrick killed again, this time in Orange County, California. The details of this murder are sparse, but it followed the same pattern as his earlier killings. Patrick was becoming more confident and methodical in his approach, learning from each murder and refining his techniques. He was also becoming more selective in choosing his victims, targeting young men who fit a specific profile that satisfied his psychological needs. Patrick's most significant murder during this early period occurred around Christmas of 1968, when he killed a young man known only as George in his Culver City apartment. This murder was different from the others because it took place in Patrick's own home, requiring much more careful planning and cleanup. Patrick lured George to his apartment under false pretenses, then shot him in the head moments after he entered the house. After killing George, Patrick dragged the body to his bathroom, where he engaged in necrophilia before beginning the process of dismembering the corpse. Using an X-Acto knife, Patrick carefully skinned and dismembered George's body in the bathtub, taking care to extract the bullet from the victim's head to prevent the murder from being traced back to him. He then buried the dismembered remains behind his garage, where they would remain hidden for nearly a decade. The murder of George marked a turning point in Patrick's killing career. For the first time, he had brought a victim to his own home and successfully disposed of the evidence without detection. This gave him confidence in his abilities and showed him that he could kill with impunity as long as he was careful and methodical in his approach. However, the close proximity of the crime to his daily life also made him more paranoid about discovery, and he did not kill again for over a year. During this quiet period, Patrick continued his work at Hughes Aircraft and maintained his relationship with David, though both were increasingly strained by the pressures of his secret life. Patrick was becoming more withdrawn and secretive, spending long hours alone, and showing little interest in normal social activities. David began to suspect that something was wrong, but had no idea about the true nature of Patrick's dark secret. Patrick's relationship with David became increasingly volatile during the early 1970s. Their arguments grew more frequent and intense, often escalating to the point where one or both of them would storm out of the house. It was during these periods of conflict that Patrick felt most compelled to kill, using murder as a way to regain control and vent his frustrations. The pattern was always the same. After a fight with David, Patrick would go out hunting for victims, returning home hours later feeling calmer and more centered. In June 1971, David left Patrick after a particularly bitter argument, leaving behind only a note explaining his decision. This abandonment triggered something in Patrick that would change him forever. The loss of his primary relationship, combined with his existing psychological problems, pushed him over the edge into a period of sustained killing that would last for the next 6 years. Patrick's murder spree had officially begun. The murders that followed David's departure were more frequent and more brutal than anything Patrick had done before. He began killing on an almost monthly basis, targeting young men and boys who fit his preferred victim profile. Most of his victims were hitchhikers or men he picked up at gay bars, vulnerable individuals who would not be missed immediately or whose disappearances could be easily explained. Patrick's methodology became increasingly refined during this period. He developed a system for picking up victims, killing them, and disposing of their bodies that was both efficient and difficult to trace. He would typically drive around in his Volkswagen Beetle, looking for suitable targets along highways or in areas known for prostitution and drug activity. Once he had selected a victim, he would offer them a ride or engage them in conversation until he could get them alone. The actual killings followed a consistent pattern that Patrick had perfected over years of practice. He would typically shoot his victims in the temple above the ear with a small .22 caliber Derringer pistol, often while driving. The small caliber bullet was less likely to exit the skull, reducing the amount of blood and making cleanup easier. Patrick could kill his victims while driving with his left hand on the steering wheel and his right hand holding the gun, maintaining normal speed and appearance to avoid suspicion from other drivers. After killing his victims, Patrick would drive to a secluded location where he could engage in necrophilia with the corpses. This was the primary motivation for his murders, the sexual gratification he derived from having complete control over another person's body. Patrick was not interested in torturing or terrorizing his victims while they were alive. He simply wanted access to their bodies after death. The killing was just a means to an end, a necessary step in fulfilling his deviant sexual desires. Once Patrick had satisfied his sexual needs, he would begin the process of dismembering and disposing of the bodies. He had studied the methods used by other serial killers, particularly Dean Corll and his accomplices in the Houston mass murders, and had learned efficient techniques for body disposal. Patrick would use a hacksaw to cut the bodies into manageable pieces, often draining the blood first to reduce odor and prevent detection. The dismembered body parts would then be placed in heavy-duty trash bags, which gave Patrick his nickname of the Trash Bag Killer. He would scatter these bags in various locations throughout Southern California, often along highways or in remote desert areas where they might not be discovered for weeks or months. Some body parts were thrown into landfills, while others were left in areas where wild animals would consume them, further destroying evidence. Patrick's attention to detail in disposing of bodies was remarkable. He would often wash the body parts before bagging them to remove fingerprints and other trace evidence. He would also sometimes beat the corpses after death as a way of venting his anger and frustration, seeing this as a form of cathartic exercise that helped him maintain emotional balance. Many of his victims resembled the bullies who had tormented him in childhood, suggesting that his murders were partly motivated by a desire for revenge against those who had made him feel powerless. As Patrick's killing spree continued, he became increasingly bold and confident in his abilities. He began targeting younger victims, including children, which added an extra layer of horror to his crimes. One of his most shocking murders was that of 5-year-old Ronnie Dean Smith, who disappeared on August 24, 1974, and was found dead in the woods 2 months later. Patrick had smothered the child and then disposed of his body like all the others, showing that his capacity for evil knew no bounds. The murder of children represented a new low even for Patrick. Ronnie Dean Smith was just an innocent little boy who had done nothing to deserve such a fate. Patrick's ability to kill a child showed that he had completely lost touch with any sense of morality or human decency. He had become a predator in the truest sense of the word, viewing other human beings as nothing more than objects to be used for his own gratification. Patrick's work life continued normally throughout this period, with his colleagues at Hughes Aircraft having no idea that their quiet, unassuming coworker, was one of California's most prolific serial killers. Patrick maintained his professional facade with remarkable skill, compartmentalizing his life so completely that his two worlds never intersected. During the day, he was a respected engineer working on important defense projects. At night, he was a killer stalking the highways of Southern California. The only person who might have suspected something was wrong was Jerry Stevens, the owner of a local grocery store where Patrick frequently shopped. Stevens noticed that Patrick would often purchase butcher knives, carefully examining them and asking about the quality of the steel. He described Patrick as a loner with an eerie sense of quiet about him, but even Stevens had no idea about the true purpose behind Patrick's knife purchases. By the mid-1970s, Patrick had killed at least 20 people and was showing no signs of slowing down. His confidence in his abilities had grown to the point where he felt virtually untouchable by law enforcement. He had developed an efficient system for finding, killing, and disposing of victims that had served him well for over a decade. However, this confidence would ultimately prove to be his downfall. Patrick's method of victim selection had remained fairly consistent throughout his killing career. He preferred young men and boys, usually between the ages of 5 and 28, who were vulnerable and unlikely to be missed immediately. Many of his victims were hitchhikers, runaways, or men involved in prostitution or drug use. These were people on the margins of society, individuals whose disappearances might not trigger intensive police investigations. The geographic scope of Patrick's murders was vast, covering multiple counties throughout Southern California. He would often drive long distances to dispose of bodies, sometimes crossing state lines into Nevada or Arizona. This wide distribution of crime scenes made it difficult for law enforcement agencies to recognize patterns or coordinate their investigations. Each agency was dealing with what appeared to be isolated incidents rather than recognizing them as part of a larger pattern. Patrick's victims came from diverse backgrounds, but they all shared certain characteristics that appealed to his psychological needs. Many of them were young, blonde, and physically attractive, the same type of person who had bullied him in his youth. This suggested that his murders were partly motivated by a desire for revenge against those who had made him feel inadequate and powerless. By killing people who resembled his tormentors, Patrick was symbolically striking back at everyone who had ever hurt him. The sexual component of Patrick's crimes was central to his motivation. Unlike some serial killers who derive pleasure from the act of killing itself, Patrick was primarily interested in having access to his victims' bodies after death. This necrophilic behavior was the driving force behind his murders, with the killings themselves being merely a means to an end. Patrick was careful to kill his victims quickly and efficiently, without torture or prolonged suffering, because he was not a sadist in the traditional sense. Patrick's ability to maintain his double life for so many years was remarkable. To his co-workers, neighbors, and casual acquaintances, he appeared to be a normal, if somewhat introverted, man living a quiet life. He paid his bills on time, maintained his property, and never caused any trouble that would draw attention to himself. This facade of normalcy was crucial to his success as a serial killer, allowing him to operate undetected for over a decade. The psychological toll of maintaining this double life was enormous, however. Patrick was under constant stress from the need to keep his crimes secret while continuing to function in normal society. He became increasingly paranoid and suspicious, constantly watching for signs that he might be under suspicion. This paranoia was justified, as law enforcement agencies throughout Southern California were beginning to notice patterns in the disappearances and murders that suggested the work of a serial killer. By 1976, police agencies in several counties had begun to coordinate their investigations into what they were calling the trash bag murders, or freeway killings. The discovery of multiple victims whose bodies had been dismembered and placed in trash bags was too unusual to be coincidental. Investigators were beginning to develop a profile of the killer, though they still had no idea who he was or where he might strike next. Patrick was aware that law enforcement was closing in, but he was unable to stop killing. The compulsion to murder had become too strong to resist, and he continued to take victims even as the risk of discovery increased. His final murder spree included some of his most brazen killings, suggesting that he was either becoming reckless or was deliberately courting capture as a way of ending his torment. One of Patrick's most notorious victims during this period was 13-year-old Michael Craig McGee, who disappeared on June 16, 1976. McGee was a troubled boy with a history of juvenile delinquency who had been hitchhiking when Patrick picked him up. Patrick claimed that he had befriended the boy and invited him on a camping trip to Lake Elsinore, but then decided that McGee posed a threat to his security and killed him without warning. Patrick told investigators that he had disposed of the body in such a way that you aren't going to find him, and McGee's remains were never recovered. Another significant victim was 8-year-old Merle Hondo Chance, who vanished on April 6, 1977, while riding his bicycle near Patrick's workplace. Patrick claimed that he had smothered the boy, taken his body home overnight, and then disposed of the remains in the Angeles National Forest. Chance's decomposed body was discovered on May 26, 1977, making him Patrick's last known victim before his arrest. The murder that ultimately led to Patrick's downfall was that of 17-year-old John Otis LeMay, whom he killed on March 13, 1977. LeMay had told a neighbor that he was going to Redondo Beach to meet a man named Dave whom he had met at a local gym. This was actually David Hill, Patrick's former partner, who had given LeMay the address to Patrick's home. When LeMay arrived at the house, Hill was not there, but Patrick invited him in to watch television while they waited. Without any provocation, Patrick impulsively reached for his pistol and shot LeMay in the back of the head. This murder was different from the others because it took place in Patrick's own home and because there were witnesses who could connect LeMay to both Patrick and David Hill. After killing LeMay, Patrick dismembered the body and dumped the remains in the desert, but the damage had already been done. When LeMay's dismembered remains were discovered on March 18, 1977, police immediately began investigating his last known activities. The trail quickly led them to David Hill and then to Patrick Kearney. For the first time in his killing career, Patrick had left a clear trail of evidence that pointed directly to him. The careful planning and methodical approach that had protected him for so many years had been abandoned in favor of an impulsive killing that would prove to be his undoing. The investigation into LeMay's murder moved quickly once police had identified Patrick and David as suspects. On June 3, 1977, warrants were issued for their arrest on suspicion of multiple murders. By this time, investigators had connected Patrick to at least 8 killings and suspected that there were many more. The media began referring to the case as the trash bag murders, and Patrick's photograph was distributed to law enforcement agencies throughout the region. Patrick and David were aware that the police were closing in on them. They had seen the increased police presence in their neighborhood and knew that it was only a matter of time before they were arrested. On the advice of their families, they decided to surrender rather than try to evade capture. On July 1, 1977, they walked into the Riverside County Sheriff's Office, pointed to their pictures on a wanted poster, and simply said, "We're them." The surrender of Patrick Kearney marked the end of one of the most prolific killing sprees in California history. Over a period of 15 years, he had murdered at least 21 people and possibly as many as 43. His victims ranged in age from 5 to 28, and their bodies had been scattered across multiple counties in Southern California. The investigation that followed would reveal the full scope of his crimes and provide closure for the families of his victims. David Hill was quickly cleared of any involvement in the murders and was released from custody. Despite being Patrick's longtime partner and having lived with him during much of the killing spree, investigators concluded that Hill had no knowledge of the crimes and was not involved in any way. This was likely true, as Patrick had been extremely careful to keep his 2 lives completely separate, and Hill had probably been as shocked as anyone to learn about his partner's secret activities. Patrick, meanwhile, began cooperating with investigators almost immediately after his arrest. Perhaps realizing that the evidence against him was overwhelming, or perhaps feeling relief at finally being caught, he provided detailed confessions to multiple murders. Initially, he admitted to killing 28 victims, but later added 7 more to avoid the death penalty. In exchange for his cooperation and guilty pleas, prosecutors agreed not to seek capital punishment. The confessions that Patrick provided were remarkable for their detail and matter-of-fact tone. He described his crimes with the same methodical precision that he had brought to his engineering work, providing investigators with information about victim selection, killing methods, and body disposal techniques. He showed no emotion as he recounted the murders, speaking about taking human lives as if he were discussing a technical problem at work. Patrick's willingness to confess to his crimes was partly motivated by his desire to avoid the death penalty, but it may also have been driven by a psychological need to finally tell someone about the secret that had dominated his life for so many years. Living with the knowledge of his crimes while maintaining a normal facade had been an enormous burden, and confession may have provided him with a sense of relief that he had not felt in decades. The legal proceedings against Patrick moved relatively quickly once he decided to cooperate. On December 21st, 1977, he pleaded guilty to 3 counts of murder in Riverside County and was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 7 years. However, this was just the beginning of his legal troubles, as prosecutors in other counties also filed charges against him for murders committed in their jurisdictions. In February 1978, Patrick was charged with 18 additional counts of murder in Los Angeles County. Once again, he pleaded guilty to all charges in exchange for life sentences rather than the death penalty. The total of 21 murder convictions made Patrick one of the most prolific serial killers in California history, surpassed only by Juan Corona, who was convicted of 25 murders. The sentencing of Patrick Kearney brought some measure of closure to the families of his victims, though nothing could truly compensate for their losses. Many of the victims were young men and boys who had their whole lives ahead of them, cut short by Patrick's selfish desires and psychological problems. The impact of his crimes extended far beyond the immediate victims to include their families, friends, and communities, all of whom were left to deal with the aftermath of his actions. Patrick was initially sentenced to multiple life terms with the possibility of parole, but the nature of his crimes and the number of victims made it highly unlikely that he would ever be released. As one prosecutor noted at the time, they hoped that the parole board never sees fit to parole Kearney as he appears to be a menace to humanity. This sentiment was shared by law enforcement officials and the public alike, who viewed Patrick as too dangerous to ever be released back into society. The investigation into Patrick's crimes continued even after his conviction, as law enforcement agencies tried to determine the full scope of his killing spree. He had confessed to 35 murders, but was only convicted of 21 due to lack of physical evidence in the other cases. Investigators suspected that the true number of victims might be even higher, possibly reaching into the 40s or beyond. Many of his early victims from the 1960s were never identified, and their bodies were never found. The case of Patrick Kearney had a significant impact on law enforcement practices in California and beyond. His ability to operate undetected for so many years highlighted the need for better coordination between different police agencies and the importance of recognizing patterns in seemingly unrelated crimes. The investigation also demonstrated the value of forensic evidence and scientific methods in solving complex cases. Patrick's crimes also had a broader social impact, contributing to public awareness of serial killers and the threat they pose to society. The case received extensive media coverage, and Patrick became one of the first serial killers to achieve national notoriety. His methodical approach to murder and his ability to maintain a normal facade while committing horrific crimes fascinated and terrified the public in equal measure. The psychological aspects of Patrick's case were particularly intriguing to researchers and law enforcement officials. His background as a successful engineer who seemed to live a normal life challenged stereotypes about what serial killers looked like. Patrick did not fit the profile of a crazed maniac or obvious deviant. Instead, he appeared to be an ordinary man who happened to harbor extraordinary darkness within himself. The role of childhood trauma in Patrick's development as a serial killer was extensively studied by psychologists and criminologists. His experiences with bullying, combined with his feelings of powerlessness and social isolation, were seen as contributing factors in his evolution from troubled child to mass murderer. However, researchers were careful to note that many people experience similar traumas without becoming killers, suggesting that Patrick's crimes were the result of a complex interaction of psychological, social, and biological factors. Patrick's relationship with David Hill also attracted significant attention from researchers. The fact that Hill lived with Patrick for many years without apparently knowing about his crimes raised questions about how well we can really know the people closest to us. It also highlighted Patrick's remarkable ability to compartmentalize his life and maintain different identities in different contexts. The geographic scope of Patrick's crimes made him part of a larger phenomenon known as the freeway killers, a term used by media and law enforcement to describe what they initially thought was a single serial killer operating in Southern California. It was later discovered that there were actually 3 separate killers: Patrick Kearney, William Bonin, and Randy Kraft, who were operating independently but targeting similar victims in similar areas. The Freeway Killers case demonstrated the challenges faced by law enforcement when dealing with serial crimes that cross multiple jurisdictions. Each agency was initially investigating what appeared to be isolated incidents, making it difficult to recognize the broader patterns that might have led to earlier arrests. This led to improved communication and coordination protocols that are still used today. Patrick's time in prison has been relatively uneventful compared to his years as a free man. He has been incarcerated at various facilities throughout California, currently residing at Mule Creek State Prison. He has generally been described as a model prisoner who causes no trouble and keeps to himself, much as he did during his working years at Hughes Aircraft. He has reportedly shown no remorse for his crimes and has expressed no interest in rehabilitation or therapy. The question of whether Patrick will ever be released from prison remains a subject of debate, though most experts agree that it is highly unlikely. Despite being technically eligible for parole consideration, the nature and scope of his crimes make it almost impossible to imagine a scenario where he would be deemed safe for release. The families of his victims and law enforcement officials continue to oppose any possibility of parole, viewing Patrick as a permanent threat to public safety. Patrick's case continues to be studied by researchers interested in understanding the psychology of serial killers. His combination of high intelligence, professional success, and extreme violence makes him a unique case study in the field of criminal psychology. His methodical approach to murder and his ability to evade detection for so many years provide insights into how some killers are able to operate successfully for extended periods. The impact of Patrick's crimes on the field of forensic science has been significant. The techniques used to identify his victims and link him to various crime scenes helped advance the use of scientific methods in criminal investigations. His case also highlighted the importance of preserving crime scenes and collecting physical evidence, even in cases where the connection to a broader pattern might not be immediately obvious. The media coverage of Patrick's case helped establish many of the conventions that are still used today when reporting on serial killers. His nickname, the Trash Bag Killer, was one of the first such monikers to achieve widespread recognition, setting a precedent for the dramatic names that would later be applied to other serial killers. The extensive coverage also helped educate the public about the reality of serial crime and the methods used by law enforcement to investigate such cases. Patrick's story serves as a reminder of the potential for evil that can exist within seemingly ordinary people. His ability to function normally in society while committing horrific crimes challenges our assumptions about how we identify and respond to dangerous individuals. It also highlights the importance of taking missing person cases seriously, particularly when they involve vulnerable populations like runaway youth or members of marginalized communities. The families of Patrick's victims have had to live with the aftermath of his crimes for decades. Many have become advocates for victims' rights and have worked to keep Patrick in prison by opposing any parole applications. Their ongoing efforts to ensure that Patrick remains incarcerated serve as a testament to their love for their lost family members and their determination to prevent him from harming anyone else. The investigation into Patrick's crimes also revealed significant problems with how missing person cases were handled during the 1960s and 1970s. Many of his victims were initially dismissed as runaways or troublemakers whose disappearances were not taken seriously by law enforcement. This led to reforms in how police agencies respond to missing person reports and increased awareness of the vulnerability of certain populations to predatory criminals. Patrick's case has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and academic studies over the years. Each new examination of his crimes provides additional insights into his methods and motivations, contributing to our broader understanding of serial killing as a phenomenon. His story continues to fascinate researchers and the public alike, serving as a window into the mind of one of America's most prolific killers. The technological advances that have occurred since Patrick's arrest have made it much more difficult for serial killers to operate undetected for extended periods. DNA analysis, improved communication systems, and sophisticated database programs have given law enforcement tools that were not available during Patrick's active years. However, His case serves as a reminder that intelligence, planning, and careful attention to detail can still allow dangerous individuals to evade capture for significant periods. Patrick Kearney's story is ultimately one of wasted potential and unnecessary tragedy. He possessed intelligence and skills that could have been used to make positive contributions to society, but instead chose to use them in service of his darkest impulses. His victims were robbed of their lives and futures, their families left to grieve and wonder what might have been. The ripple effects of his crimes continue to be felt decades later, a lasting reminder of the damage that one person's evil can inflict on countless others. The case of Patrick Kearney stands as one of the most significant serial killing sprees in American history. His methodical approach to murder, his ability to evade detection for over a decade, and the scope of his crimes make him a unique figure in the annals of criminal history. While he has been imprisoned for nearly 50 years and is now an elderly man unlikely to ever be released, his story continues to provide valuable lessons about the nature of evil and the importance of vigilance in protecting society from dangerous individuals. As Patrick Kearney sits in his prison cell at Mule Creek State Prison, now in his 80s, he remains a reminder of the capacity for darkness that can exist within the human heart. His crimes shocked the nation and forever changed the lives of countless people, from the families of his victims to the law enforcement officials who worked to bring him to justice. His story serves as both a cautionary tale about the potential for evil in our midst and a testament to the dedication of those who work to protect society from predators like him. The legacy of Patrick Kearney, the trash bag killer, is one of horror and tragedy, but also of justice ultimately served. While nothing can undo the damage he caused or bring back the lives he took, his capture and conviction demonstrated that even the most careful and methodical killers can eventually be brought to justice. His story continues to inform our understanding of serial crime and serves as an important chapter in the ongoing effort to protect society from those who would do it harm. Today, Patrick Kearney remains behind bars, where he will likely spend the rest of his natural life. The young man who was once bullied and humiliated grew up to become one of America's most notorious killers, leaving a trail of death and destruction that spanned 15 years and claimed dozens of innocent lives. His story is a stark reminder that evil can wear a human face and that vigilance is the price of safety in a world where predators walk among us, hidden behind masks. William Bonin, known as the Freeway Killer, brutally raped, tortured, and murdered at least 21 young men and boys between the ages of 12 and 19 from May 1979 to June 1980 in Southern California, working with 4 different accomplices to carry out these sadistic crimes before dumping the bodies along freeways and remote locations. Driven by an insatiable need for sexual domination and violence that stemmed from his own horrific childhood of abuse, neglect, and trauma, the story of William George Bonin is one of the most disturbing chapters in American criminal history. Born on January 8, 1947, in Willimantic, Connecticut, Bonin would grow up to become one of California's most notorious serial killers, earning the terrifying nickname the Freeway Killer. His crimes would terrorize Southern California for over a year, leaving families shattered and communities living in constant fear. William Bonin's descent into darkness began from the moment he drew his first breath. The second of 3 sons born to Robert Leonard Bonin Sr. and Alice Dorothy Coate, young William entered a world where violence, neglect, and abuse were daily realities. His parents were both alcoholics who had no business raising children, let alone protecting them from harm. Robert Bonin Sr. was a man consumed by his demons. He was not just an alcoholic, but a compulsive gambler who would bet away everything the family owned, including their home. When he wasn't losing money at the gambling tables, he was at home beating his wife, Alice, in front of their children. The beatings were so severe and frequent that neighbors could hear the screams coming from the Bonin household. But the violence didn't stop with Alice. When she wasn't around to absorb his rage, Robert would turn his fists on his 3 young sons. Alice Bonin was no better as a parent. Described by those who knew her as neglectful and absent, she spent most of her time playing bingo, leaving her children to fend for themselves. When she did leave the house, she would abandon William and his brothers to the care of either their older brother Robert Jr., who would beat them, or worse yet, to their maternal grandfather, a man with a dark secret that would forever change William's life. The grandfather was a convicted pedophile who had sexually abused Alice when she was a child. Despite knowing this horrific truth about her own father, Alice would regularly leave her 3 young sons in his care. Neighbors later described him as a well-known pedophile in the community, yet no one intervened to protect the children. Under his grandfather's care, William and his brothers were systematically sexually abused, creating wounds that would never heal. The 3 Bonin boys were so neglected that they often appeared hungry and dirty at school. Sympathetic neighbors would feed them and provide clean clothes when they could. Teachers at Williams Elementary School described him as a troubled student whose negative behavior clearly stemmed from his chaotic home life. By age 6, the signs of severe trauma were already visible in young William's behavior and demeanor. In 1953, when William was just 6 years old, Alice made a decision that would further traumatize her already damaged son. Claiming she wanted to protect her children from their father's violence, she placed William and his brothers in a Catholic orphanage. But this institution, rather than providing safety and care, became another chamber of horrors for the young boy. The orphanage was run with an iron fist by staff members who believed in harsh discipline for even the smallest infractions. Children who spilled their drinks or talked out of turn were subjected to brutal punishments that would be considered torture by today's standards. William and the other children were regularly beaten until they bled, forced to endure stress positions for hours, and subjected to partial drowning in sinks filled with ice-cold water. Some children were forced to walk up and down stairs until their legs gave out from exhaustion. The sexual abuse that had begun at his grandfather's house continued at the orphanage. Older children preyed on the younger ones, and adult staff members also participated in the abuse. Years later, William would tell psychiatrists that during his time at the orphanage, he would only consent to sexual advances from older males if they would first tie his hands behind his back. This early association between restraint and sexual activity would become a defining characteristic of his later crimes. William would remain trapped in this nightmare institution until he was 9 years old. When he finally returned to live with his parents in 1956, any hope of normal childhood development had already been destroyed. The damage was so severe that William claimed to have little to no memory of his time at the orphanage, though psychiatrists believed he had simply repressed the most traumatic experiences. At age 10, just 1 year after returning home, William was arrested for stealing license plates. This minor crime landed him in juvenile detention, but rather than receiving help or rehabilitation, he found himself in yet another environment where abuse was commonplace. During his time in juvenile hall, William was physically and sexually abused by both staff members and older inmates. He was tied up, raped, forcibly held underwater, and threatened at knife point. The cycle of victimization continued, further warping his understanding of power, control, and human relationships. It was during this period in juvenile detention that William first began to associate sexual activity with violence and restraint. The trauma was so severe that it literally changed the structure of his developing brain, creating neural pathways that would connect sex with domination, pain, and control. This neurological damage would later be confirmed by medical experts who examined him as an adult. In 1961, facing the foreclosure of their home due to Robert Sr.'s gambling debts, the Bonin family packed up and moved to California. They settled in a modest house on Angel Street in Downey, a working-class community in Los Angeles County. Shortly after the move, Robert Sr. died from cirrhosis of the liver, a direct result of his years of heavy drinking. While his death removed one source of violence from the household, it did nothing to address the deep psychological wounds that had already been inflicted on William. As a teenager in Downey, William began to exhibit increasingly disturbing behavior. He started molesting other children in the neighborhood, acting out the abuse that had been perpetrated against him. His mother, Alice, now a widow, continued her pattern of neglect and absence, spending most of her time at bingo games while her sons struggled with their trauma and antisocial behavior. Neighbors in Downey began to notice troubling signs about the teenage William Bonin. He would try to lure younger children into his house with offers of movies or treats. Parents in the neighborhood started warning their children to stay away from the Bonin house, sensing that something wasn't right about the boy who lived there. Some neighbors reported hearing screams coming from the house, though no one called the authorities. During his adolescent years, William began to develop the personality traits that would later make him such a dangerous predator. He learned to present a charming, friendly facade to adults while harboring violent and sexual fantasies about children. He became skilled at identifying vulnerable targets and manipulating them into trusting him. These abilities would serve him well in his later criminal career. In 1966, at the age of 19, William Bonin enlisted in the United States Army. He was sent to Vietnam, where he served as a helicopter machine gunner. Some would later argue that the violence and trauma he witnessed in Vietnam contributed to his later crimes, but evidence suggests that his violent tendencies were already well established before his military service. His family members testified that they noticed no significant change in William's behavior when he returned from Vietnam in 1968. His younger brother Paul even described William as goody two-shoes during his youth because of his seemingly caring attitude toward others. However, this caring facade masked the dark urges that were building inside him. Within months of returning from Vietnam, William committed his first known sexual assaults. Between late 1968 and early 1969, he embarked on a series of attacks that would establish his pattern of predatory behavior. His victims were all young males, ranging in age from 12 to 18 years old. The attacks were planned and methodical, showing that William had developed a sophisticated understanding of how to select, isolate, and control his victims. His first known victim was 12-year-old Lawrence B., whom William molested and forced to perform oral sex. The attack was so traumatic that it would haunt the boy for the rest of his life. William then moved on to 14-year-old William J. and 17-year-old John T., both of whom he kidnapped and sodomized. His final victim during the spree was 18-year-old Jesus M., whom he forced to perform oral copulation under threat of death. Each attack followed a similar pattern that would later become William's signature methodology. He would approach his victims in a friendly, non-threatening manner, often offering them rides or help. Once he had gained their trust and gotten them into his vehicle, he would produce restraints and weapons, transforming from a helpful stranger into a violent predator. He would handcuff or tie up his victims, sexually assault them, and threaten to kill them if they told anyone about the attack. The level of cruelty William displayed during these early attacks was shocking even to experienced investigators. He would gag some victims with their own underwear, choke others to the verge of unconsciousness, and torture them by applying pressure to their testicles. The physical and psychological trauma he inflicted was severe and long-lasting, destroying the lives of his young victims even though they survived. William's crime spree came to an end in 1969 when police officers spotted him driving with a 16-year-old male passenger. When questioned, William made a chilling statement to the officers. "You're lucky you caught me, because I felt like I might have killed that boy." This admission revealed that William was already contemplating murder as the next step in his escalating pattern of violence. After pleading guilty to multiple charges of molestation, kidnapping, and forced oral copulation, William was committed to a Atascadero State Hospital as a mentally disordered sex offender. The hospital was specifically designed to treat individuals like William who had committed sexual crimes against children. The hope was that with proper treatment, he could be rehabilitated and eventually released back into society. Atascadero State Hospital in the late 1960s and early 1970s was a place where society sent its most dangerous sexual predators in an attempt to cure them of their deviant desires. The treatment programs at the time were based on the psychiatric theories of the era, which often involved attempting to change patients' sexual orientation through various forms of therapy, medication, and sometimes even experimental procedures. William spent 5 years at Atascadero, from 1969 to 1974. During this time, he participated in various treatment programs and underwent extensive psychological evaluation. The doctors who worked with him noted his intelligence and ability to present himself as cooperative and reformed. However, beneath the surface, William was simply learning to better hide his true nature and intentions. In 1971, after 2 years of treatment, the hospital staff made a devastating decision. They declared William unamenable to treatment, meaning they believed he could not be cured of his sexual deviance toward children. Rather than continuing to work with him or keeping him confined for public safety, they transferred him to regular prison to serve out the remainder of his sentence for his earlier crimes. This decision would prove to be a catastrophic mistake. In prison, William was surrounded by violent criminals who taught him new methods of intimidation and control. He learned how to be more careful about leaving evidence behind and how to select victims who were less likely to report crimes against them. Rather than being rehabilitated, he was effectively getting a graduate education in criminal behavior. In 1974, William was released from prison after serving his full sentence. He was 27 years old and had spent the previous 5 years in institutions where he had been surrounded by violence and criminal behavior. The treatment programs had failed to address the root causes of his deviant behavior, and he emerged from incarceration more dangerous than ever. Almost immediately after his release, William resumed his pattern of predatory behavior. He seemed unable to control his urges to sexually assault young males, and the violence of his attacks began to escalate. The failed treatment at Atascadero had done nothing to cure him. If anything, it had given him time to fantasize about even more elaborate forms of torture and control. In 1975, just 16 months after his release from prison, William committed another horrific assault that would nearly end in murder. The victim was 14-year-old David McVicker, a teenager who was hitchhiking from Garden Grove to Huntington Beach on what he thought would be a routine trip home. McVicker later described the attack in vivid detail. William approached him at a street corner where he was trying to catch a ride. Appearing completely normal and friendly, William offered to give him a lift. McVicker got into the car without any sense of danger. William made casual conversation as they drove, asking McVicker about his destination and other innocent topics. The situation changed dramatically when William asked McVicker if he was gay. When McVicker said no and asked to get out of the car, William's demeanor completely transformed. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at the terrified teenager, telling him that he was now completely under his control. McVicker later said that looking into William's eyes at that moment, he saw nothing but pure hate. William drove to a deserted field where he raped McVicker at gunpoint. The attack was brutal and prolonged, causing severe physical and psychological trauma to the young victim. But the most terrifying part came when William began to strangle McVicker with his own t-shirt, using the same method he would later employ to kill many of his murder victims. As McVicker lost consciousness and believed he was about to die, something unexpected happened. William suddenly stopped the strangulation and released his grip. In a moment that McVicker would never forget, William actually apologized for choking him. This bizarre moment of apparent remorse was completely out of character for someone who had just committed such a violent assault. William then let McVicker go, driving him to a location where he could find help. This decision to let his victim live would prove to be a crucial mistake, as McVicker became the key witness who would eventually help bring William to justice. More importantly, McVicker's survival provided law enforcement with detailed information about William's methods and psychological profile. McVicker's testimony about the attack revealed several important details about William's evolving criminal behavior. The use of restraints, the sexual violence, the strangulation method, and the psychological torture all became part of William's established pattern. The attack also showed that William was already fantasizing about murder, as evidenced by his attempt to strangle his victim. Following McVicker's attack, William was arrested and charged with forcible oral copulation and related crimes. During his interrogation, he made another chilling statement to police officers, telling them that he would never leave witnesses to his crimes alive again. This threat would prove to be prophetic, as his next series of attacks would all end in murder. William was convicted of the assault on David McVicker and sentenced to another term in state prison. He served from 1975 to 1978, spending 3 more years in an environment that only reinforced his violent tendencies and antisocial behavior. During this incarceration, he was repeatedly beaten by other inmates who despised child molesters, further fueling his rage and desire for revenge against society. While in prison, William spent countless hours planning his future crimes. He studied the mistakes he had made in his previous attacks and developed new strategies for avoiding capture. He also fantasized about the violence he would inflict on future victims, imagining increasingly elaborate forms of torture and control. The prison sentence, rather than deterring him from future crimes, simply gave him time to perfect his methods. During his incarceration, William also began to develop the philosophy that would guide his future murder spree. He convinced himself that his victims deserved whatever he did to them because they represented a society that had failed to protect him as a child. In his twisted logic, The pain he inflicted on others was justified revenge for the pain that had been inflicted on him. William was released from prison in October 1978, just 10 months before he would commit his first murder. He was 31 years old and had spent most of his adult life in institutions. The brief period of freedom he had experienced between his previous convictions had been marked by escalating violence, and there was every reason to believe that his next crimes would be even more severe. After his release from prison in October 1978, William moved into an apartment complex in Downey and began the process of rebuilding his life on the outside. However, his time in prison had changed him in fundamental ways. The beatings he had endured at the hands of other inmates had filled him with rage, and his promise to never leave witnesses alive showed that he was now prepared to commit murder. One of the first people William met after his release was Everett Fraser, a man who lived in the same apartment complex and regularly hosted parties that attracted young men from the area. Fraser later described William as respectful and well-behaved during his visits, having no idea that he was befriending one of California's most dangerous predators. These parties became William's hunting ground, where he would identify potential victims and accomplices. It was at Fraser's parties that William met the 4 young men who would become his accomplices in murder: Vernon Butts, Gregory Miley, James Monroe, and William Pugh. Each of these men was in their late teens or early 20s, and each had their own psychological problems that made them susceptible to William's influence and manipulation. Vernon Butts was perhaps the most disturbed of William's accomplices. At 21 years old, he was a drifter who was fascinated by the occult and claimed to be a wizard. He slept in a coffin and engaged in bizarre rituals that he believed gave him supernatural powers. Butts was also struggling with his own sexuality and had developed an unhealthy obsession with William, seeing him as a mentor and father figure. Gregory Miley was an 18-year-old from Texas who had moved to California seeking a new life. He had a low IQ of 56, which made him easily manipulated by stronger personalities like William. Miley was desperate to fit in and be accepted, making him the perfect target for William's recruitment efforts. His limited intelligence also meant that he didn't fully understand the consequences of the crimes he would be asked to participate in. James Monroe was also 19 years old and, like William, was bisexual. He had been drifting through life without direction when he met William and was immediately drawn to his confidence and apparent success. William offered Monroe a job at Dependable Drive-Away, the trucking company where he worked, giving him both employment and a sense of belonging that he had never experienced before. William Pugh was 17 years old and the youngest of the group. He was from a troubled background and had already had several run-ins with the law for minor crimes. Like the others, he was looking for acceptance and direction in his life, and William seemed to offer both. Pugh was also easily intimidated, which made him an ideal candidate for William's criminal plans. William's recruitment of these young men was a calculated process that demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of human psychology. He identified individuals who were isolated, insecure, and searching for belonging. He then positioned himself as a mentor and provider, offering them friendship, employment, and a sense of purpose that they had never experienced before. The relationships William developed with these young men were complex and manipulative. He used a combination of kindness and intimidation to control them, offering rewards for loyalty while making it clear that disobedience would have severe consequences. He also gradually introduced them to increasingly criminal behavior, starting with minor violations and slowly escalating to more serious crimes. Central to William's murder spree was his vehicle, a Ford Econoline van that he had specially modified for his criminal purposes. This van became known as his death wagon and was perhaps the most important tool in his arsenal of terror. The modifications he made to the vehicle revealed the level of planning and premeditation that went into his crimes. William had the rear windows of the van covered or tinted so that no one could see inside. This gave him complete privacy to commit his crimes without fear of being observed by passers-by. The windowless design also created a mobile torture chamber where his victims would be completely cut off from the outside world and any hope of rescue. Perhaps most sinisterly, William removed the interior door handles from the rear of the van. This meant that once his victims were inside, they had no way to escape even if they weren't physically restrained. The psychological impact of this modification cannot be overstated. Victims would realize that they were trapped in a moving prison with no possibility of escape. Inside the van, William stored an array of weapons and torture devices that he would use on his victims. These included knives of various sizes, a tire iron for bludgeoning, nylon cords and ropes for restraints, and other implements designed to inflict maximum pain and terror. He also kept materials for cleaning up evidence, showing his awareness of the need to avoid leaving traces of his crimes. The van was carpeted with a distinctive avocado green shag carpeting that came from a specific manufacturer in North Carolina. This carpet would later become crucial evidence in the investigation, as fibers from it were found on multiple victims. The unique weave and color made it possible for investigators to link various crime scenes to William's vehicle. William's choice of a van rather than a car was strategically important. The larger interior space gave him room to move around and commit extended assaults on his victims. The van also appeared more innocent and helpful than a car might have. When he offered rides to hitchhikers, the van suggested that he was a working man who was simply being helpful rather than a predator hunting for victims. The van also served as mobile storage for William's collection of souvenirs from his crimes. In the glove compartment, investigators would later find a scrapbook filled with newspaper clippings about the freeway killer murders. This collection showed that William was following the media coverage of his crimes and took pride in the fear and attention they generated. In May 1979, nearly 6 months after his release from prison, William Bonin committed his first murder. The decision to kill rather than simply assault his victims represented a fundamental escalation in his criminal behavior and fulfilled his earlier promise to police that he would never leave witnesses alive again. The victim was a young man whose identity has been disputed in various accounts, but what is clear is that this first murder established the pattern that William would follow for the next year. The victim was young, male, and vulnerable, exactly the type of person that William had been targeting for sexual assault for over a decade. The murder was not a spontaneous act of violence, but rather a carefully planned execution that William had been fantasizing about for months. He had spent his time in prison imagining how it would feel to have complete power over another human being, and murder represented the ultimate expression of that power. Following the murder, William experienced what he would later describe as an incredible sense of satisfaction and release. The act of killing gave him a feeling of control and dominance that exceeded anything he had experienced during his previous sexual assaults. This psychological reward ensured that murder would become an essential component of his future crimes. The successful completion of his first murder also proved to William that he could kill without immediate consequences. He had managed to dispose of the body without being caught, and the police investigation that followed failed to identify him as a suspect. This success gave him confidence to continue killing and to refine his methods. By the summer of 1979, William had begun the systematic murder spree that would terrorize Southern California for the next year. His crimes followed a consistent pattern that demonstrated both his careful planning and his sadistic enjoyment of his victims' suffering. William typically operated during the evening and night hours, when young people were more likely to be hitchhiking or walking alone. He would cruise the streets of Los Angeles, Orange, and surrounding counties, looking for potential victims who fit his preferred profile: young males between the ages of 12 and 19 who appeared vulnerable and unlikely to be immediately missed. His approach to potential victims was always friendly and helpful. He would pull up to hitchhikers or young people walking alone and offer them rides, sometimes claiming to be going in their direction or offering to take them wherever they needed to go. His ordinary appearance and helpful demeanor made it easy for victims to trust him and accept his offers of assistance. Once his victims were in the van, William would drive to secluded locations where he could commit his crimes without interruption. These locations were carefully selected in advance and included remote areas near freeways, abandoned buildings, and deserted parking lots. The isolation ensured that his victims' screams would not be heard and that he would have time to complete his attacks. The sexual assaults that followed were prolonged and brutal, often lasting several hours. William took pleasure in his victims' fear and pain, and he would often verbally torment them while physically abusing them. He used various instruments to inflict pain and would sometimes force his victims to participate in degrading acts that added to their psychological trauma. The murders themselves were typically committed by strangulation, though William also used other methods depending on his mood and the circumstances. He preferred strangulation because it gave him a sense of intimate control over his victims' lives, allowing him to watch as the life slowly left their eyes. This personal connection to the act of killing was an essential part of the psychological satisfaction he derived from murder. After killing his victims, William would dispose of their bodies along freeways or in other public locations where they would eventually be discovered. The placement of the bodies was not random, but rather a deliberate attempt to send a message to the community and to the police. By leaving the bodies in visible locations, William was announcing his presence and demonstrating his power. On August 5th, 1979, William and his accomplice Vernon Butts picked up their first victim together. The victim was 17-year-old Marcus Grabs, a German exchange student who was backpacking through the United States. Grabs had been hitchhiking along the Pacific Coast Highway when William offered him a ride. According to William's later confession, he engaged in consensual sexual activity with Grabs initially, convincing the teenager to allow himself to be bound with cords and wire. However, once Grabs was restrained, the situation turned violent. William retrieved a knife and began threatening his victim while Butts drove toward William's home. At William's house, Grabs was repeatedly raped and beaten by both William and Butts. When Grabs managed to break free and punch William, the violence escalated dramatically. William strangled Grabs with a cord and then stabbed him 77 times in a frenzy of rage and sexual excitement. The brutality of the attack shocked even Butts, who had thought he was prepared for violence. The body of Marcus Grabs was dumped along a road near Malibu Creek, where it was discovered the following day. The savage nature of the wounds and the sexual assault provided investigators with their first clear evidence that they were dealing with a serial killer of extraordinary cruelty. Just one day after the murder of Marcus Grabs, William and Butts struck again. Their second victim was 17-year-old Mark Shelton, whom they encountered near Beach Boulevard. William offered Shelton $400 for sexual services, and the teenager agreed to get into the van. The attack on Shelton followed a similar pattern to the previous murder, with William initially engaging in sexual activity before the situation turned violent. However, this time the violence escalated even more quickly. William and Butts both participated in the sexual assault, and when Shelton showed fear and resistance, they began beating him unconscious. The torture of Mark Shelton was particularly horrific, involving the use of foreign objects including sticks that were inserted into his body, causing him to go into shock. The physical trauma was so severe that it proved fatal even before William could strangle him. His body was discarded beside a gravel road in Cajon Pass. These first two murders established the pattern that would characterize all of William's subsequent crimes. The victims were young males who were lured into trusting him, then subjected to prolonged sexual assault and torture before being murdered and dumped in public locations. The level of violence was extreme even by the standards of serial killers, demonstrating William's complete lack of empathy and his sadistic enjoyment of his victims' suffering. As the summer of 1979 turned to fall, William's crimes became increasingly frequent and violent. The success of his first murders had given him confidence, and the psychological satisfaction he derived from killing had created an addiction that demanded more and more victims. On September 9, 1979, William and Vernon Butts encountered 17-year-old David Louis Murillo, who was riding his bicycle in La Mirada. They convinced Murillo to get into their van, possibly by offering him money or claiming to need directions. Once inside the vehicle, Murillo was immediately restrained and driven to Butts' residence. During the drive to Butts' house, William sexually assaulted Murillo while Butts drove. The attack was brutal and prolonged, with both men participating in the rape and torture of their victim. Murillo was then beaten extensively before being strangled to death. His body was discovered alongside Highway 101 3 days later. Just 8 days after the murder of David Murillo, William struck again. On September 17th, he picked up 18-year-old Robert Wyrostek in Newport Beach. William allegedly convinced Wyrostek to perform oral sex by offering him $50, but once the teenager was in a vulnerable position, William produced a knife and restrained him. The attack on Wyrostek was particularly sadistic, with William torturing him by bending his fingers and sexually assaulting him before strangling him to death. Butts again participated in the crime, driving the van while William committed the assault and murder. Wyrostek's body was found 10 days later alongside Interstate 10. These murders demonstrated William's increasing confidence and the refinement of his methods. He was becoming more skilled at selecting victims, controlling them once they were in his van, and disposing of their bodies without leaving evidence that could lead to his capture. The partnership with Vernon Butts also proved effective, with the two men complementing each other's skills and providing mutual support for their crimes. The frequency of the murders was also increasing, with William killing multiple victims each month. This escalation suggested that the psychological satisfaction he derived from murder was diminishing over time, requiring him to kill more often to achieve the same level of gratification. This pattern is common among serial killers and indicated that William's crimes would continue to escalate until he was stopped. As 1979 drew to a close, William's murder spree entered a new phase of intensity and brutality. The winter months would see some of his most horrific crimes, including the involvement of additional accomplices who would help him torture and kill even more victims. On January 1st, 1980, William began the new year with another murder. His victim was 16-year-old Michael Francis McDonald, whom he encountered near the Chino airport. William lured McDonald into his van under the pretense of providing drugs for him to sell, a common tactic for gaining the trust of teenagers who were looking for ways to make money. Once McDonald was in the van, William drove to a secluded location behind an apartment building where he bound, beat, and raped his victim. The assault was prolonged and brutal, with William taking particular pleasure in McDonald's fear and pain. After completing the sexual assault, William strangled McDonald to death and dumped his body alongside Highway 71. The body was not identified until March 24, 1980. On February 3, 1980, William committed what would become one of his most notorious crimes, a double murder that demonstrated both his escalating violence and his ability to recruit new accomplices to participate in his crimes. That morning, William had invited a 16-year-old boy to his parents' house to drink and have sex, but when he allegedly caught the boy stealing $100 from his wallet, he flew into a rage and decided to commit murder. Later that evening, William drove to Hollywood with a new accomplice, 18-year-old Gregory Miley, with a specific intention of finding victims to kill. Miley was one of the young men William had met at Everett Fraser's parties, and like the others, he had been gradually drawn into William's criminal activities through a combination of manipulation and intimidation. In Hollywood, William and Miley encountered 15-year-old Charles Miranda near the Starwood nightclub on Santa Monica Boulevard. According to Miley's later testimony, William engaged in consensual sexual activity with Miranda in the van while Miley drove. However, the situation quickly turned deadly when William announced to Miley that Miranda was going to die. When Miley asked why William wouldn't just let Miranda go, William replied, "Because he'll know us and know the van." This statement revealed the calculating nature of William's decision to kill. He wasn't acting in a moment of passion, but rather making a cold, logical decision to eliminate a potential witness. What followed was a prolonged torture session that lasted several hours. William beat, bound, and gagged Miranda, then informed the terrified teenager that he had to be killed because of the earlier theft incident. Miranda began begging for his life, but William was unmoved by his pleas. He sexually assaulted Miranda while Miley watched, and when Miley unsuccessfully attempted to rape the victim himself, both men began physically assaulting him. The murder of Charles Miranda was particularly cruel, with William strangling him with his own t-shirt using a jack handle to twist the fabric like a tourniquet around his neck. This method of strangulation was one of William's preferred techniques because it allowed him to control the pressure and prolong his victim's suffering. Miranda's body was later dumped in a Los Angeles alleyway. What made this crime even more shocking was what happened immediately afterward. According to court testimony, just 5 minutes after killing Charles Miranda, William turned to Miley and said, "I need another one." This statement revealed that the murder of one victim had not satisfied William's bloodlust. Instead, it had only increased his desire to kill again. The second victim that night was 12-year-old James McCabe, the youngest person William would ever murder. McCabe was waiting at a bus stop in Huntington Beach, planning to go to Disneyland, when William and Miley approached him. William pulled over and asked McCabe what he was doing. When the boy said he was going to Disneyland, William offered to give him a ride there. The murder of James McCabe was especially heinous because of the victim's young age and innocent intentions. The 12-year-old boy had been looking forward to a fun day at Disneyland when he encountered the two killers. William raped the child while Miley drove the van, then beat him and strangled him to death. McCabe's battered body was found the next day at a construction site in Walnut City. The double murder of Charles Miranda and James McCabe on February 3, 1980, represented a significant escalation in William's crimes. Not only had he killed 2 people in one night, but he had also successfully recruited and used an accomplice to help him commit the murders. The involvement of Gregory Miley demonstrated William's ability to corrupt others and draw them into his world of violence and depravity. As winter turned to spring in 1980, William's murder spree reached its peak intensity. The crimes became more frequent, more violent, and involved an expanding network of accomplices who were either willing participants or terrified individuals who felt they had no choice but to cooperate with William's demands. During March 1980, William killed 4 more victims, demonstrating that his appetite for murder was becoming insatiable. Each crime was more brutal than the last, and William seemed to be experimenting with different methods of torture and murder to maximize his victims' suffering and his own psychological satisfaction. One of the victims during this period was 15-year-old Harry Todd Turner, whose murder involved yet another accomplice, 17-year-old William Pugh. Pugh had been recruited by William in much the same way as the other accomplices, through a combination of manipulation, intimidation, and the promise of belonging to something larger than himself. The murder of Harry Todd Turner was particularly brutal, with Pugh participating directly in the violence. According to testimony, Pugh bludgeoned Turner repeatedly while William strangled him, creating a horrific spectacle of collaborative violence that traumatized even the hardened investigators who later examined the crime scene. During April 1980, William killed 2 more victims, bringing his total to at least 15 murders in less than a year. The pace of the killings was accelerating, and law enforcement agencies throughout Southern California were in a state of panic as they tried to identify and capture the person responsible for the mounting body count. The psychological impact of William's crimes on the community cannot be overstated. Parents were afraid to let their children leave the house. School districts issued warnings about the dangers of hitchhiking, and reward funds were established to encourage anyone with information to come forward. The entire region was living in fear of the unknown killer, who seemed to be able to strike anywhere at any time. What made the situation even more terrifying was that William was not the only serial killer operating in the area. 2 other men, Patrick Kearney and Randy Kraft, were also committing similar crimes during the same time period, leading to initial confusion about whether the murders were being committed by one person or multiple killers. All 3 men became known as freeway killers because of their practice of dumping bodies near highways. By June 1980, William Bonin had been killing for over a year, and his crimes had reached a level of frequency and brutality that made his capture inevitable. The sheer number of bodies being discovered along Southern California freeways had prompted the largest manhunt in the region's history, and law enforcement agencies were closing in on their target. On June 1, 1980, William committed what would be his final murder. The victim was 18-year-old Stephen J. Wells, a young man who was hitchhiking on El Segundo Boulevard when William and his newest accomplice, 19-year-old James Monroe, offered him a ride. James Monroe had recently become involved with William through his job at Dependable Drive-Away, the trucking company where William worked. Like the other accomplices, Monroe had initially seen William as a mentor and friend, unaware of his violent criminal activities. However, on June 1, 1980, William decided to introduce Monroe to his world of murder and torture. According to testimony from Monroe, William and Wells initially engaged in consensual sexual activity in the van. However, William then persuaded Wells to come to his parents' house, where the sexual encounter continued. At some point during the evening, William paid Wells $200 to allow himself to be bound with clothesline, claiming it was part of a sexual game. Once Wells was restrained, his situation became desperate. He began to suspect that William and Monroe intended to harm him and became frantic in his attempts to escape. William retreated to the kitchen and told Monroe that they were both going to kill Wells, drawing the terrified accomplice directly into the murder plot. What followed was a prolonged torture session that took place in the hallway of William's parents' house. Wells was gagged and beaten while he pleaded for his life, but William was unmoved by his victim's suffering. In fact, Monroe later testified that William seemed to be in a near-hysterical state of excitement as he tortured Wells, screaming at his victim, "Shut up, you're going to die." The murder of Stephen Wells was completed when William strangled him to death in the same manner he had used to kill his previous victims. Afterward, William ordered Monroe to retrieve a cardboard box and together they placed Wells' body inside and carried it to William's van. The casual manner in which William treated the corpse shocked Monroe, who had never witnessed such violence before. During the drive to dispose of Wells' body, William made a chilling confession to Monroe. He told his accomplice that he, Vernon Butts, and others had committed many of the freeway killer murders that had been terrorizing Southern California for the past year. This admission revealed the scope of William's crimes and confirmed that he was indeed the primary perpetrator that law enforcement had been seeking. At Vernon Butts' apartment, William invited his longtime accomplice to view Wells' body in the van. When William asked where he should dispose of the corpse, Butts recommended against using the nearby canyons and suggested instead dumping the body near a gas station. They drove to a disused gas station in Huntington Beach and left Wells' body in the cardboard box behind the building. The body of Stephen Wells was discovered just 5 hours later by two brothers who had parked nearby. This quick discovery meant that the body was relatively fresh when found, providing investigators with more forensic evidence than they had been able to gather from previous victims whose bodies had been exposed to the elements for longer periods. Following the murder of Stephen Wells, William returned to his house with James Monroe, who was now a terrified accomplice who had witnessed and participated in murder. That night, William made it clear to Monroe that he should remain quiet about Wells' murder or face potential death himself. This threat ensured Monroe's silence, at least temporarily. The murder of Stephen Wells marked the end of William's killing spree, though not by his choice. Unknown to him, his crimes had finally attracted the attention of law enforcement agencies who were beginning to close in on his identity. Within days of Wells' murder, William would be under police surveillance, and his reign of terror would come to an abrupt end. By the spring of 1980, law enforcement agencies throughout Southern California were under enormous pressure to identify and capture the freeway killer. The mounting body count and the extreme brutality of the crimes had created a climate of fear that was affecting the entire region. School districts were warning parents about the dangers their children faced, and many families had stopped allowing their teenagers to hitchhike or walk alone. The investigation was complicated by several factors that initially hindered progress. First, the crimes were being committed across multiple jurisdictions, making coordination between different police departments difficult. Second, the bodies were often discovered days or weeks after the murders, making it harder to gather fresh forensic evidence. Third, there were actually 3 different serial killers operating in the same area at the same time, all targeting similar victims and using similar methods of disposal. However, by early 1980, investigators had begun to notice patterns in the crimes that suggested they were dealing with a single primary perpetrator. The method of strangulation, the sexual violence, the age and gender of the victims, and the locations where bodies were dumped all pointed to one person being responsible for the majority of the murders. One of the most important pieces of evidence came from the forensic examination of the crime scenes and victims' bodies. Investigators had found distinctive carpet fibers on several victims that came from an unusual avocado green shag carpeting manufactured by a specific company in North Carolina. This unique evidence allowed them to link multiple crime scenes to a single vehicle. The breakthrough in the case came in May 1980 when William Pugh, one of William's accomplices, was arrested for auto theft. While in custody, Pugh made statements to police that connected William Bonin to the freeway killer murders. However, Pugh was careful to present himself as an innocent bystander rather than an active participant in the crimes. According to Pugh's initial statement to police, he had once received a ride home from a party with William Bonin, during which William had bragged about being the freeway killer. Pugh claimed that William had talked about hurting young boys and had made statements that suggested he was responsible for the murders that had been terrorizing the area. While Pugh's statement was not entirely truthful, he had actually participated in at least one murder himself. It provided investigators with their first solid lead pointing to William Bonin as the primary suspect. The information was credible enough to warrant placing William under surveillance, a decision that would ultimately lead to his capture. On June 2, 1980, just one day after William had murdered Stephen Wells, police began conducting surveillance on him. The timing was almost perfect. If they had started watching him just one day earlier, they might have been able to prevent Wells' murder. However, the surveillance team was unaware that William had just committed another crime. The police surveillance of William Bonin began on the evening of June 2, 1980, just hours after he and James Monroe had disposed of Stephen Wells' body behind the gas station in Huntington Beach. For 9 days, Undercover officers followed William as he went about his daily routine, unaware that they were watching one of California's most prolific serial killers. During the surveillance period, William's behavior appeared relatively normal. He went to work at the trucking company, visited friends, and spent time at his parents' house. However, the officers watching him noticed that he spent considerable time driving around in his van during the evening hours, particularly in areas where young people were known to congregate. The surveillance team was looking for evidence that would directly connect William to the freeway killer murders. They needed to catch him in the act of committing a crime or gather enough evidence to obtain search warrants that would allow them to examine his van and residence. The waiting and watching required enormous patience, but they knew that William would eventually make a mistake. On the evening of June 11, 1980, William's behavior became more suspicious. Police observed him driving through Hollywood in what appeared to be a random pattern, but experienced investigators recognized that he was actually hunting for victims. They watched as he approached 5 separate teenage boys, attempting to lure them into his van with offers of rides or other assistance. The first 5 boys that William approached were either suspicious of his motives or simply not interested in accepting rides from a stranger. Each rejection must have been frustrating for William, who was accustomed to being able to manipulate young people into trusting him. However, his persistence in trying to find a victim was providing police with exactly the evidence they needed. Finally, William succeeded in convincing a 6th boy to get into his van. The victim was 17-year-old Harold Eugene Tate, an Orange County runaway who was particularly vulnerable because he had no stable home or family support system. Tate's decision to accept William's offer of a ride would save his life, though he didn't know it at the time. The surveillance team faced a difficult decision as they watched Tate get into William's van. They needed to catch William in the act of committing a crime, but they also had a responsibility to protect the potential victim from harm. They decided to follow the van and intervene as soon as they had clear evidence that a crime was being committed. William drove his van to a service station near the Hollywood freeway and parked in a secluded area. The surveillance officers positioned themselves nearby and waited to see what would happen next. Within minutes, they heard muffled screams and loud banging sounds coming from inside the van, indicating that an assault was taking place. The officers immediately forced their way into the van, where they found Harold Tate handcuffed and bound, with William in the process of sexually assaulting him. The scene was exactly what they had expected to find, but seeing it firsthand was still shocking even to experienced law enforcement officers. William was caught in the act of committing the same type of crime that had been attributed to the freeway killer. William was immediately arrested and charged with the rape of a minor. He was also held on suspicion of murder in connection with the death of Charles Miranda, whose case had been one of the most extensively investigated of the freeway killer murders. The arrest marked the end of William's reign of terror and the beginning of one of the most complex criminal cases in California history. The arrest of William Bonin on June 11, 1980, was just the beginning of a massive investigation that would ultimately reveal the full scope of his crimes. When police searched his van and residence, they found a treasure trove of evidence that conclusively linked him to the freeway killer murders. Inside William's van, investigators discovered numerous items that had been used in the commission of his crimes. These included various restraining devices such as handcuffs, ropes, and cords that matched materials found on several victims. They also found multiple knives and a tire iron that had been used to torture and kill his victims. Perhaps most damning was the discovery that the interior door handles had been removed from the rear of the van, making it impossible for victims to escape once they were inside. This modification provided clear evidence of premeditation and showed that William had specifically prepared his vehicle for the purpose of kidnapping and assaulting victims. The forensic examination of the van revealed extensive bloodstains throughout the interior, particularly in the rear area where William had committed his assaults. The blood evidence was so extensive that it was clear the van had been used as a mobile torture chamber for an extended period of time. DNA analysis of the blood would later link it to multiple victims. In the glove compartment of the van, investigators found a scrapbook containing newspaper clippings about the freeway killer murders. This collection of articles showed that William had been following the media coverage of his crimes and taking pride in the fear and attention they generated. The scrapbook was perhaps the most chilling piece of evidence because it revealed William's narcissistic enjoyment of his notoriety. The search of William's residence yielded additional evidence, including bloody clothing and other items connected to specific murders. Investigators also found materials that William had used to clean his van after committing crimes, showing his awareness of the need to destroy evidence. As news of William's arrest spread, several of his accomplices began to panic. James Monroe, who had participated in the murder of Stephen Wells just 9 days earlier, was so frightened that he stole William's car and fled to Michigan. However, he was quickly tracked down and arrested, becoming one of the key witnesses in the prosecution's case. Vernon Butts, William's longest-serving accomplice, was arrested on July 25, 1980, and charged as an accomplice in 6 of the freeway killer murders. Initially, Butts attempted to minimize his involvement, but faced with overwhelming evidence, he eventually cooperated with investigators and provided detailed information about his participation in the crimes. Gregory Miley and William Pugh were also arrested and charged in connection with specific murders. The arrest of these accomplices provided investigators with multiple witnesses who could testify about William's crimes and help fill in the details of how the murders had been committed. After several days of denying his involvement in the freeway killer murders, William Bonin finally decided to confess. The decision to come clean was prompted not by remorse or a desire to help the families of his victims, but by a much more mundane consideration. He wanted a hamburger. According to police officers who were present during the confession, William had been refusing to cooperate with the investigation until he was presented with a letter from the mother of one of his victims. The letter was a heartbreaking plea for William to reveal the location of her son's body so that the family could have closure and provide their child with a proper burial. However, William later admitted that the letter had little impact on his decision to confess. Instead, he told investigators, "I was dying for a hamburger, and I knew if I went out with the cops, they would get me a hamburger." This callous statement revealed the shallow and selfish nature of William's personality and his complete lack of empathy for his victims and their families. William's confession was extensive and detailed, covering not just the murders for which he had been arrested, but also additional crimes that police had not yet connected to him. He confessed to killing 21 people, though he was suspected of being responsible for even more deaths. The confession process took several days and provided investigators with crucial information about the location of additional bodies and evidence. What made William's confession particularly disturbing was the casual manner in which he described the horrific crimes he had committed. According to officers who were present, he talked about torture and murder like you'd talk about painting the house. He showed no remorse or emotion as he described the suffering he had inflicted on his victims, treating their deaths as nothing more than entertainment. One detective who witnessed the confession said, "There wasn't one of us in that room that didn't want to kill him." An attorney who was present described the experience as like sitting in a room of horrors. The complete absence of human emotion or empathy in William's recounting of his crimes was profoundly disturbing even to hardened law enforcement professionals. During his confession, William provided details about his methods and motivations that helped investigators understand the psychology behind his crimes. He explained that the torture part was the most important aspect of his attacks, revealing that the suffering of his victims was more important to him than the sexual assault or even the murder itself. William also revealed that he had been collecting souvenirs from his crimes, including photographs and personal items belonging to his victims. These trophies had been hidden in various locations and served as reminders of his conquests. The discovery of these items provided additional evidence and helped investigators identify additional victims. Perhaps most chillingly, William admitted that he had no intention of stopping his killing spree. He told investigators, "I'd still be killing. I couldn't stop killing. It got easier each time." This statement revealed that his crimes had become an addiction that he was unable to control, and that his arrest had prevented many additional murders. The prosecution of William Bonin and his accomplices would become one of the most complex and high-profile criminal cases in California history. The sheer number of victims, the extreme brutality of the crimes, and the involvement of multiple defendants created legal challenges that required unprecedented coordination between different jurisdictions. William was ultimately tried in 2 separate proceedings, one in Los Angeles County for 10 murders, and one in Orange County for 4 additional murders. This division was necessary because the crimes had been committed in different jurisdictions, and each county's district attorney's office wanted to ensure that William received the maximum possible punishment for the crimes committed in their territory. The Los Angeles County trial began first in late 1981. The prosecution was led by Deputy District Attorney Sterling E. Norris, who had extensive experience with violent crimes but admitted that the Bonin case was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The evidence presented during the trial was so graphic and disturbing that several jurors became physically ill and had to be excused from the courtroom. The prosecution's case was built primarily on the testimony of William's accomplices, who had agreed to cooperate in exchange for reduced sentences. Vernon Butts, Gregory Miley, James Monroe, and William Pugh all testified about their participation in specific murders and provided detailed accounts of William's methods and motivations. The testimony of these accomplices was crucial because most of William's crimes had no surviving witnesses other than the perpetrators themselves. The accomplices were able to describe not only what had happened to specific victims, but also William's psychological state during the attacks and his apparent enjoyment of his victims' suffering. David McVicker, the survivor of William's 1975 attack, also testified during the trial. His account of being kidnapped, raped, and nearly murdered provided the jury with a first-hand description of William's methods and demonstrated the pattern of escalating violence that had ultimately led to murder. The defense team, led by attorney William Charvet, faced an almost impossible task. The evidence against William was overwhelming, and his own confession had provided prosecutors with detailed information about his crimes. The defense strategy focused primarily on trying to save William from the death penalty by arguing that his traumatic childhood and possible mental illness should be considered as mitigating factors. During the penalty phase of the trial, the defense presented extensive testimony about William's abusive childhood, including the sexual abuse he had suffered at the hands of his grandfather and at the orphanage. They also presented evidence of possible brain damage that might have affected his ability to control his impulses. However, the prosecution countered this argument by presenting evidence of William's careful planning and his attempts to avoid capture, which demonstrated that he knew his actions were wrong and was capable of controlling his behavior when it served his interests. They argued that William's crimes were not the result of mental illness, but rather of a calculated decision to inflict suffering on others for his own gratification. On January 5, 1982, the Los Angeles County jury found William guilty on all counts, including 10 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances findings were crucial because they made William eligible for the death penalty under California law. During the penalty phase, the jury heard additional testimony about the brutality of William's crimes and the impact they had on the victims' families. Several family members testified about the devastating loss of their loved ones and the ongoing trauma they continued to experience as a result of William's actions. On March 12, 1982, the jury returned with their verdict in the penalty phase: death. William showed no emotion as the verdict was read, maintaining the same cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. He was formally sentenced to death and transferred to San Quentin State Prison to await execution. The Orange County trial began in 1983 and followed a similar pattern to the Los Angeles proceedings. William was again found guilty of multiple counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances and was sentenced to a second death penalty. This second death sentence was largely symbolic, as William was already facing execution for the Los Angeles crimes, but it ensured that he would be held accountable for all of his known victims. The trials of William's accomplices resulted in various sentences depending on their level of involvement in the crimes. Vernon Butts, who had been William's primary partner in many of the murders, committed suicide in his jail cell before his trial could be completed. Gregory Miley was sentenced to life in prison for his role in 2 murders. James Monroe received a sentence of 15 years to life for second-degree murder, and William Pugh was convicted of voluntary manslaughter and sentenced to 6 years. Following his conviction and death sentence, William Bonin was transferred to San Quentin State Prison, where he would spend the next 14 years on death row awaiting execution. During his time in prison, he continued to display the same lack of remorse and empathy that had characterized his crimes. William's behavior on death row was notable for his apparent adjustment to prison life and his ability to form relationships with other inmates, including several notorious serial killers. He became friends with Douglas Clark, Lawrence Bittaker, and other condemned prisoners who had committed similar crimes. These relationships suggested that William felt more comfortable among violent criminals than he ever had in normal society. During his incarceration, William also pursued various artistic and literary activities. He created paintings and wrote short stories, some of which were shared with people outside the prison. His attorneys and supporters pointed to these creative pursuits as evidence of his humanity and potential for rehabilitation, though critics argued that they were simply attempts to manipulate public opinion. William also granted several interviews to journalists and researchers who were interested in understanding the psychology of serial killers. In these interviews, he continued to show no genuine remorse for his crimes, though he occasionally expressed regret about being caught. His lack of empathy and his narcissistic personality were evident in all of his public statements. Throughout his time on death row, William's case went through the lengthy appeals process that is standard for capital punishment cases in California. His attorneys argued that he had received ineffective counsel during his original trial, that evidence of his mental illness had not been properly presented, and that the death penalty itself was unconstitutional. However, all of these appeals were ultimately unsuccessful. The courts found that William had received a fair trial, that the evidence against him was overwhelming, and that the death penalty had been appropriately applied given the severity of his crimes. The appellate process took over a decade, but it consistently upheld his conviction and death sentence. As the appeals process neared its end in the mid-1990s, it became clear that William Bonin's execution was imminent. California had reinstated the death penalty in 1976, but William would become only the third person to be executed since that time, and the first to be executed by lethal injection rather than in the gas chamber. The change from gas chamber to lethal injection had been mandated by a federal court ruling in 1994 that found gas chamber executions to be cruel and unusual punishment. William's execution would mark the beginning of a new era in California's implementation of capital punishment. As his execution date approached, William was moved to a special death watch cell next to the execution chamber. During his final days, he was visited by family members, friends, and attorneys, though he showed little emotion about his impending death. Prison officials described him as calm and resigned to his fate. For his last meal, William requested 2 large pepperoni and sausage pizzas, 3 pints of coffee ice cream, and 3 six-packs of regular Coca-Cola. He spent his final hours watching television, reading mail, and chatting with visitors. He also met with a Catholic chaplain, though there was no indication that he experienced any genuine religious conversion or remorse. On the evening of February 22, 1996, William was moved to the death watch cell at 6 p.m. He ate his final meal and watched the television game show Jeopardy! Prison officials reported that he appeared relaxed and was communicating normally with staff members. William also found time to speak to a San Francisco radio station, KQED-FM, during his final day. In the interview, he said he had made peace with it and had even managed to joke with the prison warden about his impending death. However, he also had chilling words for the family members of his victims who planned to attend his execution. Throughout the evening of February 22nd, William's attorneys made desperate, last-minute appeals to various courts in an attempt to stop the execution. At 10:47 p.m., the U.S. Supreme Court rejected their final appeal, clearing the way for the execution to proceed. William was escorted to the execution chamber shortly before midnight on February 23, 1996. He was strapped to a gurney in the converted gas chamber, which had been modified to accommodate lethal injection procedures. The execution was witnessed by representatives of the victims' families, prison officials, media representatives, and William's own witnesses. At 12:01 a.m. on February 23, 1996, the lethal injection process began. William was administered a cocktail of 3 drugs: sodium pentothal to render him unconscious, pancuronium bromide to paralyze his muscles, and potassium chloride to stop his heart. He was pronounced dead at 12:13 a.m., becoming the first person in California to be executed by lethal injection. William's final statement was brief and did not include any expression of remorse for his crimes. Instead, he used his last words to argue against capital punishment, warning young people not to follow in his footsteps. The statement was seen by many as a final attempt to manipulate public opinion rather than a genuine expression of regret. The execution of William Bonin brought closure to one of California's most horrific criminal cases, but the impact of his crimes continued to reverberate long after his death. The families of his victims had been forever changed by their losses, and many struggled with grief, anger, and trauma for years after the murders. David McVicker, the sole survivor of William's attacks, attended the execution and expressed relief that his ordeal was finally over. "It is justice. Bonin is gone," he said afterward. However, McVicker continued to struggle with the physical and psychological effects of his attack for many years, requiring multiple surgeries and ongoing therapy. The case also had a significant impact on law enforcement practices in California. The investigation had required unprecedented cooperation between multiple jurisdictions, leading to improved protocols for handling multi-jurisdictional serial crime cases. The forensic techniques developed during the investigation also contributed to advances in criminal investigation methodology. The Bonin case also raised important questions about the treatment of sexually violent predators and the effectiveness of rehabilitation programs. William's history of previous convictions and failed treatment at Atascadero State Hospital highlighted the challenges of dealing with repeat sex offenders and the potential dangers of releasing them back into the community. Several of William's accomplices continued to serve their sentences long after his execution. Gregory Miley, who had participated in 2 of the murders, was himself killed in prison in 2016, beaten to death by another inmate at Mule Creek State Prison. His death brought a final chapter to the story of William's criminal network. The case continues to be studied by criminologists, psychologists, and law enforcement professionals who are interested in understanding the development of serial killers and the factors that contribute to such extreme violence. William's extensive criminal history and the detailed documentation of his crimes make his case one of the most thoroughly documented examples of serial killing in American criminal history. The Bonin case also contributed to changes in California's approach to sex offender management and monitoring. The repeated failures of the criminal justice system to prevent William's escalation from sexual assault to murder led to reforms in how repeat sex offenders are supervised and monitored after their release from prison. The case of William Bonin provides a unique opportunity to examine the development of a serial killer from childhood through his ultimate execution. The extensive documentation of his life, crimes, and psychological evaluations offers insights into the factors that can contribute to such extreme criminal behavior. William's childhood was characterized by virtually every risk factor that researchers have identified as contributing to the development of violent criminal behavior. He experienced severe physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional neglect, and institutional abuse during his formative years. The combination of these traumatic experiences literally altered the development of his brain, creating neural pathways that associated violence with power and control. However, it's important to note that many children who experience similar trauma do not become serial killers. William's case demonstrates that while childhood abuse may be a contributing factor to violent behavior, it is not a direct cause. Other factors, including genetics, social environment, and individual psychological characteristics, also play crucial roles in determining whether someone will become violent. The psychiatric evaluations conducted on William throughout his life consistently identified him as having antisocial personality disorder, a condition characterized by a complete lack of empathy for others and a willingness to violate social norms and laws for personal gain. This diagnosis helped explain his ability to commit such horrific crimes without experiencing guilt or remorse. William also showed clear signs of sexual sadism, a paraphilia in which sexual arousal is achieved through the suffering of others. This condition explained why torture was such an important component of his crimes, and why he was unable to achieve satisfaction through normal sexual relationships. The combination of antisocial personality disorder and sexual sadism created a particularly dangerous individual who is capable of extreme violence. The role of William's accomplices in his crimes also provides important insights into the psychology of collaborative murder. Each of his accomplices was a vulnerable young man who was seeking belonging and acceptance. William's ability to identify and recruit these individuals demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of human psychology and his skill at manipulation. The relationship between William and his accomplices also illustrates how violence can be socially learned and transmitted. Many of the young men who worked with William had no previous history of violent crime, but they were gradually inducted into increasingly serious criminal behavior through a process of desensitization and peer pressure. The true cost of William Bonin's crimes cannot be measured simply in terms of the number of people he killed. Each murder destroyed an entire family network, creating ripple effects of grief, trauma, and loss that continued for generations. The families of his victims became secondary victims of his crimes, forced to endure not only the loss of their loved ones, but also the ongoing trauma of legal proceedings, media attention, and public scrutiny. Many of the victims' families attended William's trials and execution, seeking some form of closure or justice for their losses. However, the legal process often proved to be as traumatic as the original crimes, forcing families to relive their loved ones' deaths through graphic testimony and evidence presentations. Sandra Miller, the mother of one of William's victims, wrote a letter to William before his execution expressing her anger and pain. Her letter revealed the depth of trauma that victims' families experience and the lasting impact of such crimes on entire communities. The fact that she felt compelled to write to her son's killer demonstrated the ongoing struggle that families face in trying to find meaning and closure after such senseless violence. The case also highlighted the importance of victim services and support programs for the families of murder victims. Many of the families affected by William's crimes lacked the resources and support they needed to cope with their losses, leading to additional trauma and long-term psychological problems. David McVicker's experience as a survivor also illustrates the long-term impact of violent crime on victims. Despite surviving his attack, McVicker continued to struggle with physical and psychological problems for decades afterward. His story demonstrates that the effects of violent crime extend far beyond the immediate assault and can continue to affect victims for the rest of their lives. The case of William Bonin offers several important lessons for law enforcement, mental health professionals, and society as a whole. Perhaps most importantly, it demonstrates the critical importance of early intervention in cases of child abuse and neglect. William's criminal behavior was clearly rooted in the severe trauma he experienced as a child, and effective intervention at that stage might have prevented his later crimes. The case also highlights the limitations of the criminal justice system in dealing with repeat sex offenders. William's pattern of escalating violence was clearly established by his early 20s, yet the system repeatedly failed to recognize the danger he posed and take appropriate action to protect the public. His releases from prison and treatment facilities allowed him to continue victimizing others and ultimately to begin killing. The failure of treatment programs to address William's underlying psychological problems also provides important lessons for mental health professionals. The treatments available in the 1970s were largely ineffective for individuals with this type of personality disorder, and current research suggests that some forms of psychopathy may be largely untreatable. This reality raises difficult questions about how society should deal with individuals who pose ongoing risks to public safety. The case also demonstrates the importance of multi-jurisdictional cooperation in investigating serial crimes. William's ability to operate across multiple counties initially hindered the investigation, but once law enforcement agencies began sharing information and coordinating their efforts, they were able to identify patterns and ultimately capture him. The role of forensic evidence in the case also provides lessons for modern criminal investigation. The distinctive carpet fibers found on multiple victims were crucial in linking the crimes to William's van, demonstrating the importance of careful evidence collection and analysis. Modern DNA techniques have made such connections even more reliable, but the basic principles remain the same. The case of William Bonin continues to generate debate about several important social and legal issues. The question of whether the death penalty is an appropriate punishment for such crimes remains controversial, with some arguing that execution provides justice for victims' families while others contend that life imprisonment without parole would be equally effective at protecting society. The case also raises questions about the role of childhood trauma in criminal behavior and the extent to which such trauma should be considered as a mitigating factor in criminal sentencing. While William's horrific childhood clearly contributed to his later crimes, many argue that this does not excuse his actions or reduce his moral culpability for the suffering he inflicted on others. The effectiveness of treatment programs for sex offenders also remains a subject of ongoing debate. William's case demonstrates that some individuals may be beyond help, but it also raises questions about whether more effective treatments might have been available if he had received different interventions at different stages of his life. The case also continues to inform research into the psychology of serial killing and the factors that contribute to such extreme violence. Researchers continue to study Williams' case, along with those of other serial killers, in an attempt to better understand these crimes and develop more effective prevention strategies. When William Bonin was executed on February 23, 1996, he took with him the secrets of additional crimes that may never be solved. While he was convicted of 14 murders and confessed to 21, investigators believe he may have been responsible for as many as 36 deaths. The full extent of his crimes may never be known, leaving some families without closure and some cases forever unsolved. The investigation into Williams' crimes required thousands of hours of police work, involved dozens of investigators across multiple jurisdictions, and cost taxpayers millions of dollars. The legal proceedings that followed consumed additional years and resources, demonstrating the enormous social cost of such crimes beyond their immediate human impact. The case file for William Bonin fills numerous boxes and contains thousands of pages of reports, interviews, evidence logs, and legal documents. This extensive documentation serves as a record not only of his crimes, but also of the massive effort required to investigate and prosecute such cases. The file continues to be studied by researchers and law enforcement professionals seeking to better understand serial crime. The physical evidence from Williams' crimes, including his van and other materials, was preserved for years after his execution. The van, in particular, became a sort of macabre artifact that was stored in a secured lot along with the vehicles of other notorious criminals. The decision of what to do with such evidence raises questions about the balance between historical preservation and the desire to avoid glorifying criminal behavior. The story of William Bonin represents one of the darkest chapters in American criminal history. Over the course of just over a year, from May 1979 to June 1980, he transformed from a repeat sex offender into one of the most prolific and sadistic serial killers the nation has ever seen. His crimes terrorized Southern California, destroyed numerous families, and forever changed the lives of everyone who came into contact with his violence. Williams' case serves as a stark reminder of the devastating consequences that can result from childhood abuse, failed institutions, and a criminal justice system that sometimes fails to adequately protect society from dangerous individuals. His progression from victim to victimizer illustrates how trauma can perpetuate cycles of violence that span generations. The investigation and prosecution of Williams' crimes represented a massive effort by law enforcement agencies throughout Southern California. The cooperation between different jurisdictions, the coordination of forensic evidence, and the successful prosecution of multiple defendants demonstrated the criminal justice system at its best, even as the case revealed significant weaknesses in the system's ability to prevent such crimes in the first place. The impact of Williams' crimes extended far beyond his immediate victims to encompass their families, friends, and entire communities. The fear he generated changed how people lived their lives, making them more cautious about trusting strangers and more protective of their children. The scars he left on Southern California society took years to heal. Perhaps most importantly, Williams' case continues to provide valuable lessons for law enforcement, mental health professionals, and society as a whole. It demonstrates the critical importance of early intervention in cases of child abuse, the need for effective treatment programs for sex offenders, and the challenges of balancing public safety with individual rights. The execution of William Bonin on February 23, 1996, marked the end of his personal reign of terror, but his case continues to resonate in discussions about criminal justice, mental health treatment, and the prevention of violent crime. His story serves as both a cautionary tale about the potential for human evil and a reminder of the importance of protecting society's most vulnerable members from predators who seek to exploit and harm them. In the end, William George Bonin's legacy is one of unimaginable cruelty and senseless violence, but also of the resilience of the human spirit and the determination of a justice system that, despite its flaws, ultimately succeeded in holding him accountable for his crimes. The 21 young lives he took can never be restored, but their memory serves as a reminder of the preciousness of life and the importance of protecting the innocent from those who would do them harm. The story of the freeway killer stands as one of the most comprehensive examples of how childhood trauma, institutional failure, and personal evil can combine to create a monster. It is a story that continues to horrify and fascinate nearly 3 decades after William's execution, serving as both a historical record of unimaginable crimes and a continuing source of lessons. Randy Kraft was a serial killer who murdered at least 16 young men between 1972 and 1983, but police believe he actually killed 67 people, making him one of the most deadly serial killers in American history. He got his nickname the Scorecard Killer because he kept a coded list with 61 entries that police found in his car, which they believe was his way of keeping track of all the people he murdered. Randy Stephen Kraft was born on March 19, 1945, in Long Beach, California. His parents were Harold Herbert Kraft and Opal Lee Kraft. Randy was the youngest child in the family and the only boy. He had 3 older sisters who all loved their baby brother very much. The sisters were named Doris, Kay, and Shirley, and they were much older than Randy. Doris was 12 years older than him and used to rock him in her arms and sing him to sleep when he was a baby. Randy seemed like a calm and quiet baby, but his childhood was not perfect. When he was just 1 year old, he fell off the couch and broke his collarbone. When he was 2 years old, he fell down a flight of stairs and got knocked out. His parents took him to the hospital, and the doctors said there was no permanent damage, but these early accidents might have been signs of things to come. In 1948, when Randy was 3 years old, his family moved from Long Beach to Westminster in Orange County, California. They moved to a small community called Midway City, which was just 1 square mile of land on the Westminster border. The house they moved into used to be barracks for the Women's Army Corps during World War II. Randy's father, Harold, bought the house and fixed it up for his family. Harold Kraft worked hard to support his family, and so did Randy's mother, Opal. They both had jobs to make ends meet. The family was able to buy and build a small 3-room house on the site where the old Army barracks used to be. Their house was near the Pacific Ocean in an area that had retail stores and businesses. When Randy was growing up in Westminster in the 1940s and 1950s, it was very different from what it is today. Back then, there were chicken farms and orange groves all around. There was even the world's largest goldfish farm, which had over 700,000 fish on 40 acres of land. Westminster was not even an official city until 1957, when Randy was 12 years old. Randy was a very smart child. When he was tested, they found out his IQ was 129, which put him in the top 3 to 4% of all people. This high intelligence would help him in school, but it would also help him plan his crimes later in life. Randy went to Midway City Elementary School, where his teachers were impressed with how smart he was. He was so advanced that they let him attend accelerated classes at 17th Street Junior High School. Randy's father, Harold, did not show the same level of love and attention to Randy that his mother and sisters did. Harold seemed to prefer spending time with his daughters and wife during his free time. This lack of attention from his father might have affected Randy, though no one really knows for sure. As Randy got older, he became interested in politics. When he was in high school, he dreamed of becoming a senator someday. He was very conservative in his political views during his teenage years. His high school classmates described him as being somewhere right of Attila the Hun because of how extremely conservative he was. Randy went to Westminster High School, where he continued to get very good grades. He graduated 10th in his class out of 390 students in June 1963. His excellent grades and test scores earned him a scholarship to Claremont Men's College in Claremont, California, where he decided to study economics. But during high school, Randy began to realize something about himself that he kept secret. He knew he was attracted to other males, but this was something he could not talk about with anyone. In the 1960s, being homosexual was not accepted by society, and it was even illegal in many places. Randy kept this part of himself hidden from his family, his friends, and his classmates. When Randy started at Claremont Men's College in 1963, he was still very conservative in his political beliefs. He strongly supported the Vietnam War and campaigned hard for Barry Goldwater in the 1964 presidential election. Randy was also part of the Reserve Officers Training Corps, which prepared college students to become military officers. During his first year of college, Randy worked as a bartender at a bar in Garden Grove while going to school. He was also secretly meeting other men in places like Laguna Beach and Huntington Beach, but he still kept his homosexuality a complete secret from everyone who knew him. In 1966, Randy had his first run-in with the law. He was arrested for lewd conduct in Huntington Beach after he propositioned an undercover police officer who was posing as a gay prostitute. Since Randy had no prior criminal record, he was able to get the charges against him dropped. But this incident showed that he was becoming more bold about his secret desires. Something big happened to Randy's political beliefs during college. The year 1968 was a time of great change in America, with protests happening all over the world. Randy was influenced by these protests and completely changed his political views. He stopped supporting the Vietnam War and became very liberal instead of conservative. He grew a beard and started supporting Robert Kennedy instead of conservative politicians like Barry Goldwater. Randy worked so hard on Robert Kennedy's campaign that he received a personally signed letter from Bobby Kennedy thanking him for his work. But Randy's world was shaken when Robert Kennedy was assassinated on June 5th, 1968. This event deeply affected Randy and many other young people who had believed in Kennedy's message of change and hope. Randy was supposed to graduate from college in June 1967, but he was a few credits short because he had been partying too much and not paying enough attention to his studies. He had to repeat a class and ended up graduating 8 months later in February 1968 with a bachelor's degree in economics. During his college years, Randy also had his first serious relationship with another man. It was with a black man named Mike, and Randy later said that he really loved and cared for him. Randy was brave enough to bring Mike home to meet his parents, which must have been a very awkward and difficult situation for everyone involved, especially in the 1960s when interracial relationships were not widely accepted. In 1966, Randy moved off campus and lived with a male roommate. There were rumors that both men were secretly homosexual, but Randy continued to keep his sexuality hidden from most people in his life. After Randy graduated from college in February 1968, he decided to join the United States Air Force. 4 months after graduation, Randy enlisted and began his military service. He was assigned to Edwards Air Force Base, which is located just north of Los Angeles, California. In the Air Force, Randy worked as a computer operator and supervised the painting of test planes. He was very good at his job and was quickly given high security clearance because of his clean background checks and high test scores. Randy seemed to really enjoy his time in the military at first, and he was promoted to the rank of Airman First Class. But Randy's military career would not last long. In 1969, after serving for about 1 year, Randy made a life-changing decision. He decided to publicly come out as homosexual for the first time in his life. He told his superiors at Edwards Air Force Base about his sexuality. In 1969, being openly gay in the military was not allowed. The military had a policy against homosexual serving, and when Randy came out, his sexuality was not well received by his commanding officers. Shortly after coming out, Randy was given a general discharge from the Air Force for what they called medical reasons. This was the military's way of getting rid of gay service members without making it obvious that they were being kicked out for their sexuality. Randy tried to fight this discharge. He got legal advice from an attorney and tried to challenge the grounds for his discharge because he wanted to continue serving his country. But the Air Force refused to change the status of his discharge, and Randy was forced to leave the military. After being discharged from the Air Force, Randy moved back into his parents' house in Orange County. He got a job as a bartender, which gave him access to many different types of people. He also enrolled in some teaching courses, though it's not clear if he ever planned to become a teacher. Being kicked out of the military for being gay was a traumatic experience for Randy. He had been doing well in the Air Force and had really enjoyed his service, but he was forced to leave because of who he was. This rejection and discrimination may have contributed to the anger and resentment that would later fuel his violent crimes. During this time, Randy was living 3 different lives. To his family and some friends, he was still the smart, successful young man they had always known. To others in the gay community, he was an openly homosexual man looking for relationships and sexual encounters. But there was a third life that Randy was beginning to develop, a dark, violent life that he hid from everyone. After leaving the military, Randy began to become more involved in the gay community in Southern California. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, gay men in the Orange County area centered their social lives around 3 main bars: Broomhilda's, Stables, and Bowie's Shed. Randy worked as a bartender at one of these bars after his discharge from the military. These bars were important meeting places for gay men who were traveling between Los Angeles and Laguna Beach. They served as stopping points for people who were either heading home from the beach or going to Laguna Beach to escape the city. For Randy, these bars became an important part of his new gay social life. Randy threw himself completely into this new lifestyle. His roommates later said that his diet of speed and beer led him to have strange behaviors. He would sometimes disappear for days at a time, and other times he would lock himself in his room for equally long periods. These disappearances would later become much more sinister. Around this time, Randy met a young runaway on the Huntington Beach boardwalk. The boy's name was Fancher, and he was very confident and outgoing. Randy was described as having sandy blonde hair and a mustache, and people said he had a mild, urbane manner about him. This pleasant appearance and manner would help Randy lure victims throughout his killing spree. Randy's first suspected victim was Wayne Joseph Duquette, a 30-year-old bartender who worked at a gay bar called The Stables. Duquette's body was found off the Ortega Highway in California on October 5, 1971. By the time his body was discovered, it had decomposed so much that any potential signs of foul play could not be detected. The official cause of death was ruled as alcohol poisoning. At the time, no one connected Duquette's death to Randy Kraft. It was only much later, when Randy's scorecard was discovered, that investigators realized the connection. The first entry on Randy's scorecard read Stable, which prosecutors believed referred to Wayne Duquette, who worked at the Stables bar. The murder of Wayne Duquette marked the beginning of what would become a 12-year reign of terror. Randy had discovered that he enjoyed killing, and he would not stop until he was caught. Starting in 1972, bodies began turning up along highways across California with increasing frequency. All of the victims were men, and most of them showed clear evidence of trauma or torture. Some showed signs of being bound, beaten, and bitten, while others showed signs that they had been strangled. Several had been sodomized, castrated, or otherwise dismembered. At least 4 victims had been found with foreign objects inserted into their bodies. Randy's method was becoming clear. He would typically lure his victims into his vehicle with an offer of a ride or alcohol. Once he had them in his car, he would give them alcohol and drugs, usually tranquilizers like Valium. When the victims were unconscious or unable to fight back, Randy would bind them, torture them, and sexually abuse them before killing them. Randy's victims were usually killed by strangulation, asphyxiation, or bludgeoning, though some victims had also been given lethal doses of drugs. At least one victim was stabbed to death. After killing his victims, Randy would dispose of their bodies, usually along or close to various freeways in Southern California. In the early 1970s, Randy began a relationship with a man named Jeffrey Allen Graves. This relationship would be very important in Randy's life and would later become a key part of the investigation into his crimes. Jeffrey Graves was Randy's boyfriend from approximately 1971 to 1976, which means their relationship lasted during some of Randy's most active killing years. Graves had a studio apartment in Seal Beach, and he invited Randy to be his roommate. The two men moved in together and had what they called an open relationship, which meant they were allowed to have sexual encounters with other men. Randy and Jeffrey would frequently go to bars together and meet other men for threesomes and other sexual encounters. Jeffrey noticed that Randy seemed to have a particular preference for Marines, which would become a pattern in Randy's victims. Many of Randy's eventual victims were members of the United States Marine Corps. Even though Randy was living with Jeffrey and was part of the gay community, he still was not openly gay to many people in his life. Being homosexual was still very taboo in the 1970s, and Randy kept his sexuality hidden from his co-workers and many of his friends. He was essentially living 3 separate lives: his public life, where he appeared to be a normal, straight man, his gay life with Jeffrey and the gay community, and his secret life as a killer. Randy told one of his friends during the early 1970s that, "There's a part of me you will never know." This statement would prove to be very true. One of Randy's later roommates recalled after Randy's arrest that Randy used to go away for a few days at a time and then come back and lock himself in his room for a couple more days. The roommate said Randy would often go down by the Marine base, presumably to find victims. Randy was becoming quite skilled at being a chameleon, and living these multiple lives. He was developing into what investigators would later call a championship-level liar. His ability to appear normal and trustworthy would help him lure victims and avoid suspicion for many years. The relationship with Jeffrey Graves would eventually become strained. Randy was not satisfied with their open relationship and became jealous when Jeffrey had encounters with other men. Randy would often go out cruising for men when he was feeling jealous or upset with Jeffrey. These cruising trips were when Randy would find many of his victims. Investigators later believed that Jeffrey Graves might have been Randy's accomplice in some of the murders. There was evidence that some of Randy's crimes required more than one person to carry out, particularly when it came to moving and disposing of bodies. However, Jeffrey Graves was never charged with any crimes, and the extent of his knowledge about Randy's activities remains unclear. The relationship between Randy and Jeffrey ended around 1976, but Jeffrey would later become important to the investigation. When Randy was eventually arrested and tried for murder, prosecutors wanted to question Jeffrey about his knowledge of Randy's activities. However, Jeffrey Graves died of AIDS in 1987, just a few months before Randy's trial began. This meant that investigators never got the chance to fully question him about what he knew. Before Jeffrey died, he did take a polygraph test as part of the investigation. During this test, he made a strange comment, saying, "I'm really not going to pay for it, you know." This comment raised suspicions about his involvement, but he passed the polygraph test, and investigators were never able to get more information from him before he died. Randy's first confirmed murder victim was Edward Daniel Moore, a 20-year-old Marine from Camp Pendleton. Moore was last seen leaving the Marine barracks on December 24, 1972, Christmas Eve. His body was found beside the 405 freeway in Seal Beach during the early morning hours of December 26, 1972, the day after Christmas. The discovery of Edward Moore's body was horrifying. Evidence showed that he had been pushed from a moving vehicle, which caused abrasions on his body. An autopsy revealed that Moore had been bound at the wrists and ankles with rope or cord. He had been beaten with a blunt instrument about the face and head before being strangled to death with a garrote, which is a device used for strangulation. Moore's body also showed numerous bite marks, indicating that his attacker had bitten him during the assault. Most disturbing of all, investigators found that a sock had been forced into Moore's rectum. This detail would become a signature of Randy's crimes, as many of his future victims would be found with socks or other objects inserted into their bodies. The murder of Edward Daniel Moore established a pattern that Randy would follow for the next 11 years. His victims were typically young men, often Marines or other military personnel. They were usually picked up while hitchhiking or while out at bars. Randy would drug them, torture them, sexually assault them, and then kill them before dumping their bodies along freeways or in remote locations. 6 weeks after the murder of Edward Moore, on February 6, 1973, the body of another victim was found alongside the Terminal Island Freeway in Wilmington. This victim was never identified, but investigators estimated that he was between 17 and 25 years old. Like Edward Moore, this victim had been strangled with a ligature and also had a sock inserted in his rectum. 2 months later, on April 14, 1973, the body of 17-year-old Kevin Clark Bailey was found beside a road in Huntington Beach. Bailey had been castrated and sodomized before his murder. By this point, it was becoming clear to investigators that they had a serial killer operating in Southern California. By July 28, 1973, 2 more victims had been murdered. An unidentified youth whose dismembered body was found in Wilmington on April 22nd, and a 20-year-old named Ronnie Jean Weeb, whose strangled body was found beside an on-ramp of the 405 freeway on July 30th. Weeb had disappeared 2 days earlier. Randy killed at least once more in 1973. The victim was Vincent Cruz Mestes, a 23-year-old bisexual art student. Mestes's body was found in the San Bernardino Mountains on December 29, 1973. As with several previous victims, one of Mestes's socks had been forced into his rectum. Most horrifically, Mestes's hands had been severed from his body and were never found. The murder of Vincent Mestes showed that Randy's crimes were becoming more violent and more elaborate. The fact that he cut off his victims' hands suggested that Randy was taking trophies from his victims or was trying to make identification more difficult. By November 1974, 5 more victims had been found beside or close to major roadways in Southern California. 3 of these victims had been conclusively linked to the same killer through physical evidence and similar methods of murder. 2 of these victims were 20-year-old Malcolm Eugene Little and 19-year-old James Dale Reeves. Both had been found beside freeways with foreign objects inserted into their bodies, following the pattern established with previous victims. The third victim was 18-year-old Marine Roger Edward Dickerson, whose body showed evidence of bite marks similar to those found on Edward Daniel Moore and other earlier victims. The investigation was being hampered by the fact that Southern California had multiple serial killers operating at the same time during the 1970s. 2 other men, Patrick Kearney and William Bonin, were also killing young men and dumping their bodies near freeways during this same time period. All 3 killers were sometimes referred to as freeway killers because of their method of disposing of bodies, which confused investigators and the media. Patrick Kearney was arrested in 1977 and confessed to killing 35 people. When he was caught, investigators thought they had solved the freeway murders, but the killings continued. This told them that there was more than one killer operating in the area. William Bonin was arrested in 1980, and again investigators hoped they had caught the freeway killer. But even after Bonin was arrested, bodies continued to appear, which meant there was at least one more killer still operating. Randy Kraft was the third and final freeway killer, and he would not be caught until 1983. During this time, he was becoming more confident and more brutal in his methods. He was also becoming better at avoiding detection by law enforcement. Randy had several advantages that helped him avoid capture. He was highly intelligent, with an IQ of 129. He was well-educated and articulate. He had a normal job as a computer programmer, which gave him a respectable cover story. He lived a seemingly normal life and had friends and relationships that made him appear to be a regular member of society. Randy was also very careful about how he selected and approached his victims. He typically targeted young men who were hitchhiking or who were in vulnerable situations. Many of his victims were Marines or other military personnel who were away from their families and might not be missed immediately if they disappeared. Randy's victims were usually gay or bisexual men, or young men who might be experimenting with their sexuality. In the 1970s, being gay was still very stigmatized, and many gay men lived secretive lives. This meant that if they disappeared, their families might not know where to look for them or might be reluctant to report them missing. Randy also carefully planned his crimes. He would drug his victims with alcohol and tranquilizers to make them unable to resist or escape. He had a system for restraining them, torturing them, and disposing of their bodies. He chose locations for dumping bodies that would make it difficult for investigators to find evidence or trace the crimes back to him. Around 1976, Randy's relationship with Jeffrey Graves ended, and he began a new long-term relationship with a man named Jeffrey Allen Seelig. Jeff Seelig was a 25-year-old candy shop operator who would become Randy's roommate and live with him for the next 7 years, until Randy's arrest in 1983. Jeff Seelig was different from Jeffrey Graves in that he seemed to have no knowledge of Randy's criminal activities. While investigators suspected that Jeffrey Graves might have been an accomplice to some of Randy's crimes, they found no evidence that Jeff Seelig was involved in or aware of the murders. Randy and Jeff Seelig lived together at 824 Roswell Avenue in Long Beach, California. They shared this house from 1976 until Randy's arrest in 1983. To the outside world, they appeared to be a normal couple living a quiet life. Jeff operated his candy shop business, and Randy worked as a computer programmer and consultant. Jeff Seelig later told investigators that he had no idea about Randy's dark side. He said that Randy seemed like a normal, caring partner who was committed to their relationship and to his work. Jeff described Randy as intelligent, politically active, loyal to his friends, and dedicated to his job. However, there were signs that something was not right, even if Jeff did not recognize them at the time. Jeff later recalled that Randy would sometimes go away for a few days at a time, without explanation. When Randy returned from these trips, he would often lock himself in his room for days and would not want to talk about where he had been or what he had done. Jeff also noticed that Randy's behavior seemed to change depending on the status of their relationship. When they were getting along well, Randy seemed calm and happy. But when they were having problems or arguments, Randy would become moody and would disappear more frequently. Investigators later realized that Randy's killing activities seemed to increase during times when his relationship with Jeff was strained. During the time Randy was living with Jeff Seelig, his killing spree continued and even escalated. Some of Randy's most brutal crimes occurred during this period, but Jeff was apparently so trusting and naive that he never suspected anything was wrong. This ability to completely compartmentalize his life and hide his true nature from the person closest to him showed just how skilled Randy had become at deception. He was able to live as a loving partner to Jeff while simultaneously being one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. The relationship with Jeff Seelig would prove to be important to the investigation in another way. After Randy's arrest, investigators found that Randy had kept souvenirs and trophies from his victims in the house he shared with Jeff. This included photographs of victims, personal items belonging to victims, and other evidence of his crimes. The fact that Randy was able to keep these items in his home without Jeff noticing or becoming suspicious showed either that Jeff was completely oblivious to what was happening, or that Randy was extremely careful about hiding his activities. Most investigators believe that Jeff truly had no knowledge of Randy's crimes. Throughout the late 1970s and early 1980s, Randy continued his killing spree while living what appeared to be a normal life with Jeff Seelig. During this period, he committed some of his most brutal murders and had several close calls with law enforcement that could have led to his earlier capture. One of Randy's victims during this period was 23-year-old Roland Young, who was released from the Orange County Jail on June 10, 1978, for public intoxication. Young was found dead at 3:30 a.m. on June 11th, just one day after his release, in an Irvine gutter. His body contained alcohol and diazepam in his blood, and evidence showed that his body had bounced when it was thrown from a fast-moving vehicle. Young's wrists were bound, part of his genitals had been severed, and he had been stabbed multiple times in the heart area. After the mutilation, his body had been redressed. The murder of Roland Young was particularly significant because it appeared on Randy's scorecard as jail out, referring to the fact that Young had just been released from jail. This was one of the clearest connections between Randy's scorecard and his actual victims. Another victim during this period was Eric Herbert Church, a 21-year-old from Hartford, Connecticut, who was found dead on January 27, 1983, in Seal Beach. Church had been hitchhiking across the country when he encountered Randy. He was found sodomized, bludgeoned, and strangled along the 605 freeway. Photos of Church were later found in Randy's car when he was arrested. Randy had several encounters with law enforcement during this period that could have led to his capture if investigators had been more alert to the patterns. In some cases, Randy was questioned about missing persons or found bodies, but he was always able to talk his way out of suspicion. One close call occurred when Randy was questioned about the disappearance of Keith Davin Crotwell and Mark Hall in 1975. These two young men had gone for a car ride with Randy after meeting him at a bar. Randy had given them alcohol and drugs, and one of them, Mark Hall, lost consciousness in the back seat. Hall was later pushed out of Randy's moving car and survived, but Crotwell disappeared and was never seen again. When investigators questioned Randy about this incident, he provided an alibi. He claimed that Jeffrey Graves had been with him that night and could verify his story. Randy and Jeffrey told investigators that they had gotten stuck in the mud while driving and had called for help. They claimed that Crotwell had disappeared while they were walking to get assistance. This alibi was accepted by investigators at the time, but it later became suspicious. The fact that Randy used his boyfriend as an alibi and that Jeffrey Graves went along with the story made investigators wonder if Jeffrey had been involved in Randy's crimes or at least knew about them. During this period, Randy was also becoming more bold and taking greater risks. He was keeping more trophies from his victims, including photographs, personal items, and even body parts. He was also leaving more evidence at crime scenes, either because he was becoming careless or because he was getting a thrill from the risk of being caught. Randy's scorecard was growing during this time as well. He was adding new entries for each victim, using coded references that would help him remember his crimes without creating obvious evidence if the list were discovered. The scorecard served as both a trophy and a practical tool for Randy to keep track of his murders. Randy's method of killing had become highly systematic by the late 1970s. He had developed a careful process for selecting victims, luring them to their deaths, and disposing of their bodies while avoiding detection. Randy typically selected his victims from specific locations and types of people. He frequently targeted Marines from Camp Pendleton, young hitchhikers, and men he met at gay bars. He seemed to prefer victims who were between 13 and 35 years old, with most being in their late teens or early 20s. Randy had a particular talent for appearing trustworthy and harmless. He was well-dressed, articulate, and drove a nice car. He could easily convince young men to accept rides or to come with him for drinks or other activities. His mild manner and friendly appearance made him seem like a safe person to be around. Once Randy had lured a victim into his car, he would offer them alcohol or drugs. Randy always carried supplies in his vehicle, including beer, hard liquor, and prescription drugs like Valium and other tranquilizers. He would encourage his victims to drink heavily or would slip drugs into their drinks without their knowledge. When the victims became unconscious or too intoxicated to resist, Randy would restrain them using rope, cord, or the victim's own shoelaces. He would then drive to a secluded location where he could torture and kill his victim without being disturbed. Randy's torture methods were extremely brutal and showed that he took pleasure in causing pain and suffering. He would burn victims with a car cigarette lighter, usually around the genitals, chest, and face. He would bite victims, leaving distinctive marks on their bodies. He would beat victims with blunt objects, causing severe trauma to their faces and heads. Many victims were sexually assaulted and sodomized. Some were castrated or had their genitals mutilated. Randy would often insert foreign objects into his victims' rectums, with socks being the most common item. This became one of his signature methods and helped investigators link different crimes to the same killer. Randy would usually kill his victims by strangulation, often using ligatures like belts, rope, or cord. Some victims were asphyxiated or bludgeoned to death. A few victims were given lethal overdoses of drugs. At least one victim was stabbed to death. After killing his victims, Randy would often take photographs of their bodies. These photographs served as trophies that Randy could keep to remember his crimes. He would also sometimes take personal items from his victims as additional souvenirs. Randy would then dispose of the bodies, usually by dumping them alongside freeways or in remote areas. He often threw bodies from his moving car, which would cause additional trauma and make it look like the victims had been hit by vehicles. This method also helped Randy avoid being seen at the dump sites. Randy was careful to clean his car and dispose of evidence after each murder. However, he was not perfect in this regard, and investigators would later find bloodstains, hair, fiber evidence, and other traces of his victims in his vehicle and home. The scorecard that Randy kept was perhaps his most distinctive feature as a serial killer. This coded list allowed him to keep track of his crimes while maintaining plausible deniability if the list were discovered. Each entry on the scorecard corresponded to a specific victim, using references that would be meaningful to Randy but might seem innocent to someone else. For example, the entry stable referred to Wayne Duquette, who worked at the stable's bar. Marine Carson referred to Richard Allen Keith, a Marine who was killed in Carson, California. Jail Out referred to Roland Young, who was killed shortly after being released from jail. New Year's Eve referred to a victim who was last seen at a New Year's Eve party. The scorecard allowed Randy to relive his crimes and keep count of his victims. It also showed his organized, methodical approach to murder. The fact that he kept such careful records demonstrated both his intelligence and his arrogance. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, Randy began expanding his killing territory beyond Southern California. His work as a computer consultant required him to travel to other states for business, and he used these trips as opportunities to commit murders in new locations. Randy committed murders in Oregon and Michigan in addition to his California crimes. These out-of-state murders were initially not connected to Randy or to each other, which allowed Randy to avoid detection for even longer. In Oregon, Randy killed at least 6 people. One of his Oregon victims was Michael O'Fallon, a 17-year-old whose body was found along Interstate 5, near the Talbot Road exit in Marion County on July 17, 1980. The next day, July 18, 1980, another body was found along the same interstate near Woodburn. This victim remained unidentified for more than 40 years until investigators recently determined that he was Larry Eugene Parks, a 30-year-old Vietnam veteran. The connection between Randy and his Oregon victims was eventually established when investigators found a camera in Randy's garage after his arrest. The camera had the initials of Michael O'Fallon's mother inscribed on it, and she identified it during Randy's trial as belonging to her son. Randy also killed at least 2 people in Michigan in December 1982. These victims were found in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and investigators later learned that Randy had been in the area on a business trip at the time of the murders. Randy's scorecard included an entry, GR2, which prosecutors believed referred to these 2 Grand Rapids victims. The Michigan murders were particularly significant because witnesses had seen Randy talking to the victims before they disappeared. Randy's car keys were found in his hotel room, along with a bottle opener and a jacket belonging to one of the victims. Despite this evidence, Randy was never charged with the Michigan murders, though investigators were confident he was responsible. Randy's ability to commit murders in multiple states while maintaining his cover as a traveling computer consultant showed his skill at compartmentalizing his life and avoiding suspicion. He was able to appear as a legitimate businessman while using his business travel as a cover for murder. The interstate nature of Randy's crimes also complicated the investigation. Different law enforcement agencies in different states were investigating murders that were actually connected, but they did not initially realize the connections. This allowed Randy to continue killing for years without being detected. Randy's scorecard would eventually help investigators connect murders across different states. When the coded list was deciphered, it became clear that Randy had been keeping track of victims in California, Oregon, and Michigan. This helped investigators understand the true scope of Randy's crimes and led to him being suspected in dozens of additional murders. The expansion of Randy's killing territory also showed his increasing confidence and boldness. He was no longer content to kill only in his local area, but was willing to commit murders wherever his travels took him. This expansion also increased his risk of being caught, as it put him in contact with more law enforcement agencies and left more evidence trails. By 1983, Randy had been killing for more than a decade, and his crimes were becoming more frequent and more brutal. 2 of his final victims would prove to be crucial to his eventual capture and conviction. Eric Herbert Church was a 21-year-old from Hartford, Connecticut, who was hitchhiking across the country when he encountered Randy. Church was found dead on January 27, 1983, in Seal Beach, California. He had been sodomized, bludgeoned, and strangled. Church's body was found along the 605 freeway, following Randy's usual pattern of dumping bodies near highways. What made Church's murder particularly important to the investigation was that Randy had photographed Church's body after killing him. These photographs were found in Randy's car when he was arrested, providing direct evidence linking Randy to Church's murder. The photographs showed Church either dead or unconscious, and the background imagery revealed that the photos had been taken at Randy's home. The second crucial victim was Terry Lee Gambrell, a 25-year-old Marine who would become Randy's final victim and the one who would lead to his capture. Gambrell disappeared on May 13, 1983, after leaving his base at Camp Pendleton. His body would be found the next day in Randy's car, leading to Randy's arrest and the end of his killing spree. The murder of Terry Gambrell followed Randy's usual pattern, but with some important differences. Randy had picked up Gambrell, probably offering him a ride or drinks. Randy then drugged Gambrell with alcohol and tranquilizers, bound his hands with his own shoelaces, and strangled him to death with his own belt. What was different about Gambrell's murder was that Randy did not dispose of the body immediately. Instead, he kept Gambrell's body in his car and continued driving around with the corpse in the passenger seat. This decision would prove to be Randy's fatal mistake. On the night of May 13th to 14th, 1983, Randy was driving erratically on Interstate 5, near Mission Viejo, California, with Terry Gambrell's dead body slumped in the passenger seat. A jacket covered Gambrell's body, making it appear that he was simply sleeping or passed out. Randy's erratic driving attracted the attention of 2 California Highway Patrol officers who were patrolling the freeway that night. The officers thought they had encountered a drunk driver and decided to pull Randy over for a traffic stop. At approximately 1 a.m. on May 14th, 1983, California Highway Patrol officers Sterling Franks and Tom Grunwald observed a brown Toyota Celica weaving erratically on Interstate 5 near Mission Viejo. The car was drifting between lanes and driving at an inconsistent speed, leading the officers to suspect that the driver was intoxicated. The officers activated their emergency lights and pulled the Toyota over to the side of the freeway. The driver, who appeared calm and cooperative, got out of his car and began walking toward the patrol vehicle in a polite manner. This driver was Randy Stephen Kraft, though the officers did not know his identity at the time. The officers were initially focused on conducting a standard drunk driving investigation. Randy appeared to be intoxicated and failed the field sobriety tests that the officers administered. He showed signs of being under the influence of alcohol and possibly drugs, and he was unsteady on his feet. However, the officers' attention was drawn to the passenger seat of Randy's car. There appeared to be someone slumped over in the seat, covered by a jacket. The officers approached the vehicle to check on the passenger's welfare, thinking that perhaps Randy had been driving with someone who was also intoxicated or who might need medical attention. When the officers pulled the jacket away from the passenger, they made a horrifying discovery. The person in the seat was not sleeping or passed out. He was dead. The body was that of Terry Lee Gambrell, the 25-year-old Marine who had disappeared from Camp Pendleton the previous day. The officers immediately noticed that Gambrell's pants were unzipped and his genitals were exposed. His hands were bound behind his back with what appeared to be his own shoelaces, and there were welt marks around his wrists from the restraints. Most disturbing of all, there was a ligature mark around Gambrell's neck, indicating that he had been strangled to death. Randy's demeanor during this discovery was chilling. Even when confronted with the dead body in his car, he maintained his calm, polite manner. He acted as if Gambrell was simply a friend who had passed out, and he even asked the officers if Gambrell was okay. This bizarre behavior immediately raised the officers' suspicions about Randy's involvement in Gambrell's death. Randy was immediately arrested and taken into custody. The officers secured the crime scene and called for additional investigators and the coroner's office. What had started as a routine traffic stop for suspected drunk driving had turned into the arrest of one of America's most prolific serial killers. The initial investigation at the scene revealed additional disturbing evidence. Randy's car was searched, and investigators found prescription drug bottles with Randy's name on them. The drugs included Valium, diazepam, and propranolol, both of which were depressants that could cause extreme drowsiness in large doses. These drugs matched substances that had been found in the systems of other unsolved murder victims in Southern California. Investigators also noticed that the seat cushion where Gambrell's body had been found was heavily saturated with blood, even though Gambrell himself was not bleeding. This suggested that Randy had used the same seat for previous victims and had not thoroughly cleaned it between murders. At 5:45 a.m. that morning, Detective Ray Sidebotham of the Orange County Sheriff's Department went to the county jail to question Randy about the body in his car. Randy invoked his right to remain silent and refused to talk about what had happened. This silence would continue throughout Randy's arrest, trial, and imprisonment. He has never admitted to any of the murders he was charged with. After Randy's arrest, investigators obtained a search warrant for his vehicle and his home. What they found during these searches provided overwhelming evidence of Randy's crimes and revealed the true scope of his killing spree. The search of Randy's car produced two key pieces of evidence that would prove crucial to the prosecution's case. The first was a packet of 47 color photographs found hidden in the vehicle. These photographs showed several young men, many of them nude and apparently lifeless. The photos appeared to be trophies that Randy had taken after killing his victims. The photographs were particularly damning because they showed victims in various states of undress and consciousness. Some appeared to be dead, while others appeared to be drugged or asleep. The background imagery in some of the photos revealed that they had been taken at Randy's home or inside his car, directly linking him to the victims. Two of the young men in the photographs were quickly identified. One was Eric Herbert Church, whose body had been found 4 months earlier in Seal Beach. The other was Roger James DeVole Jr., who had been murdered along with his friend Jeffrey Allen Nelson in February 1983. These identifications provided direct evidence linking Randy to specific murders. The second crucial piece of evidence found in Randy's car was even more significant. Inside a briefcase in the trunk, investigators found a notebook containing a handwritten list of notations. The list contained 61 entries with cryptic phrases like Airplane Hill, Jail Out, New Year's Eve, 2 in 1 Hitch, and Parking Lot. Randy's attorneys would later call this list People's Exhibit 25, while prosecutors called it the death list or scorecard. Prosecutors believed that each of the 61 notations represented a young man that Randy had murdered. This belief led to Randy being nicknamed the scorecard killer. The scorecard was written in Randy's handwriting and appeared to be his method of keeping track of his victims. The entries used coded language that would be meaningful to Randy, but might seem innocent to someone else who found the list. For example, Marine Carson referred to a Marine who was killed in Carson, California, while MCHB Tattoo referred to a Marine Corps private with heavily tattooed arms who was last seen in Huntington Beach. The search of Randy's home at 824 Roswell Avenue in Long Beach revealed even more evidence. Investigators found articles of clothing that belonged to various murder victims. They also found fiber evidence that matched materials found at crime scenes. Hair samples found in Randy's home matched hair found on victims' bodies. Perhaps most disturbing of all, investigators found additional photographs hidden in Randy's bedroom. These photos matched the identities of victims from 3 previously unsolved murder cases, providing further evidence of Randy's involvement in multiple murders. Randy's fingerprints were also found to match prints discovered at several crime scenes. At one murder scene, Randy's fingerprints were found on a glass bottle, providing direct physical evidence of his presence at the location where a victim was killed. The accumulation of physical evidence was overwhelming. Investigators had photographs, fingerprints, fibers, hair, personal belongings of victims, the coded scorecard, and the body found in Randy's car. This evidence connected Randy to at least 16 specific murders and suggested his involvement in dozens more. Work and travel records found during the search also placed Randy in specific locations where victims had been abducted or their bodies had been discovered. Gasoline receipts showed that Randy had been traveling to areas where murders had occurred around the times of those crimes. After Randy's arrest, investigators and prosecutors spent months trying to decipher the coded entries on Randy's scorecard. This process would prove crucial to understanding the full extent of Randy's crimes and linking him to specific murders. The scorecard contained 61 entries, each apparently referring to a different victim or crime. Some entries were relatively easy to decode, while others remained mysterious even after extensive investigation. The process of deciphering the scorecard would reveal the methodical, organized nature of Randy's crimes and his need to keep track of his kills. The first entry on the scorecard was stable, which prosecutors linked to Wayne Joseph Duquette, Randy's first suspected victim. Duquette had worked as a bartender at a gay bar called The Stables, making the connection clear. Although Duquette's death had initially been ruled as accidental alcohol poisoning, investigators now suspected that Randy had murdered him in 1971. EDM was decoded as referring to Edward Daniel Moore, the Marine whose murder in 1972 was Randy's first confirmed kill. Moore had been found with a sock inserted in his rectum, establishing one of Randy's signature methods. Jail out referred to Roland Young, who was killed shortly after being released from the Orange County Jail. Young's murder showed Randy's ability to identify vulnerable victims and strike quickly. New Year's Eve was linked to a victim who had last been seen at a New Year's Eve party in San Juan Capistrano. This entry showed that Randy was paying attention to when and where he encountered his victims. Marine Carson referred to Richard Allen Keith, a 20-year-old Marine who was killed in Carson, California, in 1978. Keith's body had been found with foreign objects inserted into it, following Randy's established pattern. MCHB Tattoo was decoded as referring to a Marine Corps private with heavily tattooed arms who was last seen in Huntington Beach. Photographs of this victim were found in Randy's car, providing additional evidence of the connection. GR2 was believed to refer to 2 victims killed in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Randy had been in Grand Rapids on a business trip when these murders occurred, and witnesses had seen him talking to the victims before they disappeared. 2 in One Hitch appeared to refer to a double murder involving 2 hitchhikers who were killed together. This entry suggested that Randy had sometimes killed multiple victims during a single incident. Some entries on the scorecard remained unsolved even after extensive investigation. Entries like Angel, Hari Carey, Marine Down, and Van Driveway could not be definitively linked to specific crimes, though investigators suspected they represented additional murders that Randy had committed. The scorecard also revealed the geographic scope of Randy's crimes. Entries could be linked to murders in California, Oregon, and Michigan, showing that Randy had been killing across multiple states during his business travels. Prosecutors ultimately believed that they could connect 43 of the 45 murders they suspected Randy of committing to entries on the scorecard. The only murders not represented on the list were Randy's final two victims, Eric Herbert Church and Terry Lee Gambrell. This suggested that Randy had not had time to add these victims to his scorecard before his arrest. The scorecard served multiple purposes for Randy. It allowed him to keep an accurate count of his victims, which fed his ego and sense of accomplishment. It also served as a way for him to relive his crimes by reviewing the coded entries. Finally, it may have helped him avoid accidentally returning to dump sites or repeating certain methods that might establish patterns for investigators. The systematic nature of the scorecard demonstrated Randy's intelligence and organization. Unlike many serial killers who act impulsively, Randy was methodical and careful in documenting his crimes. This attention to detail would ultimately contribute to his conviction, as the scorecard provided a roadmap for investigators to understand the full scope of his criminal activity. Following Randy's arrest and the discovery of the scorecard and photographs, the investigation into his crimes expanded rapidly. Law enforcement agencies from across California, Oregon, and Michigan began reviewing their unsolved murder cases to see if they might be connected to Randy Kraft. The Orange County Sheriff's Department took the lead in coordinating the investigation, but they worked closely with dozens of other agencies. Detective Ray Sidebotham, who had initially questioned Randy after his arrest, became one of the primary investigators on the case. Within hours of the photographs being found in Randy's car, investigators were able to identify several of the victims pictured. In addition to Eric Church and Roger DeVole, other victims were recognized by investigators who had been working on their cases for months or years. The investigation revealed that Randy had been questioned by police on several previous occasions, but had always been able to avoid suspicion. His clean appearance, articulate manner, and seemingly legitimate lifestyle had helped him convince investigators that he was not involved in the crimes they were investigating. One particularly frustrating near-miss had occurred in 1975 when Randy was questioned about the disappearance of Keith Davin-Crotwell and the assault on Mark Hall. Randy had provided an alibi supported by Jeffrey Graves, and investigators had accepted their story. If they had been more suspicious at that time, Randy's killing spree might have been stopped 8 years earlier. The investigation also revealed the challenges that law enforcement had faced in connecting Randy's crimes. Because Randy killed across multiple jurisdictions and states, different agencies were investigating murders that were actually connected without realizing it. The scorecard helped investigators finally see the connections between cases that had previously seemed unrelated. As the investigation expanded, the number of murders potentially linked to Randy continued to grow. Initially, investigators believed Randy might be responsible for 16 murders. As they deciphered more of the scorecard and reviewed more cold cases, that number grew to 45, then to 67, and some investigators believed Randy might have been responsible for as many as 100 murders. The investigation was complicated by the fact that Randy refused to cooperate or confess to any of the crimes. Unlike many serial killers who eventually admit to their crimes or even boast about them, Randy maintained his innocence and never provided investigators with any information about his activities. This lack of cooperation from Randy meant that investigators had to build their case entirely on physical evidence, witness testimony, and circumstantial evidence. Fortunately, Randy had left behind a substantial amount of evidence, including the photographs, the scorecard, and physical evidence found in his car and home. The investigation also focused on trying to identify Randy's potential accomplices. Evidence from several crime scenes suggested that Randy had not acted alone in all of his murders. Some victims had been found in locations that would have been difficult for one person to access, and some crime scenes showed evidence of multiple perpetrators. Jeffrey Graves, Randy's former boyfriend, became a prime suspect as a potential accomplice. Graves had provided Randy with an alibi in 1975, and their relationship had lasted during some of Randy's most active killing years. However, Graves died of AIDS in 1987, before investigators could fully question him about his potential involvement. Jeff Seelig, Randy's roommate at the time of his arrest, was also investigated as a potential accomplice. However, investigators found no evidence that Seelig had knowledge of Randy's crimes, and he was never charged with any offenses. Selig appeared to have been completely unaware of Randy's criminal activities despite living with him for 7 years. The investigation into Randy's crimes took more than 5 years to complete. During this time, Randy remained in custody, held without bail due to the severity of the charges against him and the risk that he posed to public safety. Prosecutors faced the challenge of deciding which murders to charge Randy with at trial. Although they suspected him of as many as 67 murders, they had the strongest evidence for 16 specific cases. These 16 murders would become the focus of Randy's trial, though prosecutors planned to introduce evidence of additional murders during the penalty phase if Randy was convicted. The 16 murders that Randy was charged with had all occurred in Orange County between 1972 and 1983. They included Edward Daniel Moore, the Marine who was Randy's first confirmed victim, as well as Terry Lee Gambrell, who was found dead in Randy's car. The other 14 victims represented a cross-section of Randy's crimes, showing his methods and patterns over more than a decade. Randy's defense team was led by attorney C. Thomas McDonald. The defense faced an enormous challenge given the overwhelming amount of evidence against their client. They decided to pursue a strategy of challenging the evidence and suggesting alternative suspects, rather than trying to prove Randy's innocence outright. The defense argued that much of the evidence against Randy was circumstantial and that the prosecution had not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Randy was the killer. They pointed out that investigators had initially believed some of the 16 victims had been killed by other serial killers, Patrick Kearney and William Bonin, and argued that there was no concrete evidence linking Randy to the murders. The defense also challenged the significance of the scorecard, arguing that it was meaningless and would only serve to inflame the jury against their client. Randy himself had claimed in a 1983 interview that the list was nothing more than references to friends of his and his roommate, not a record of murders. Prosecutors, led by Deputy District Attorney Brian F. Brown, prepared to present what they called the most comprehensive serial killer case in American history up to that time. They planned to call nearly 160 witnesses and introduce over 1,000 pieces of evidence. The evidence that prosecutors planned to present included the photographs found in Randy's car, the scorecard, physical evidence like bloodstains and fibers found in Randy's home and car, fingerprints found at crime scenes, the belt used to strangle Terry Gambrell, prescription drugs found in Randy's possession, and personal belongings of victims found in Randy's possession. Prosecutors also planned to present travel records and receipts that placed Randy in locations where victims had been abducted or found, witness testimony from people who had seen Randy with victims before they disappeared, and expert testimony about the patterns and methods used in the murders. The case was assigned to Superior Court Judge Donald A. McCartan, who would preside over what was expected to be a lengthy and complex trial. Judge McCartan was experienced in handling serious criminal cases, but even he acknowledged that the Randy Kraft case was unlike anything he had seen before. Jury selection was expected to take weeks, given the high-profile nature of the case and the graphic evidence that jurors would be required to view. The trial itself was expected to last at least a year, and experts predicted that the appeals process could take a decade or more. The case attracted significant media attention, both locally and nationally. Randy's crimes were among the most extensive and brutal in American history, and the discovery of his scorecard had captured public imagination. The trial would be closely watched by law enforcement, legal experts, and the general public. Randy Kraft's trial began on September 26, 1988, more than 5 years after his arrest. The delay had been caused by the complexity of the case, numerous defense motions, and the extensive investigation required to prepare for trial. Jury selection took 6 weeks, as attorneys questioned hundreds of potential jurors about their ability to fairly consider the evidence in such a gruesome case. The final jury consisted of 10 women and 2 men, all of whom had been sequestered to prevent them from being influenced by media coverage of the trial. In his opening statement, prosecutor Brian Brown painted a picture of Randy as a methodical killer who had used his car as a rolling platform for death as he roamed the freeways of Southern California looking for victims. Brown told the jury that Randy would pick up young male hitchhikers, drug them with alcohol and tranquilizers, torture and sexually abuse them, and then strangle them before dumping their bodies along freeways. Brown described Randy as a scorecard killer, who kept meticulous records of his crimes and took photographs of his victims as trophies. He promised to show the jury overwhelming evidence that would prove Randy's guilt beyond any reasonable doubt. Defense attorney C. Thomas MacDonald argued that the prosecution's case was based largely on circumstantial evidence and that there was reasonable doubt about Randy's guilt. He pointed out that investigators had initially believed some of the victims had been killed by other serial killers and argued that the real killer or killers had never been caught. MacDonald dismissed the scorecard as meaningless scribblings that could mean anything, and he argued that the photographs and other evidence could have innocent explanations. He told the jury that Randy was an innocent man who had been wrongly accused of these terrible crimes. The prosecution's case was presented in reverse chronological order, beginning with Terry Lee Gambrell, who had been found dead in Randy's car, and ending with Edward Daniel Moore, who had been killed in 1972. This approach allowed prosecutors to start with their strongest evidence and work backward through Randy's criminal career. The testimony regarding Terry Gambrell was particularly compelling. The California Highway Patrol officers who had arrested Randy testified about finding Gambrell's body in the passenger seat of Randy's car. They described how Randy had acted as if Gambrell was simply sleeping, even asking if his friend was okay when confronted with the dead body. The medical examiner testified that Gambrell had been strangled with his own belt and that his hands had been bound with his own shoelaces. Toxicology results showed that Gambrell had high levels of alcohol and tranquilizers in his system at the time of his death. Prosecutors introduced the belt that had been used to strangle Gambrell, which had been found in Randy's car. They also showed the jury photographs of Gambrell's body and crime scene evidence that demonstrated the brutal nature of his murder. The testimony regarding the other 15 victims followed similar patterns. Prosecutors showed that Randy had been linked to each murder through physical evidence, witness testimony, or entries on a scorecard. They demonstrated that all of the murders followed similar patterns and methods, suggesting they had been committed by the same person. One of the most damaging pieces of evidence was the collection of photographs found in Randy's car. Prosecutors showed the jury photos that depicted several of the victims, either dead or unconscious. The background imagery in some photos showed that they had been taken at Randy's home, directly linking him to the victims. The scorecard was another crucial piece of evidence. Prosecutors went through each entry that they had been able to decode, showing how the cryptic references corresponded to specific victims and crimes. They argued that the scorecard was Randy's way of keeping track of his kills and reliving his crimes. The defense phase of Randy's trial focused primarily on challenging the prosecution's evidence and suggesting alternative explanations for the physical evidence that linked Randy to the murders. Defense attorney C. Thomas MacDonald argued that many of the murders had initially been attributed to other killers, particularly Patrick Kearney and William Bonin, who were also operating in Southern California during the same time period. MacDonald suggested that the Real killers were still at large and that Randy had been wrongly accused. The defense challenged the significance of the scorecard, arguing that it was simply a list of friends and acquaintances rather than a record of murders. They pointed out that Randy himself had explained the list as references to people he and his roommate Jeff Seelig knew, and they argued that the prosecution was reading meanings into the entries that were not there. MacDonald also challenged some of the physical evidence, arguing that it was circumstantial and could have innocent explanations. He pointed out that some of the fiber and hair evidence could have been transferred through innocent contact, and he suggested that some of the other evidence might have been planted or contaminated. The defense called several character witnesses who testified about Randy's good reputation in the community. These witnesses included friends, co-workers, and family members who described Randy as intelligent, hardworking, and nonviolent. They expressed shock and disbelief that Randy could be capable of the crimes he was accused of. Randy's sister Kay Plunkett testified as a character witness for her brother. She described Randy as a loving family member who had always been kind and gentle. She said that the Randy she knew could never have committed these terrible crimes. The defense also presented expert testimony challenging some of the prosecution's forensic evidence. They questioned the reliability of some of the fingerprint and fiber evidence, and they argued that the prosecution had not proven that Randy was the source of all the physical evidence found at the crime scenes. One of the defense's arguments focused on the time of death for Terry Gambrell, the victim found in Randy's car. Defense attorney MacDonald argued that Gambrell was not actually dead when the police found him, but was still alive, though barely. MacDonald pointed to testimony from paramedics and hospital personnel that he claimed showed viable signs of life in Gambrel. This argument was significant because if Gambrel was still alive when found, it might suggest that Randy was not trying to kill him, but was perhaps trying to get him medical help. However, this argument was not very convincing given the evidence that Gambrel had been bound and strangled. The defense also suggested that Randy might have had accomplices who were the actual killers, while Randy was merely present at some of the crimes. They pointed to evidence from some crime scenes that suggested multiple perpetrators might have been involved. However, the defense faced an uphill battle given the overwhelming amount of evidence against Randy. The photographs, the scorecard, the physical evidence, and the body found in Randy's car created a very compelling case for the prosecution. Randy himself never testified during the trial. The defense made the strategic decision not to put him on the witness stand, likely because they felt his testimony would do more harm than good. Randy had refused to cooperate with investigators after his arrest, and his attorneys probably felt that his testimony would not be believable or helpful to his case. After hearing testimony for 13 months, the case went to the jury for deliberation in May 1989. The jury deliberated for 11 days before reaching their verdict, reflecting the complexity of the case and the enormous amount of evidence they had to consider. On May 12, 1989, the jury found Randy Kraft guilty on all counts. He was convicted of 16 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of sodomy, and 1 count of emasculation. Randy showed little emotion as the verdicts were read, though he appeared stunned when the first guilty verdict was announced. The families of Randy's victims were overcome with emotion as they heard the verdicts. Judy Nelson, whose 18-year-old son Jeffrey had been murdered by Randy in 1983, hugged her daughter and sister and broke into tears when her son's name was read. She later said that Randy should pay for destroying so many lives. Randy's family members, including 2 of his sisters and a niece, sat in the back of the courtroom in disbelief. His sister Kay Plunkett said she was shocked by the verdicts and that the case was a long way from being resolved. Following the guilty verdicts, the trial moved into the penalty phase, where the same jury would decide whether Randy should receive the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. During this phase, prosecutors were allowed to present evidence of additional murders that Randy had committed but had not been charged with. Prosecutors introduced evidence of several additional homicides in Oregon and Michigan that they believed Randy had committed. They argued that Randy was one of the most prolific serial killers in American history and that his crimes warranted the ultimate punishment. The prosecution described Randy as a sadistic killer who had tortured his victims and taken pleasure in their suffering. They argued that his crimes were so heinous and extensive that death was the only appropriate sentence. The defense tried to present mitigating evidence that might convince the jury to spare Randy's life. They introduced testimony about a PET scan that had been conducted on Randy's brain, which they claimed showed abnormalities in his frontal lobes. The defense argued that these abnormalities might have reduced Randy's ability to control his emotions and impulses. However, prosecutors dismissed this testimony, arguing that there was nothing wrong with Randy's mind except that he enjoyed killing for sexual satisfaction. They pointed out that Randy had been able to hold down jobs, maintain relationships, and live a seemingly normal life while committing his crimes, which showed that he was in control of his actions. On August 11, 1989, after deliberating during the penalty phase, the jury returned a verdict of death. They found that the aggravating circumstances of Randy's crimes outweighed any mitigating factors, and that he deserved to be executed for his crimes. Judge Donald A. McCartan formally sentenced Randy to death on November 29, 1989. In pronouncing the sentence, Judge McCartan said that Randy's crimes were hard for me to comprehend, and that he could not imagine anyone committing such terrible acts. Judge McCartan noted that he had sentenced 8 or 9 other defendants to death during his career, but that all of the aggravating circumstances in those other cases combined did not match Randy's record. He said, "If anyone ever deserved the death penalty, he's got it coming." The sentence brought mixed reactions from the families of Randy's victims. Some expressed satisfaction that Randy would pay the ultimate price for his crimes, while others said that no punishment could bring back their loved ones or undo the suffering that Randy had caused. Darwin Hall, the father of one of Randy's victims, shouted out as Randy was led from the courtroom, "Burn in hell, Kraft." This outburst reflected the intense emotions and anger that Randy's crimes had generated among the families of his victims. On November 30, 1989, the day after his sentencing, Randy Kraft was flown from Orange County to San Quentin State Prison to begin serving his death sentence. He was transported in a private aircraft owned by a reserve Orange County Sheriff's Department member. During the flight to San Quentin, Randy was described as quiet and subdued by the deputies who accompanied him. He did not speak to the deputies during the flight and was formally turned over to state authorities when he arrived at the prison. San Quentin State Prison houses California's death row, where Randy joined hundreds of other condemned inmates awaiting execution. Randy was assigned to a small cell where he would spend most of his time alone, allowed out only for limited exercise periods and visits. Randy's trial had lasted more than 13 months and was the most expensive trial in Orange County history at that time. Legal experts predicted that the appeals process could take 10 years or more, and they were right. Randy's case would wind through the appeals courts for decades. Randy has maintained his innocence throughout his time on death row. Unlike many serial killers who eventually confess to their crimes or provide details about their methods, Randy has never admitted to killing anyone. He has consistently denied any involvement in the murders he was convicted of. Randy's refusal to confess or cooperate has frustrated investigators who believe he could help solve additional cold cases. There are still approximately 15 entries on Randy's scorecard that have never been definitively linked to specific victims, and investigators believe Randy could provide information about these and other unsolved murders. Despite being on death row for more than 3 decades, Randy has never been executed. California has had very few executions since the death penalty was reinstated, and Randy's case has been tied up in appeals for years. He has filed numerous appeals challenging his conviction and sentence, though none have been successful. Randy's case has continued to generate interest among true crime researchers, journalists, and law enforcement officials. Several books have been written about his crimes, including Angel of Darkness by Dennis McDougal, which is considered the definitive account of Randy's life and crimes. As recently as 2023 and 2025, investigators have continued to identify additional victims of Randy's crimes using modern DNA technology and investigative genetic genealogy. In 2023, Michael Ray Schlicht was identified as a likely early victim of Randy from 1974. In 2025, Larry Eugene Parks was identified as another victim from 1980. These recent identifications show that Randy's crimes are still having an impact more than 40 years after they were committed. Families who had wondered for decades about the fate of their missing loved ones are finally getting answers, though those answers bring both closure and renewed grief. Randy is now 80 years old and has spent more than half his life on death row. He remains at San Quentin State Prison, though the prison has been renamed the San Quentin Rehabilitation Center as part of recent reforms to the California prison system. Randy Kraft's case has had a lasting impact on law enforcement, criminal investigation techniques, and our understanding of serial killers. His crimes represent one of the most extensive and well-documented serial killing sprees in American history. The discovery of Randy's scorecard was particularly significant because it provided investigators with a unique window into the mind of a serial killer. Most serial killers do not keep such detailed records of their crimes, and Randy's methodical approach to documenting his murders has been studied by criminal profilers and behavioral analysts. The scorecard showed that Randy was highly organized and methodical in his approach to murder. Unlike disorganized killers who act impulsively, Randy planned his crimes carefully and kept detailed records. This organization helped him avoid detection for more than a decade and made him one of the most successful serial killers in terms of the number of victims he was able to kill before being caught. Randy's case also highlighted the challenges that law enforcement faces when dealing with serial killers who operate across multiple jurisdictions. Randy's crimes spanned several states and dozens of local law enforcement agencies, making it difficult to see the connections between related cases. The investigation into Randy's crimes helped establish better communication and cooperation between different law enforcement agencies. The success in connecting Randy to murders across multiple states showed the importance of sharing information and coordinating investigations when dealing with serial crimes. Randy's case has also been significant in the development of criminal profiling techniques. The FBI and other agencies have studied Randy's methods, victim selection, and behavior patterns to better understand how serial killers operate and how they can be caught more quickly. The physical evidence found in Randy's case, including the photographs and personal items belonging to victims, has been important in developing evidence collection and preservation techniques. The success of the prosecution in Randy's case showed the importance of thorough crime scene investigation and careful evidence handling. Randy's crimes have also had a lasting impact on the families of his victims and the communities where he operated. The trauma caused by his murders has affected hundreds of people, including family members, friends, and witnesses who were involved in the investigation and trial. Many of the families of Randy's victims have become advocates for victims' rights and have worked to ensure that other families receive the support and information they need when dealing with violent crimes. Their advocacy has helped improve victim services and support programs. Randy's case has also contributed to discussions about the death penalty and its application in cases involving multiple murders. Randy's case is often cited by both supporters and opponents of capital punishment as an example of why the death penalty is or is not appropriate. The fact that Randy has been on death row for more than 30 years without being executed has highlighted the lengthy appeals process in capital cases and the practical challenges of implementing the death penalty. His case has been part of broader discussions about the effectiveness and morality of capital punishment. Randy's crimes have also been studied by researchers interested in understanding the causes of serial killing. His case has been analyzed from psychological, sociological, and criminological perspectives in an effort to understand what factors might have contributed to his becoming a serial killer. Despite extensive study, Randy's case raises more questions than it answers about the nature of serial killing. His seemingly normal childhood and successful adult life make it difficult to identify clear warning signs or risk factors that might have predicted his criminal behavior. Despite Randy Kraft's conviction for 16 murders and his suspected involvement in dozens more, many aspects of his case remain unsolved mysteries that continue to intrigue investigators and researchers. One of the biggest unsolved mysteries is the question of Randy's accomplices. Evidence from several crime scenes strongly suggests that Randy did not act alone in all of his murders. Some victims were found in locations that would have been difficult for one person to access alone, and some crime scenes showed evidence of multiple perpetrators. The most likely suspect for being Randy's primary accomplice was Jeffrey Allen Graves, Randy's boyfriend from 1971 to 1976. Graves had provided Randy with a false alibi for at least one crime, and their relationship lasted during some of Randy's most active killing years. However, Graves died of AIDS in 1987 before investigators could fully question him about his potential involvement. Before his death, Graves took a polygraph test and made the mysterious comment, "I'm really not going to pay for it, you know." This statement suggested that he might have had knowledge of Randy's crimes, but he passed the polygraph test and died before investigators could explore this further. Another potential accomplice was Bob Jackson, a small-time criminal who reportedly confessed to murdering 2 hitchhikers with Randy in Wyoming and Colorado in the mid-1970s. However, authorities in those states were unable to corroborate Jackson's claims, and his involvement remains unproven. Jeff Seelig, Randy's roommate at the time of his arrest, was also investigated as a potential accomplice, but investigators found no evidence of his involvement. Seelig appeared to have been genuinely unaware of Randy's criminal activities despite living with him for 7 years. Another major unsolved mystery is the meaning of the remaining entries on Randy's scorecard. Of the 61 entries on the list, investigators were able to definitively connect about 43 to specific victims or crimes. The remaining entries, including Angel, Hari Carey, Marine Down, and Van Driveway, have never been solved. These unsolved entries likely represent additional murders that Randy committed, but without more information from Randy himself, investigators may never be able to connect them to specific crimes. Randy's continued refusal to cooperate means that these cases will likely remain unsolved unless new evidence emerges. The total number of Randy's victims also remains a mystery. He was convicted of 16 murders, but investigators believe he may have killed as many as 67 people based on his scorecard. Some investigators think the actual number could be even higher, possibly reaching 100 or more victims. Randy's killing career may have started earlier than 1971, and he may have committed murders in additional states beyond California, Oregon, and Michigan. His work as a computer consultant required him to travel frequently, and he may have used these business trips to commit crimes in other locations. The methods Randy used to select and approach his victims also remain partially mysterious. While investigators understand his general patterns, They do not fully understand how he was able to consistently lure victims into his vehicle without arousing suspicion. His success rate in finding and killing victims suggests that he had developed very effective techniques for gaining victims' trust. Randy's psychological motivation for killing also remains largely unknown. Unlike some serial killers who have provided extensive information about their thoughts and feelings, Randy has never explained why he killed or what he got out of it. His refusal to undergo psychological evaluation or cooperate with researchers means that his motivations remain largely speculative. The question of when Randy first started killing is also unresolved. His first suspected victim, Wayne Duquette, was killed in 1971, but Randy may have committed earlier murders that have never been connected to him. His scorecard suggests that he had been killing for some time before investigators became aware of his crimes. Randy's case also raises questions about how many other serial killers might be operating undetected. The fact that Randy was able to kill for more than a decade without being caught suggests that other killers might be able to do the same. His case has made law enforcement more aware of the need to look for patterns across jurisdictions and time periods. In recent years, advances in DNA technology and investigative genetic genealogy have brought new developments to Randy Kraft's case, leading to the identification of additional victims and potentially solving cold cases that have remained unsolved for decades. In November 2023, the Orange County Sheriff's Department announced that they had identified Michael Ray Schlicht as a victim of Randy Kraft nearly 50 years after his murder. Schlicht, a teenager from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, had been found dead in Orange County in 1974, but his identity had remained unknown until investigators used investigative genetic genealogy to connect him to his family. Schlicht was believed to be one of Randy's earliest victims, killed in 1974 when Randy's murder spree was just beginning to escalate. The identification of Schlicht provided new insights into Randy's early crimes and confirmed that he had been killing even more people than investigators had previously known. In May 2025, Oregon State Police announced that they had identified Larry Eugene Parks as another victim of Randy Kraft. Parks, a 30-year-old Vietnam veteran, had been found dead along Interstate 5 in Oregon in July 1980, but had remained unidentified for nearly 45 years. The identification of Parks was made possible through a collaboration between the Oregon State Police Cold Case Unit and the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Investigators used forensic genetic genealogy to develop a genetic profile from a blood sample and then worked with potential relatives to confirm Parks' identity. Parks' case was particularly significant because it confirmed Randy's involvement in the Oregon murders that investigators had long suspected him of committing. The discovery of Parks' identity also helped investigators better understand Randy's travel patterns and his method of selecting victims in different states. These recent identifications have been made possible by advances in DNA technology that were not available during Randy's original investigation and trial in the 1980s. Investigative genetic genealogy allows investigators to use DNA samples to build family trees and identify victims or suspects even when they are not in criminal databases. The use of these new technologies has also raised hopes that additional victims of Randy's crimes might be identified in the future. There are still several unidentified victims from the 1970s and 1980s in California and other states who might be connected to Randy through DNA evidence. Beyond victim identification, DNA technology has also been used to look for additional evidence in Randy's case. Investigators have re-examined evidence from crime scenes using modern DNA analysis techniques that can detect much smaller samples and provide more detailed information than was possible in the 1980s. Some of this reanalysis has confirmed Randy's involvement in crimes where the original evidence was less conclusive. In other cases, DNA evidence has revealed the presence of additional perpetrators, supporting the theory that Randy sometimes worked with accomplices. The continued investigation of Randy's crimes using modern technology has also helped law enforcement agencies improve their techniques for investigating serial crimes. The success in connecting Randy to additional victims decades after his original conviction has shown the value of maintaining cold case files and continuing to investigate unsolved murders even when they are very old. These developments have also brought renewed attention to Randy's case from researchers, journalists, and true crime enthusiasts. New books, documentaries, and podcasts have examined Randy's crimes in light of the new evidence and identifications. The ongoing investigation has also provided some measure of closure to families who had wondered for decades about the fate of their missing loved ones. While learning that a family member was murdered is traumatic, many families have expressed gratitude for finally knowing what happened and being able to properly memorialize their loved ones. Even though Randy Kraft has been in prison for more than 40 years and on death row for more than 30 years, the investigation into his crimes continues. Law enforcement agencies in California, Oregon, Michigan, and other states continue to review cold cases that might be connected to Randy's killing spree. The Orange County Sheriff's Department maintains an active investigation into Randy's crimes and regularly reviews new evidence and potential connections to unsolved cases. Investigators continue to work with other agencies to identify patterns that might link Randy to additional murders. One focus of the ongoing investigation is trying to identify the remaining victims represented by unsolved entries on Randy's scorecard. Investigators continue to analyze the cryptic references on the list, looking for clues that might help them connect these entries to specific crimes or victims. Investigators have also continued to look for Randy's potential accomplices, even though many years have passed since his arrest. While Jeffrey Graves died in 1987 and other potential accomplices may also have died, investigators continue to follow leads and examine evidence that might reveal who helped Randy commit his crimes. The investigation has also expanded to look for crimes that Randy might have committed, but that do not appear on his scorecard. Investigators believe that Randy may have committed murders before he started keeping his scorecard, or that he may have failed to record some of his crimes on the list. Law enforcement agencies have also used Randy's case to help train investigators in recognizing the signs of serial crime activity. Randy's methods and patterns have been studied and used to develop profiles of similar killers who might be operating today. The continued investigation has also benefited from advances in criminal investigation techniques beyond DNA analysis. Improvements in fingerprint analysis, fiber evidence, and other forensic techniques have allowed investigators to re-examine evidence from Randy's crimes with greater precision. Digital technology has also played a role in the ongoing investigation. Investigators have been able to digitize and enhance photographs and other evidence from Randy's case, sometimes revealing details that were not visible with older technology. The investigation has also been aided by the development of better databases and information sharing systems among law enforcement agencies. These systems make it easier for investigators to identify connections between crimes that occur in different jurisdictions or time periods. Public interest in Randy's case has also contributed to the ongoing investigation. Tips from the public, including people who may have encountered Randy or witnessed suspicious activity, continue to provide leads for investigators to follow. The families of Randy's victims have also remained active in pushing for continued investigation of his crimes. Many families have formed support groups and advocacy organizations that work to keep pressure on law enforcement to continue investigating cold cases. Some families have also worked to ensure that Randy's case is not forgotten by the public. They have participated in documentaries, interviews, and other media projects that keep attention focused on Randy's crimes and need to identify his remaining victims. The ongoing investigation has also raised questions about Randy's current mental state and whether he might be willing to cooperate with investigators after all these years. Some investigators believe that Randy, now in his 80s and having spent most of his adult life in prison, might be more willing to provide information about his crimes. However, Randy has shown no signs of changing his position on cooperating with investigators. He continues to maintain his innocence and has not provided any information that would help solve additional cases or answer the many questions that remain about his crimes. Randy Kraft's case has been extensively studied by criminal psychologists, behavioral analysts, and law enforcement profilers who have tried to understand what made him such a prolific and successful serial killer. His case has contributed significantly to our understanding of how serial killers operate and what factors might contribute to their development. One of the most striking aspects of Randy's case is how he was able to maintain the appearance of a normal, successful life while committing dozens of murders over more than a decade. Unlike many serial killers who have obvious psychological problems or troubled backgrounds, Randy appeared to be a well-adjusted, intelligent, and productive member of society. Randy held steady employment as a computer programmer and consultant, a field that required intelligence, attention to detail, and the ability to work with others. His co-workers and supervisors described him as competent, reliable, and pleasant to work with. This legitimate career also provided Randy with cover for his crimes and access to travel that allowed him to kill in multiple states. Randy was able to maintain long-term relationships, living with Jeffrey Graves for several years, and then with Jeff Seelig for 7 years. His partners described him as caring, committed, and loving, though they also noted that he could be moody and would sometimes disappear for days at a time. Randy was politically active and had a circle of friends who saw him as intelligent and engaged with current events. He had successfully transitioned from being very conservative in college to becoming liberal and supporting democratic causes. This political engagement showed his ability to adapt and change his persona as needed. Randy's family relationships also appeared to be normal. His sisters and other family members expressed shock and disbelief when he was arrested, saying that the Randy they knew could never have committed such crimes. Even after his conviction, some family members continued to believe in his innocence. This ability to compartmentalize his life and maintain different personas for different audiences was one of Randy's most remarkable characteristics. Criminal profilers have noted that Randy was essentially living multiple lives simultaneously: his public life as a successful professional, his private life as a gay man in a committed relationship, and his secret life as a serial killer. Randy's intelligence was also a crucial factor in his success as a killer. His IQ of 129 put him in the top few percent of the population, and this intelligence helped him plan his crimes carefully, avoid detection, and manipulate the people around him. Randy's organizational skills were evident in his scorecard, which showed a methodical approach to documenting his crimes. Unlike disorganized killers who act impulsively, Randy was able to plan his murders, execute them carefully, and avoid leaving evidence that would lead back to him. Randy's victim selection also showed careful planning and intelligence. He typically targeted vulnerable individuals who were less likely to be immediately missed if they disappeared. His focus on Marines, hitchhikers, and gay men meant that he was preying on people who might be away from their families or living secretive lives. Randy's geographic mobility also contributed to his success. His work-related travel allowed him to commit crimes in different states, making it harder for law enforcement to connect the murders and identify patterns. This mobility also gave Randy access to fresh hunting grounds where he was not known to local authorities. Psychologists have struggled to identify clear developmental factors that might explain Randy's criminal behavior. His childhood appeared to be relatively normal, though he did experience some early accidents and may have felt neglected by his father. However, many people experience similar circumstances without becoming serial killers. Randy's homosexuality has been cited by some analysts as a potential factor in his crimes, particularly given that many of his victims were also gay or bisexual men. Some theories suggest that Randy may have been acting out internalized homophobia or anger about his own sexuality. However, this theory is not strongly supported, as Randy appeared to be relatively comfortable with his sexual orientation and was able to maintain relationships with other men. The fact that Randy has never cooperated with psychological evaluation or provided insight into his motivations has made it difficult for researchers to understand his psychological profile. His continued denial of his crimes means that analysts can only speculate about his thought processes and emotional state. Randy Kraft's case had a significant impact on law enforcement practices, particularly in the areas of interagency cooperation, serial crime investigation, and evidence handling. The challenges that investigators faced in connecting Randy's crimes across multiple jurisdictions led to important changes in how law enforcement agencies work together on complex cases. One of the major lessons from Randy's case was the importance of sharing information between different law enforcement agencies. Randy's crimes spanned multiple cities, counties, and states, but investigators in different jurisdictions were not initially aware that they were looking for the same killer. The success in eventually connecting Randy to murders across different states showed the value of creating better communication systems between agencies. This led to the development of improved databases and information sharing protocols that allow investigators to more easily identify patterns in crimes that occur across jurisdictional boundaries. Randy's case also highlighted the importance of looking for patterns in seemingly unrelated unrelated crimes. The discovery of Randy's scorecard helped investigators realize that murders they had thought were committed by different killers were actually the work of the same person. This led to changes in how investigators analyze crime patterns and look for connections between cases. Law enforcement agencies now routinely compare methods, victim characteristics, and other factors across different cases to identify potential serial offenders. The physical evidence in Randy's case, particularly the photographs and personal items belonging to victims, also had an impact on evidence collection and preservation practices. The success of the prosecution showed the importance of thorough crime scene investigation and careful evidence handling. Randy's case contributed to the development of better protocols for collecting, storing, and analyzing physical evidence. The techniques developed for analyzing Randy's evidence have been used in subsequent serial killer investigations and have helped solve many other cases. The case also showed the importance of keeping detailed records and maintaining cold case files. Many of the connections made in Randy's case were possible only because investigators had preserved evidence and documentation from older cases that might otherwise have been discarded. Randy's case was also important in the development of criminal profiling techniques. The FBI and other agencies studied Randy's methods, victim selection, and behavioral patterns to better understand how serial killers operate and how they can be identified more quickly. The profiles developed from Randy's case have been used to help identify other serial killers and to focus investigations on the most likely suspects. The techniques developed for analyzing Randy's crimes have become standard tools in serial crime investigation. Randy's case also had an impact on victim services and support for families of crime victims. The large number of victims and families involved in Randy's case highlighted the need for better support systems and communication with victims' families during long and complex investigations. Many of the families of Randy's victims became advocates for victims' rights and helped develop better protocols for keeping families informed about the progress of investigations and legal proceedings. The lengthy trial and appeals process in Randy's case also contributed to discussions about how to handle complex serial killer cases more efficiently while still ensuring fair legal proceedings. The 13-month trial was extremely expensive and emotionally draining for all involved, leading to efforts to streamline similar cases in the future. Randy's case has also been used in training programs for law enforcement officers, prosecutors, and other criminal justice professionals. The case provides a comprehensive example of how serial killer investigations should be conducted and what challenges investigators are likely to face. The ongoing investigation of Randy's crimes using modern DNA technology has also shown the value of maintaining active cold case programs. The recent identifications of additional victims have demonstrated that even very old cases can be solved with new technology and persistent investigation. Randy Kraft's case received extensive media coverage both during his active killing years and after his arrest and trial. The case captured public attention due to the large number of victims, the brutal nature of the crimes, and the discovery of Randy's scorecard, which provided a unique window into the mind of a serial killer. During Randy's active killing years from 1971 to 1983, media coverage focused on the series of unsolved murders that were terrorizing Southern California. The discovery of bodies along freeways led to extensive coverage of what were initially called the freeway killings. The media coverage during this period was complicated by the fact that there were actually 3 different serial killers operating in Southern California at the same time. Patrick Kearney, William Bonin, and Randy Kraft were all killing young men and dumping their bodies near freeways, but investigators and the media did not initially realize that there were multiple killers. When Patrick Kearney was arrested in 1977, media coverage suggested that the freeway killings had been solved. However, the murders continued, leading to confusion and concern that the real killer was still at large. Similar confusion occurred when William Bonin was arrested in 1980. Randy's arrest in 1983 finally provided answers to many of the unsolved murders, but it also revealed the shocking scope of his crimes. The discovery of his scorecard and photographs of victims created a media sensation, with Randy being dubbed the scorecard killer by the press. Media coverage of Randy's case was extensive throughout his investigation and trial. The case was covered by local and national news outlets, magazines, and television programs. The graphic nature of the evidence and the large number of victims made it one of the most closely watched criminal cases of the 1980s. The lengthy trial process also provided ongoing material for media coverage. The 13-month trial was covered extensively by local media, and the testimony about Randy's crimes provided shocking details that kept public attention focused on the case. Randy's case has continued to generate media interest long after his conviction. Several books have been written about his crimes, with Dennis McDougal's Angel of Darkness being considered the definitive account of the case. The case has also been featured in numerous television documentaries, true crime programs, and podcasts. These productions have introduced Randy's case to new generations of viewers and have helped keep public attention focused on the unsolved aspects of his crimes. The media coverage of Randy's case has had both positive and negative effects. On the positive side, the coverage has helped keep public attention focused on the unsolved murders and has generated tips and information that have helped investigators. The coverage has also helped educate the public about the dangers of serial killers and the importance of being cautious around strangers. However, the media coverage has also sometimes sensationalized Randy's crimes in ways that may have been harmful to the families of his victims. Some coverage has focused more on the shocking details of the murders than on remembering the victims as human beings who had their lives cut short. The media coverage has also sometimes included inaccurate information or speculation that has confused the public understanding of Randy's case. The complexity of the case and the large amount of evidence have made it difficult for journalists to always report accurately on all aspects of the investigation. Randy's case has also been used by researchers and journalists as an example of how media coverage of serial killer cases can influence public perceptions of crime and criminals. The extensive coverage of Randy's case contributed to public fascination with serial killers that continues today. The case has also raised questions about how much detail should be included in media coverage of violent crimes. The graphic nature of Randy's crimes has led to debates about whether detailed coverage serves the public interest or simply exploits the suffering of victims and their families. While Randy Kraft's case is often discussed in terms of the shocking scope of his crimes and his methods of killing, it is important to remember that each of his victims was an individual human being with their own life, dreams, and people who loved them. Edward Daniel Moore, Randy's first confirmed victim, was a 20-year-old Marine from Camp Pendleton who was killed on December 26, 1972. Moore had joined the Marines to serve his country and had his whole life ahead of him when he encountered Randy. His family and fellow Marines mourned his loss and struggled to understand how such a young man with so much potential could have his life ended so brutally. Terry Lee Gambrell, Randy's final victim, was a 25-year-old Marine who was found dead in Randy's car on May 14, 1983. Gambrell's murder led to Randy's arrest and the end of his killing spree. Gambrell had been serving his country at Camp Pendleton and was looking forward to completing his military service when his life was cut short. Eric Herbert Church was a 21-year-old from Hartford, Connecticut, who was hitchhiking across the country when he encountered Randy in 1983. Church was adventurous and curious about the world, and his cross-country journey was meant to be an adventure that would help him figure out his future. Instead, he became one of Randy's final victims. Jeffrey Allen Nelson was an 18-year-old from Buena Park, California, who was murdered along with his friend Roger James DeVole Jr. in February 1983. Nelson's mother, Judy Nelson, became one of the most vocal advocates for victims' rights after her son's murder. She attended Randy's trial and spoke about the impact that his crimes had on families like hers. Vincent Cruz Mestas was a 23-year-old bisexual art student whose body was found in the San Bernardino Mountains in December 1973. Mestas was pursuing his education and developing his artistic talents when his life was ended by Randy's violence. His murder was particularly brutal, with his hands being severed and never found. Roland Young was a 23-year-old who was released from the Orange County Jail on June 10, 1978, and was murdered by Randy just one day later. Young had been dealing with some legal troubles, but he was trying to get his life back on track when Randy killed him. His murder appeared on Randy's scorecard as jail out. Michael Ray Schlicht was a teenager from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, who was identified in 2023 as one of Randy's earliest victims. Schlicht had been hitchhiking and was known to love warm weather, which may have brought him to California, where he encountered Randy in 1974. His family had wondered for nearly 50 years what had happened to him before his identity was finally confirmed. Larry Eugene Parks was a 30-year-old Vietnam veteran who was identified in 2025 as another of Randy's victims. Parks had served his country in Vietnam and was trying to build a life for himself when he was killed by Randy in Oregon in 1980. His family had lost contact with him in 1979 and had wondered about his fate for more than 40 years. Many of Randy's other victims remain unidentified or are known only by their names and basic details. Each of these individuals had families, friends, and communities who were affected by their deaths. Some were young men just starting their adult lives, while others were trying to overcome challenges and build better futures for themselves. The families of Randy's victims have shown remarkable strength and resilience in dealing with their losses. Many have become advocates for victims' rights and have worked to ensure that other families receive the support and information they need when dealing with violent crimes. Some families have established memorials or foundations in honor of their loved ones. Others have participated in the ongoing investigation by providing information to investigators or supporting efforts to identify additional victims. The impact of Randy's crimes extends far beyond his immediate victims to include the families, friends, and communities who were affected by the losses. Parents, siblings, partners, and children of Randy's victims have all had to deal with the trauma of losing someone they loved to such senseless violence. The fact that Randy has never admitted to his crimes or provided any explanation for them has made it even more difficult for families to find closure. Many family members have expressed frustration that Randy has never shown any remorse or provided information that might help them understand what happened to their loved ones. As Randy Kraft enters his 80th year and his 4th decade on death row, his case continues to evolve and generate new developments. The recent identification of additional victims using modern DNA technology shows that Randy's crimes are still having an impact more than 40 years after they were committed. Randy remains incarcerated at San Quentin State Prison, now renamed the San Quentin Rehabilitation Center, where he has spent most of his adult life. He has never been executed despite being sentenced to death in 1989, as California has had very few executions since the death penalty was reinstated. Randy's case has been through numerous appeals over the years, but none have been successful in overturning his conviction or death sentence. His attorneys have raised various arguments challenging the evidence against him and the fairness of his trial, but courts have consistently upheld his conviction. The lengthy appeals process in Randy's case reflects the complexity of death penalty cases and the extensive legal review that such cases receive. While some people believe that Randy should have been executed years ago, others argue that the lengthy appeals process is necessary to ensure that innocent people are not wrongly executed. Randy's case continues to be studied by researchers, law enforcement professionals, and students of criminal justice. His crimes represent one of the most extensive and well-documented serial killing sprees in American history, making his case valuable for understanding how serial killers operate and how they can be caught. The ongoing investigation of Randy's crimes using modern technology shows that law enforcement has not given up on solving the remaining mysteries in his case. The recent identification of additional victims demonstrates that new evidence can still emerge even decades after the original crimes were committed. However, many questions about Randy's crimes may never be answered unless Randy himself decides to cooperate with investigators. His continued refusal to admit to his crimes or provide information about them means that families of victims and law enforcement may never get complete answers about his activities. Randy's case has also contributed to ongoing discussions about the death penalty and its application in cases involving multiple murders. Some people point to Randy's case as an example of why the death penalty is necessary for the most heinous crimes, while others argue that his lengthy time on death row shows that the system is not working effectively. The impact of Randy's crimes continues to be felt by the families of his victims, many of whom are still alive and continue to advocate for victims' rights and support for other families dealing with violent crimes. Their strength and resilience in the face of such terrible losses is a testament to the human capacity to survive and find meaning even in the darkest circumstances. Randy's case has also had a lasting impact on the communities where he operated. The fear and terror that his crimes created in Southern California during the 1970s and early 1980s changed how people thought about personal safety and trusting strangers. The case has influenced law enforcement practices, victim services, and public awareness about serial crimes. The lessons learned from Randy's case have been applied to subsequent investigations and have helped catch other serial killers more quickly. As new technology continues to develop, it is possible that additional evidence related to Randy's crimes will emerge. DNA analysis, digital forensics, and other scientific techniques may reveal new information about his crimes or help identify additional victims. The story of Randy Kraft serves as a reminder of the capacity for evil that can exist in seemingly ordinary people and the importance of remaining vigilant about personal safety. It also demonstrates the dedication of law enforcement officers, prosecutors, and investigators who work tirelessly to bring criminals to justice and provide answers to victims' families. While Randy's killing spree ended with his arrest in 1983, the impact of his crimes continues to this day. The families of his victims, the investigators who worked on his case, and the communities affected by his crimes all carry the memory of what he did. Their efforts to ensure that Randy's victims are not forgotten and that justice is served provide hope that good can ultimately triumph over even the most terrible evil. Randy Kraft's story is ultimately one of the triumph of justice over evil, of the dedication of investigators who never gave up, and of families who found the strength to seek justice for their loved ones. While Randy succeeded in taking many lives and causing immeasurable pain, he was ultimately caught, convicted, and held accountable for his crimes. The story of the scorecard killer serves as both a cautionary tale about the dangers that can lurk behind ordinary appearances and an inspiring example of how persistence, dedication, and modern technology can help solve even the most complex criminal cases. Randy Kraft may have believed that he was smarter than law enforcement and that he would never be caught, but in the end, justice prevailed, and his reign of terror was brought to an end. Today, Randy Kraft remains